Chapter 1011. The Stone Fortress. Now the Imperial War Master Headquarters. The most magnificent hall in the Stone Fortress was originally used by the Dark Angels for daily rituals and worship of the Gene Father, but now this hall has been transformed into a place that can accommodate a large number of people for meetings. The huge lion statue that once stood in the hall was demolished by Lion himself, and he ordered the statue to be melted into a small armor plate and attached to a weak part of the Stone Fortress. The hall, which was then converted into a meeting hall, was crowded with people from all over the Empire every day. Guilliman and Lion, the two Primarchs, stayed in the hall without sleep to deal with matters concerning the greatest threat to the Empire. According to the Intelligence Cooperation Contract, Caldar quickly walked into the hall, came to the Gene Father Guilliman, and handed over a document. The Intelligence Department of the Talon Sector shared with us the information they obtained about the undead machines. Every day, countless documents are passed in and out. But the document presented by Caldar immediately made Guilliman and Lion put down everything on hand and stand side by side to watch the document presented by Caldar. The speed at which the two Primarchs browsed the document was like flipping through a book casually, and they wrote down all the contents in the document in a very short time. As we expected, Guilliman handed the document to the attendant beside him and asked him to file it. Our enemy is very powerful. Even Lion, who was very confident in his military power, remained silent at this time, and agreed with Guilliman's opinion with silence. The content of the document was a record of the battle between the Tyrone Navy and the Manak Dynasty fleet. It not only described the entire process of the Void War in detail, but also described the weapons and equipment used by the Necrons and warships in detail. The Imperial Navy had also fought against the Necrons' fleet before. Guilliman and Lion had long known how powerful the Necron ships were. What really worries the two Primarchs is the part about information warfare. The Necrons invaded the information system of the Tyrone Navy, and within 1 second, all ships, whether AI or something else, were invaded at the same time. The main control intelligence that manages the firewall and the Necrons' invasion program can iterate and evolve tens of thousands of times in less than a second. Things like the Thinker Array used by the Imperial Navy are obviously unable to withstand this level of invasion. We are not without advantages. Lian said after thinking, the Imperial Navy's ships are not highly automated, nor do they use abhorrent intelligence on a large scale like the Tyrone Navy. Even if we fail to resist the information invasion, they can't control much. Indeed. Guilliman nodded in approval. The Tyrone Navy's ships are highly automated and heavily dependent on AI. Once they fail in the defense against information invasion, the entire fleet will be destroyed. The Imperial Navy is different. No matter how powerful the Necrons' invasion program is, it cannot invade the sailors, who are manually transporting and loading ammunition in the ship, nor can it invade the gunners, who are manually operating weapons such as macro cannons and light spears on the gun deck. Thinking of this, Guilliman suddenly laughed out loud, and then felt infinite melancholy. The Imperial Navy's hateful weakness, that is, the behavior of using manpower to handle most of the ship's affairs, has now become an advantage when facing the Necrons, which is really ridiculous. But this advantage is not great, and can even be said to be extremely weak. The documents provided by the Intelligence Department of the Talon Star region also wrote that the Necrons have things like the Hardlock Beetle that can directly control humans. Now that I think about it, Ryan pointed to the files being filed by the servants. Even in the heyday of mankind, the chances of winning against this undead mechanical race would not be very high. Of course, Guilliman was not surprised. The Necrons are one of the oldest and most powerful species in the galaxy. Although they fall into a deep sleep and their strength after waking up is different from before, compared to humans, they can still be regarded as an old master. The two Primarchs talked about the threat of the Necromancer race, and then Guilliman asked Lion a difficult question. Based on what we know now, what do you think is our chance of winning if a full-scale war begins? Hearing this, Lion sighed and sat on the ground, stroking his gray beard and thinking. Guilliman added, counting Sanguinius and Jagatai, and all the other Astra Militarum and Imperial Navy that can be mobilized, regardless of assembly time and material supplies, and assuming that our empire is united and fight side by side with the Talon sector as in the Golden Crusade. Guilliman mentioned several preconditions that were extremely favorable to the empire. He was not blindly optimistic, but hoped to make Lion feel that there was still hope. If the War Master fell into pessimism before the war began, it would definitely be bad. The Empire's. No, the human race's winning rate. After thinking about the result, Lion looked up at Guilliman, 1/10 or 2/10. 1/10 or 2/10. Guilliman said, Does this result include the most pessimistic and optimistic scenarios? No, it's not the worst, but the best is 20%. Lien shook his head slowly. To be honest, I think it's only 10%. The reason I said 10% or 20% is just because I don't want you to be too pessimistic. The 20% winning rate is actually a consolation. Gilliman was silent. He was not shocked by the result that Lien said, but he and Lion's judgment on the winning rate were almost the same, and they might even be more pessimistic. The enemy can catalyze a star into a supernova, and then destroy an entire galaxy. The enemy's snipers can escape into another dimension, and then come out to carry out undetectable assassinations. The bad guy named Cor Farron from the Word Bearers was shot and killed by a necromancer sniper. The enemy has a giant void war machine the size of an entire world, which is similar to the celestial engine of the Telonians. Lien counted on his fingers the horrible things he knew the Necrons had really done. The Astral Knights once destroyed a world engine at the cost of nearly annihilation, but from a rational point of view, their sacrifice was not particularly effective. In the end, it was the fragment of the Star God that helped them destroy the world engine. The Kriegs once killed an obelisk by sending their lives one after another. If they encounter a world engine, do you think they can fill a world engine with all the flesh and blood and lives of the Kriegs? After saying this, Lien looked at Gilliman, waiting for the latter's reaction. Gilliman was silent for a moment, and then said, "We are not necessarily going to start a full-scale war." Lien nodded. "Maybe the situation is more optimistic than we thought, but there is still a possibility of war. We will definitely make great sacrifices, but we can't surrender anyway." While the two Primarchs were talking, Felix, one of the 4 heroes of the Ultramarines, suddenly came to Gilliman and reported, "The holographic communication from Talon is a private line." After hearing Felix's report, Gilliman looked at Lien. The latter nodded. Gilliman turned and left. Chapter 10:12. Gilliman entered his private bedroom in the stone fortress, and saw Chin Mo standing in front of the window of the bedroom with his back to him. Although he knew that this figure was just a virtual image, and the real person was thousands of light years away, Gilliman still greeted him with enthusiasm as always. But when Gilliman tried to hug this projection, Chin Mo turned around with a deep look and a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Gilliman asked after a pause. "It's inevitable," Chin Mo said, "the war between us and the dead." Gilliman was stunned again, wondering why Chin Mo suddenly said this to him so confidently. Then Chin Mo told him all his previous experiences. From the time he led the Star Gods to find the fragments, to the war with Manak after awakening the Kassid dynasty, to the conversation with the silent King Zalek, and Zalek's overall plan. After listening, Gilliman sat on the steps with his hand on his forehead. Then the Primarch put his legs together, wrapped his arms around his legs, and sat there with his back bent. He looked well behaved, but this was actually a sign of his heavy heart and sudden lack of security. For anyone, the upcoming war with the Necrons of this level would not be something that would make people feel half safe, even for the Primarch. "I was thinking, maybe I could have a little chance of avoiding a war between humans and Necrons." Chin Mo's projection sat next to Gilliman, "But I was thinking, maybe I killed the possibility of avoiding war with my own hands." "No, that's not right. I am too optimistic. The Empire is too optimistic. How can we have the idea that war may not necessarily start?" Gilliman thought, "Your rejection of Zalek does not mean you have given up the possibility of avoiding war. Your idea is not wrong. It is not advisable to seek the skin of a tiger." As he said, Gilliman stood up and paced back and forth in the bedroom, talking about his thoughts after listening to all Chin Mo's stories. Instead of watching the Kassid dynasty being destroyed by Zalek, and waiting for humans to become the next target of the Kassid dynasty, it is better to join forces with the Kassid dynasty. At least we can have one more powerful ally. You are right to stand firmly on the side of the Kassid dynasty in front of Zalek. Listening to Gilliman's words, Chin Mo nodded in approval and said thankfully, "You really understand me. Don't mention these things to anyone else except me." Gilliman stopped and looked into Chin Mo's eyes very seriously. "Don't tell Lien. Don't tell Sanguinius. Don't tell Shagatai. Shagatai may be able to guess these things, but he will also be wise not to say it. That's why I'm using a private line to talk to you about this." Chin Mo and Gilliman share the same idea. The reason for keeping it secret is not to keep this one thing secret. The leader of another human force almost went along with the Lord of Silence. What really needs to be kept secret is, if Chin Mo gives in or compromises, war between humans and undead can be avoided, even though there is a high probability that this act of seeking the skin of a tiger can only avoid war for a very short period of time. Humans have a lucky mentality, and are good at compromise. The reason why it was uncertain whether humans and the Necrons would go to war before Chin Mo contacted Gilliman was because of the mentality of luck. Perhaps the Necrons were just awakening, and would not go to war with the Empire. For most of the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council, if there was a possibility of not going to war, they would not choose to face such a powerful opponent as the Necrons. In the eyes of Chin Mo and Gilliman, compromising in front of Zolok was like seeking the skin of a tiger, but in the eyes of those people, agreeing to Zolok's conditions might really avoid a full-scale war between the two races. If Chin Mo's words were known to others, the High Lords Council would suspect that Chin Mo was on the side of the Casa dynasty, making war inevitable. Then, there would be suspicion and the spread of gossip. Even if Talon still had to fight the undead together with the human empire in the end, the suspicion and the dissatisfaction between the two sides would lead to cracks in the cooperation. Gilliman would not allow such a thing to happen. I will convene a new round of Supreme Lords meeting in the name of preparing for the worst, and openly discuss the matter of a full-scale war with the undead. Gilliman directly stated his plan, not treating Chin Mo as another leader of human forces at all. I will do my best to promote unity across the Empire. That is, the Supreme Lords have unanimously stated publicly that once a full-scale war breaks out, the Empire will win at all costs. Chin Mo nodded, thinking in his heart that Gilliman directly confessed all the next decisions to him, and he got the intelligence that the Talon Intelligence Department might have to work hard to obtain, which means that Gilliman is now unsure and needs another person to help him with his advice. There is no need to know anything about the terrible things like World Engine and Death Mark Killer. There is no need to have a clear understanding of the various witchcraft-level technologies of the Necrons. One person only needs to know that the Necrons once exterminated the Old Ones, the dominant race of the universe that shaped the Green Orcs and the Eldar, and then shattered almost all the star gods. Now if we want to go to war with such a race, the Emperor may not have a clear mind to make the decision. What is the probability that the High Lords will unite as you said? Chin Mo asked. They don't know what you told me, and they can't have any luck in their hearts. Plus I'm trying my best to create an atmosphere that will inevitably start a war. Gilliman raised his head and thought for a while, then gave a definite probability value, 9 out of 10. Where is the difference in the remaining 10%? Chin Mo asked again. The Forge General. Gilliman lowered his head and recalled what he saw about the recent situation of the Mechanicus. The previous Forge General died 8 years ago, and the new Forge General has only recently started to be elected. I'm not sure who this new Forge General will be, so I can't judge whether he supports me or not, so the difference lies in the Forge General. Is it possible that the new Forge General is Belisarius Cawl? Chin Mo asked again. Gilliman shook his head without thinking. You know how bad Call's reputation is within the Mechanicus. Even if I force Call to be the Forge General, I can't do it. Speaking of this, Chin Mo closed his eyes and pondered for a while. In the end, out of absolute trust in Gilliman, he decided not to ask about the new Forge General of the Mechanicus. Even if the new Forge General opposes Gilliman, Gilliman has a way to mediate. If he can't do this, I'm afraid the regent position and power have long been hollowed out. I will return to Terra immediately and hold a meeting. Gilliman walked to the side of the armor stand. Wait for my good news, trust me, leave it to me. As long as you do anything, I won't worry at all. Chin Mo smiled and nodded. The communication is over. Chapter 1013. Watching Chin Mo's projection disappear, Gilliman slowly exhaled, took a deep breath, his expression became serious, and his mood became extremely heavy. Gilliman did not need to kill any powerful enemy, nor did he need to face a terrible enemy now, but for him, the next thing to do was still a hard battle. This matter was just as he and Chin Mo said, to argue with the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council about the upcoming war. In terms of spirit, this was undoubtedly a hard battle. What needs to be done must be done. Gilliman did not avoid or hesitate. When he left the room, he gave orders to the champion guards outside the door, asking them to transmit information to Terra and inform the High Lords to attend the emergency meeting. Originally, this process was complicated and lengthy. Due to the limitations of superliminal communication, the transmission of information across galaxies was extremely dependent on astropaths, but the efficiency of these people who played riddles in the subspace was terrible. But now it is different from the past. The Empire no longer needs to use astropathic communication to transmit information, because the superluminal messenger ships sailing back and forth are more stable than subspace communications in most cases. In addition, at the end of the Golden Crusade, Talon did not terminate its alliance with the Empire, but extended the alliance for 120 years to prevent possible retaliation from the enemies of the universe after the Golden Crusade. It is still the renewal period of the alliance, so the Empire can use several superluminal communication lines under the Talon communication system for superluminal communication over extremely long distances. Every time Gilliman held an emergency meeting remotely without having to go to Terra in person, it was because of the communication lines. This time is no exception. When Gilliman entered a hall in the stone fortress that was specially used for remote meetings with the Primarchs and the Imperial high-ranking officials, who were not present, the Supreme Lords of the Imperial High Lords Council had been waiting for him for a long time in the form of holographic projection. Except for the new Forge General, who had not yet officially taken office, all the other Supreme Lords were present. Today I only want to say one thing, that is, we must be prepared for a full-scale war with the Necromancers, and cannot have any flukes. Gilliman had some hatred, some annoyance, and some fatigue towards the Supreme Lords. So he was too lazy to say anything nice and pleasant to the ears. He came straight to the point in this meeting without any euphemisms, because for these elites among the elites, no matter how euphemistic the words were, they were no different from plain words. And such a simple and straightforward sentence was instantly understood by the Supreme Lords. That is, as the Regent, Gilliman needed to unite them, at least on the surface, and then cooperate with the Regent's intention to start the huge war machine of the Empire, so that the Empire could fight and maintain normal operation. The Supreme Lords present represent the interests of all forces in the Empire except the Space Marines. From the Imperial Navy to the Astra Militarum, from religion to taxation, from the open military departments to the assassins in the shadows. The High Lords Council itself can be seen as the embodiment of the huge ruling entity of the Empire. Without their cooperation, many departments and ruling institutions of the Empire cannot function normally, and Gilliman cannot easily realize his intentions. We should have given up the fluke of not going to war long ago. The Pope of the State Church suddenly spoke loudly. Then there was a round of echoes. Start the war! Start the war! For the Emperor, for Holy Terra, for humanity. The Orpheus sector has been liberated. The Imperial sword composed of the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, and the Space Marines will surely be unstoppable and recapture one sector after another from those damned skeletons. The Astra Militarum is already ready. Except for the Forge General, who was not present, and had not yet taken office, all the Supreme Lords expressed their extremely enthusiastic and obedient attitudes. But Gilliman had no expression on his face. The High Noble's bold words and firm attitude. Their superficial support for the Regent was like a torrent that suddenly hit the dam, leaving nothing behind and stirring nothing up. Because Gilliman had seen through the hypocrisy behind that enthusiasm and firmness. Since Gilliman returned and assumed the duties of Regent, until now, those who dared to directly jump out and oppose have disappeared. It does not mean that there will be no opponents among the remaining people, but the opposition will be more gentle and tactful. Gilliman had even guessed what the High Lords would do next. Although we are of the same mind, we still have to vote according to procedure. Believe me, this is not necessary at all. The Regent's order to prepare for war will only have one final result, that is, it will be quickly passed by the entire Parliament and then implemented, and then we will each do our own thing. The High Lords talk to each other. The new Forging General has not officially taken office yet. How can we go through the procedures when he is not here? Just draft the Regent's will and notify the new Forging General after he takes office. Some even considered Gilliman from his perspective, and their words were like Calgar and the four heroes, who followed the lead of the Primarch. I heard that the new Forge General has arrived on Terra, so it's okay for everyone to wait for him. We have our procedures, and the Forge General has his own procedures when he takes office. While the High Lords were talking, Gilliman sat in a chair with his head down, his eyes were not on other people, and he was not even paying attention. He was thinking, how good would it be if the Empire didn't have so many threats? There is no need to compromise with these people, nor to worry about doing something to them and causing the Empire to shut down and then be powerless to resist when foreign enemies invade. Whether it is hard or soft, there is always a way to deal with these people, instead of having to work with them like now. For some reason, Gilliman suddenly remembered a thing he had talked about with Chin Mo when he was alone. This thing is that if the Emperor has a button, he can get up from the throne and act for an hour by pressing it, but the price is that a High Lord will die when the button is pressed. Obviously the Emperor would press the button until smoke came out. While Gilliman was laughing at what he was thinking, Calgar suddenly walked into the hall and whispered something in the ear of the Gene Father. Gilliman nodded expressionlessly, then looked at all the Supreme Lords. Since you think we should wait for the opinion of the new Forge General, then we will wait. The Supreme Lords immediately explained that they did not have to wait for the Forge General, but were briefly discussing the fastest way to get the Regent order passed in the Parliament. However, Gilliman no longer listened to any of the High Lord's words. He knew that the reason why the new Forge General did not appear in this meeting was definitely because the other High Lords had interfered and used various methods to delay the new Forge General's appointment and participation in the meeting. The High Lords were good at this, so good that Gilliman could only guess that the High Lords really did it, but there was no evidence to prove that they did it. Chapter 1014. Time passed in silence. When someone suggested to Gilliman that the High Lords Council should suspend the meeting to welcome the Forge General, who might be in trouble, Gilliman responded with a silent gesture. The High Lords stood still. These people whispered to each other and gloated over the misfortune, but they did not express their thoughts. From Gilliman's perspective, these people just stood there with their heads down and said nothing, like dead people. The High Lords have reached a state where they say nothing and have no reaction on the surface, but because they know each other too well, they can know each other's thoughts and mentality in their hearts, as if they can directly see and hear each other's words and deeds. They did use some tricks to make the trip of the new Forge General to Terra have some twists and turns, so that he could not attend the meeting before Gilliman ran out of patience. Just as the High Lords had such thoughts, a sound of footsteps came from the corridor outside the hall. The footsteps sounded unusually heavy, indicating that the person who made such footsteps was very heavy. Thinking of this, the Supreme Lords were all suspicious, and at the same time, they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Until the door of the hall was completely opened. Kaldar, who ran in and whispered a few words to Gilliman and left, seemed to have conveyed some military information and entered the hall first. After Kaldar, a huge warrior, stood sideways against the door. The two people behind him appeared in everyone's sight. A man in a red robe, leaning on a gear scepter, dressed as a Mechanicus sage, hunched over. A general, who was obviously the commander of the Mechanicus Scutarii, with armor directly embedded in his fleshless body, holding his belt with his left hand, and his right hand on the hilt of his sword, holding his head high and chest out, extremely arrogant. These two people were clearly the new Forge General, and the military commander, who was inseparable from him. The High Lords did not react on the surface, acting very naturally, and not at all surprised. But they were all wondering in their hearts why this bastard didn't go to Terra to polish the program, but went straight to the stone fortress. As someone who had heard Kaldar say that the Forge General had come, Gilliman shouldn't have been surprised, but he was still very surprised. It wasn't because the Forge General didn't delay time on Terra, but came directly to the stone fortress, but because of the identity of the new Forge General. Vic? Gilliman stared at the body of the new Forge General. Are you the new Forge General? Before you, as the Regent, personally conferred my status, I was not the Forge General, but the ruling sage of Agrippina. Vic made a gear salute, and the flesh and blood face installed for diplomacy and mediation smiled. But now that you have conferred it in person, I am the Forge General. Gilliman stared at Vic. The Primarch had very complicated feelings. Vic, the ruling sage of Agrippina. This guy once accompanied the Inquisition to inspect the Talon sector as Belisarius Corps' deputy, and then became the ruling sage by accident during the Agrippina Defense War during the Imperial Defense Black Crusade. Later, during the defense of Tyrone, Vic organized an expedition within the Mechanicus, calling on many Forge worlds to contribute manpower and money to carry out the pilgrimage expedition. Then, he was quiet for a while. Even though he did not participate in the Golden Expedition, one could guess who was behind him with his toes. The Supreme Lords might unite to exclude this person, who was too close to the Tyrone people, and then set off a round of internal strife. But in addition to worrying, Gilliman also felt a little happy, because he felt that Vic's appearance was like Sheen Emos secretly helping him. At least the Supreme Lord had such a person around him, so he didn't have to argue with all the Supreme Lords in the future. I didn't expect you to be the new Forge General. I haven't heard of this at all. Gilliman held his forehead and slowly exhaled. No wonder. Your Adeptus Mechanicus is relatively independent, and I'm not on Terra. Isn't the Regent worried that I will cause a civil war in the Adeptus Mechanicus? Vic suddenly asked. Gilliman suddenly looked at the other Supreme Lords, and was surprised that Vic could ask such a question so directly in this occasion. But the other Supreme Lords were expressionless and motionless. Gilliman then realized that everything around him had stopped for a short time. Lord Talon really gave you a lot of good things. Gilliman smiled and shook his head. I used to worry that if you intended to compete for the position of Forge General, it might lead to a civil war, but now that you have been selected as the Forge General, and have been pushed out to represent the interests of the Mechanicus, it's fine. Hearing this, Vic smiled, sighed, and sighed. It is not easy to gain recognition within the Mechanicus. Being close to Talon is not a big problem, but having worked with Call before, he became the Forge General partly because of the reputation he has accumulated over the past 100 years, and partly because of his influence. He holds the STC in his left hand, and the doctrine of who is the real OM Messiah in his right hand. He openly shares the former to gain fame, and secretly promotes the latter. In addition, the STC that can improve the Forge world, which is like a mountain of shit code, really makes Sage Vic famous. But Vic does not think that he represents the interests of the Mechanicus, as Gilliman said. The election of the Forge General is an extremely complicated matter. He only dares to say that most of the people in the Mechanicus support him, and this majority has affected the appointment of the Forge General, that's all. After sighing in his heart, Vic glanced at the Supreme Lords and talked about the important things at the moment. After I arrived at Terra, I found that everything was not going well, just like OM Messiah did not allow me to take office as the Forge General. At that time, I guessed that these guys were trying to prevent me from taking office on time, but they did not seem to target me alone, but they are putting pressure on me. You guessed right. Gilliman looked down on the Supreme Lords. They don't want to start a war. They try every means to put pressure on me, and use me as a wishing machine to let me find a way to avoid war, but now war is really unavoidable. Vic lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his hand, and the Supreme Lords, who had just been frozen as if isolated from the entire space, all returned to normal. The Adeptus Mechanicus will make full preparations for the upcoming war. Vic glanced at the Supreme Lords. Just like you and the imperial institutions you represent. The Supreme Lords did not hesitate at all, and echoed Vic's words, expressing their support as firmly as at the beginning of the meeting, and then quickly completed the process, issuing a war preparation order in the name of the High Lords Council and the Regent, as smooth as if these Supreme Lords really fully supported Gilliman. Chapter 10:15. As Gilliman finalized the Empire's future response to the Necrons, and as Vec, who had become the Forge General, appeared and had the final say, the High Lords were finally unable to indirectly oppose the Primarch's orders in any way. The projections of the High Lords dissipated with Gilliman's impatient wave, and the entire conference room fell into a quiet and silent atmosphere again. Gilliman slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and his body, which had been sitting upright, also slumped. Vic saw the Primarch covering his face with his two big hands helplessly, his white hair trembling with his heavy breathing. This was a weak performance that the Primarch should not show to outsiders. As the regent of the Empire, Gilliman must always maintain a stronger and more powerful side than other Primarchs in front of outsiders, but he now looks very painful and uncomfortable, like a frustrated middle-aged man. Vic did not think this was the true performance of the Primarch. In his opinion, Gilliman's weakness despite his presence was just a means of control. You can return to Terra now. Gilliman lowered his hand that was covering his face. Vic saluted with the gears and turned to leave. At this moment, Gilliman suddenly called him. Wait, I have a question for you. Vic stopped, and his two cold electronic eyes turned 180 degrees with his head to look at the Primarch. You? No, most of the Mechanicus you represent believe that the true Messiah of OM is the Lord of Talon? Gilliman stared at the corner of the empty conference room and asked in a flat tone. Vic was surprised by such a straightforward question. He had expected Gilliman to ask relevant questions, but he never dreamed that it would be such a straightforward question, as straightforward as the Lord of Talon. No doubt. Vic nodded, as you guessed, yes. Gilliman did not react, because he had already guessed that he was not really asking this question to seek an answer he knew. Vic knew this, so he continued, Do you know Vashtor? I know. Gilliman nodded, I once entered Vashtor's lair with your own Messiah, and I know it is dead. Vashtor is a minor god in the warp. As far as I know, the continuous arms race and weapons massacre from the war in heaven to the present have nourished it. Vic spoke incessantly as if he was telling a story. Half of the Mechanicus split off in a catastrophe 10,000 years ago. They are Vashtor's followers. No matter what they believe in, their unrestrained use of dark technology and unforbidden research undoubtedly provide faith for Vashtor. And the same is true for the Mechanicus. Compared to the traitors 10,000 years ago, the Mechanicus is not clean now. Some people speculate who the OM Messiah is. Some think it is the Emperor. Some think it is not. Some think it may be the Dragon of Mars sealed in the Martian labyrinth. This kind of inconsistency in faith will lead to the spiritual power being supplied to different objects. If it is the Emperor, it is not bad, but if it is supplied to Vashtor, it will be bad. It was hard for Gilliman not to agree with what Vic said. He had a good relationship with the great sage Call, and was well aware of the problems within the Mechanicus. Since the other head of the Imperial double-headed eagle was relatively independent, and had advanced technology, it was hard for people on the Imperial side to imagine how many dark and taboo things there were within the Mechanicus. There would definitely be people who could respond to them, such as a lesser god in the warp. So you think that if the faith of the Mechanicus was concentrated on someone who would not be distorted by the faith, it would be a good way to solve the problem, right? Gilliman said. Vic nodded, obviously. Gilliman thought about it, then nodded. Vic performed the gear salute again. Gilliman suddenly spoke again. Who you believe in is an internal matter of your Mechanicus. You are the Forge General. Logically, I cannot directly order you to let the Mechanicus do anything, but I must remind you that the Mechanicus must develop in a good direction, and don't let the Forge General just be replaced by someone else. Hearing this, Vic was puzzled. He hadn't figured out what Gilliman meant by developing in a good direction. Clear goals and clear execution are the habits of the Mechanicus. They like things that are logical and not abstract. Gilliman continued to explain. Do you know what I hate most about you? I hate the fact that you make the people in the world you manage live in hell. You have seen everything in Talon. You should be aware of this problem and find ways to improve it. From a management perspective, this is obviously impossible. Vic said a refusal without hesitation. As Gilliman clenched his fist, Vic continued to say the rest. But if I turn this management issue into a religious issue, this is possible. Under the gaze of the Primarch, Vic slowly said what he had planned long ago. If I ask a manager of a Forge world to improve the environment, he will refuse without hesitation because he thinks it is a waste of resources. But if I say that the kingdom of Om Messiah's attention to the living environment of workers is a gift and mercy, and it is proof that God loves believers rather than just machines, then he will feel that improving the environment is a very necessary religious belief investment. I have a way. Gilliman finally smiled. Lord Talon chose you a long time ago, very wisely. Because you know the Mechanicus too well. After speaking, Gilliman looked at Vic, and after a few seconds of silence, he pointed at him. You can choose 5 guards from my champions. They will protect you from being assassinated by opponents within the Mechanicus. How can someone chosen by God be assassinated? Vic stretched out all his arms. I once went to persuade a Forge world to join me, and the local sage sent an assassin. The assassin came when I was preaching religion, and I drove away all the guards around me, and let the assassin kill me. And then? Gilliman became serious. He felt that one of Vic's shortcomings was that he was too fanatical. The assassin used multiple hot melts to shoot holes all over my body. At that time, my head was rotten like a honeycomb. Then I stood there, and I recovered in 2 breaths of the oxygen supply system. Vic's body did not look like it had been bombed by hot melt. Then I forgave the lost lamb who assassinated me in front of everyone in the name of Om Messiah. After that, the entire Forge world became my most fanatical follower. After hearing Vic's story, Gilliman laughed and said, You religious lunatics are really good at playing tricks. Vic was not dissatisfied with this statement at all. In his opinion, the Primarch was a person outside the Adeptus Mechanicus, and was essentially the same as the state religion. In fact, he was incompatible with the Adeptus Mechanicus. The new Forge General had no more words to communicate with the Primarch, and left the meeting room with his military commander. Chapter 10:16. After watching the Forge General leave, Gilliman sat in a chair and thought carefully. The Primarch spent less than 10 seconds thinking about Vic's safety, the acceptance of the High Lord's Council, the internal contradictions of the Mechanicus, the future reform of the Mechanicus, religious beliefs. This series of issues were all thought out by the Primarch's brain at the same time. After determining that the priority of these matters was far lower than that of the Necrons, the enemy, Gilliman waved his hand and directed the communication to Qin Mo. The communication was quickly connected, and Qin Mo's projection appeared in the conference room. Gilliman had already talked to him before the large meeting of the High Lord's Council, and now Qin Mo seemed to be traveling faster than light in the void. Vic is actually the new Forging General. Gilliman first talked about the Forging General. He? Qin Mo was obviously stunned for a moment. He is actually the new Forging General? This sage entered the High Lord's Council so quietly. Gilliman touched his head. I thought you brought this guy here to help me. No. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he can really help you with matters related to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Qin Mo said. Gilliman nodded. The matter about Vic was temporarily forgotten, and the Primarch said what he really wanted to say. I have found a way to make the High Lord's Council openly accept the war with those skeletons. The Empire will mobilize next. How many troops can the Empire mobilize? Is it higher than the Golden Crusade? Qin Mo asked. It will be much higher than the Golden Crusade. Gilliman stood up from his chair, walked to the porthole, and looked at the huge array of weapons in the stone fortress. Before the Golden Crusade, I tried to improve the Empire's mobilization system. I succeeded. With the promotion of the Dimensional Engine, the establishment of a new communication system, and the new improvement plan I designed for the Astra Militarum and the Astartes, the new mobilization system was successfully established. In this war, the Empire will mobilize hundreds of billions of mortal armies. In addition to those Astartes, who have adhered to their duties, all Astartes, who have been reorganized into legions, can also participate in the war. This is the most extreme mobilization. After listening to what Gilliman said, Chi Nemo calculated for a while. He felt that Gilliman had developed the Empire's advantages to the limit so far. There are countless worlds in the Empire's territory, and the population is naturally countless. This is the basis of the Empire's huge size, and the basis for the Empire to still stand despite Abaddon's various expeditions that bled the Empire. Gilliman can be called the strongest ruler, because he can make full use of all advantages to improve the situation of the Empire, and he can handle countless things at the same time. The dense white hair on his head, which is as big as a small engine, is proof that a big thing has been done. This is the tragedy of mankind. Gilliman suddenly said, "We have many powerful weapons, but these weapons are not powerful enough to fill all the gaps between us and the enemy, which requires us to stack numbers to seek to expand our advantages. This will not be a long-lasting sadness." Chi Nemo said, "The Talon sector will equip the Astra Militarum with the latest weapons that can directly destroy the necromancers without giving them a chance to regenerate. With a huge numerical advantage and advanced weapons, our chances of winning will be greatly improved." Gilliman nodded. "I am thankful for this. At least not all humans have to rely on a technological religion to slowly produce weapons and equipment." Chi Nemo did not respond. He found that Gilliman had become particularly vicissitudes and sadness at this time, as if something had affected Gilliman. In the later period of the Golden Crusade, in order to prevent the war from being delayed and expanded, I have ordered the implementation of a new mobilization plan. Countless star regions and countless imperial worlds have begun large-scale conscription, and countless worlds have been transformed into industrial worlds to maintain the logistics of a larger-scale star army. As he spoke, Gilliman turned his head and cast a sad look at Chi Nemo. Countless men and women were mobilized. They may come from a world similar to the Middle Ages, or from an idyllic world, or from a prosperous and advanced world. They were found by the Empire's logistics department operators, and directly stuffed into transport ships, and sent to fortress worlds like Cadia for military training. Then, the statues of the emperors on these worlds began to cry, whether they were on the National Church Square or in the homes of civilians, all of them were crying. The weather in the whole world became gloomy, and the continuous and unaccumulated drizzle kept falling on these worlds. Whenever the operators of the logistics department arrive at a world, the world will have the vision I mentioned. The emperor is crying, the throne is crying. It's as if the emperor already knows the fate of hundreds of billions of men and women, and the price that the human empire will pay after going to war with those skeletons. After saying this, Gilliman suddenly felt a little relieved. At least he still had a good friend with whom he could tell the truth, and he didn't have to be alone in this universe and always show his toughest side to others. Chi Nemo was silent for a long time. This was not the first time that the emperor cried. He had cried in 500.M41. His current state made him suffer the pain of tearing his will in the past, present and future, but he never told or cried for his experience. When the fate of the human species entered the turning point in the 41st millennium, the emperor shed tears for the fate of the human species. What does the state religion say? Chi Nemo finally spoke. The state religion claimed that these were the emperor's tragic tears, because the drizzle on many worlds dispelled plagues and diseases, and repaired the bodies of disabled people. So the Pope said that this was the emperor encouraging humans to join a holy war that was sure to win, but the emperor shed tears for the warriors who were about to die in the holy war. Gilliman said, "This has greatly boosted the morale of the empire. People in some religious worlds, and even the entire world, have joined the Astra Militarum. This has also made it easier for me to convince the High Lords. But we all know the real reason." "Yeah." Chi Nemo nodded. The conversation between the two fell into silence again. A few minutes later, Chi Nemo said, "I can't say anything bold. I can only guarantee that Talon will ensure that every Astra Militarum ally will get sufficient supplies and life protection, and the casualties of the war will be reduced to the lowest possible level." Gilliman nodded, "Thank you." Chi Nemo was silent for a while, and said goodbye. The communication ended. At this time, Calgar walked into the conference room. When he wanted to report a matter to his Gene father, Gilliman turned back to the way the regent of the empire should be. Chapter 1017. Because the war that overwhelmed the internal conflicts was about to come, the Triumvirate, the most powerful of the Necrons, convened a discussion on war affairs. The two Hierophants in the Triumvirate sat side by side, while the head of the council, the silent King Zolok, sat in a higher position than the two Hierophants. Countless living metal skeletons filled the council hall of the highest authority of the Necrons, but there were no warriors, no guards, no followers, only the hierophants and overlords at the peak of power of each dynasty, and the most respected judicial officers. The Thamon and overlords loyal to Zalek stood behind the Silent King. Directly opposite them was the Storm King Imatek and his followers. This meeting seemed to be a joint discussion, but the opposition was already apparent just in the positions, and this meeting was originally held at the forefront of the confrontation between Zalek and Imatek. At the time of the meeting, the Grand Justice serving Zalek had announced to everyone everything that had happened so far, and warned the dynasties that war was bound to come. According to the process and tradition, the Grand Justice had to select the temporary supreme military commander according to Zalek's opinion to lead the entire race to win the next war. When everyone was wondering who would be the selected commander, the Grand Justice selected the Emperor of the Cologne dynasty in the name of Zalek. "I will lead the war." Emperor Cologne raised his hand and pointed at himself. Looking around, his eyes fell on his brother, who was the overlord of the dynasty. "Honorable King of Silence, is this your opinion?" Although he had heard that the Grand Justice had chosen him, Emperor Cologne still couldn't believe it. This dynasty was a marginal dynasty, and was forced to stand on the side of Zalek when Imatek and Zalek confronted each other. Although the Emperor's younger brother, Overlord Cologne, suggested that his brother clearly expressed the neutrality of the dynasty in this racial infighting, the Emperor still wanted to take a gamble. Now this election is like the result of a gamble. No matter why Zalek chose the Cologne dynasty, leading the war and becoming the supreme military commander, this dynasty can get everything they could not get before. Of course, this is what the most noble and final Silent King meant. The Grand Justice responded to Pope Cologne's question loudly, "Don't make me say it a second time. Praise the Silent King." Popular Cologne stepped forward to the throne and knelt in front of the three popes of the triumvirate. A heavy sound of footsteps rang out. Imatek's extremely heavy body rushed behind Pope Cologne before everyone's observation system could react. His armored hand pressed on the top of the Pope's head, and with a slight force, he pulled out the head and metal spine from the weak body. "Our species is facing a war. Why don't you choose me as the most suitable candidate?" Imatek casually threw away the head of Emperor Cologne, and his deep roar resounded throughout the entire Parliament Hall. Seeing Storm King Imatek make such a move, the guards of the Three Holy Council immediately stepped forward, pointing their phased spears directly at Imatek. Facing these elite warriors guarding the Three Holy Council, Imatek was not afraid at all, and swept his eyes of contempt for ants over the guards, and finally stared at Zalek. "Answer me." Imatek's body is different from other kings. As the king of the Sotek dynasty, who is the best at war, and the most belligerent, his body is the same as those powerful warriors, who often go to the battlefield, even stronger and heavier. This is a very barbaric thing in the eyes of other thin kings. "Are you sure you are willing to lead the war for the entire race at this time?" The Grand Justice spoke on behalf of Zalek. "The conflict between us is our own business, but the foreign war is not." Imatek's voice became even louder. "If we face a foreign war, even I am willing to devote myself to you and the entire species. As long as you appoint me as the military commander, I will immediately lead my followers into the war." Hearing this, as if he had been waiting for this sentence, the Grand Justice immediately conveyed Zalek's will, then select the king of the Sotek dynasty, the most powerful and warlike Storm King, to lead the entire war. Imatek was satisfied, saluted Zalek, and then turned around to look at the leaders of other dynasties. "Plots and tricks, these little tricks, can't bring real benefits. Our previous plots and tricks have backfired, causing the Kassa dynasty to awaken and intensify the conflict with humans, and the entire race is facing war. Now I will lead this war in accordance with the will of the King of Silence. I will let you know that only real iron and blood can bring us everything we want, not all kinds of despicable and ridiculous tricks." Imatek saluted Zalek and accepted the selection, but his words insulted Zalek without any disguise. The people standing on Zalek's side did not react. After all, the Silent King himself was still leaning on the right armrest of the throne, watching Imatek's confident look as if he was watching a play. Zalek was very happy that Imatek took the initiative to accept this election, which was exactly what he wanted. And Imatek was not stupid. He also knew that Zalek had a plan against him, but his choice was to be more careful when commanding the war next time, instead of refusing to take over the war affairs. Because Imatek wanted to use a complete victory to let the entire race know who is the most suitable leader for them. "How do you plan to command this war?" the Grand Justice asked. "It's very simple." Imatek opened his hands, and the results of the Sotek dynasty's information collection on humans and the Kassa dynasty were displayed in front of everyone. It was a star map, which accurately marked the routes where humans were mobilizing troops, as well as several star regions designated as the front line by humans. Imatech also knows a lot about humans. The two major forces within the human race are marked in blue and gold. The back of the human territory is the blue Talon sphere of influence, and the rest is the gold sphere of influence of the Empire. However, almost all the information Imatech collected was about the Empire's troop movements, supply routes, and war intentions. There were only a few transport fleet movements about Talon that could be observed by the Void Monitoring Station hundreds of light years away. I know the deployment of the human empire very well. And the Cassid dynasty, who hide in the dimension like a turtle, will not be our first enemy. When Imatech began to talk about his strategy, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Whether they hated him, opposed him, or wanted to kill him, they all had to admit the fact that in terms of war, Imatech did have more characteristics of a racial leader. Chapter 10:18. I will wage a war that will completely wipe out a species in the galaxy. Just as we wiped out the ancient saints. Imatech pointed his finger at the entire human species. Just as he was about to continue preaching his great strategy, the overlord of the Quarren dynasty sneered, "The war you are about to wage has no glory, because we can make humans unilaterally transparent to us in terms of military information just by relying on the generation gap in technology. You are just a giant extending his feet to ants. Watch your words." Imatech turned his head to look at the overlord who dared to challenge him. The heavy gravity instantly pressed the overlord to the ground, unable to move. I did not use advanced information collection technology. Even if I used technology, I could know how many hairs the other commander had, but I hate war without game. The information I collected was obtained through traditional and fair channels. Every piece of information you see is. The previously quiet people of the dynasties suddenly started to communicate with each other, trying to figure out what fair and traditional methods Imatech used to collect such detailed information. Some people thought that the human empire was too large and clumsy, and they couldn't even fill the technological gap, let alone collect and counter-collect information from Imatech, who had fought against the old saints. Some people thought that Imatech still used advanced information collection technology, and perhaps the most powerful astrologer Orican helped it. Some people think that Imatech is just talking nonsense, and everything he shows is fake. Only the Silent King Zolek and several strategists believe that what Imatech shows is real, not only the results of his information collection on humans, but also the weaknesses of this arrogant military commander. On a personal level, Imatech is arrogant, but he is calm and composed when commanding a war. When these two characteristics come together, he becomes a careless military commander. You undoubtedly made a heroic contribution in the war against the ancient saints. Someone questioned, but now we are like the ancient saints back then. The human empire is not the biggest enemy to deal with in this war. The despicable star gods have chosen a new livestock race. How do you deal with a human force named Talon? Humans have the same reproductive ability as cancer cells. When their numerical advantage is combined with their material advantage, they can be regarded as a real opponent. Imatech responded calmly, and I will make them divided and hostile. As soon as the words fell, there was silence in the triumvirate council hall, and then, there was a mechanical laugh simulated by the sound device. Make them divided? They just took on the responsibility that our race should have taken on, which is to close the eye of terror. The leaders of these two human forces are good at mediation and cooperation, and their cooperation is close. How can you make them divided and hostile? The voices of doubt came from behind Zolek. The green light that flashed when Imatech spoke was brighter, but no sound came out of its sound device. After 2 seconds of silence, the Storm King responded to all doubts coldly. You are not qualified to ask me questions. You just need to understand what you should know, and then hand over your army to me. I will lead the army to win victory after victory amid the doubts of you insects, just like I did when I faced the ancient saints in the War of Heaven. After saying this, Imatech did not follow the procedure to salute, nor did he thank Zolek for his selection, nor did he express polite thanks to the judicial officers. He just turned around and left with his followers. After leaving the disgusting triumvirate, Imatech met with the top leaders of the Sotek dynasty on his tomb ship. Internal strife is a flaw that is difficult for any intelligent species to get rid of, even for mechanical creatures that only play the role of the Necronter. There are conflicts between the dynasties, and the same is true within the Sotek dynasty. When the Storm King summoned the high-ranking officials of the dynasty, this meeting was exactly the same as the previous one in some form. Imatech sat on the highest throne, and the overlords, who reached an agreement with each other and shared the same goal, stood together in groups of 3 or 5, and then stood opposite to another group of overlords. There was only one person who did not have a group, and that was Zodek, the crown general of the Sotek dynasty, who stood in the corner. It was not because the old general was so loyal and hated infighting. but because it had reached the point where no one was willing to pay attention to it. The Necrons, the robots who act as the descendants of the Necronter, generally maintain the habits of the Necronter period. For example, they can obviously communicate instantly, but they insist on using a voice device to simulate speaking. Some people think this is crazy. And Zodek is the craziest. It fights with humans, and after winning, it does not kill the enemy, but follows the ancient war etiquette of the Necronter to treat the enemy with courtesy, and then raise the enemy. As a heavyweight military figure of the Sotek dynasty, Imatek still hopes that Zodek can continue to be crazy, so that it will not pose a threat. Before discussing war affairs, Imatek had to deal with a small matter first. As it sent a signal to its guards, the guards immediately brought a human to the Storm King. It was a weak human, but with a strong body, wearing a black power armor full of gaps. If the Space Marines of the Black Templar were present, they would rush up without hesitation and use their lives to exchange for the survival of this human, because the person brought to Imatek was the Black Templar Grand Marshal Hyperion. When the Black Templars faced the Sotek dynasty, Imatek once designed to kill almost all the Centurion-level commanders of the Black Templars. There was also a trophy in that battle, which was the Hyperion in front of him. Prepare a ship for it. Imatek ordered his servants. His order was not questioned at all, even if he wanted to let this super warrior among humans go. After giving the order, the Storm King stood up from the throne and walked in front of Hyperion. This once powerful warrior was tortured by the beetles that sucked his nutrition and blood, and became extremely weak. I give you, this respectable warrior, a second life and a second chance to face me. Imatek grabbed Hyperion's head with one hand and lifted the body of this sturdy space warrior directly. Then Hyperion's right hand was grabbed by Imatek's other hand and torn off. Go back and prepare well, hone your martial arts, and then challenge me again. By the way, help me convey a message to the leader of your race, that is, you are about to become extinct. Chapter 1019. In the Dark Void, the Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet docked at the junction of two galaxies, and the Celestial Engine provided supplies for this huge fleet. Soon, the Dark Angel's fleet, guided by the beacon on the Celestial Engine, arrived at the docking place of the Invincible fleet and merged with this fleet. After a tiny transport plane traveled back and forth between the glorious humanity and the Invincible Truth, the Dark Angel's leader Azrael and his genetic father Lion L. Johnson arrived on the flagship of the Tyrone Navy. The commanders of the two fleets met in the magnificent bridge. For diplomatic reasons, Ryan only brought Azrael and not his own guards. On the Tyrone Navy side, the representative of the Star region was of course Fleet Marshal Adam, but there was another person in the bridge as the commander of the army transport ship in the fleet. This person was Gray, the head of the Lord of Tyrone's guards. Perfect cooperation. Perfect cooperation. The Primarch shook hands with Marshal Adam and Gray one by one. The two fleets joined forces to participate in the war in the frontline war zone designated by Gilliman. At this time, 2 months had passed since Gilliman and the High Lords Council issued the war order. This time was extremely sufficient for the mobilization of the Tyrone Navy and Army, but it was not enough for the mobilization of the Empire's armed forces. Fortunately, Gilliman had not been idle before. He had started planning the war against the undead several years ago. He had also long since designated the frontline war zone and asked Lion to mobilize the army and navy. The Empire did not need too much time to mobilize the troops. 30% of the troops planned to participate in the war were already in the frontline war zone. I didn't see Lord Tyrone this time. Won't he be in charge of the war? Ryan walked to the seat in the corner of the bridge and sat down, asking Gray. Lord Tyrone has important things to do. At least in the early stages of the war, he probably won't be in charge of the war. Gray turned around and looked at Adam, who turned around and looked at the communications officer in the bridge. Then the order for the fleet to set sail again was quickly spread to the entire fleet, and the merged fleet set sail again to the war zone. The Dark Angel's fleet was also included in the FTL force field. Before the sailors in the engine room of the fleet could react, the entire fleet was already being carried by the FTL force field to sail at FTL. The FTL engine used by the Dark Angels was undoubtedly a dimensional engine, but the fleet did not enter the dimensional space, but instead sailed at FTL without entering the dimensional space, looking like a group of pixels running around in the universe. Ryan raised his eyebrows at this time, looking at Adam. Your departure order was just issued, but when I said this, your fleet started sailing at FTL. How did you do it? Have you optimized your command and communication system? No comment. Adam, standing with his hands behind his back, shook his head. Marshal Tyrone was concerned about confidentiality. But Chinamo placed Gray in the fleet not just to let him handle the affairs of the army transport ship, but also for many other considerations such as diplomacy. So Gray played a role at this time. We and the Empire have entered a similar alliance status as in the Golden Expedition period. We have signed an information sharing agreement on advantages and disadvantages, so we don't need to keep it secret from this pre-march. Just tell him everything you can say under the restrictions of the information sharing agreement. Ha, he's right, we have to fight together. Ryan smiled and nodded. Adam then spoke. In order to deal with those skeletons, we have made a lot of preparations and carried out improvements in all aspects, including a new command system. We used a communication device that can transmit orders for several days in the future to the person receiving the order several days in advance, so it can achieve the effect of immediate command. Hearing this, Ryan thought for a while, and was obviously surprised. When this command system was tested before, it was always interfered by the psychic energy that permeated the real universe, but now that the Eye of Terror is gone, it is very useful. Gray handed Ryan a refreshing drink. Ryan took the drink, took a sip, and also followed the information sharing agreement. My flagship is equipped with a weapon used by the human navy 20,000 years ago. I don't know what the principle is, but it has a 100% hit rate anyway. We can formulate some local tactics around the use of this weapon. Your first legion is more than one good thing, right? Gray asked with a smile. The guard's actions just now won Ryan's favor and trust. In addition, the current situation is special, so Ryan admitted without hesitation. That's why I brought my legion commander here. Azrael took out a data tablet and handed it to Adam. The use rate of data tablets in the Empire in the past was not as high as parchment, because this thing is really easy to make mistakes. But now data tablets have become very reliable, so even Space Marines have begun to use this thing that is much better than parchment on a large scale. Adam took the data board and took a look. He found that it was a list of items in the Dark Angel's treasury. Everything that could be known to the Allies was written on it. Adam felt that the Dark Angels probably didn't hide much, because even items such as hate intelligence and iron men, which were absolutely taboo in the Empire, were written on the list. I have as many good things as you do. Ryan said. The list has the specific use of each collection. Remember to abide by the principle of never leaking information to third parties in the information sharing agreement. Don't let this thing leak out, otherwise a civil war in the Empire will break out when we fight with the skeletons. Adam memorized the contents on the data pad, and then deleted the information that the Dark Angel only shared with friendly forces. After the military commanders of the two camps gained personal trust in each other in this alliance, they officially began to discuss matters related to the war. How many Imperial troops are there in the frontline war zone? Gray and Ryan walked side by side to the tactical table. Ryan was already familiar with the tactical table. When Gray helped to activate this advanced thing, he activated it based on his experience in the Golden Expedition, and then answered the guard. About 10 billion. 10 billion? Gray was stunned for a moment. Do you count the PDFs in the frontline war zone world? No, it's the Astra Militarum. Ryan shook his head. I know your impression of the Astra Militarum is that the number of elite troops in these Imperial mortal troops is very small compared to the size of the Empire. Millions of casualties are already a large number that is enough to collapse the military affairs department, but things are different now. I have to thank my brother Robert for this. Ryan slid the tactical table, and the Imperial military affairs information shared by the Invincible Truth was presented, and dense Astra Militarum unit logos were projected. The new Astra Militarum is not a new recruit, but a group of elite PDFs from various war zones in the Empire. The newly recruited soldiers just replaced their positions. Chapter 1020. How much do we know about the enemy? After talking about the Astra Militarum, Ryan talked about another more important military matter. Adam snapped his fingers, and the tactical table immediately presented what they needed to know according to his intention, that is, a direct display of enemy information. All the information on it came from the Celestial Engine. This symbol of the Void Armed Forces of the Talon Star region, the spiritual totem of the military fans of the entire star region, and the product of an unimaginable miracle project have not been completely undeveloped over the years. In addition to the existing solar engine and planetary engine, the Celestial Engine also has 4 new artificial planet-level celestial bodies, as well as the satellites that these 4 artificial planets should have. There is an InSight engine covered with information detection arrays, and the 3 artificial satellites surrounding it are covered with signal amplification devices, which are used to send detection waves thousands of light years away. There is a super-fast light engine with hundreds of huge super light field generators, like mountains, and a logistics world dedicated to supplying the Navy and the Army, and a material engine that can directly control some physical laws, like a star god. The two original star god fragments are now imprisoned in the solar engine, responsible for providing energy for the entire celestial engine system. After all, the application technology of star god fragment energy has made rapid progress over the years. The Insight engine, which is running all the time, releases directional detection waves across thousands of light years. If this detection wave is not distorted and hidden by the material engine, it is enough to kill all carbon-based creatures in a fleet when passing by a fleet at a close distance. How many worlds are there along the way of the detection wave? How many resources and population are there in the world? These massive information from macro to micro can be collected and processed, and the Necrons, a race that relies heavily on matter, will inevitably be detected. The Lord of the First Legion looked at the information collection results presented on the tactical table with surprise. What Lion did not expect was that the tactically clumsy Necrons did not concentrate most of their forces where they wanted to attack, but dispersed them outside the frontline war zone divided by Gilliman. The scanning results of the Insight engine are real-time. When the Necrons are mobilizing their forces, even a transport ship rushing to the front line, and how many Necrons are in the transport ship, as well as which star system, and which world these Necrons are deployed in outside the war zone can be seen. If Ryan had to find fault with this information collection method, he could only find a single flaw. Why do the skeletons that are transferred to the front line appear directly where they want to go, as if they were teleporting? The process of mobilizing troops was skipped directly. Because they know we are watching them with the Insight engine. Gray replied, they use pocket dimensions to mobilize troops, which is why we see the enemy's troops teleporting. Is the pocket dimension undetectable? Ryan asked curiously. It's not impossible to detect, nor is it impossible to interfere. We can even use the material engine to close a pocket dimension, and let all the skeletons inside die inside. Gray shook his head, then pointed to a teleported necromancer transport ship on the star map presented on the tactical table. As we speak, the material engine is constantly closing these pocket dimensions, but no skeletons have died as a result. They are very experienced. They constantly create and crush pocket dimensions at the beginning, and then use the pocket dimension technology to mobilize troops to shuttle thousands of times in thousands of created pocket dimensions in a second. This is how to deal with our detection and interference. Gray explained the complicated reasons he heard from the researchers to Ryan in a way that was as simple and easy to understand as possible. After listening, Ryan looked at Azrael beside him. Did you understand? Azrael, who was thinking about something, raised his head. Ryan smiled and retracted his gaze. Looking at the deployment of the undead, he sighed. It's not that I can't understand the means by which the skeletons deal with the material engine, but I can't imagine how to create thousands of pocket dimensions, and travel thousands of times a second in these dimensions that should be isolated from each other. Even if there is only one of that kind of ghost thing, it will be easy for me to find it. Pocket dimension evasion is nothing. Their more powerful trick is to use pocket dimension to attack us directly, just like using psychic means, jumping out from the shadows or some corner to give us a knife. Gray said. Ryan looked around suspiciously. Then why didn't they appear here and behead us? Because the main control intelligence in the flagship is automatically searching for all abnormalities around our current space coordinates. If there is a tear or leakage at a location near the main dimension coordinate point of the real universe where we are, the material engine will be blocked. After saying that, Gray turned around and looked at the crew member in charge of monitoring the data in the bridge. While I'm talking now, how many times has the material engine been blocked? Gray asked. The crew member directly connected to the ship immediately answered, 214,907 times. Gray looked back at Ryan, shrugged and tilted his head. Damn it. Ryan touched the beard on his chin, his face solemn. I thought it was calm before our formal confrontation, but now we are in a confrontation. Is your main control intelligence computing power sufficient? There is an abomination intelligence on my flagship, which can use psychic technology to provide infinite computing power in the past and the future at the same time. If it comes in handy, it is better not to use psychic technology as much as possible. Gray replied, although our enemies are not good at psychic technology, they will use it. It is enough to use it to deal with our psychic technology instead of the ancient saints or the ancient elf empire. How can these skeletons use psychic power? Azrael, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked a question. The former Dark Angels chapter master, who was promoted to the Legion commander, thought of his close friend and subordinate Ezekiel. Ezekiel believed that his psychic power could help the Gene Father in the next war, so Azrael asked this question subconsciously. They cannot generate psychic energy, but perhaps they have obtained spoils from the ancient saints and the ancient elven. Gray looked at Azrael. You can think of our enemies as the dark relatives of the Eldar in the Battle of Comoros. They don't use psychic energy, but the psychic devices in their hands can be used directly, which is much more useful than psychics. After that, Gray stared at the tactical table for a while, and then said, "Fortunately, the opponent's use of psychic energy is only for self-defense, and now the Eye of Terror is closed again. This is still a war on the material level. As long as the enemy can understand with common sense, there is nothing to worry about." Ryan pointed to the new Orpheus Star Zone that was included in the war zone. "I propose to take the initiative to attack. This is a dangerous behavior, but I can profile the enemy commander at the military command level with a confrontation, and then speculate what they will do next. As long as the supplies you have transported to the war zone in advance can be in place, even if the initiative attack is not favorable, we can hold on until all the follow-up troops arrive at the front line." Chapter 1021. 2 days later, before the fleet arrived at the front line, Lion had already begun to command the Imperial Astra Militarum to take the initiative to attack the Necrons. The Imperial War Master stood in front of the tactical table. With the Insight Engine's meticulous information collection on the frontline situation and the Telonians' fast communication facilities, he was able to fully display his strategic talent. Lion had a deep understanding of every situation in the frontline war zone drawn by Gilliman. As he dragged and drew tactical maps on the tactical table, the garrison situation in the frontline war zone was quickly balanced, and the Astra Militarum in those war zones, with a large number of garrisons, was quickly withdrawn to launch an active attack on the star zones occupied by the Necrons. After the military commander issued the combat order, the frontline Astra Militarum generals formulated more detailed tactics based on the existing understanding of the Necrons and the tactical intelligence shared by the Insight Engine, and the 600 million Astra Militarum gathered in the new Orpheus sector began a large-scale joint operation. Sanguinius and his Blood Angels Legion, who had arrived and stationed in the new Orpheus sector, launched an attack together with the Mortal Forces as a member of the Space Marines. The Blood Angels Legion, which has been undergoing a legionary transformation and expanding its manpower over the past few decades, now has 60,000 Space Marines. This is an incredible number for the Blood Angels. The continuous communication between Baal and Talon has led to the introduction of genetic modification technology and advanced anti-radiation drugs, and the increase in healthy population, which is the basis for large-scale military expansion. The legionary reorganization plan formulated by Gilliman for the returning Primarchs, including Sanguinius, has also made the recruitment method of the Blood Angels more efficient. Although the reduction of traditional elements in the recruitment method has caused many complaints within the Blood Angels, the intensity of the war in the galaxy is skyrocketing, and these angel descendants must make appropriate choices. The Space Marines ordered by the Lion to cooperate with the Astra Militarum were not only the descendants of angels, but also the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves regarded the Astartes Codex written by Gilliman 10,000 years ago as waste paper, and they had never carried out a regiment-based adaptation. 2 Astartes legions, plus the elite of the Astra Militarum, the Lion felt that it was enough. After the deployment, the Lion had nothing to do, but the Telonians had a way to skip this window period. Let the material engine increase the speed of time flow. Adam gave orders to his lieutenant. The orders were transmitted and executed instantly as before, and then the material engine and the celestial engine accelerated the flow of time as Adam thought. In order to prevent the manipulation of time from weakening the reality membrane of the real universe, and prevent the situation that occurred during the defense of Tyrone, when the Quran Overlord abused the time control device to weaken the reality membrane and cause the invasion of subspace creatures, this way of speeding up the flow of time was only subjective. Everyone in the fleet could feel that the flow of time was accelerated. They stayed in place and did not move. Time quickly passed until the moment when the Imperial Army in the frontline war zone officially launched the attack, which was equivalent to completely skipping the preparation time for the frontline army to give Ryan the order. If someone was able to observe the fleet at this time, he would find that everyone in the fleet had been motionless for several days. If it weren't for the material engine anchoring the physiological state of everyone in the fleet, they would feel extremely hungry and weak after the time acceleration ended, just like people who have been hungry for a long time. No matter what the secret of such technology is, for Ryan, who doesn't care at all, he skipped the window period of waiting for the frontline war zone to execute his orders. At this moment, according to the information provided by the Insight Engine, the Astra Militarum and the Space Marines have already launched an attack. Ryan stared at the strategic star map presented on the tactical table. In 1 second, the Primarch's eyes moved more than 100 times. Any changes on the strategic star map could not escape his observation, And he was also thinking about the characteristics of the enemy's military commander through the enemy's reaction. Outside the new Orpheus sector, the fleets of the Imperial Navy and the Space Marine Corps evaded enemy ships based on the intelligence provided by their allies. The benefits of transparent information provided by the Insight engine were enjoyed by everyone. Without any possible suspenseful void battles, the Navy had already arrived at the world occupied by the Necrons, but with weak defenses. After the light spears and macro cannons swept away the void defense platforms, the ground forces were quickly deployed to one world after another. Dozens of landing battles were carried out simultaneously. On the barren and desolate world, the Astra Militarum and the Astartes fought against the clumsy necromancers, and their weapons had been replaced with advanced individual weapons provided by the Talons. Humans were decomposed into molecules by the Gauss rifle and sucked into the gun body. The bodies of the necromancers were turned into quicksand by the atomic turbulence. The physical properties of the living metal had been changed, and the rebirth protocol could no longer revive the necromancers on the spot. Above the heads of the infantry of both sides, the fighter planes of the Empire and the Death Scythe fighter planes of the necromancers fought. The Titan Legion bombed the obelisk under the firepower of the obelisk, and the Knights houses loyal to the Empire fought against the Underworld constructs. Ryan on the flagship of the Tyrone Navy could not see every fierce battle in each world. He could only see the increase or decrease of the symbols representing the armies of both sides on the tactical table. A glorious Astra Militarum symbol with hundreds of years of glory shattered and turned into a stream of information like light spots, or a warrior legion that participated in the war against the old saints and the necromancers disappeared. During the land battle, the previously avoided Necron fleets were also rushing to the battlefield, but they were intercepted by the many Tyrone fleets that had arrived at the war zone before the Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet. The beacon warships sold by the Tyrone Shipbuilding Company to the Imperial Navy were mixed in the fleet. When they encountered the Necron fleet, they would light up the beacon. The Tyrone fleets on standby at the strategic point in the war zone would immediately jump to the beacon and fight together with the Imperial Navy. Everything is going well. Standing beside the father of Genes, Azrael observed the strategic star map and sighed optimistically with some relief. Ryan was still very serious, staring at the star map without saying a word. Azrael was right. Everything was indeed going very smoothly when this active attack began. But Ryan knew very well what the basis of this success was. That is, the enemy probably would not expect that the weak humans would have the courage to launch an active attack. Outside the frontline star zone, the worlds that encountered human attacks were all worlds with scattered Necron forces, which was proof of this. How would they react next, and how would they counterattack? Is their weak defense and carelessness a trick of the other military commander? Ryan had many questions in his mind, waiting for the enemy's reaction. Chapter 1022. Report. The commander of the 21st Cruiser Formation of the Imperial Navy Solar System Fleet requests communication. When the bridge was silent and everyone was staring at the strategic star map waiting for the necromancer to respond, a crew member reported loudly to everyone. The Solar System Fleet will reunite with the Invincible Fleet, the absolute main force of the Tyrone Navy, in one day and rush to the front line. So Adam nodded without hesitation. Connect. The commander of the 21st Cruiser Formation of the Imperial Navy Solar System Fleet appeared in the bridge, projected. But 2 seconds after the image of the old man covered with medals and wearing gorgeous clothes appeared, the projection suddenly flickered a few times, and the commander turned into a tall living metal skeleton. They invaded the communication equipment of the Solar Fleet across hundreds of light years. Use the Solar Fleet as a transit station to avoid being filtered by the firewall. The crew member in charge of supervising the communication system said to Adam urgently. The Necrons did not choose to directly invade the communication system, but chose to invade the communication system of the Solar Fleet to send out communications, which is equivalent to directly stealing the Allies' number to enter the camp's communication channel, whether there is a malicious program implanted without triggering interception. When the crew was about to cut off the communication from the Solar System Fleet, Adam raised his hand to interrupt the crew's action. Everyone in the bridge looked at the projection of the dead spirit. Ryan was surprised to find that the other party was the Emperor of the Sotek dynasty and the information provided by the Talons. That is, Imatek himself. Thank you for listening to me. Imatek glanced at everyone on the bridge. According to the war etiquette of the Necronter, you are the weaker party, so I will provide you with an advantage before the battle. What advantage? Ryan asked. Information advantage. Imatek replied, I will passively defend when you are actively attacking, and use this to let you find out that there is a problem in your army. This behavior is a war etiquette, and is a gift in itself. As for what the problem is, it depends on whether you are smart enough. After speaking, Imatek knocked on his metal head, and took the initiative to cut off the communication. The communication on the solar system fleet side returned to normal, and the projection of the old man, who was the commander of the cruiser formation, appeared in everyone's sight. I propose to completely take over your communication system. Adam's forehead was bulging with veins, and his voice was cold. Give me an answer now, otherwise I will completely block any communication requests from your Imperial Navy in 1 minute. The old man lowered his body, as if listening to the report of his adjutant, and then turned to look at Adam. Admiral Quarren said yes. The communication was cut off. Gray looked at Ryan, asking the Primarch with his eyes how he thought of Imitek's kind reminder. It's bullshitting, Ryan said without hesitation, but out of caution, he lowered his head and carefully observed the strategic star map on the tactical table. He stretched out his hand and flexibly adjusted every part of the strategic star map, sometimes zooming into the macro, sometimes zooming into the micro, and every bit of information about the star army was observed by his eyes. It was like a person conducting a meticulous inspection of his masterpiece, and then Ryan raised his head and looked at the others. There will be no problem with my strategic deployment, and there will be no problem with the soldiers on the front line. There is no crisis now, and there is no abnormality. I don't think there is any problem with the army. Everyone else present nodded. But after thinking for a while, Gray asked, is it possible that the problem is not in your area of responsibility? I am responsible for the war, and Gilliman will solve other things, so I have nothing to worry about, Leon said with a relaxed look. The others thought about it, and all felt relieved. Time passed day by day. In the lounge prepared for Ryan on the Glory Human, Ryan had just completed his daily strategic inspection. The Primarch's big hand tightly grasped the data board in his hand, and his eyes, which had not closed for 2 consecutive months, were staring at all the military affairs displayed on the data board. Nothing can go wrong, Ryan said to himself. The 2 elite naval forces of the Tyrone Navy Invincible Fleet and the Solar Fleet joined together, and then went to the front line together. Before joining together, the Tyrone Navy spent some time waiting for the Solar Fleet, but fortunately, Quarren was not an ordinary person, and did not let the Tyrone Navy wait too long. After the 2 fleets joined together, they immediately headed to the frontline war zone. The end of the journey was New Orpheus, a star region that had been liberated and now became the core of the war against the dead. The Allied Navy, composed of the Invincible Fleet and the Solar System Fleet, will be in the New Orpheus star region, ready to fight the dead in the void. In the past 2 months, Ryan repeatedly checked military affairs, from strategic deployment and tactics, to background investigation and arrangements of participating generals, to everything else related, and every inspection did not find any possible problems. After Imitek's communication ended 2 months ago, Ryan acted as if he didn't care, but he actually cared a lot about what Imitek said. On the way to the Tyrone Navy's Invincible Fleet, Ryan had already learned that he was going to deal with Imitek. A simple understanding was that Imitek was a strategic master and a legendary commander who played a great role in the War of Heaven and the War of Revenge against the Star God. As a military commander, Ryan couldn't help but care about Imitek's words, because this involved a confrontation between the two. But after repeated checks, no problems were found. This made him suspect that Imitek deliberately wasted an opportunity to use the Solar System Navy as a communication relay just to waste the energy of his Imperial War Master. But Ryan soon felt that it was impossible, because for the Primarch, energy is the cheapest thing. After thinking for a while, Ryan put the data board on the table and dealt with other things. At this time, the projection device in the room flashed a few times, and the extremely long-distance superluminal communication signal was transferred to Ryan by the Tiring communication station, and Gilliman's projection suddenly appeared. Sorry, brother. Gilliman's first words were apologies. Lion, who was about to tell Gilliman about Imitek, swallowed his words and listened seriously. There are some problems with the war logistics. Gilliman told Lion in the same serious tone, I was mobilizing the Ultramarines in Ultramar before, so I just found out about it. What's the problem? Lion was extremely puzzled. He had already checked the logistics of all the garrisons in the frontline war zone, and everything was normal in the frontline worlds used to store war materials. Most of the material transport fleets have changed their original routes. These transport fleets have begun to sail towards the Orpheus sector and are almost there. Gilliman replied in a deep voice, I rushed to Terra immediately after hearing the news in Macridge. I will solve this problem. Ryan thought for half a second. Most of the transport fleets converged on the Orpheus sector. This was a normal behavior, because the Imperial Department responsible for the transportation link in logistics affairs would distribute the materials obtained from the logistics department to the most suitable places on the front line. Wherever there is a war, More materials will be sent there. But Ryan's first reaction after hearing this was anger. Chapter 1023. There is no shortage of supplies in the Orpheus sector. It takes a long time for the transport fleet to go back and forth. If other places on the front line are attacked and supplies are consumed quickly during this process. If all the supplies are sent to Orpheus, what will other places do with them? Why don't you ask about this matter? I thought you were on Terra, taking care of every matter related to this war. Lion roared at Gilliman like a beast, and the adamantine desk in front of him was buzzing. Gilliman gestured to Lion to calm down. It's my fault. You know that the Ultramarines have increased several times in number after the reorganization of the Legion. I must return to Ultramar to deal with the affairs of the Legion. I will try my best to solve this problem. Gilliman's promises have always been fulfilled, and Lion gradually calmed down. The reason why he was angry was that the progress of the war was still in a stage of waiting for the opponent to make a move. If the Necrons had intelligence about this from humans, they would definitely choose to attack those war zones that would not wait until the next round of supply transport fleets arrived. And what Lion said to Gilliman was that if the Orpheus sector had not been attacked, other war zones would have experienced rapid consumption of supplies after the attack, and would likely have been in a state of insufficient supply. The only way to remedy the situation is to immediately transfer the existing supplies in Orpheus to other war zones. But there is still a problem. If the Necrons do not know about the human transport fleet, they choose to launch a counterattack in Orpheus, and Orpheus, which has sent out a large amount of supplies, will fall into a critical situation again. If you need someone to handle the affairs of the Legion for you, Kaldar, your heroes, and even your champion warriors called the ever-victorious army can handle things for you. You should stay in Terra and handle the things you are responsible for. Lion paced and accused. The size of the Ultramarines has expanded to 130,000 people. Gilliman said, the affairs brought about by this are not as simple as setting up a few more companies in the Legion. Lion, who was pacing, was stunned when he heard this. Lion believes that even if the Ultramarines have the highest potential for expansion, they cannot expand so quickly. At most, they can only expand to tens of thousands of people. But now they have expanded to 130,000. This shows that in addition to recruiting a large number of suitable candidates for transformation, the Ultramarines have other ways to expand their army. For example, Call, who is good at making Primaris. Lion did not blame Gilliman for suddenly returning to Ultramar. He pondered for 2 seconds and said angrily, "Can't mortals do anything without your assistance? The counterattack of the dead has not yet begun. What's the point of them mobilizing the transport fleet to Orpheus?" When it comes to the Imperial organization that ordered the transport fleet to concentrate on Orpheus, Ryan's words were not so sharp. He was more of a sense of powerlessness and disappointment. In Ryan's view, changing the route of the transport fleet was a classic rule-abiding behavior of those mortal organizations in the Empire. The active offensive in the Orpheus sector has lasted for more than 2 months. The human army and the undead army are fighting one apocalyptic war after another. The Navy can cause dozens of casualties to each other every day. According to past practice, it is indeed necessary to concentrate the supply of materials on the Orpheus sector. This is how the Empire has operated for 10,000 years without the pre-march. Scarce resources should be supplied to the places where the war is most brutal. But this is also why the Empire is so heavy and clumsy. The Imperial institutions seriously lack the ability to adapt to changes. I will return to Terra now to solve this problem and punish the relevant responsible persons, Gilliman said. Punishment? Lion frowned. What reason do you use? He felt that this was not Gilliman's style. The logistics thing is like a fool doing something right but stupid. To some extent, it is considered to be trying his best. There is nothing else to do except to lament that he used the wrong person and let this fool go. If you think this is a standard Imperial mistake, then you are wrong, brother, Gilliman said, and pressed the button on his communication device. The communication ended and the projection disappeared. Leon suppressed his doubts and began to formulate orders, asking the Dark Angel's fleet to intercept each transport fleet and let them go to other war zones. Although this will waste time, it is still very fast compared to contacting the Imperial Agency and asking them to send people to convey the order to change the route. Gilliman turned off the communication and sat back on the throne on the command deck of the Macrage. The attendant immediately came forward with a cup of water. Gilliman took the cup and angrily crushed it into powder after the attendant left the command deck. Those bugs of the High Lord's Council. As the Primarch's angry curses rang out, all the high-ranking officers of the Legion on the command deck, including Kaldar, lowered their heads and turned off their power packs, making the entire command deck so quiet that the Primarch's heartbeat could be heard. However, there were not only the top brass of the Legion on the deck at this time, but also a Supreme Lord of the High Lords Council, Call. In addition, there was another important person, that was the human will of the Emperor possessed by Vanessa. Standing not far from the Primarch, one of the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council, the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, who was in charge of the sharp knife in the shadow of the Empire, heard the Primarch scolding the High Lords Council. He did not feel that he was also scolded. On the contrary, he felt that the Primarch's scolding was really good. The High Lords Council is a bunch of stinky worms in the gutter, except for me. Lien is still simple in matters outside the battlefield, which is why I think he is not suitable to be a war master. The Emperor of Humanity spoke slowly. After listening to what you said, he did not realize that the logistics and transportation problems did not arise because of the stupidity of the Imperial organization, but because someone deliberately did it. It's not his fault. When I first learned about this matter, I didn't think it was someone who did it deliberately. Guilliman leaned back on the throne tiredly. They can think of a way to oppose me, but they oppose me in such a way that I can't find an excuse to punish them, just talking about logistics. At this point, Guilliman's eyes flashed fiercely, and his eyes fell on the Grand Master of the Assassin Court. If you hadn't told me that some of the Supreme Lords had met those skeletons, I would have believed that most of the Supreme Lords were pretending to obey, but there was no evidence to prove that they deserved punishment. This is what you should do, Regent. The Grand Master of the Assassin Court saluted and looked at Vanessa, who was possessed by the Emperor, but I think the greatest credit and honor should belong to this lady. Chapter 1024. Before communicating with Lien, Guilliman learned about the transport fleet reported by the Logistics Department. The Logistics Department was established by Guilliman himself after his return. They are only responsible for counting and integrating the materials from the Empire and Talon. They do not have many ships, so most of the transportation of materials is handled by other Imperial agencies. When he first learned about this, Guilliman did not put all the blame on the High Lord. After all, it is not the first time that the Imperial agency is inefficient and makes mistakes. If it is a mistake to follow the rules and focus on the transportation of materials to Orpheus, which is a battlefield outside the Star Zone, then this kind of mistakes have accumulated to the point that it is enough to kill people from top to bottom in the Empire. But the appearance of the Supreme Lords, the Emperor of Humanity, and the Grand Master of the Court of Assassins, confirmed Guilliman's speculation that this was done by those Supreme Lords who secretly opposed him. The Emperor of Humanity was not with the fleet of the Ultramarines from the beginning to the end. She had left Talon for a while before, and only appeared recently. Appearing in the private residence of the Grand Master of the Court of Assassins, he directly persuaded the Grand Master to follow him to leave Terra and witness something with his own eyes through psychic power. The witness was that 5 High Lords had left Terra and went to a tomb world in the eastern part of the galaxy. The Grand Master thought this was impossible because he saw with his own eyes that all the High Lords had just finished a meeting, but he didn't know why. He felt that the people in front of him were very convincing, so he followed the Emperor, who did not reveal his identity, to the tomb world. There, he saw the ceremony prepared by the Necrons to welcome the distinguished guests, saw Imatek, who was not on the front line of the war, and saw the 5 High Lords talking to Imatek in fear and hope. The Grand Master thought he was deceived by psychic power, until the Emperor brought him back to Terra and caught a Supreme Lord who was clearly going to the tomb world, but was still on Terra in the eyes of others. After dissecting it, it was found that it was just a bionic robot. As for what the 5 Supreme Lords said when they went to the tomb world, the Grand Master and the Emperor have not said it yet, because they have something simpler and more direct for Guilliman to watch after the communication with Lien is completed. Who are the 5 Supreme Lords, and what they talked about in the tomb world? The Grand Master took out a ring that was passed down from one Grand Master to another in the Court of Assassins, and presented it with both hands. This is evidence. Guilliman took the ring, and when his hand touched the gem on the ring, he saw everything in his sight. He saw it directly from the perspective of the Grand Master of the Court of Assassins in the tomb world a few days ago. The 5 Supreme Lords are the Commander-in-Chief of the Astra Militarum, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Master of the Astrales, the Ambassador of the Navigator, and the Master of the Astrales. Guilliman was very calm, and to be honest, he was not surprised. Except for the non-permanent commander of the Astra Militarum, all the other 5 Supreme Lords were people he had offended. Guilliman still remembered that when he had just returned, some of the 5 Supreme Lords were against him, and some were supporters of him. However, as the Supreme Lords at that time gradually retired amid heavy affairs and extremely brain-consuming conspiracies, the Supreme Lords he saw now were indeed against him. Especially now that he had become a commander of the Astra Militarum with no power and no idle position. On behalf of this tomb world, I welcome you. Imatek as Justice saluted the 5 Supreme Lords who arrived. Unlike what Guilliman expected, These 5 Supreme Lords were not cowardly people who were servile. They were quite arrogant in front of those skeletons. The 5 Supreme Lords ignored the justice and looked directly at Imhotep himself. We are now in a state of war. We are not friends visiting each other, but enemies sitting at the negotiation table. The host of the Star Language Hall said firmly. We may not be friends, but we can definitely get along. Otherwise, why would you take the initiative to contact the people I sent, and then come here at the risk of being replaced by the mechanical version of you forever? Imhotep said to the host. We are here because we want to prevent humans from a tragic war that is bound to fail, and because the people you sent show that you have enough sincerity. This is for the human race. That's right, for the human race. The Supreme Lords were all so righteous that they acted like heroes who were willing to die for humanity. Gilliman, who used the Grand Master's ring to review the conversation from the Grand Master's perspective, was quite satisfied with this. At least they didn't look like cowards who were begging for mercy and just wanted to survive. For your race? Imhotep looked down at the 5 Supreme Lords. Each of you is a guy who can do everything he can to get a share of wealth from the warriors on the front line of your race. You really work hard at your job, and what you greedily take is your reward. People like you are willing to risk your life to come here, so you are not completely selfless, right? The Supreme Lords were speechless. But they did have some arguments, but after all, in the Tomb World, this was almost like coming here to die, but they had to come here just for the slightest possibility, so it was better not to argue about morality and get straight to the point. We have no intention of waging war against you. You did not choose to fight us, or were forced into a desperate situation. You were just tied to the chariot. Imhotep was telling lies, but he was not a real living creature, and there was no emotion in his language. Even the High Lords could not tell the truth from the words. Who tied you to the chariot? Wasn't it the silent King Zolok who left you no chance to live? You should think so in your heart. But it's not true. We had no intention of going to war with you. It was just a star god who started the war. Then Imhotep told everything about the Kassid dynasty, the Lord of Talon, and the previous war between the Kassid dynasty and Menak. There were no lies, but what was said was not the whole truth. In short, it was to instill in the Supreme Lords that the human empire did not need to participate in the war, and the human empire was kidnapped and put on the chariot. After hearing all this, the commander-in-chief of the Star Army questioned Imhotep. You said you had no intention of war, so why did you massacre humans? Why did you go to war with us? When our dynasty woke up, it found that you occupied their territory. Is it unreasonable to massacre you? Imhotep walked past the 5 High Lords. Or are you a race that is exceptionally noble in moral terms? When you find that someone has invaded your land, you will not take up arms to kill but sit down and talk? Seeing that the High Lords had no way to argue, Imhotep struck while the iron was hot. You deployed your army outside our territory. Can't we use the same method to prepare for the unexpected? I want to ask you, when your War Master led his army to attack us, the 2 months of the attack, did we fight back? Chapter 10:25. Have we fought back? After hearing Imhotep's words, Gilliman put down the ring given by the Grand Master of the Assassin's Chamber, and everything he saw disappeared. Without having to continue watching, the Primarch knew what had happened. The 5 High Lords must have been convinced that the Necrons did not actually want to go to war, and that the human empire could indeed avoid war. In terms of military strategy, it is correct not to push the enemy into a desperate situation. As the top leaders of the Necrons' enemies, when the High Lords of the human empire no longer believed that war was inevitable, as the Primarch said, and there was a glimmer of hope, they would become unsteady. Disintegrating the will to fight is a small matter. Gilliman thinks that the most terrible thing about Imhotep's behavior is that it may lead to the breakdown of the cooperative relationship between Talon and the Empire. I thought the Storm King valued honor, and would use fair means. Gilliman returned the ring to the Grand Master. Now it seems that the difference between him and the Silent King is that he knows how to fight. Of course it values honor, but it is a real general. The Emperor said, in a fierce war, there is no room for honor and etiquette. To win the war, the only truth is to do whatever it takes, and Imhotep is a military commander who is good at all strategies and tactics. Gilliman nodded and sighed. After a few seconds of silence, Gilliman suddenly asked the Emperor, how can you enter the Tomb World? Aren't there tomb worlds covered by black stones that suppress psychic energy? The Emperor himself felt strange about this matter. He thought about it in confusion and shrugged. Perhaps it was to prevent the 5 Supreme Lords, who went to the Tomb World from having their souls wiped out by the black stones. I got lucky, or maybe there was some other reason. Gilliman thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, or maybe it just wanted us to know about this, because if I punish the Supreme Lord, the consequences will be very serious. Then we can't let these guys go, the Emperor said anxiously. Of course we can't let them go. Gilliman shook his head. Choose the lesser of two evils. The High Lord's Council has been preserved until now, because I made the best choice between the two dangers. When the harm caused by their existence outweighs the harm of their disappearance, I will get rid of them without hesitation. Hearing that Gilliman wanted to get rid of the High Lord's Council, the Grand Master of the Assassin's Court, who was the Supreme Lord, did not react. He and his previous Grand Master of the Assassin's Court, who was like a father and a teacher to him, had the same idea, that is, to support the pre-march. From the perspective of interests, the destruction of the High Lord's Council would have no impact on him. Not to mention that the favors that the pre-march could give would be unimaginably generous. Even if the High Lord's Council existed, wouldn't the position of Grand Master still only be able to manage the Assassin's Court in the shadow of the Empire? I will purge the High Lord's Council. Gilliman stood up from the throne and said this shocking sentence to everyone present. And Kalbar thought, finally, the Solar System Navy has left the Solar System. The Grand Master of the Assassin's Court immediately began to give advice to the pre-march. The Solar System Auxiliary Army is still there, the Imperial Fists chapter is still there, and there are some private soldiers. As for the Imperial Guards, they should not get involved in this matter, as long as the war does not burn to the palace. As the leader of the power in the shadow of the Empire, the Grand Master of the Assassin's Court thought of a simple and direct knife fight. He has never believed that legal principles are of any use. Although the High Lord's Council was approved by Gilliman himself, more than 10,000 years have passed, and it is not something that Gilliman can do with just one word to dissolve the High Lord's Council. You are the leader of the assassins, right? The Emperor asked. That's right. The Grand Master of the Assassin's Court nodded. Killing one person is easy. If it's just to kill a few people, I can make the High Lord's Council bleed into a river right now. Gilliman agreed. That's right. If it's just to kill a few people, this matter can even be carried out quietly. But I want to dissolve the High Lord's Council. I will let the 5 Supreme Lords bleed on the spot, use their death to deter others, and announce to everyone the consequences of intending to compromise in this war. Gilliman chose to do this openly, and now it was time for his descendants to give advice to their Gene father. The Imperial Fists and the Phalanx are indeed difficult to deal with, but we don't need to fight a civil war with them. They are not stupid people. Maybe they will let our entire legion enter the solar system with just a conversation. Felix, one of the 4 heroes, said. But the pre-march of the Imperial Fists, Dorn, is known as a rock and extremely stubborn, and so are his descendants. Kalbar asked Felix, who among us can speak eloquently enough to convince the Imperial Fists? We know that we only want to disband the High Lord's Council established by our father, but the Imperial Fists see that our entire fleet and legion did not go to the front line, but ran to the solar system. They will not think the same as us. Felix fell silent. Tiguria's think tank and others did not have any good ideas. Until an Astartes with red and blue armor spoke. Since the sons of Dorn are stubborn and difficult to persuade, the only thing we can do is to use weapons instead of our mouths. This Space Marine was once the chapter master of the Primaris, and was merged into the Legion with other Ultramarines after the Legion was integrated. Their fighting characteristics are belligerence, but when immersed in the battle, they will use almost cold-blooded rationality to think about all the problems related to the battle. Whenever his eyes swept over this warrior, Gilliman's eyes would fall on Kull, who was silent, and he could not help but question his past research behavior. As if to prevent Gilliman from asking, Kull took the initiative to speak. We also have to consider the Adeptus Mechanicus. Perhaps we should go to Mars, and then pull the new Forge General down to replace him with a more suitable person, such as me. Gilliman tilted his head and pointed at Kull and asked, You are not Kull himself, right? You are a degraded Kull. Kull himself is not interested in the Forge General. The one who always wants to be the Forge General is Kull, created by Kull. This guy is also called the official obsessed Kull by Gilliman. Kull did not argue. The answer was obvious. It was not Kull himself who sent Gilliman the Ultramarines he had accumulated so far. Without dwelling on where Kull's body was now, Gilliman stood up and said to everyone, When I am about to arrive in the solar system, all of you will leave immediately for the war front and accept the leadership of Lion L. Johnson, my brother. As soon as the voice fell, everyone talked about it. It is your duty to defend humanity. Gilliman raised his voice. You are my proud descendants, not tools of rule, nor weapons to deal with the descendants of my other brothers. Do what you should do most. But your safety. Kalbar racked his brains to persuade Gilliman. I will contact Lord Talon before arriving on Terra. Gilliman used this sentence to put Kalbar's heart at ease. Chapter 1026. 1 solar week later. A transport plane detached from the Ultramar fleet and headed for Terra. The Ultramar fleet, which was only one jump away from the solar system, left for the front line, and the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council were assembled again. Although they were assembled under the order of the Regent, they were not in the offices of their respective imperial institutions, but in the hall of the High Lords Council, for face-to-face communication. Under the mandatory order of the Regent, everything went extremely fast. When Guilliman walked out of the transport plane and headed directly to the High Lords Council, all the High Lords were already waiting for him. Under the gaze of everyone, the Imperial Regent walked across the golden carpet and sat on the highest throne. The magnificent statue of the Emperor stood behind the Regent's position, and the sword held in his hands emitted a golden light that enveloped the Regent, adding a touch of sacredness to the premarch. Guilliman said nothing after sitting down, but the High Lords had already begun to exchange glances, and the atmosphere in the entire council hall became much more solemn. The 5 Supreme Lords, who had met with Imatech before, were all here, not the artificial humans Imatech used to disguise them. These Supreme Lords sat in a row, each with a gloomy face. The moment I boarded the transport plane and flew to Terra, I heard something from my brother. Guilliman spoke. The Primarch's loud voice echoed throughout the hall. Our enemies did not choose to counterattack the Orpheus sector, but the Elros sector. Before, due to the interference of some of you, the supply of materials for the transport fleet was concentrated in the Orpheus sector. Now, some battlefields in the Elros sector have already experienced a shortage of materials. Hearing the Primarch's words, the Navy representative stood up to defend himself. Guilliman raised his index finger to his lips. The Navy representative closed his mouth. The Astronomical Office presides over it. Guilliman looked at one of the 5 Supreme Lords, who participated in the talks. Use your psychic power to show me the situation in the Elros sector. The chairperson of the Star Language Hall stood up and performed his psychic power calmly, as if nothing had happened. The entire building of the Parliament Hall disappeared and was replaced by a battlefield on a world that was invaded in the Elros Star Zone. The sky was overcast, and green lightning was surging in the clouds. That was the characteristic of the Sotek dynasty, the strange weather and green lightning that appeared during the attack. In the trenches under the clouds and lightning, the Star Army crouched in the trenches. They were Cadians. Due to logistical problems and the fierce and rapid attack of the Necromancers, these Cadians have not yet received all the Talon equipment. They hold laser rifles and crouch in the trenches, stringing together the Talon grenades that were originally distributed to them by the Astra Militarum on the world, and tying them behind their backs. The earth began to tremble, and the top of the obelisk full of firepower arrays first appeared on the horizon, followed by the dense silver army, those Necromancers. The Cadians squatted in the trenches, breathing heavily. Countless artillery fire fell on the battlefield in an instant. When the army of the Sotek dynasty approached, the Cadians fired back at them with laser rifles, and when the enemy was about to approach not far from the position, these Cadians jumped out of the trenches and rushed towards the enemy. Cartier's fighting spirit will last forever. The Cadians roared this battle cry. After the end of the Golden Expedition, Cartier no longer needed to stand firm. This slogan died faster than the Supreme Castle Lord. Instead, the fighting spirit will last forever, which means that even if the Cadia Fortress world no longer needs to be the first line of defense against invasion, the Cadians will always fight in every war of the Empire. This fortress world, and the people in this world will not lose their fighting spirit because of the passing of their duties. These Cadians rushed to the enemy like expendable military supplies, detonated grenades, and their flesh and blood bodies dissipated together with the enemy's living metal bodies in the microscopic material torrent that disturbed matter. The psychic phantom projected by the master of the Astronomical Office ended as Guilliman raised his hand to signal. Guilliman asked the Supreme Lords. The Talons gave some infantry standard equipment directly to the Logistics Office out of their trust in me and their support for the Logistics Office I established, so that the Logistics Office could establish a perfect image in the minds of the Imperials. Even if the rifles they produce in a month can equip our entire Astra Militarum, there is still a shortage of rifles due to your interference. Even if I have complete confidence in the Logistics Department and they did not make any mistakes, you only need to be responsible for delivering the materials to the front line according to the statistics and calculations, and you still can't do this well. The Navy representative wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but Guilliman signaled him to shut up. What the Astra Militarum showed was the most extreme corner of the frontline war zone. If the Talons had given us all the standard equipment assistance directly, if their fleet had not arrived in the Elros sector and armed as many people as possible, the Elros sector would have been lost now. Those of you who want to make excuses don't need to, because I know this was a mistake. As he spoke, Gilliman took out the ring of the Grand Master of the Assassin Court and slid it to show the meeting between the 5 Supreme Lords and Imhotep. But collusion with the enemy is unforgivable. The meeting was fully shown. The 5 Supreme Lords, who had met Imhotep, stood in place, still not panicking, but subconsciously approached each other. You rebelled against the will of the God Emperor and colluded with the aliens. The Pope of the Ecclesiarchy turned and rushed to the commander of the Astra Militarum next to him, clumsily hitting his crotch with his staff. You damn bastards. You traitors. The Pope's staff did not hit anywhere, and the commander of the Astra Militarum punched him on the head. As several yellow teeth flew out, the Pope fell backwards to the ground. They can actually place androids on Terra to replace you when you leave, and they can actually contact you. Gilliman glanced at the High Lord. I guess this is not the first time you have colluded. Collusion? I don't think so, Regent. The head of the Astronomical Office refuted Gilliman. When the entire empire fell into a war frenzy, and was tied to a chariot by that half-human thing Talon, and worked happily for them, someone had to stand up and do something, instead of watching the entire race die. And you, what are you doing, Your Highness the Regent? The Navigator Ambassador, who always stood with the Astronomical Office, stood up and took over the conversation. You are like a puppet of the Talon people, like a spy of the Talon people. Everything you do is in favor of them. Do you dare to cut your arm in front of us and let us see whether you have a machine or the flesh and blood of the God Emperor in your body? Chapter 1027. You told us that war was inevitable, and that the undead wanted to destroy our entire race. But what is the truth? As you showed with the ring of that idiot from the Assassin's Court, they did not want to go to war. It was the Talonians who angered them and provoked the war. It was the Talonians who rejected any possibility of peace. You are either foolishly deceived, or you are completely inclined to the Talonians. You are not on our side at all. The 5 Supreme Lords took turns questioning Gilliman. Facing these questions, Gilliman just sat in his seat, looking at the smooth floor of the High Lords' Council Hall. While everyone was waiting for him to respond, Gilliman spoke slowly and calmly. I do favor the Talonians. If there are no external enemies, I will refuse to appear in front of the world after I wake up and go to Talon. Buy a piece of land in the agricultural world, buy agricultural machinery, and produce high-end crops that must be cultivated in soil, such as tobacco, such as raw materials for medicines. Gilliman stared at the floor. In the cockpit of a bipedal agricultural machine under the blazing sun, shirtless, with a white towel draped around my neck. As the agricultural machine dragged several tons of grass along the edge of the farmland, I looked up at the sun above my head, then took a big sip of the carbonated drink in the refrigerator under my seat. It's like this all year round. When the Primarch said this shocking statement, only those who truly knew him knew that he was not just talking. Gilliman's dream is actually different from the Emperor's. He wants to live a life of contentment on a world called Soda in the Ultramar sector, barebacked, basking in the sun, and carelessly mowing the grass with a sickle all year round. Thinking of this, Gilliman raised his head, and his eyes fell on the face of the Master of the Astronomical Office. If it is not necessary, I will not stay with you damn people for even half a second. As the last syllable of this sentence fell, the Primarch rushed to the Master of the Astronomical Office, like a blue shadow in the eyes of everyone. Gilliman had no weapons when he entered Terra, so he just reached out and grabbed the head of the host, and with a little force, he pulled the head of this powerful psychic off the spine. When the Astra Militarum commander subconsciously drew his gun, Gilliman reached into the chest of the host's body, pulled out a rib and threw it out, piercing the Astra Militarum commander's head. After killing 2 people, the Primarch's eyes fell on the Navigator Ambassador. Don't think we are unprepared for this. The Navigator Ambassador opened his third eye, and a message came from him to the outside. Do you think that a demigod like you is prepared for everything and calm? Do you think we are defenseless like ants? What can you do? Gilliman asked calmly, then he gleamed fiercely and roared fiercely. Tell me what confidence you have to survive the excommunication you deserve for your betrayal. Gilliman was not responded to by words, but by the warriors who rushed into the hall of the High Lord's Council. All the warriors, wearing imitation power armor and led by a 3-eyed Navigator family member, filled the entire High Lord's Council hall in an instant. The Pope, who had just woken up from his coma, wanted to call his guards, but he found that his guards were among those who rushed in, but there was an abnormal purple light in their eyes. Not only the Pope, but others also found their own security guarantors among the troops that rushed in. Whether they were voluntary or controlled by psychic power, they were all here with guns pointed at them. At this moment, the division of the High Lord's Council has been revealed from their positions. The Pope, who picked up the scepter and gnashed his teeth, stood in front of the Primarch, and the Grand Master of the Assassin's Court, who took out a bunch of weapons from his chair, and the representative of the Inquisition, the forging general, stood behind the pre-march. Except for the remaining 3 supreme lords, who had met with Imhotep and stood on the opposite side, the rest were all confused and crowded together, but these people were also relatively close to the pre-march. Just these people? Gilliman glanced at the warriors who rushed in. How many seconds can they let you survive in this world? The navigator ambassador looked back at the warriors behind him. There will be more soldiers coming, as well as those navigators who were replaced by iron lumps due to your stupid behavior, and the fleet of the navigator family. I may not survive, but it doesn't matter, we can die together. You are well prepared. Gilliman sneered. Preparation for this betrayal. This is not a betrayal, this is salvation, saving the entire human race from you, the so-called regent. The ambassador said. Don't flatter yourself. Admitting that you just want to live can make you look more open. You are a psyker, you know more, and you know whether those iron skeletons are as peace-loving as they say. Gilliman retorted. The navigator ambassador opened his mouth, closed it again, thought for a few seconds, and spoke again. I have been preparing for this day for a long time. It will take time for the custodians to get here, and the phalanx and the imperial fists will not let your people enter the solar system before figuring out everything. The Telonians cannot quench their thirst with distant water. If I just expect us to die together, it is obviously very easy to do. Hearing this, Gilliman had only one feeling in his heart, that is, he understood why the Emperor hated psychers. It was not easy for these people to bring their own people to Terra, but they were psychers, and they could let a person who was obviously an armed person walk past the inspectors of Terra's starport without being discovered. For a powerful psyker like the head of the Star Language Hall, who had a tradition of bringing soulless people to suppress his own psychic power, it would not be difficult to move an army to Terra out of thin air if the Eye of Terror was still there. But now, he just needed to spend a little effort. Psionic power itself is a distortion and interference of reality. It does not follow any rules, and conventional means cannot defend against it. But in Gilliman's view, he can also find a force that can bypass the various defenses of the solar system and Terra and directly interfere with the current situation, even if he does not bring the Tigurius think tank. You are no threat. Gilliman looked back at the Emperor's statue. Perhaps someone has blessed you, and the most powerful psyker among you is killed by me before he could do anything. As long as this threat does not exist, you are at the mercy of others. Why, with a corpse sitting on the throne? The ambassador also looked at the Emperor's statue. Come on, if he can do anything, I won't even have the chance to stand in front of you. Chapter 1028. When the conflict broke out in the High Lords Council Hall, many orbital defense and void monitoring facilities in the solar system void were still operating normally. The monitoring device surrounding Terra passed over the High Lords Council Hall. The servitors in it detected that Gilliman was talking calmly with the High Lords in the hall. Everything was normal. But in the void, a tiny object that could not be captured by the monitoring device rushed into the solar system and flew towards Terra at a rapid speed. This tiny object that could not be detected was a person. Chinemo manipulated the magnetic force to quickly pass over the mountain array. Because he was very cautious, he even avoided monitoring by circling the edge of the monitoring equipment of the mountain array, even though this was probably not necessary. The reason why Chinemo knew the effectiveness range of the mountain array and other monitoring facilities, and hurried along the way was because of a plan that was created when the word Tyrone was just a synonym for a galaxy. At that time, the Inquisition had already arrived in the Tyrone galaxy, and the situation was very tense. In order to deal with the most extreme situation, the plan was born, that is, all the people of Tyrone would fight against the attacks of the Space Marines and the Astra Militarum, and the Lord of Tyrone would go to Terra alone to raid the High Lords Council. The route Chinemo is on now was decided at that time. The probe launched from the Tyrone galaxy at that time was about the same size as Chinemo's body. It went smoothly at that time, and it is still the same now. After bypassing all monitoring, Chinemo arrived at the low Earth orbit of Terra and began to dive towards the High Lords Council Hall. Even the Himalayas couldn't detect the man who was rushing into the atmosphere. A second later, a loud noise came from the top of the High Lords Council Hall, and then a figure fell to the ground with a bang. The diffused smoke and dust were instantly dispersed, and the man who countless navigators hated and wanted to eat his flesh and blood appeared in front of them. Fire! The roar of the navigator ambassador appeared with lightning. The lightning plowed a bloody path among the warriors behind him. Gilliman roared and rushed forward, picked up the mortal power sword on the ground and used it as a dagger, and killed all the enemies who rushed into the High Lords Council Hall with Chinemo. This was a one-sided massacre. The enemy either died or fled and died. In order not to completely destroy the High Lords Council Hall, a building that had stood for 10,000 years, Chinamo did not even use his full strength. The screams and roars merged into an unpleasant music. The gushing blood sprayed like paint on the floor, printed with pictures of all the epic stories of mankind since the Great Crusade. A human head flew up and stuck on the wings of the imperial double-headed eagle emblem. A broken arm rotated and drilled into the arms of the Pope of the state religion. Gilliman casually threw away half of the three-eyed mutant's body, and it fell under the sword of the Emperor's statue. A breeze from nowhere rolled up the white curtains of the grand windows of the hall, and then a psychic energy released the psychic energy that controlled the other High Lord's guards. The guards who returned to normal looked at everything in front of them in astonishment. The psychic energy obscured the location of the entire High Lord's hall, and it was difficult for the outside world to find out what was happening here. Until all the traitors were buried here, until those who should leave left, until the psychic energy dissipated, everything here was discovered by the patrolling soldiers, who heard the sound of flesh tearing. The Imperial Guards Tribune Koken led a team of Imperial Guards to the High Lord's Council Hall. All the mortal soldiers along the way saluted these golden supermen. Following Koken was a man in a black robe. In fact, Koken's real purpose of coming here was to take this black-robed man to see the regent, but when he was walking halfway, he found something unusual in the High Lord's Council Hall, so he came to check it out. Koken came to the door of the building. The mortal soldiers gathered here, and did not dare to enter the hall. After these mortals made way, Koken stepped into the hall, and was shocked by the situation here. The hall turned from gold and white to blood red, with corpses everywhere and the ceiling broken. There were a few less supreme lords above 10,000 people, and the remaining ones stood together, silent. And at the top of several sacred steps, the Imperial Regent sat on his seat. Gilliman wore a laurel wreath on his head and a gorgeous but impeding dress, which was his attire when he attended the High Lord's Council. The majestic figure and the gorgeous clothes had turned black and red everywhere. Gilliman had a cold expression, his right arm resting on the armrest, and his right hand supporting his head. A servo skull presented Gilliman with a glass of wine. Gilliman took the glass and drank it all, ignoring Koken and speaking to the others. From now on, the High Lord's Council is dissolved. All astropaths who are related to this rebellion are wanted, and all navigators in the solar system will be executed for treason. The rest of you High Lords, go to your respective imperial institutions. From now on, there will be no more High Lords. I will take back the power to adjudicate all imperial affairs. Hearing Gilliman say this, Koken, who had nothing to do with these orders, looked around. Then the Tribune thought that the pre-march was really powerful. With so many three-eyed freaks here, the Imperial Guards would have to bring some solace to be safe, but Gilliman took care of them all by himself. "Excuse me, Regent," Koken said, "these dead people. The Imperial institutions managed by these traitors may have to be shut down for a long time, because the Empire must clean up and replace the institutions managed by these traitors, which is equivalent to 20% of the Empire being paralyzed." Gilliman certainly knew. That was why he had the patience to deal with the High Lords. But originally, 70% of the Imperial institutions would be paralyzed, and because there were still some wise people in the High Lord's Council, the current result was much better than previously expected. "What are you doing here?" Gilliman did not respond to Koken's words, but asked the Tribune's intention to come here. Obviously, the guards came to check the situation, but Gilliman still asked because he saw the man in black robes behind Koken. "He hopes to see you," Koken answered. Then, the black-robed man stood up. When the man took off his black robe, Gilliman recognized him as the Grand Marshal of the Black Templars, Hyperion. However, Hyperion's condition was not good. He had a broken arm, and looked much more haggard. "I'm sorry, I failed to assassinate Imitek." Hyperion knelt down in front of the Emperor's statue behind Gilliman. "I lost an arm, and all my glory in disgrace." "Losing an arm does not mean you have lost your glory." Gilliman shook his head. "Your Gene father also lost an arm." This sentence cheered Hyperion up a little, but now is not the occasion and time to encourage. The Grand Marshal of the Black Templars glanced at everyone here and said loudly, "Imitek, let me go." He claimed that he would completely exterminate the entire human species. The Empire has no possibility of avoiding war. All of us must be prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 1029. Imitek announced that our race is about to be destroyed? Before you came, it even conspired with those Supreme Lords, saying that it did not want to go to war with humans. Gilliman looked at the painful and resolute expression of the Black Templar Supreme Marshal Hyperion. Hyperion was stunned for a moment, and then instantly understood why the blood flowed in the High Lord's Council Hall. Then the Grand Marshal fell into deep thought. He didn't understand why Imitek did this. After forcibly releasing himself, It knew that as long as he came to Terra, it would inevitably crush the conspiracy between it and the High Lords. Guilliman also fell into deep thought. He was also confused by Imateka's actions. If Imatek really wanted the Empire and Talon to terminate their cooperation, and really wanted the High Lord to believe that this war should not have been fought, then it should not have let Hyperion return. Imateka's motives for doing these things were puzzling. After thinking for a while, Guilliman suddenly remembered what Jean Imo had told him about the Necrons, and then he suddenly realized that there was no need for him to think about Imateka's logic. All of this, everything, may just be Imateka's imitation of his behavior and thinking when he was still an organic being, or it may just be a way for him to have some fun in his endless life. Imatek may not be trying to achieve any purpose through this series of events. We can't figure out the thinking logic of a species that is full of lunatics. Guilliman stood up from the position of regent and walked to Hyperion. I need you to bring all the warriors of the Black Templar to the front line to participate in this war that determines the fate of mankind. Hyperion heard the regent's call, but he felt powerless. I'm sorry. Guilliman saw that Hyperion's will was very depressed, and even if he was allowed to participate in the battle, it would only have a bad result. The regent frowned and thought for a few seconds, then said to Hyperion, "You resisted my call, you are not qualified to continue to lead the Black Templars. Hand over your position to a warrior who is more determined than you, and then go to your monastery and kneel in front of the statue of your primarch, my brother." This cold order could only make Hyperion feel relieved. When the Black Templar Grand Marshal was returning on the ship of the undead, he could always see and hear his centurions. The centurions insulted and rebuked him. Hyperion did not want to fight now. He just wanted to kneel in front of the statue of the father of Genes, as ordered by the regent, until he died and was freed. After the salute, the Grand Marshal turned and left, his back lonely, and slumped like an old man with mortal body. Guilliman's eyes showed sympathy. He knew that the statue of Rogel Dorn in the monastery also had a broken arm. He hoped that Hyperion could realize something in front of his Gene father Rogel Dorn and cheer up. "Tribune." Guilliman looked at Koken. "I need you to take some guards to the front to support my brother." Koken nodded. "What about you?" "I will stay here to help the Empire quickly return to normal operation after the bloodshed in the Parliament," Guilliman said. Koken saluted and accepted the order. Before leaving the hall, Koken looked at the mess again. He knew that Guilliman must not have killed all the rebellious High Lords and their lackeys by himself, but maybe it was the Emperor's blessing rather than someone suddenly rushing into Terra to help Guilliman. "I hope not." A week later. The front line. Lion stared at the tactical table day and night, trying to maintain the stability of the front line as much as possible. The Talonians completely took over the logistics of the Empire, and countless new equipment was sent to every battlefield on the front line. Ryan had read about the new weapons. They were huge land weapons similar to Titans, but without armor, nor as heavy and magnificent as the Empire's Titans. Instead, they were equipped with a large number of anti-gravity devices to increase their flexibility to the limit. When attacked, they could either withstand it with energy shields or dodge like a juggler. Now Ryan finally understood the design ideas of the Eldar war machines, such as why even the giant Eldar war machines, like Titans, were designed to be extremely slender and agile. Ryan once thought that it was a unique problem of the Eldar that artistry was greater than practicality, but now he understood that it was not an artistic consideration, but a design that was completely practical to the extreme. The firepower of the Necron's war machines generally does not need to fire a second time at the same target. No matter how powerful the energy shield is, it is difficult to resist large Gauss weapons, and no matter how thick the armor is, it cannot stop phase weapons. This is a limitation at the level of physical science in the real universe, not because the designer is not smart enough or the technology level is not high enough. In this case, mobility becomes a life-saving straw. Ryan has always looked down on the Eldar's pointed ears, but now he thinks that these pointed ears are species that have fought the Heaven War with the Necrons after all, and their accumulated experience has to be said to be somewhat desirable. After thinking about the sensitive war machines of the Talons, Ryan suddenly realized that he had just been distracted. His heart immediately became tense, and he focused on the changes in the battle situation and quickly countered the various strategies made by the enemy. "You are starting to feel overwhelmed." Gray came over from the tactical table nearby. He had been commanding the Tyrone people with the Tyrone army's generals these days. The situation was not bad now, so he had time to care about Ryan. "No." Ryan shook his head to deny it. He said it, his hands moved, and his brain turned, but he admitted in his heart that he felt a little tired. The opponent's commander, Imatek, was amazing. In previous wars, except for those brothers who had rebelled, no one could make Ryan feel that a hostile commander was so difficult to deal with. There is no tactical strategy that Imatech is not good at. It can organize a large-scale counterattack against the Orpheus sector, and it can also organize a small-scale infiltration operation against other war zones. It can command hundreds of millions of warriors to launch an astonishingly large-scale advance against humans, and it can also command a tactical team composed of death-marked snipers to destroy a seemingly insignificant military facility at a fixed point, and use this small loss of humans to magnify their own results and the decline of humans. Since the battle, Ryan has already commented on Imatech, that is, a genius, an all-round genius, a genius with no flaws except for the mental illness unique to the necromancer. Ryan thought it would be great if Gilliman was by his side. At least Gilliman is good at multi-threaded thinking, and one person is a military staff think tank. Chapter 1030. You are commanding the entire Imperial Army by yourself, Gray said, and the enemies you face are first of all the generals of the Sotek dynasty, who fought in the War of Heaven. Each of them is an elite among the martial races, who are best at commanding battles. They are also fighting a war that affects the future direction of the entire universe, with a species that is much stronger than us and has unpredictable psychic technology. The gap between their accumulated experience and ours cannot be made up by talent and hard work. So what? At least I can't find Imatech's weakness, and he can't find mine either. Ryan frowned. Besides, I don't feel comfortable handing over the command to the Imperial generals. Most of them have never fought against the skeletons before this war. They need time to learn and grow. I don't think you should hand over the command to the Imperial generals. I just want to say that you may need some help, Gray said. Ryan was disdainful of this. He looked at the Tyrone army generals next door. Will you help me? The Imperial Astra Militarum does not have teleportation, logistics, and defensive position construction planning available at any time. Can you adapt to the command style of the Astra Militarum? Gray looked back at General Tyrone. No, obviously not. Ryan spread his hands and lowered his head to continue looking at the tactical table. Maybe you can help yourself, Gray said. What do you mean? Ryan raised his head. He knew that the Tyrone people did not like to mix philosophical and abstract metaphors into their conversations, so he felt that Gray's words "you can help yourself" were completely literal. But there is only one Lion L. Johnson. We have collected your data. Gray hesitated before speaking. If you need, we can mobilize many of you. Lion's expression changed a lot, and his feelings were extremely complicated. He was happy because the technical means of the Talons could solve another big problem. He was angry because the Talons collected his data. He questioned because the application of artificial intelligence made him instinctively resist, and the hatred of hateful intelligence instilled by the Emperor made him unable to resist. But when these emotions were blocked by the rationality in Ryan's mind like a high wall, he opened his mouth. If you can simulate me, do it now, I really need help. Gray nodded and left Ryan. When Gray came back, he snapped his fingers, and Ryan suddenly saw 100 holographic projections appearing in the bridge, and the image of each holographic projection was himself. I have allocated a main control intelligence computing power for you to simulate 100 of you. If you think it is not enough, you can add more. The upper limit is probably nearly 1,000, Gray said. Ryan glanced at each of his simulated selves, and after a few seconds of silence, he said loudly, each of you is responsible for a war zone. Go to hell. Get lost, bastard. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to lead me? Are you qualified to be a war commander? You can't handle the command alone. Get down and listen to my orders. You idiot, you forgot your own responsibilities. You actually teamed up with these crazy people who use artificial intelligence. The 100 simulated Ryans all refuted the orders from the real body. Damn it! Ryan hammered the tactical table and said to Gray, am I such a bastard? Gray looked helpless. Listen to me. Ryan pointed at the simulated versions of himself and cursed, you old bastards are all simulated. I am the real Ryan L. Johnson. You must obey my orders, damn old bastards. This kind of cursing is obviously useless. Ryan is soft-hearted, and not hard-hearted. As Ryan continued to curse angrily, Gray ordered the main control intelligence to lower the personal character in the simulated data to 0. So all the simulated Ryans who cursed at their original bodies calmed down, as dull and confused as zombies. When Ryan's original body ordered them to be responsible for a war zone again, these simulated Ryans executed the order from the original body without hesitation. Ryan himself no longer needs to be responsible for all tactical and strategic formulation and regulation from macro to micro. He only needs to manage the overall situation as a real commander. The simulated Lions perfectly managed the various battle zones, and continued to fight the enemy with wisdom and courage. There is something wrong with your simulation. I am not so unreasonable. Lion complained to Gray, then lowered his head, and continued to do what he should do. This time, everything made Lion feel a lot more relaxed. But he was still instinctively alert. 100 AI commanders of Lion L. Johnson level can be easily pulled out. If 100 Gillimans are simulated, and these 100 lions are added, what will happen? Ryan did not think about this issue and soon immersed himself in command. Gray did not bother Ryan anymore and returned to another tactical table to command the Tyrone army with the army generals. Their AI helpers were not only the simulated Ryan, who looked like an ordinary person, but also Creed and all the elite generals in the history of the Tyrone army. The simulated Ryan who adjusted his personality to the lowest level became talkative and relatively modest. Each Ryan in charge of all the frontline battle zones would report any abnormalities he found to the Ryan body, who commanded the entire macro strategy. Everything was normal at first. Then Ryan suddenly found something wrong. The wrong thing was the abnormal situation of the enemy's tactical actions that Ryan heard from him. The enemy is withdrawing troops from various war zones. Ryan looked at the people at the tactical table next to him and said loudly, "This is obviously wrong. Are they looking for a decisive battle?" Gray frowned and rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Imatech didn't want to seek a decisive battle from beginning to end, because the mobilization of troops within the undead was not in place just like the Empire. Although they mobilized troops very quickly through the pocket dimension, except for technology, the undead themselves had nothing to do with speed. The slow and heavy movements of the necromancers are often a tactical breakthrough for the frontline Star Army and the Tyrone Army. Ryan lowered his head and continued to observe. The deployment of the troops of the Sotek dynasty was still normal. The accident was not caused by the most powerful Sotek dynasty, but by the troops of other dynasties under the command of Imatech. These troops were immediately drawn from various frontline war zones and gathered in the Orpheus war zone to begin cooperating with the Sotek dynasty's attack. Some fleets of other dynasties were blocked by the Sotek dynasty's fleet, but more necromancer fleets arrived in the Orpheus star zone. They gathered outside Orpheus in a posture that was completely contrary to Imatech's previous strategy and sought a decisive battle. Chapter 1031. Immediately asked Marshal Adam to command the fleet for a decisive battle. Pile up all the follow-up forces in Orpheus. When Ryan wanted to urge Gray to give orders, the guard had already given orders to all the Tyrone people. Obviously, he realized this was an opportunity just like Ryan. The most powerful naval fleet of the Tyrone people has not made much progress in this war so far, because Imatech deliberately avoided the fleet decisive battle. If it wanted to avoid it, the Tyrone people would really have no way. But now the situation has suddenly changed. No matter what the reason, no matter what the motive, whether it is the unexpected internal contradictions of the undead, or whether Imatech has a new strategy and is preparing for it. In any case, even if it is Imatech's conspiracy, if a decisive battle is carried out when both sides' forces are not fully deployed on the front line, Imatech will pay the price for it. Everything detected by the Insight engine is still changing. The various dead dynasties outside the other war zones on the front began to withdraw their armies and fleets and gathered towards Orpheus. The Sotek dynasty immediately sent out its fleet to stop them after noticing this situation. In some worlds, civil wars had even broken out between the Sotek dynasty and other dynasties. Perhaps Imatech naturally distrusted the dynasties sent by the Three Holy Council to fight with him, so he deployed the armies of other dynasties in places that were not important in the overall macro strategy from the beginning. But this also resulted in the Sotek dynasty being unable to stop these dynasties in time when they began to withdraw their troops. Put the material engine on standby around the clock. Adam, who suddenly received the news, stepped into the bridge and issued an order to the celestial engine: if an unexpected situation occurs, immediately pull the fleet out of the battlefield. Since it is still uncertain whether the current abnormal situation is directed by Imatech himself or the dead spirits are fighting among themselves, Adam can only make the most prudent preparations first. The enemy's abnormal situation continues. The dead spirit fleet that was pulled out and failed to be stopped by the Sotek dynasty began to move towards Orpheus. The huge fleet of the Sotek dynasty did not get involved in this sudden attack. The invincible fleet of the Tyrone Navy scattered in the war zone immediately gathered to the location of the flagship. The Solar System Navy, which could not be dispersed due to poor mobility and fought against scattered enemy fleets in previous operations, also operated under the command of Quaron. The huge superluminal force field gradually unfolded where the entire fleet was located, and the assembled fleet immediately changed into combat formation after gathering. After everything was ready, the two huge fleets disappeared in the galaxy, suddenly jumped to the border of the Orpheus star zone, and sailed towards the dead fleet that suddenly gathered in the next galaxy. On the other side, Imatek immediately adjusted his strategic deployment after realizing that he could not stop the sudden gathering of friendly forces, and asked the remaining army of the Sotek dynasty to take over the places abandoned by friendly forces, trying to minimize the severity of the consequences of this sudden gathering. At the same time, Imatek also began to contact the emperors and overlords of the dynasties, who did not obey his orders and mobilized the fleet without authorization. When the communication was connected, the first emperor who was found by the angry Imatek met Imatek, and when Imatek observed it, it found that those emperors and overlords were not scattered in the tomb worships of their respective dynasties, but gathered together. "What are you doing?" Imatek's voice shook the sound receivers of every hierophant and overlord. After the war had already begun, and the supreme military commander representing the Necrons had been selected, the hierophants of these dynasties still gathered together, and assembled without any regard for Imatek's strategy. This was a serious violation of the noble moral code that this martial race abides by during war: loyalty and obedience. Unless there is something that takes precedence over the rules that need to be followed during war. We are following the orders of the Silent King. Because the King of Silence was reborn in the Tomb World, the overlord representing the entire Koron dynasty stood up and said to Imatek, "The Silent King ordered all of us to assemble the fleet, gain a strategic advantage in the shortest time, and then go to deal with the Kassid dynasty, instead of dragging it out here. Yes, your slowness has caused dissatisfaction among the three holy councils." Another King of Silence stood up and pointed at Imatek. "Instead of questioning us, you might as well consider whether you will still be the commander-in-chief chosen by the three holy councils. Don't use these high-sounding words to evade me." Imatek raised his weapon and pointed it at everyone present. "Zolek tried to hold me back, and you stupid guys obeyed it unconditionally. You are putting the entire race at a disadvantage. You abandoned your responsibilities to the warriors of your respective dynasties just to be loyal to one person." The emperors were silent. "You are simply a group of traitors. The same traitors as Zolek. The same meanness, the same shamelessness. In order to deal with me, they can ignore everything and deliberately put us at a disadvantage in the war." Imatek cursed every French emperor present. It was not angry that the French emperors decided to fight a decisive battle without authorization. A temporary strategic mistake is not a normal failure in a war. Mistakes can be made up and stupidity can be corrected. It was angry that these people still couldn't recognize who should be the leader of the entire race. A strong and wise general is qualified to be a leader, and a dictator who plays tricks is not qualified. "You are wrong, Imatek." Overlord Korin said, "The Silent King is not good at strategy, but he knows what to do. He asked us to gather our forces for a decisive battle, not to harm you, but because the damn Kassid dynasty has left their residence, and they are likely to take the initiative to intervene in the next war." Imatek was stunned when he heard the news. "And what are you doing?" Overlord Korin pointed at Imatek and said, "You are immersed in the pleasure of bullying the weak human race, and you are immersed in contempt for the Kassid dynasty. If the Silent King had not ordered us to cooperate with your strategy as much as possible and keep some troops, then other places would be completely abandoned by us. That dictator thinks the Kassid dynasty is a threat?" Imatek simulated a laugh. "How short-sighted and stupid. Even if those idiots take the initiative to join the war, I will easily defeat them with a little strategy and tactics, just like after the War of Heaven." Overlord Korin could not convince Imatek. In Imatek's eyes, people who have advanced weapons but cannot fight are the least threatening, but Zolek does not value strategy and tactics, but overall strength. This is a difference in thinking. The King of Silence asked us to persuade you to take the Kassid dynasty seriously, but now it is obvious that you can't think so. Overlord Korin walked to the communication control switch. "If you don't agree with the King of Silence, then you can continue to play house with humans. You are warrior generals, and since I have become a military commander, I can't abandon you." Imatek turned around and transmitted the fleet assembly order, then looked at Overlord Korin. "You are just a group of fools deceived by the tyrant. I will save you from your and his stupid decisions, and then you will understand who is the real leader." Chapter 1032. The human fleet and the dead fleet fought in full force. The Imperial Navy was mixed in with the Tyrone Navy. The fleets of several dead dynasties gathered in a tight formation. A larger-scale void battle than the Orpheus recovery operation was underway. On one side was the dead dynasty seeking to quickly open the situation because of the order of the Silent King Zolek, and on the other side was the human navy that had been seeking a fleet decisive battle and finally got what it wanted. This fleet decisive battle, in which both sides were very determined and had extremely strong material strength, could not predict the outcome of the void battle in a short period of time after it broke out. The flagship of the glory humanity was firing at full power, but the light released by the various terrifying weapons and artillery on it did not obscure the vision of the people standing in front of the portholes in the bridge, because this huge and magnificent porthole itself was a product of virtual technology, and the light of the weapons and artillery was filtered out. Adam, the Marshal of the Tyrone Navy, and Quarn, the Admiral of the Imperial Solar System Navy, stood side by side, and many orders came out of their mouths at the same time, and then transmitted to their respective battleship formations in real time. "I still suspect that this is Imatek's conspiracy," Ryan said to Gray. "If it is a conspiracy, it is just that both of us have got what we want." Gray whispered, "We are indeed eager to have a decisive battle in the void." While the two were talking, a large number of dead transport ships landed on many planets in the Orpheus sector through the pocket dimension and deployed the army to the battlefield. Ryan and Gray had no time to watch the magnificent scene of the naval decisive battle, and immediately devoted themselves to command. Let the solar engine cut off the enemy's retreat. Facing the fleets of both sides that covered the sky, Adam gave orders to the communications officer. The rear celestial engine immediately began to store energy for the star structure. Soon, the solar engine released the attack that had been used to resist the Hive fleet. A bombardment that spanned a distance of light years landed outside the Orpheus star region. Several star systems with a large number of dead spirits were wiped out from the galactic map. The residual energy that permeated the void created an energy barrier that could not be crossed. Any ship that entered these energy barriers would be paralyzed. The Necrons also responded. On a tomb world thousands of light years away, the Necromancer obtained the authorization of the Triumvirate and summoned the artifact called the Brilliant Star Map. When the Necromancer personally manipulated the artifact, which was a miniature galaxy map, the galaxy where the human navy was located was cut out. Corresponding changes will also occur outside the Brilliant Star Map. An entire galaxy disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the human navy protected by the material engine and the Necromancer fleet that was not a target. The human navy lost the helpers of the void facilities built on various planets and orbits in the galaxy. After both sides realized that they were harming the real universe itself, the Brilliant Star Map was no longer used, and the celestial engine no longer carried out bombing to destroy the galaxy. The human and the dead fleets fought normally. In addition to the open confrontation, there was an invisible confrontation on multiple levels, such as dimensions and space, until the dead fleet gradually fell into decline in this war. When Adam wanted to give the order to encircle and suppress, a green wave appeared in the void, and then a larger fleet of dead spirits suddenly jumped out. A large number of transport ships sailed towards the surrounding star systems, and the dead spirit warriors would be doubled and deployed to many star systems behind the human navy to build anti-ship facilities. In the Void War Force, a huge monster called the World Engine appeared. A total of 3 World Engines appeared behind the dead spirit fleet. Imatek joined the battle. 2 of them began to bombard the human navy, and the other began to repair all the damage in the Necromancer fleet. The appearance of the World Engine, a powerful weapon, put the human navy at a disadvantage instantly, but such a powerful weapon is not only possessed by the Necromancer. The Celestial Engine jumped into the battlefield under the command of Marshal Adam. The galaxy that was originally cut off by the Brilliant Star Map was left with only the void, but after the appearance of the Celestial Engine, there was a whole celestial system. The Insight Engine no longer detected enemy activities in a large area, and all the detection device arrays on it changed their directions and gathered towards the Necromancer fleet. After the detection wave was released, the entire Necromancer fleet was in a situation like fish being cooked in boiling water. These iron fish were obviously not affected by the environment, but the additional effects brought by the detection wave did affect the Necromancer. The Necromancer fleet's communication system was paralyzed in an instant, and all the equipment on the ships was restarted. The World Engine no longer emitted beams and stopped in place. However, as an ancient race with advanced technology, a tiny ship in the Necromancer fleet that only carried one device calculated the physical effects caused by the detection wave, and finally filtered out this physical effect like setting up a firewall for reality itself. The fleet quickly restarted and fought again, but the subsequent detection waves had no effect. The fleet of the Sotek dynasty. Adam stared at the fleet that suddenly appeared in front of him with the World Engine. He now began to suspect that this was a trap set by Imatek. But both sides were increasing the stakes, and no one wanted to give up this decisive battle, so they had to go all in. The Celestial Engine released a sea of electric currents and released hundreds of millions of light spears. The former was blocked by the defense field of the undead fleet, and the latter was carried by the World Engine. At this time, the Material Engine tried to disintegrate the World Engine itself. In silence, the three world engines began to disintegrate, the metal lost its original physical properties, and the physical rules applicable to the building structure changed. But these disintegrated artificial worlds suddenly began to gather again. That was obviously the power of the star god. In the deepest part of the world engine that humans could not perceive, the fragment of the star god called the World Shaper was forced to use his own power. The whole world disintegrated under the influence of the material engine, and was quickly reshaped under the influence of the star god. The World Shapers are using all means to communicate with humans, trying to lure them to send out landing troops, then guide the landing troops to release themselves, and then destroy the entire world engine. But all the communication of these star god fragments is filtered out by the fleet's cognitive filter. But both sides chose to land and fight at the same time. The necromancers began to try to deploy troops to the celestial engine through dimensional means. The human space warriors were teleported to the world engine with the help of the material engine. Later, more troops were mobilized by Ryan and Gray. There were even those savage Eldar army from a world called Pandora under Tyrone, who were teleported to the world engine. The Void War went on for a while, and the Death Army fleet, which had not formed an alliance with humans in this war, and a huge craft world suddenly appeared. The Death Army and the Otansa people approached the human navy while using psychic means to deploy landing troops. In the subspace rifts opened at the edge of the void, a series of greenskin-style shabby ships jumped out and sailed towards the fleets of both sides. Although they were blown to pieces by stray bullets, when the two sides fought as soon as they left the subspace, the appearance of these greenskins proved that this void war was no longer just a matter between two races. Chapter 1033. Damn bugs. Damn reptile bastards. Imatek looked down at the entire galaxy. He saw the Eldar who suddenly joined the battlefield, and the greenskins who appeared out of nowhere, and were like flies smelling shit when they encountered a fierce war. Imatek quickly suppressed his hatred for these species, and began to plan more important things. Prepare for both situations. First, continue to fight. Although the orders given by Zolok to the undead dynasties seemed extremely stupid to Imatek, he was not without the ability to fight. If you can win, you have to fight even if it's a miserable victory. Second, prepare to evacuate. Imatek can do these two preparations perfectly by himself. Through his superb strategic control, all ships can evacuate at the first moment when they decide to evacuate while continuing to fight. But Imatek will not give up this decisive battle easily. Although he does not want to fight a decisive battle, since the decisive battle has begun, he must fight a good result. Foolish Zolok. Imatek simulated the emotion of gritting his teeth. If Zolok hadn't held him back, why would he make the best of it now? Perhaps the Silent King is not as good as you in terms of strategy, but he definitely surpasses you in judging certain things. The one who said this was Overlord Corrin, who came to Zolok's tomb flagship. The other dynasty emperors saw Imatek helping them command the battle, so they would not raise any questions. Hearing what came from Corrin, Imatek was of course dismissive. You were really deceived by Zolok. You actually thought that it really got it, and no longer abandoned the interests of the entire race for its own tricks. You are wrong. Corrin's breathing light flashed a few times. When the Overlord was about to refute, a report from the Overlord of the Sotek dynasty interrupted the conversation between the two. The Silent King sent reinforcements to us. Hearing this, Imatek suddenly turned his head and looked at his subordinates. At this time, outside the tomb flagship, another fleet appeared in the void. At first, Imatek thought that the fleet sent by the Silent King was to deal with him, but this huge and powerful fleet bypassed the existing undead fleet and headed forward. This fleet only represents a part of the fleet of the Triarch Council, but it is powerful enough. No matter how far the war goes, Zolok will not send a part of the fleet to participate in the war. This is Imatek's speculation. Not to mention lending a hand now. A holographic image appeared in the dark tomb, and the female empress of the Manak dynasty appeared in front of Imatek. After losing the dynasty and territory, this female empress temporarily commanded Zolok's fleet. My command is transferred to you. The queen said coldly, this is the order of the King of Silence. Take the responsibility of the two fleets, Imatek. What did you say? Imatek couldn't believe what he heard. Zolok sent reinforcements, which was already unexpected. The command of the fleet sent by Zolok belonged to the lord of the Sotek dynasty, which made Storm King Imatek even more incomprehensible. But after thinking about it, Imatek realized that things might not be good. Obviously, Zolok sent a fleet and handed over the command, which was not to be used against humans. When Imatek thought so, something changed suddenly. The gravity in the entire void suddenly began to surge. Under the detection of the ship equipment, the entire space bulged, and it was obvious that something was about to squeeze out from another space. Then the gravity suddenly dropped sharply, and that thing came out. In the huge space crack behind the human navy, a huge flat object like a whole disk floated out, and transformed into a three-dimensional object after entering reality. That was a world engine. This world engine, surrounded by a huge fleet, was only the first, second, third, fourth. Space rifts were constantly releasing world engines and fleets. The ships of the human navy were repaired in an instant. The world engine and the huge half-moon warships that surged forward like a flood passed under the human navy and headed straight for the dead fleet. On those world engines, the melted metal liquid flowed on the surface of the planet, like a river, gathering into a forging hammer-like symbol. On the largest world engine, the top of the magnificent temple was shrouded by energy that isolated the harsh environment of the void. Members of the High Forging Council and the gods stood on it, overlooking the entire void battlefield. Kassa dynasty joined the war. This is your weakness, Imetek. Overlord Korin walked behind the Storm King. Your mastery of strategy and tactics makes you too proud. You never care about things outside the battlefield, and the King of Silence knows what happens outside the battlefield better than you do. You didn't expect the Kassa dynasty to take the initiative to join the war, right? Imetek turned back and stared at Korin. He respected warriors. The Overlord Korin was different from his emperor. This Overlord was a respectable warrior. During the War of Heaven, he won the respect of the most powerful lord of the Sotek dynasty. So Korin would not be brutally executed by Imetek like his brother. Imetek turned his head and said lightly, "You are right, but I have my advantages." Commands were transmitted one by one, and the undead fleet began to move due to Imetek's mobilization. Imetek was confident that he could easily deal with the Kassa dynasty for a reason. The Kassa dynasty was not good at war. The fleet and world engines of this dynasty stepped into the traps set by Imetek again and were lured and divided. Those warships broke away from the world engines, causing the world engines that lost the coordination of warships to be attacked by landing at the first time. But Imetek no longer planned to continue fighting, and it began to implement its planned evacuation. Those fleets that were going to lure and divide the Kassa dynasty had been abandoned by Imetek. The human navy was still chasing them from behind. Even if Imetek decided to retreat, the undead fleet would suffer irreparable losses. On the largest world engine of the Kassa dynasty, the war machine called the Dynasty Engine, Chi Nemo controlled the entire artificial celestial body and rushed towards the three world engines of the Sotek dynasty fleet at a very fast speed. The target was the three fragments of the star god that were divided and trapped in the world shaper. Chi Nemo, who rushed into the battlefield with the Kassa dynasty, did not chase the undead fleet, but aimed at the world engine. The Sotek dynasty, which did not have the star god fragments, was not good at manufacturing, and did not have the same energy technology as the Kassa dynasty, would lose these three killer weapons forever. Chapter 1034. The larger world engine called the Dynasty Engine flew in the void at a speed that violated the laws of physics and ignored the law of inertia, heading straight for the three world engines of the Sotek dynasty. When the Dynasty Engine roared, Imetek in the Tomb flagship was keenly aware of the intention of the Dynasty Engine. The feeling of tension was simulated. This was the feeling Imetek had when he faced 10 ancient saints, who tried to use suicide attacks to protect a webway city full of Eldar during the war in heaven. The world engine, a weapon of mass destruction, is not considered a supreme treasure in the scientific and technological system of the undead. It can be reshaped, but the fragments of the star god that power it cannot be copied. Now that the dynasties have lost a lot of power in their slumber, it is obviously not that easy to capture the fragments of the star god. A small part of the fleet broke away from the main force under the arrangement of Imetek and rushed towards the Dynasty Engine. At the top of the Dynasty Engine temple, Chi Nemo looked at the fleet coming in and felt a sense of oppression, but it was only a visual sense of oppression. The huge military power of the Sotek dynasty is reflected in the fact that these fleets are only the smallest part of the huge fleet, but they can also form a visual experience that covers the sky and the sun. Nyadrasa. Chi Nemo turned his head to look at the burner. The latter first looked at Chi Nemo, then raised his head, and looked at the void above his head. Without orders, the burner will also attack, because it wants to test the extent of its power recovery. In the action of the gods led by Chi Nemo to find fragments, the integrity of the burner has reached nearly 90%, and the last fragment tied behind the throne of Zolok is missing. As the idea of the burner, driven by the desire for destruction, emerged, sparks began to appear in the entire void. The necromancer's ship, that was heading straight for the Dynasty Engine also suddenly burned at this time. The flame that could not be extinguished, with a temperature higher than that of a star, burned the structure of living metal at the microscopic level. The materials that could not be burned, created by the pinnacle of material science, burned like coal under the burning of the flame. In front of the Dynasty engine, the three world engines were trying to escape through superluminal jumps, but the flames of the burner not only burned matter in a vacuum environment, but also burned the laws of physics. The superluminal method of the necromancer, which was completely based on physics, was like rootless duckweed and could not work. But the world engines quickly activated the webway. When the three giants approached the entrance to the webway, it suddenly closed. The necromancers are indeed good at using the webway, a superluminal path created by the ancients using psychic technology, but they used the webway to activate it with something called the tomb gate. The tomb gate was created by the burner himself, in order to burn its fire of destruction into the webway that separates the real universe and the subspace. At this time, Chi-Nemo slowly raised his palm, and then clenched his fist. The three world engines rushed towards each other, and collided violently. The metal-shaped land plates were thrown into the void, and the large-scale technological devices, like mountains, were uprooted. Before the three artificial celestial bodies suffered a catastrophe of destruction, the material engines of the celestial engines were already transferring all the people on them to the logistics engines. After entering the salvage range, the Dynasty engine projected a force field to extract the restraint devices inside the three collapsed world engines from the broken metal plates. The firewall and protection program of the restraint device were quickly cracked by the computing array on the Dynasty engine, and then three fragments of the star god jumped out of it. They were all the world shaper Agrania. When this star god was complete, he could create a planet out of thin air with just a thought, and he could also make a planet collapse with just a thought. For him, no matter how harsh the environment was, it was like a drawing board for him to control and shape it. He did not need to go through the tedious process before the environmental transformation, nor did he need any technological creations. He only needed the thought of willingness to turn the dead world into a garden world. It looks like it has 4 arms and a third eye. It holds a scepter, a sword, an axe, and a sphere in its hands. When the world shaper was about to express something, the star god forge taken out by Chi-Nemo took it into it. When the world shaper was released by the star god forge, it changed from 3 fragments to a relatively complete fragment. Forger, my dear friend. This greeting was the first expression of the world shaper in the way of the star god. But Chi-Nemo was not moved at all. Friendship between star gods is hard to exist unless they are forced to keep each other warm. Star gods like World Shaper were not strong during the War of Heaven, but they were definitely not weak. Don't try to get close to me. The burner pointed at the World Shaper and roared, everyone knows that you, the damn thing, have nothing to do with the Forger. You have 2 choices. Saranoga anchored the World Shaper at the current spatial coordinates. Hand over part of your essence and surrender, or we will make you more fragmented. Choose one of the 2. Before Chi-Nemo communicated with the World Shaper in the old way, the other star gods had already proposed rules to the World Shaper. The reason why they were so enthusiastic was actually very simple. It was not out of loyalty, trust, suspicion, or any other factors. It was just because these star gods had already handed over their essences, so they would think of ways to make the star gods, who joined later, hand over their essences with the mentality that they could not be the only ones to suffer. Can I not make a choice? The World Shaper hesitated. For example, I can repay you in other ways, and then leave the galaxy. Do you want freedom? The burner ignited the flames. If you don't want freedom, go to the Hypercube Labyrinth and keep company with the Deceiver and Nightbringer. Okay. The World Shaper took out a sphere from his body. The sphere was covered with natural terrain such as deserts, oceans, and snow. Chi-Nemo stretched out his hand, and the sphere floated into his hand. You will not give up your essence in vain. In return, I will try my best to make you complete. The World Shaper stared at Chi-Nemo for a while, then asked Saranoga, what's going on? It's a long story. Saranoga shook his head. It's a long story. Let's talk about it later. The World Shaper turned his body and looked at the undead fleets that were evacuating one after another. Now, I want to teach these traitors who repay kindness with enmity a lesson, so that they know the consequences of abandoning God. The World Shaper tortured in the World Engine was like another fragment encountered by the Astral Knights. It madly hated the descendants of the Necroner, who were considered traitors in its eyes. Chapter 1035. A star-sized celestial body suddenly appeared on the evacuation route of the undead fleet. Nearly half of the fleet that had not evacuated was instantly pulled towards the celestial body by the gravity brought by the huge celestial body. This was too sudden, and there was no time to react. One warship after another was pulled by gravity and crashed. After the entire galaxy was cleared, the huge celestial body that was suddenly created by the World Shaper also disappeared instantly. When in the World Engine, the World Shaper saw that the brilliant star map cut out all the celestial bodies in this galaxy, and it reshaped all the original celestial bodies in the galaxy with just one thought. Damn traitor, traitor. The roar of the World Shaper shook the entire galaxy. You have eaten the souls of the Necronter, right? Chi Nemo said to the Star God. What does this have to do with eating souls? The World Shaper disagreed. The Necronter wanted immortality, victory, and power, and these wishes were fulfilled by us as a thank you for creating containers and self-awareness for the Catons. Their weak ant bodies were replaced by immortal bodies, and they no longer have to suffer from radiation sickness. They were beaten by the old saints in the first battle in heaven, and could only survive in the gutter. They wanted to wash away the humiliation, and we helped them. And how did they repay us? They turned their weapons against us, betrayed us, and betrayed the master who gave them all the good things they have now. The World Maker rebuked passionately. Chi Nemo could feel that this guy was not lying. He really didn't think the Star God had done anything wrong. He really thought that the betrayal of the Necronter was just out of shamelessness and greed. The deceiver deceived us. This bastard has his cake and eat it too. Saranoga said, I now even suspect that the Eldar Laughing God had the help of the deceiver during the war in heaven, otherwise how could it, a psychic, interfere with my consciousness and make me eat other star gods as enemies? The deceiver? What does this have to do with me? The World Shaper responded angrily, I just shaped the worlds I loved in the universe, and then the damn traitors drove their ships to smash me to pieces. Whether they are related to the deceiver or not, they are all damn traitors. Everything that happened in the ancient times of the universe, all the right and wrong, now has its own reasons. Chi Nemo did not discuss with the World Shaper, but just asked one question. Did you eat the soul of the necrophile? I ate it. The World Shaper replied, but I thought they didn't want that thing at the time. The frauds deceived you, and when you saw the soul of the necrophile, you couldn't help but want a share. This is your problem. You can't get yourself clean. Chi Nemo said, you'd better understand what I mean, because this will prevent you from being broken again in the future because of eating other people's souls. The World Shaper was silent for 2 seconds, then looked at the mimic. Why is the caster so eloquent now? Wasn't it the silent follower of Magradros before? The mimic glanced at the void dragon Magradros, then said to the World Shaper, it's a long story. It's not a long story. The burner glared at the World Shaper with a sneer. In fact, the reason is very simple, that is, now you are going to become a follower of the Forger like us, ha ha ha. That's good. As long as you are not following a manic arsonist like you, I will be relieved. The World Shaper said. The hideous smile on the burner's face disappeared instantly. The World Shaper ignored the burner's eyes that seemed to be able to kill gods, looked around, and said to Chi Nemo, the reality membrane and curtain here are slightly fragile compared to other places, not only here, but also in every galaxy where your servant races and traitors are fighting. Can you directly sense the reality membrane and the curtain? Chi Nemo suddenly felt a sense of surprise. Star gods can more or less sense the curtain and reality membrane, two companions of the real universe, but they can only sense it once, and it is impossible for them to directly understand the situation of the reality membrane and the curtain in a large galaxy like the World Shaper. This may be the instinct of the World Shaper, a star god representing the characteristics of the environment. This is one of my many useless characteristics. The World Shaper sensed everything and analyzed. The upright ape species staying in the ship in this galaxy has a weak psychic talent. Although it is weak, it still exists. The emotions of these people in the war will resonate, thereby weakening the strength of the reality membrane and the curtain. Don't say these useless things, just tell me the solution. The burner scolded. During the War of Heaven, the negative emotions generated by the war between intelligent species shook the soul sea. Don't we know this principle yet? The solution? The World Shaper shook his head. The solution is not to fight a war that will cause a surge in negative emotions. That's why I have been avoiding unnecessary wars, and improving the living environment of ordinary creatures. Chi Nemo said. In this cruel and dark universe, pacifism is not simply a diplomatic strategy, but a means that can actually bring substantial benefits. As the influence of the warp on the real universe has deepened compared to the eve of the war in heaven, unless there is a race in the universe that really has no psychic talent, it is impossible for the emotions of a race not to be affected by the warp. Humans, Eldar, Necrons, Greenskins, and Titanium are only the most powerful of all intelligent races in the galaxy. There are also countless alien races. During the expansion of Tyrone, they also have a gentle attitude towards alien races that are not like beastmen, whose existence itself will cause chaos erosion. However, the cruelty of this universe is reflected in the fact that we know that something is good, but we cannot get it. If we don't want to go to war, we have to go to war. Just like this war with the dead, Chinemo kept reviewing whether he had the possibility of avoiding the war, and then he found that he didn't, so he still had to fight. When we have a way to repair or even create the curtain and reality membrane, we don't have to worry about these. The World Maker said. Is this possible? Chinemo saw a glimmer of hope. Not likely. The World Maker said bluntly, but you have to dare to think about everything. Just like when we were still a mass of nebula-like matter parasitic on a star, no one could have imagined that we would become intelligent life with self-awareness in the future. Okay. Chinemo did not dwell on whether he could realize the creation of the curtain. That was too far away. For him now, he cared more about the current war. Although it was impossible for Iron Man to completely replace humans in war now, and although humans would inevitably generate a lot of negative emotions in this war, there were ways to improve the situation. Chapter 1036. After communicating with the newly joined star god, Chinemo asked the gods to wait in the celestial engine, while he went to the flagship of the Glory Humanity. After penetrating the hull and entering the bridge, the people of the Tyrone Navy saluted first, and then Adam and Gray, the two old friends, greeted each other. Chinemo saw the 100 simulated Ryans gathered around Ryan, and asked in surprise, "You actually simulated 100 Ryans, and you didn't fight?" When Gray wanted to answer, Ryan spoke first. "We have some prejudices against each other. I'm not that extreme. How could I fight with myself? It's true that we didn't fight, but we were almost there," Adam said. Ryan glanced at Adam, and brought up something more important. "Will we have the help of the star gods like in the Golden Expedition?" "Yes." Chinemo nodded. "I will help those star gods become as complete as possible. They are now more powerful, and full of hatred for those skeletons. They will be happy to help." Chinemo turned around and looked at the wreckage of the undead ships floating outside the porthole, and said, "Those metal skeletons can be resurrected, but their ships cannot be reborn and still need to be rebuilt. This decisive battle caused by the internal conflicts of the dynasties will bring us some advantages." Ryan smiled and rubbed his hands. "Where's Robot?" Chinemo asked Ryan. "I saw the Ultramarines fleet on the way here, but I didn't see Robot in the glory of Macridge." Hearing Chinemo ask about Gilliman, Ryan's expression gradually became deep, frowning, and said, "Robot has a lot of things to deal with now. I thought he could handle everything as long as he was in the rear, but obviously not. There was a problem with the logistic supply in the frontline war zone. Some of the Supreme Lords actually started to make peace with the metal skeletons when Robot was in Ultramar." "Supreme Lords?" Chinemo pretended to be surprised. He helped Gilliman execute those Supreme Lords in the High Lords Council Hall, but it was not good for others to know about this, so Chinemo left Terra immediately after doing that. "Heh," Ryan said in a deep voice, "these people are really good at calculating. When they cause problems with logistics, I actually thought they were excusable, but they were just as short-sighted and stupid as always. You are good at war, not ruling." Chinemo comforted Ryan. "As for Robot, you can't blame him too much. You Primarchs became idols of religious worship after your disappearance. Countless people acted in the name of you and the Emperor. When you idols came to life, your self-consciousness became a thorn in the eyes of some people. It is impossible that no one would oppose your management and rule. At least in the matter of logistics, Talon handled this crisis, and the situation is not too serious." Hearing this, Ryan nodded. Chinemo also nodded, and turned to leave the bridge. In the private lounge on the flagship, Chinemo talked face-to-face with Gilliman's projection. The two met again during this period, but there was no time to chat on Terra. Gilliman was not as depressed as before. Chinemo told Gilliman what he learned from the World Shaper, focusing on the fact that human soldiers had negative emotions in the casualties of the war, which weakened the reality membrane and curtain. Gilliman thought about it, and asked only one question. "Does the Star God think that the resonance of this emotion will explode another subspace rift? How is that possible?" Chinemo shook his head. "If such a little emotional resonance would cause a rift, then the real universe would have been gone long ago. But whether it is the negative emotions caused by the war, or the bad living environment, these emotions will weaken the curtain and the reality membrane in the extremely long future. There is no way." Gilliman sighed. "We humans can't just sit there and let the space skeleton slaughter us, unless there is a war that can end all wars, but this is obviously impossible. If we win this war, it will not mean the disappearance of those space skeletons. They are still a powerful ancient race, just like they lost the first war in heaven and began to plan the second war in heaven." "I think so, but I think we can minimize the negative emotions," Chinemo said, and flicked his fingers. Gilliman on Terra received a document. It was a contract to purchase military medical insurance. The Minister of the Military Control Department of the Talon Star region signed the contract, and now there is one more place to sign. What is this? Gilliman asked curiously. Military medical insurance. Chi Nemo replied, the medical corps of the Talon Army will provide battlefield rescue services for the Empire's allies, but it is well known that the medical care of the Astra Militarum is generally better than nothing, especially now after the large-scale expansion of the Army. In addition to adding medical corps, we can also purchase medical services. Gilliman was stunned for a moment. His brain made him figure out the logic in less than a second, but the shock of medical services being available for purchase still lingered in his mind. He lowered his head and carefully read the contract and the accompanying documents. A Talon enterprise named Timely Rescue is the main provider of military medical services, and Timely Rescue is a company jointly established by several large companies. First, it is mainly engaged in the construction of civil rail facilities and military rail facilities engineering contracting business named Talon Rail. This company evolved from the first private factory in the disappeared city of New Cato in Tylong No. 1. They are proud of having supplied the first batch of Tylong people with daily necessities, and they were honored to be named after the word Tylong because they were active enough in the Tylong Unification War. The second company is called Iwan Biology. This company is located in Iwan, an important agricultural star system in Tylong. This company mainly produces raw materials for medicines. The third company is called Standard Industries, which is owned by one worker. All worlds in a galaxy are part of a company, and the traditions and culture of the people in the galaxy are based on industrial production enterprises. The fourth company is called Beisu ET, which is a company that produces prosthetics. These four companies jointly formed the Timely Rescue Company, which used to provide civilian medical care services to ordinary people, but after the war began, they began to sell military medical care services. This information is not very important. What is really important is that Lord Tyrone has purchased military medical care services for every Astra Militarum soldier in his personal name. This is an astronomical amount of money. Anyone who sees this contract will understand that what Lord Tyrone said about minimizing mortal casualties is not just a consolation. Chapter 1037. Will the medical support services of Timely Rescue Company be better than those of the Tyrone Army Medical Corps? Gilliman asked. Of course not, but they have a large number of retired military doctors and developed automatic medical drones, which can play a role at least in places where the Tyrone Army Medical Corps can hardly take care of them. Chi Nemo said, if you are a wounded Astra Militarum soldier, they will find ways to get you off the front line. They have armed security specially licensed for use in the war zone, sufficient medical supplies, and medical personnel. There aren't many casualties in the battle with the skeletons, because once you're hit by a Gauss rifle, you're dead. But if you're hit by the residual power of the giant war machine's artillery fire, you might be able to survive. Chi Nemo pointed to the back of the contract. I bought the highest level of medical insurance for you and the other Primarchs, as well as your Legion commanders. Gilliman flipped through the back of the contract. The cost of the Primarch's medical insurance service is equivalent to that of 100,000 Astra Militarum infantry regiment. The medical insurance provided by this expensive insurance service is naturally unimaginably generous. If the Primarch is willing to share his live signal, and is willing to bring a small transmission beacon device, then when they are injured or surrounded, the armed security forces and combat military doctors specially organized in the war zone will reach the Primarch by means including but not limited to orbital airdrop cabin civilian transmission technology. The armed security forces will employ retired elite generals from the Tyrone Army to plan and command operations, and military doctors with frontline combat experience and medical technology, as well as elite veterans of the Tyrone Army who have military merits but do not want to return to a peaceful life will form an action team. In addition, there will be security iron men developed by Standard Industries to provide combat services to companies that have obtained armed franchises in war zones. The retirement pay of the Tyrone Army is quite high. Why would there be retired soldiers who would risk their lives to make money? Gilliman asked. This involves human diversity. Chi Nemo also felt helpless. For some people, they make money by risking their lives. Ultramar. Gilliman picked up the quill and signed his name on the contract. Tyrone's merchants are always surprising. Gilliman recalled that when he was in charge of logistics during the Golden Crusade, he discovered something. There is a star system in the Tyrone Star Zone. The main business of this star system is to grow fruits that must be cultivated in traditional ways. A beverage company was born in this star system, which uses the fruits that have extremely harsh cultivation conditions, but can refresh the mind to make beverages. This beverage company is called Excellent Beverage. Excellent Beverage grew up in the Golden Expedition. The founder of this beverage company brought his entire family and fearless employees, rented a transport ship from Bice's shipping industry, and went directly to each warring star system to sell beverages at the risk of his life. Later, after rapid growth, they had their own beverage sales and transport fleet, which was composed of special transport ships with full defense ordered from Bice's shipbuilding. In this war, excellent drinks were naturally not absent. I always like to cooperate with Tai Lung's business companies, exchange what we have or introduce factories. Gilliman transmitted the contract to Qin Mo. I think they are more friendly and generous than nobles, to ordinary people. No, they are just bound, otherwise you will see them using people from your 500 worlds as iron men. Qin Mo transmitted the contract. This medical insurance service was officially effective. Qin Mo recalled that he saw the fleet of the Death Army after arriving at the decisive battle site, so he said to Gilliman, "The Death Army and the Otansa world have signed a war agreement with us again?" "Yes." Gilliman nodded. For rational members of various species in the galaxy, it is not difficult to realize that our fates are intertwined and shared, and they took the initiative to participate in the war. Qin Mo was not surprised that the Death God Army joined the war, but it was surprising that the people of Otansa joined the war. The Otansa craft world only followed the humans to participate in the Golden Expedition. Qin Mo thought they would shrink back to recuperate, but this craft world followed their Phoenix Lord Morganla to join the war again. Qin Mo couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't want to think about it. He and Gilliman had this communication not just for medical services, but what they really wanted to talk about was actually about the enemy. The metal descendants of the Necronter have serious conflicts with each other, which means that they are not just the two hostile faction commanders of Zolok and Imatek. So I think it's possible to use other factions within them to end the war, and solve many problems once and for all. Qin Mo said, thinking. Gilliman also thought about it, but he thought it was not feasible. The descendants of the Necronter hate flesh and blood creatures with souls, and supporting one faction and fighting another will not change this. What if we can turn them back into creatures with souls? Qin Mo said. Gilliman's brain turned quickly after hearing this, and after serious thinking, he nodded. If it can really be done, it is indeed feasible. But even if they become creatures with souls, and stop fighting, or even cooperate with us because of this favor, they are still a race, and this ancient and powerful race will not abide by the rules dominated by humans. If we can really find a way to give them souls, I will leave a backdoor to ensure that I can deprive them of it. Qin Mo said, I have set up a laboratory in the subspace rift near the Great Vortex where the reality membrane and curtain have been completely torn apart. Maybe I can find a way to give and take away souls. That's safe. Gilliman's eyes fell on the ceiling, and he expressed his opinion while thinking, I have been thinking about what this war will be like in the end. Imatek is here to exterminate us, so it must be a fight to the death. Even if humans win in the end, even if we put aside the outcome of the war, this war itself has caused trauma to the real universe. One side is an ancient race with advanced technology, and the other side has the help of the Star God. How is this different from the war in heaven? Qin Mo agreed with Gilliman very much. Finally, he also made a decision. I will find a way to give souls. If it is feasible, I will create another thing that can not only deprive souls, but also exterminate them as a means of bottom line. But we still have to win the war, even if it only enters a stalemate, at least destroy a few dynasties. Because pure favor cannot obtain pure gratitude. Of course, there may be no way to give souls at all, then we have to plan for a worst-case scenario. That is, humanity wins miserably, and then we need reserve forces to repair the wounds caused by the war and resist the invasion of the Dark Gods. Qin Mo considered all the possibilities. When he mentioned the need for backup forces, Gilliman suddenly felt as if he was facing the situation at a certain moment 10,000 years ago. At that time, it was necessary to consider the possibility that Terra had been captured by the rebels. In order to give humans a chance to breathe and rise again, the Second Empire was born in Ultramar. It is the same now. Gilliman has begun to plan to select a part of the area far away from the front line of the war to make it prosperous and powerful. But this selected backup force will not participate in the war immediately, because it is a trump card built for the worst-case scenario. As the Primarch continued to think like this, he suddenly felt that the Emperor quietly poked his head out from behind him. Chapter 1038. Build a backup force that can cope with the most extreme situations. As for what happened in the Second Empire, I, the human part, do not blame you at all. Gilliman felt the Emperor sticking his head out from behind him, while thinking. This was a unique telepathy. The human Emperor possessed by Vanessa really appeared behind Gilliman silently. After hearing the words of his father's humanity, Gilliman turned his head, and looked at Vanessa's eyes that were emitting golden light. You can't represent all your will. But most of them will understand your difficulties as well as I do. The Emperor said, of course, I know that you heard hurtful words when you went to the Golden Throne after your return, such as cursing you as a thief and a traitor, blaming you for what you did with Sanguinius and Lion. But part of my will was not normal, and I was tortured by the Golden Throne for too long. At this time, Guilliman and Chi Nemo were still communicating. It's been a while since I last saw you. Chi Nemo raised his hand and said hello. It's more than a while. I haven't seen you for decades. The Emperor frowned and said, you took those star gods to collect the fragments without saying a word. I looked for you twice in the star zone and couldn't find you, so you ran out to do my own thing. Thank you for not wandering around Talon for decades, otherwise I don't know when I would have discovered the conspiracy of those high lords and skeletons. You're welcome, it's my duty. After arguing with Chi Nemo for a few words, the Emperor looked at Guilliman again. Do what you should do, I support you. Father. Guilliman looked at the Emperor, his body trembling slightly. Don't be too moved too soon. The Emperor raised his hand. I can only support you verbally, because the interference of the warp on reality is not high now. I can't airdrop the Legion of the Damned at will, and of course, I can't appear in front of some people in the Empire to support you. Hearing this, Guilliman's emotion gradually subsided, and he asked instead, I thought you stayed by my side because you were determined to interfere with the rule of the Empire. I have other things to do. The Emperor floated up and patted Guilliman's head gently. This is to avoid staying on Terra to disturb you, not because of other things. You know, if the Empire does not recognize my current image, you have to find a way to deal with the problem about me. If you recognize it, your authority will decline, so you have to understand me. Guilliman looked up and down at Vanessa's body, thought about it, and said, your image is indeed unconvincing, but if you add the recognition of all the Primarchs, and you appear a few more times, maybe it will work. Are you serious? The Emperor said, all the Primarchs and the miracles have proven that the golden and strong saint 10,000 years ago has turned into a little girl. You are happy but I am not. Guilliman wanted to say something else, but was blocked by the Emperor. I said a few nice words to you, but you want me to deal with the mess on Terra. Don't push it any further. Go and arrange a small fast ship for your father. I have my own things to do. After saying that, the Emperor patted Guilliman on the back of his head. Guilliman touched the back of his head and walked away mumbling. The weakness of your human will is the weakness of mortals, such as escaping. You also have weaknesses like this. Chi Nemo said. Yeah, you are right. The Emperor nodded. If you don't like me, throw me back to the warp. Chi Nemo sighed and reached out to cut off the communication. Wait. The Emperor suddenly tried to stop him. Chi Nemo stared at the Emperor and listened silently. His golden eyes looked up, then down at the floor, and after hesitating for a long time, he spoke. Thank you. Thank you for what? Chi Nemo asked. Everything. The Emperor replied. Chi Nemo smiled and reached out to cut off the communication again, but this time he hesitated. You said you had something important to do. What are you going to do? Are there any more riddles waiting for us to figure out? People who stay with you are likely to become riddlers, so I really didn't hide anything. The Emperor shook his head slowly. I am in the real universe. After the Golden Expedition, my ability to call on spiritual energy is much worse than before. I can only get some fragmentary information from other wills. The information I got recently is very simple. It's to go to a place. A galaxy called Baron. Chi Nemo thought for a while, and finally cut off the communication. On the other side, Eisenhorn held a book that sealed the devil. His apprentice fell in his arms, and his followers stood behind him. The female Solus named Bakuin tightly grasped Eisenhorn's arm and looked forward in fear. Everyone was extremely nervous. A psychic titan was killing everyone, and every time the earth trembled, the titan was one step closer. Do you have anything to say to me? Beckon held Eisenhorn's face. Her expression changed from fear to determination, and it was obvious that she would do something to stop the titan. Eisenhorn looked at Beckon blankly. Beckon turned and left, rushing towards the psychic titan alone. Eisenhorn subconsciously wanted to stop it, but everything around him suddenly came to a standstill. Everyone in this scene became expressionless and turned their heads to stare at the face of the judge. Go to Baron. Bakuin turned around and said, Go to Baron. Eisenhorn suddenly lowered his head and saw his apprentice staring at him expressionlessly, repeating a place called Baron. Go to Baron. Everyone was saying this. The roar from the psychic titan made Eisenhorn's ears ring, and this voice was also, Go to Baron. Eisenhorn felt that he had fallen into an abyss, and then suddenly woke up, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, and looking around in panic. This is a utility room that has not been cleaned up yet in the ship of a Lord Inquisitor of the Inquisition. After Eisenhorn looked around clearly, he remembered that he had just had a nightmare. But what he didn't understand was that the scene in the nightmare was the battle in the action that caused Beacon to be sent into the static force field a long time ago. It was not the first time he had dreamed of this, but this time everyone kept asking him to go to a place called Baron. This was a prophetic revelation. Relying on his experience, Eisenhorn subconsciously searched for items on his body. According to his experience, it might be that the things he'd brought with him from a heretic caused this nightmare and malicious revelation. But after searching for 2 seconds, Eisenhorn suddenly realized that he had given all the old things on his body to the Lord of Tyrone decades ago, as a thank you for resurrecting Beacon. Chapter 1039. I'm really old. Eisenhorn knocked his head, trying to wake up his groggy brain. He suddenly woke up from his deep sleep and sat up. This violent movement caused Eisenhorn's waist and chest to ache. The old judge stood up by the handrail of a charger in the utility room, walked out of the utility room to the corridor, and walked along the corridor for about 10 minutes to enter a weapons warehouse. When he saw the Tyromade power armor displayed in the weapons warehouse, Eisenhorn suddenly realized that he had taken the wrong road. He returned the same way and walked in the maze-like corridor for 5 or 6 minutes before entering the public toilet he really wanted to go to. Facing the mirror, Eisenhorn stared at his face. Old decadent. White hair. After so much time, everything has changed. The only thing that has not changed is the stinky face that made people paralyzed during an operation. This decaying body has been running for too long. The life extension technology used without much resources and money has extended the running time of this decaying body to the limit. After the Eye of Terror was closed, Eisenhorn's psychic talent was greatly weakened, which made the body decay faster and faster. Eisenhorn was used to looking at himself in the mirror like this. He did not hate this decaying body, but was grateful that it could still hold on after being ravaged by him, instead of turning himself into a useless person lying on a bed with a tube inserted. The Inquisitor rubbed his face, and then walked out of the bathroom after feeling a little more sober, and called a drone to show the way to the bridge of the Inquisition warship. When he stepped into the bridge, everyone subconsciously glanced at him, and then lowered their heads to continue working. Except for one person. Look who's here. The Inquisitor, who was wearing gorgeous Lord Inquisitor clothing, and standing in front of the specially made gorgeous power armor admiring the equipment, turned his head. The Inquisitor who filled his ship with a large number of Talon creations was none other than the unlucky guy named Chuck, who was abandoned by his father in the Mechanicus. However, the unlucky guy Chuck is doing well now. Although his relationship with his father is still tense, he is still the offspring of a forged general when he was young, and is still the only way for the Inquisition to communicate with the Talon people. Eisenhorn. Chuck walked towards Eisenhorn and called his name, an old dog of the Inquisition, loyal, vigilant. Eisenhorn had a blank expression on his face. He had no emotion at all when Chuck called him old dog, because he no longer cared about these workplace conflicts. After being investigated several times by the Inquisition for some past events, Eisenhorn should have been executed, but the Regent intervened. Eisenhorn survived, but he was no longer the Inquisitor, who was qualified to act independently. He was demoted to an apprentice. Chuck's apprentice. To be honest, Eisenhorn actually had a good impression of Chuck, because Chuck treated him as an equal at first, until the two of them had a conflict. When Chuck was about to completely replace the Talon equipment for his judges, Eisenhorn reminded him not to forget his identity, and to distinguish between personal relationships and official business. Everyone, put down what you are doing. Chuck stretched out his wrinkled hand, and his old face still looked at his subordinates with a bright and clear gaze. Everyone in the bridge looked at Chuck. Let's listen to the barking of this old dog. Chuck said, otherwise, how can we realize what our identity is? How can we realize that we and the Talons are on opposite sides of the Inquisition? Look at this old dog. A female Inquisitor named Reyna, who always supports Chuck unconditionally, said he was tortured and bruised by those ugly and stubborn old guys in the Inquisition, but he still sticks to his duty of guarding the house in his weak breath. Oh, it's touching. Can you humiliate me after I say what I want to say? Eisenhorn said. Chuck was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Go to Baron. Eisenhorn said, I got a revelation that we should go to this place to investigate. Given Eisenhorn's position on the ship, when he said these words, he should have been ridiculed and even more severely humiliated. But although Chuck's abilities in all aspects are not very good, he is a sensible person in the strict sense. Just as what Chuck did when he investigated the Tyrone forces, which were only the size of a galaxy at that time, in the Tyrone galaxy. In serious matters, Eisenhorn's opinion is very important. How likely do you think your revelation is true, rather than a weird dream of your aging brain? Chuck asked seriously. Eisenhorn didn't know how to explain. He was not even sure whether the scene in the Revelation nightmare was the scene he had personally experienced that year. After a moment of silence, Eisenhorn said, "My intuition tells me that we should go there." Chuck neither agreed nor denied, but turned around and sat in the command position. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly ordered everyone in the bridge, "Go to Baron." The ship sailing to the front line of the battle between humans and the Necron stopped immediately, changed its direction, and turned its bow to face the rear. The cloaking and anti-detection force field was deployed around the ship, and the new hypersonic engine rushed forward like a bullet shot out of a gun barrel after it started running. The ship soon stopped at the star system called Baron. "Are you sure we should investigate this?" Chuck walked to the porthole and looked down at the quiet Imperial worlds. "This is behind the frontline war zone. This is not even a place where transport fleets pass. This damn place is not even recruited by the Astra Militarum because of its small population. The Emperor of God has never shed tears here." Eisenhorn ignored Chuck's doubts. He turned around and walked out of the bridge. "Wait," Chuck said, "you're going to go out in person? Are we going to conduct an investigation, or are we taking you out for a relaxing outing?" Eisenhorn stopped and realized that he was very old, and then suddenly found that he was still young at heart. This youth does not refer to age, but to the mentality of youth. No matter what problems or troubles you encounter, face them and deal with them without considering anything else. This is the mentality of Eisenhorn when he was young. "Give him a shot." Chuck gave the apprentice an order. The young apprentice immediately stepped forward and inserted a tube of medicine used to improve physical fitness in a short period of time into Eisenhorn's neck. After feeling his physical condition quickly improve, Eisenhorn walked out of the bridge in silence. Chuck put on the power armor and followed his apprentice and guards out. Chapter 1040. Baron is a galaxy, and there is more than one world inhabited by humans in this galaxy. Although he didn't know which world to go to, Eisenhorn's intuition told him to go to Baron number 1. When the transport plane flew around Baron number 1, and everyone hadn't decided where to go, the detection results transmitted by the ship were transmitted to the data board integrated into Chuck's power armor arm. The detection results showed that there was a huge mine on the planet, deep into the mantle, and someone had taken all the minerals from the entire planet through the mine. This huge mine is actually nothing special. There are many traces of ancient relics in galaxies, like Baron, where humans have settled for a long time. The detection results show many strange places. But when he glanced at the mine, Eisenhorn asked the transport plane to land there. Chuck inevitably wanted to ask Eisenhorn why he was targeting the mine. But he only got a brief response. Intuition. The transport plane flew towards the mine of Baron number 1 and landed on the ground. When everyone got out of the transport plane, they found that it was raining heavily. Eisenhorn even felt that his body became a little younger when it was raining like this. The second time the Emperor of God is weeping. Chuck looked up at the sky. It was clear, but the rain was falling, and there was no water. I remember there was no weeping in this place. Why is it now? Eisenhorn suddenly walked towards the entrance of the mine, and the others had to follow him. Chuck gave orders to his guards, and he ordered everyone to protect Eisenhorn and his apprentices. Those judges who were not equipped with heavy equipment like him were also protected by the guards, while he himself walked in the front wearing the heavy and gorgeous power armor. The people of Talon were really good to Chuck. Although the forging General Vic himself didn't bother to look at the design of the tool to save his son's life, the designers of Standard Industries Group attached great importance to Chuck's life. This kind of attention was the source of Chuck's confidence to walk outside the protection of the guards. The power armor created by the elite designers of the elites of thousands of worlds in the Talon Star Zone was hard to find fault in all aspects. This power armor was very large and heavy, but it was equipped with a miniaturized anti-gravity device, which made it fully flexible and defensive without ignoring the cost. The small black stone fragments in the power armor can help the psychic talents of Chuck and other judges. Even now that the Eye of Terror of the Golden Expedition victory has been closed, the psychic power of those who are not particularly strong in psychic talents has not been weakened. When following Chuck, Eisenhorn was strengthened by the psychic amplification ability brought by the black stone fragments. His thinking senses became more acute, and he could directly perceive the existence of psychic energy. In this case, Eisenhorn's intuition also became more effective. The group moved forward completely relying on Eisenhorn's intuition, and finally came to a huge pit leading underground. Eisenhorn stopped. Chuck turned his head and signaled to his apprentice, who immediately stepped forward and took out a beacon and threw it into the pit. After the beacon fell freely in the pit for a long time, it fell to the bottom of the pit, which was also the deepest ground in the entire mine, attached to it, and transmitted the data back to its owner. The small transmission device integrated in Chuck's power armor directly teleported everyone to the bottom of the pit, near the throne transmission beacon. "Don't pick it up." When the apprentice wanted to pick up the beacon, Chuck said, "We are going to the front line eventually, so we don't have to worry about the replenishment of equipment. Why are you picking up such a beacon?" After that, Chuck turned to look at Eisenhorn. The latter continued to lead everyone forward in the cave at the bottom of the tunnel based on his intuition, until they reached the end. At the end was a stone wall without even a piece of ore left. "Are you kidding me?" Chuck said to Eisenhorn. "We walked for a long time, and this is the result? Nothing." While speaking, Chuck also projected the data scanned by his power armor. The topographic map of the entire mine was scanned, and everyone was walking on the only road at the bottom of the big pit in the mine. This place was too deep underground on the planet, and there was not even a natural cave. Eisenhorn was a little dazed at this time. His intuition brought him here, and there was indeed nothing here. Is he really old enough to be confused and bring trouble to others? When Eisenhorn came up with this idea, Chuck was still chattering. "Our mission is to go to the front line to investigate whether the Mechanicus has established a logistics production base in accordance with the order of the Forge General. This is a favor that the Inquisition sells to the Mechanicus. And you have added a crack to the already bad relationship between me and my father, although this relationship itself is broken beyond repair." "Thank you so much, Eisenhorn." Complaining as he may, Chuck did not exercise his power to punish Eisenhorn. The crowd could only return empty-handed under the leadership of the Lord Inquisitor. Eisenhorn lowered his head, very depressed. Chuck understood Eisenhorn's feelings, which were probably the feelings of a warrior in his twilight years. A powerful warrior reaches old age and finds himself useless, unable to fight, and even unable to help young warriors, only causing trouble. Chuck stopped nagging Eisenhorn with nonsense, and asked about things that Eisenhorn could answer fluently. "What enlightenment did you get? Did your revelation tell you what you are here to deal with?" "The revelation just told me to come to Baron." Eisenhorn answered in a tired and vicissitudes voice, "Nothing else. But my intuition tells me that it may be related to this war." Chuck stopped and pressed Eisenhorn's shoulder. "Believe me, your old friend called intuition is as old as you." Eisenhorn said nothing. Chuck began to reason. "I think the revelation could not be related to the war at all. If the revelation is related to the war, then those skeletons have infiltrated with their witchcraft-like technology, maybe opening a dimensional door, maybe a phase, or something else. The problem is that the skeletons can't infiltrate. The Talon people's insight engine scans 24 hours a day. Even our group's behavior of strolling in Baron is directly presented in the insight engine scanning results." Eisenhorn suddenly became alert. "Is the insight engine still releasing large-scale scans until now?" "No." Chuck looked at the shared information on the data board. A big battle took place in the Orpheus sector 2 days ago. The insight engine used scanning waves as weapons to project them towards the skeleton fleet. It was not a large-scale scan at that time, but it was just a short while ago. What could the enemy do? Eisenhorn turned back. Chapter 1041. "What are you doing? Should we leave? You saw that there was nothing in that damn place just now." Chuck followed Eisenhorn with a nagging voice. Unnoticed by the crowd, a tiny black beetle continued to stare at the humans. The human who observed everything with the help of this black beetle also made his own response. There was no sneak attack or ambush. When Eisenhorn and his companions were walking on the road, a faint green light divided the space in front of them into two. The emergence of this strange situation also made Chuck's nonsense go back. The guards raised their weapons. The judges prepared to call on psychic energy. Chuck was stunned for a moment, then controlled all the weapons integrated in the power armor to aim forward. Behind the green crack was another space, a space that three-dimensional creatures could not describe with words or understand with their brains. Until something stepped out from behind the green crack. Everyone saw a tall metal skeleton, a skeleton as big as the original body, and a skeleton holding a gun and shield. When Chuck saw these enemies suddenly appearing, his whole body was covered with hair. They were obviously exposed long ago, but for some reason, these Necrons did not assassinate or ambush them, but walked out openly. The leading Necron seemed to be facing no enemy. It slowly stepped forward, and the old voice simulated by the sound device came into the ears of humans. "My name is Zodek. Duel, in the name of the Sotek dynasty." Eisenhorn, who had dealt with Necrons before, immediately realized that they were not assassinated because they encountered Necrons, who were crazy about following the ancient war etiquette of the Necronter race. According to tradition, humans, as enemies, should be grateful for not being assassinated, so they should also give their names and duel. Eisenhorn glanced at Chuck. The latter did not react, obviously unable to speak. Rude barbarians. The dead soul named Zodek looked to the side. Von Tarkin, kill them. The sturdy dead soul immediately stepped forward, holding the shield in front of him and charging with the phase spear. Chuck reacted quickly when facing the battle, and all the weapons on his body fired at the same time, and he also projected psychic energy at the enemy. The powerful undead named Von Tarkin was instantly fixed in place, his body trembling and humming, unable to move at all. Just when Chuck had just relaxed his vigilance, Zahedek suddenly came in front of him, and the force field of the scepter in his hand turned the energy shield of the power armor into scattered light spots. Zahedek used the entire scepter like a hammer, hitting Chuck's helmet fiercely. The force field of the scepter penetrated the helmet, and Chuck lost consciousness for a short time, and was thrown 10 meters away by Von Tarkin's shield. Others did not stand there and watch. Eisenhorn froze the third undead, who had taken out the Gauss weapon, while the guards concentrated their fire on Zodek. Faced with attacks from various large-caliber energy or live ammunition weapons, Zodek took a step back and rolled up the general's cloak with his right hand to cover his body. All the incoming firepower was easily blocked by the cloak. Von Tarkin used his shield to knock Chuck away and rushed towards Eisenhorn, but was frozen in place again. Eisenhorn gritted his teeth and raised his hands, trying his best to use psychic energy to bind the two undead. His brain worked just like when he was young, and he spent a very short time thinking about how to fight next. Immobilize two dead spirits, and there is still the one called Zahedek. Release the psychic restraints, use psychic power to repel all three of them at the same time, and keep a distance first. Eisenhorn considered everything, but when he was really ready to implement this battle plan, he suddenly fainted and lost consciousness. His blood pressure is too high. The medical soldier in the guard shouted to Chuck, who had just climbed up. But at this time, Zahedek was fighting with the guards, and Von Tarkin also rushed to Chuck, and no one could spare the attention to help the fallen Eisenhorn. The situation immediately became chaotic. A member of the guard was disintegrated by the Gauss weapon. Chuck used his psychic power to bind Zodek, but was knocked to the ground by Von Tarkin. The phase spear stabbed towards Chuck's chest, but was blocked by psychic power. However, Chuck could no longer be distracted in this situation. He stared at the spear that was about to pierce his chest. Von Tarkin resisted the pressure brought by psychic power, and continued to increase the strength of his hand holding the phase spear. The spear trembled and pierced into Chuck's power armor with difficulty. Seeing that he could kill the hateful enemy in front of him, Von Tarkin suddenly lifted his head, and a rocket exploded between him and Chuck. More humans emerged from the dimensional rift that had opened at some point. A heavily armored Oberyn roared and knocked over Von Tarkin, who was blown back a step by the rocket. The security Iron Man suddenly teleported behind Zodek and another undead, intervening in the battle between them and the Inquisitor Guard. These reinforcements, who suddenly appeared, did not linger in the battle. The medical soldiers rushed to Chuck's side first and dragged him into the dimensional rift, and then dragged away the others who were lying on the ground. The security guard suppressed the enemy and covered the others to retreat. The furious Oberyn reluctantly retreated into the dimensional rift under the persuasion of his former superior. When the dimensional rift closed, the security guards were left behind, and they continued to fire at Zodek and activated the self-destruction program. Finally, an explosion collapsed the entire mine. Eisenhorn woke up from a coma, and he was surprised to find that he saw the sky instead of the Golden Throne after waking up. Others who were also injured fell on the stretcher next door, the lightly injured were being bandaged, and the seriously injured were undergoing surgery. Chuck sat on a rock, his power armor's chest armor partially opened, and a beautiful female doctor was treating his chest wound from a phase weapon. A man who looked like an officer wearing a uniform with the words, "Timely Rescue," printed on it was bargaining with Chuck. The service you purchased only includes your own personal safety, not others, but out of the humanistic philosophy and humanitarian spirit that Talon advocates, we still rescued your companions. You need to settle this part of the fee and sign the bill. If you have a Talon internal credit card, you can also pay by iris scanning. Eisenhorn himself was also being treated by a man. He saw the man looking at his body with surprise while checking himself. The body of the old judge was like a piece of cloth that had been patched many times. Awake? Chuck looked at Eisenhorn. You are unconscious because you used your psychic power like shitting. You won't encounter battles in the future, but you have to be careful not to die on the toilet. Eisenhorn didn't answer. He staggered to his feet, muttering, "A moment of opportunity." They seized this opportunity. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Chapter 1042. Where are you going? Seeing Eisenhorn suddenly stand up and leave, Chuck stood up and called the old guy. Eisenhorn turned his head and said, "I'm going to find the governor of this world. I'm going to tell him to mobilize everyone to prepare for war, and defend this world, and this galaxy before the support arrives. Those 3 skeletons should have been blown to death." Chuck said, "After we leave, the security Iron Man will self-destruct. The self-destruction of this killing machine can even blow up a city." No. Eisenhorn wanted to tell Chuck that he had fought those skeletons, and those 3 skeletons were not ordinary warriors at all. Even if they were warriors, they still had a rebirth agreement. But Eisenhorn really didn't want to argue with Chuck whether the undead were killed by the explosion. He changed his way of persuasion. "Those 3 skeletons may be dead, but so what?" "So what?" Chuck raised his eyebrows. "Those 3 guys infiltrated, they died, it's over." Chuck and Eisenhorn went on an adventure against undead infiltration together. It's that simple. If you think it's not over, then you can retire and become a writer and write this into the adventure of Chuck Horn. Eisenhorn felt tired. Chuck's knowledge of the dead was limited to books, and he didn't know what abilities the dead had that had not been recorded. But Eisenhorn knew. This was information asymmetry. If it were in the past, Eisenhorn would have put on a sour face and ordered the bastard Chuck to either get out or obey his orders, but now, things are not that simple. The War Master is dealing with the Emperor named Emitek. Eisenhorn briefly told what he knew. This is a very strategic Emperor. He has a general named Zodek under his command. There is no report of Zodek in the frontline war zone, which means that Zodek is doing something else. The Insight engine temporarily shut down the large-scale scan during the war. You said that it might be used to detect the enemy's fleet, or something else. The key is that it shut down the scan. This is an opportunity that exists in a moment for Emitek, and it seized it. Perhaps Zahedek has been waiting for this opportunity under the orders of Emitek. They will open a space rift on Baron 1, and use that momentary opportunity to bypass the Insight engine detection and directly raid Baron behind the front line. They have space technology. As long as they are not discovered in advance, it is easy for them to deploy troops behind the human front line. This is why we met Zahedek underground. At this point, Eisenhorn thought for a while and asked Chuck, "Do you understand what I am saying? Or if you were Emitek, what would you do when the Insight engine temporarily shuts down its large-scale detection?" Hearing this, Chuck lowered his head, rubbed his chin, and thought carefully. Then, this younger inquisitor than Eisenhorn raised his head and smiled slightly. "I will send a general named Zahedek to Baron number 1 to kill a powerful inquisitor named Eisenhorn, and then kill that bastard named Chuck, because this bastard is obviously higher than Eisenhorn, but he still obeys obediently." Eisenhorn stared at Chuck. "Just kidding." Chuck stood up. "But if I were Emitek, I would really do what I said. Because you old men are really amazing, you have thwarted the strategic intention of seizing the opportunity to deploy troops behind the human front line." Eisenhorn exhaled. Chuck signaled everyone who could still move to follow him and follow Eisenhorn. "Lord the bill?" The captain of the Timely Rescue Company called Chuck. "Send the bill to the Adeptus Mechanicus and have the Forge General pay it." Chuck didn't even turn his head. "Don't tell him it's his kid's medical expenses. Tell him it's the piety test table launched by Talon, and he will definitely buy it without hesitation. The largest hive spire in Baron I." The local governor's butler led the way in front, and Eisenhorn walked side by side, with Chuck behind the butler, holding Chuck's Rose Festival in his hand. The two entered the governor's office together. "My lord inquisitors." The governor's fat body immediately stood up from the enlarged golden seat, and greeted the two guests with a smile on his face. Now it was time to talk about things. Eisenhorn turned around and looked at Chuck. Chuck lowered his head, and fiddled with the data board on his arm without even looking at him. There was no way. Eisenhorn could only speak for himself. "Your world will usher in war. Now I order you to immediately mobilize all the people in the world, set up defenses in the main nests, and try to stop the invading alien army before the Empire's reinforcements arrive." "What?" The governor was skeptical. "The front line retreated? Otherwise, how could this place become a battlefield?" Eisenhorn told the governor what he had speculated. At this time, Chuck was still fiddling with the data board. It was not that he did not care about this matter, but that he had let Eisenhorn lead this incident. The data board did not contain any important information, but a game. The player needed to eject the cute spherical creature with blonde hair and blue armor, and hit a group of pig heads. When Chuck slid the spherical creature in blue armor, an angry expression appeared on the creature's face, and then it ejected and smashed to death those pigs dressed like the Supreme Lord. "Listen to me, I promise this is true." "Sorry, sir, I can't just take your words as the truth." The adventure of you and your colleagues is indeed surprising, but the appearance of a skeleton on Baron is really ridiculous. Chuck slid the data board in silence, and the blue spherical creature flew out and killed a guy who looked like the commander-in-chief of the Astra Militarum. Chuck smiled. He still remembered the bastard in the Astra Militarum. When he went to investigate the internal affairs of the Astra Militarum, he was given a warning by the bastard. With Chuck's inappropriate smile, the level ended and he entered the next level. There was a new pig head in the level. This pig head was wearing a red robe and had iron skin. The smile on Chuck's face disappeared instantly. If it is true as I said, the alien took advantage of the gap when the Insight engine closed the large-scale scanning in the Void War, and set up a dimensional rift opening point on Baron 1. Can you bear it? What is the Insight engine? Eisenhorn sighed, then spoke again. But this time the governor was suddenly pulled aside, and Chuck stuffed a shotgun barrel integrated into the power armor arm into the governor's mouth. Our patience is limited, but our power is not. You just need to do what he says, do you understand? Hearing Chuck's cold words, the governor nodded vigorously with the gun barrel in his mouth. Chuck casually threw the governor aside, glanced at him coldly, and turned away. The two had already received the governor's permission, and were going to explain the situation to the local PDF commander. Walking in the corridor, outside, Chuck suddenly smacked his lips twice. Eisenhorn turned his head and looked at Chuck. My patience is limited, but my power is not, TSK. Chuck savored the words he had just said, but he learned them from Eisenhorn. Seniors are different. I can't think of such a cool word. Chapter 1043. Orpheus Sector. Human Fleet. After taking a few minutes to rest, Ryan stepped into the bridge eagerly and came to the tactical table assigned to him, nervously watching the rear of each battle zone on the front line. Baron Galaxy. A day ago, the Insight engine scanned the abnormal energy fluctuations on Baron I. Just the opening of the dimensional rift by the Necrons involves many technological fields, and the energy required to open a tiny portal is also amazing. The abnormal energy fluctuations were not enough for the Insight engine to determine that the enemy had opened an entrance and exit behind the front line, because humans were also using dimensional technology. However, the three necromancer targets that appeared after scanning the abnormal energy fluctuations made it a foregone conclusion that the enemy had opened a dimensional entrance and exit on Baron I. As for now, the Insight engine scanned a large number of necromancers on Baron I, and the material engine had begun to block the dimensional entrance and exit, but as always, the enemy used multiple dimensions to deploy troops. Imatique is such an amazing opponent. At the tactical table next door, Gray, Adam and Chin Mo were discussing the sudden appearance of enemies on Baron 1. This was my negligence as the Admiral of the Navy. I mistakenly ordered the Insight engine to use the detection wave as a weapon, causing Imatique to seize the opportunity when the Insight engine temporarily shut down the large-scale scan to deploy the dimensional entrance and exit on Baron 1. It was indeed an oversight, but it is not irreparable. The defense line established by the Inquisitors on Baron 1 helped us temporarily block the invasion. I need you to immediately organize people to defend Baron 1. After Chin Mo gave the order to Adam, Ryan stared at Baron number 1 in silence. When the Insight engine scanned the enemy behind the front line a day ago, the intelligence department of the Talons immediately launched an investigation. The investigation found that there was indeed an enemy leading to Baron number 1, which was consistent with the judgment of the main control intelligence inside the Insight engine. Secondly, the situation was not urgent, because two Inquisitors had already arranged defenses at Baron number 1. The army composed of civilians and PDFs could not push the invading undead back, but they could at least hold on for a while, so that Baron number 1 and even the entire Baron Galaxy would not fall too quickly, leaving time for the army to provide support. Ryan's brain repeated the information he knew over and over again, and then his eyes lit up and his expression became more serious. No, that's not right. The Imperial War Master suddenly spoke, interrupting the discussion of Chin Mo and others at the tactical table next door. I don't think Imatek arranged such a plan to raid Baron number 1 by seizing the opportunity of the Insight engine to release the detection wave as a weapon when we were fighting in the void. In my opinion, it seems to have known it for a long time and has made preparations for it. I can't explain clearly what the basis for my judgment is, but I just think that Imatek may have such strategic command ability, but it shouldn't react so quickly. While explaining his thoughts, Ryan looked at the huge Insight engine outside the porthole. How much time has passed from the directional release of the Insight engine's detection wave to the restart of the large scale on the directional scan? Did you make this judgment based on your intuition? Chin Mo asked. Yes, it's intuition. Ryan did not shy away. I know you Tyrone people prefer to talk about evidence, but some things cannot be proven with real evidence. I think so based on my intuition, and I think my intuition is correct. It's possible. Shin Mo nodded and paced in the bridge. The Tyrone Intelligence Department's judgment on Imatech's strategy is not just that it is too powerful. There is another possibility that they think is possible, that is, someone went back to the past to remind or help Imatech. The timeline when we were fighting in the void was not stable and fixed. The star gods noticed this, but it does not mean that someone must have gone back to the past to change something, because the duel between us and the enemy in the laws of space and physics will more or less affect the timeline. I personally think that Imatech has a way to take advantage of the mistake we made in an instant, but there is one key point. Shin Mo stopped. When the celestial engine was still a synonym for an artificial planet, the responsibility of detection was given to a satellite, Tianwei. If Korn had not paralyzed the celestial engine with an axe, the battle for the celestial engine would not have been possible, because the scanning waves released by the detection array could instantly evaporate the landing troops of the Black Legion. The Insight engine is much more powerful than Tianwei. The directional scanning waves it releases are concentrated in a small area, and this area will experience a communication silence phenomenon, that is, the communication is completely terminated, even the skeletons cannot avoid it. If no one goes back to the past time node to help Imatech, then it is impossible to use the short time when the Insight engine does not perform a large-scale scan to arrange a strategic action. After listening to Shin Mo's long speech, Ryan thought for a while and said, "Then you still say that someone disrupting the timeline is a possible speculation?" Of course, it is a possible guess, because it is possible that the enemy may have a means of communication that ignores all physical rules. Shin Mo replied, "If the truth is that someone went back to the past to help Imatech." Ryan pondered and said, "Who could this person be?" Shin Mo said a name without hesitation, Orican. Ryan had read Orican's information. This is an extremely powerful astrologer. In the culture of the Necrons, astrologers are prophets, but they use technological means instead of psychic means to make predictions. During the Battle of Tyrone, Orican appeared with Trazyn, and then was beheaded by the Koron Overlord, who attacked the Star Zone at that time. Orican is not strong in force. In addition, this guy has another characteristic. In a sense, he is the craziest among the Necrons. Necrons are extremely complicated. Some people hate all flesh and blood creatures. Some people play the role of Necronism. Some people have accepted the reality of their metal bodies and souls being destroyed and concentrate on internal fighting, and some people are very interested in everything about other races. But Orican is different. It wants to ascend to become a god in the material world. In fact, at many time points in the past and future, the anti-time and space interference response force specially formed by Tyrone and the Time Order of the Inquisition have fought many battles with the enemy in the past and future. Shin Mo leaned over to the tactical table and looked at the hourglass-shaped army logo on it. They are now looking for traces of time interference at the time point of the Void War. If they find it, they will defeat Orican, who interfered with time at that time point, provided that Orican is really interfering. Moreover, tracing back the traces of time can also find Orican. Lien felt a little headache after hearing this. He originally thought that even if there were still enemies in the real universe after the Golden Crusade, it would be easy to solve. But the facts were unexpected. This war is no longer as simple as the two races fighting each other in the real universe. It has even been carried out to other dimensions and spaces, past and future timelines, and many other levels. In the propaganda of the state religion, this war is a bloody war between human warriors bathed in the heroic tears of the Emperor and aliens fighting among the stars. Ryan has never wanted to excuse the propagandists of the state religion as much as he does now, because this war is difficult for mortals to understand. Chapter 1044. The game on the timeline level is as silent as the blockade and counter-blockade in space and dimension. For humans, who mainly live in the main dimension of the real universe, the most important battlefield, apart from the frontline war zone, is the barren galaxy, which will be used to tear apart the human frontline deployment from the rear after being captured by the undead. The 1st Regiment of the Dark Angels Legion, carrying the Lion King's invincible truth, was transferred from the front line. A part of the Tyrone Navy's fleet and army were also withdrawn from the front line to support the barren galaxy and ensure that this galaxy will never fall into the hands of the aliens. But no matter how advanced the technology is, no matter how the means of superliminal travel are iterated, the mortal body is not fast enough. Among the gods, the World Shaper and the Void Dragon were ordered to rush to the Barren system together to ensure that the local mortals can defend Barren I before the arrival of reinforcements. The 2 star gods quickly shuttled in the void. In order to bypass the Great Vortex, the subspace rift, the 2 star gods made a circle, and when they passed the border between the southern part of the Talon system and the Empire, the World Shaper suddenly stopped. The Void Dragon rushed out dozens of light years in the blink of an eye, and then it returned to the side of the World Shaper, cursing. "We are now participating in a war, not traveling in the galaxy. You'd better have a suitable reason to stop." The Void Dragon is not as irritable as the Burner, so the World Shaper knows very well that this guy is just used to bullying. Now that he can't drive the Forger away, he can only find the feeling of being powerful in the past from other star gods. "Give me a minute." The World Maker chose to be patient, and then shaped an extremely smooth planet in front of the Void Dragon, which was enough to be used as a perfect round reference in the Talon Star Region Scientific Research Institute. Then the planet suddenly became irregular, huge mountains rose from the ground, and giant peaks that broke through the atmosphere and entered orbit were shaped. The various geographical phenomena caused by the extremely undulating mountains on the planet appeared normally, but because the mountains were shaped too quickly, the planet's geographical environment changed dramatically in an instant, and even caused an ecological disaster. But the World Shaper doesn't care about ecological disasters. "You want to leave a void monitoring station on that giant mountain that sticks out of the atmosphere?" The Void Dragon speculated on the World Shaper's intention. When the Void Dragon thought this was very correct and wanted to create a monitoring station on the top of the mountain out of thin air, the World Shaper interrupted its behavior. Don't destroy the pure ecological natural environment of this planet." The World Shaper said, "Didn't you find that there are no giant mountains on the planets we passed along the way? I don't want to build a monitoring station, I want to enrich the types of planets." The Void Dragon lowered its head, but its eyes were still fixed on the World Shaper, which made its eyes look extremely fierce. "Mortals who claim to be able to conquer nature will definitely come to challenge the highest mountain on this planet." The World Shaper stretched out his hand and projected the mountain planet into the star orbit of a nearby galaxy. "I dare not imagine how happy it would be to watch those little reptiles struggling to climb on it." The Void Dragon knew that the World Shaper was incomplete and therefore had a different personality, so it still showed the greatest tolerance. After a brief silence, the Void Dragon dragged the World Shaper around and threw it at superluminal speed. Baron 1. Vanessa walked everywhere. All the humans on Baron 1 were mobilized to build layers of defenses around the mines where the undead appeared. It was only a few days after the two Inquisitors discovered the traces of the undead. The reason why this planet was mobilized so quickly was not only because the governor of this planet had once held the barrel of the Inquisitor's gun, but also because Vanessa visited every noble on the planet and used her psychic power to make others close and obedient to make everyone work together to maximize efficiency. One of her eyes was filled with a strong golden light, and the other was the original blue, which proved that the control of this body was not only the human part of the Emperor, but they shared this body. The Emperor would guide her, and she would act on his behalf when the Emperor was not absolutely necessary. The psychic field obscured Vanessa's figure, isolating all threats and attention. When she walked in the trenches on the front line, the civilian soldiers were focused on fighting, and even the soldiers coming and going in the trenches would pass directly through her body. She was like a ghost observing all this. The two Inquisitors had issued the most extreme mobilization order. In the entire galaxy, whether civilians participated in the war was no longer determined by age, but by whether a civilian had grown up to be able to hold a weapon, or was old enough to barely hold a weapon. Outside the trench defense line, the Necron's warriors advanced slowly and heavily, and their advancement speed was only dragged down by their own mobility. The obelisk of the Sotek dynasty released terrifying firepower, and the underworld structure drilled out from the ground and swooped down from the sky, slaughtering all the humans it saw like a black demon creature. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and green lightning flashed between the clouds. Below was the terrifying army of undead. Zahedek had guessed that he was scanned by the Insight engine the moment he appeared, so he did not hide his army and simply started an open attack. The purpose was to make the entire Baron the foundation for the undead to tear apart the human front before the enemy reinforcements arrived. Vanessa's mission in this first line of defense is not to defend, but to delay time as much as possible by having such a line of defense. Gauss rifles are powerful, and the Hades construct can kill people like slaughtering, but whether it is shooting or slaughtering, it takes time to implement. In the trenches, the young soldiers were integrated into a corps because the two judges believed that if the young and their parents fought together, the adults would be dragged down. Vanessa looked up, and it was still drizzling in the sky. Vanessa looked down, and saw a girl holding her brother, and crying in the huge pit created by the explosion of the obelisk. The rifle was thrown aside, and the broken body was recovering in the rain. But then a green light wave flew from nowhere, and turned the brother and sister, and the neighbors, who tried to rush up to drag them back into pieces. They were unfortunate. For some relatively lucky people, the battle team of the Cursed Legion would suddenly descend on the front line, fighting side by side with mortals or protecting certain people, but these few scattered warriors, who were already subspace creatures, still descended in the resonance of human grief and anger. At this time, the Cursed Legion could no longer descend on a large scale. Vanessa cursed in her heart the two Inquisitors, who issued the extreme mobilization order, but she really couldn't curse out loud because she knew that Eisenhorn and the guy named Chuck were not bad people. If the most extreme mobilization method was not used to stop the undead's attack, several nearby star regions would be slaughtered and empty after the undead succeeded. Chapter 1045. I don't even want to criticize the Inquisitors, who sent the young man to the battlefield from a moral perspective. The voice that sounded very solemn and dignified to her, like the chanting of the ecclesiarchy world day and night, echoed in Vanessa's head. But in fact, the human side of the Emperor was just very plain in his words. Even the Lord of Tyrone, who once hated the Inquisition personnel to the point of killing them, admitted that the Inquisition was a necessary evil. They took the most correct decision at the moment. We all did what we could. The Emperor's words made Vanessa feel cold and surprised. In her memory, the Emperor who made her fortunate to be a part of the surrogate was always cynical. Whenever she went in and out of the ecclesiarchy world, in and out of Terra, in and out of any corrupt place in the Empire, the Emperor would always babble and curse. Sometimes, he even cursed his own sons. However, Vanessa had to admit that the Emperor was right, both from habit and reason. Everyone did what they were supposed to do. A maximum mobilization order, and a frightened governor alone could not mobilize the militia to fight in a very short time. The human part of the Emperor was not strong enough, and it was the limit of his ability to summon some cursed warriors by using the emotional resonance of humans. The powerful Emperor, who came to help in the Golden Crusade, is now isolated outside the Veil. If the Baron system had not held out under the invasion of the Necromancers, the emotional resonance generated by the huge population being slaughtered would have torn the reality membrane and the Veil to allow part of the powerful Emperor to enter the real universe. But by that time, what would be the point of him coming? The Inquisitors have left Baron Eye. Vanessa's left half eye flashed with golden light and looked up at the sky. The Emperor who controlled half of his body saw the Inquisition warship that had left Baron's orbit and flew all the way to Baron 2. Vanessa did not think that Eisenhorn and Chuck had run away. She could guess that the two Inquisitors must have felt that Baron I was unlikely to hold out before the arrival of the Talon reinforcements. Perhaps the two judges wanted to build another defense line, like the current one on Baron 2. Even if Baron I was lost, the undead could not completely control the entire Baron system. Will the Star God come? Vanessa asked. Unlikely. The Emperor thought and responded, the Star God is indeed fast enough to arrive here before the situation worsens, but Lord Talon will not feel at ease with them. As he spoke, the Emperor recalled what he knew about the Star God. What do you think they are? The Star Gods will stand on the side of humans, but that doesn't mean they will treat humans like true allies. If the Talon Navy, or the Star Gods, that the Lord of Talon can trust are not present, the Star Gods cannot be deployed to prevent them from doing terrible things due to their nature, and no one can stop and punish them. After listening to what the Emperor said, and thinking for a while, Vanessa nodded, thinking that the Emperor was right. After all, after many years of getting along, the Emperor's human nature is well known to the Lord of Talon, and his guess is almost accurate. Be prepared. The Emperor said, you will also have to join the battle in a while. I cannot allow these abominable aliens to easily slaughter humans. Vanessa nodded gently. At this time, the emotional resonance formed by humans has accumulated to the point where reality has been weakened to a sufficient extent, which means that powerful psychic energy can be exerted here. Vanessa quietly passed by every soldier without attracting any attention, and quickly came to the front line where the battle was the most intense. It was indeed a correct decision for Eisenhorn and Chuck to go to Baron 2 to mobilize civilians, even if they simply left Baron I. Because the front line has begun to collapse, the civilians who were urgently mobilized do not have much military literacy. When the state religionists who preached the idea of the Emperor of God died in the charge, the morale of the militiamen near these state religionists would collapse instantly. Those who fled first would cause others to flee with them. It was obviously impossible for Baron No. 1 to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Leave it to me. The right half of Vanessa's body flashed with golden light, and her original pupils were also covered by the golden light. The Emperor now had complete control over this body. Although he could not turn the tide with his thin psychic energy after joining the battle, he could still cause some trouble for the undead. His hands, wrapped in golden light, slowly raised up, and the psychic barrier covering the entire front line suddenly rose. The Emperor's first target was the obelisk with terrifying firepower, and this structure gradually began to disintegrate. Before the sound of the obelisk disintegrating and breaking sounded, a loud noise sounded behind the Emperor. It was obvious that something heavy had fallen to the ground, and the smoke and dust in the sky swept up and gathered into a storm. The star god that the Emperor thought Qin Imo could not safely deploy to Baron No. 1 arrived alone. The body of the Void Dragon floated up from the impact and smoke caused by the rapid entry into the atmosphere of Baron No. 1, and the right hand holding the spear pointed at the undead army in front. The iconic dark clouds and green lightning of the Sotek dynasty disappeared in an instant, and the entire battlefield fell into stillness. The Emperor looked up at the Void Dragon in a daze, then at the World Forger, and then at the two star gods. There was no Qin Imo himself or another star god he trusted staring at them, so it was certain that these two guys were not being watched by anyone. "You came here by yourself?" the Emperor asked the two star gods. He is really reassuring. The Void Dragon looked down at the Emperor for a second. "Who is she?" the World Shaper asked his kind. The Void Dragon said nothing, and slowly floated forward. The World Shaper cast his eyes on the Necrons, who completely ignored the human militia and chose to fight the star gods because of the arrival of the star gods. It hated these traitors very much, but had no choice but to discuss the division of labor on the way here. The World Shaper turned around. All humans, including the Emperor, suddenly found themselves, and the trench under their feet moved to the other side of the planet. The Void Dragon faced the enemy alone. Its muscular and huge living metal body was suspended in midair, holding a spear wrapped in green lightning in its right hand, and its left hand was raised, with green lightning and green information flowing in its palm. The integrity of the Void Dragon Magradros is not 100%, only about 80%, but it has recovered its original character and knows the power it controls. The information flow left on the footprints, when moving forward alone, gave rise to the simulated fear of the undead warriors without self-awareness. As one of the three giants of the Star God, it was not the first time for the undead to face Magradros, and of course, it was not the first time that they had a premonition that they were about to be beaten to a pulp. Chapter 1046. When the Void Dragon approached, the undead prepared various war machines. The underworld structure, the tomb obelisk, and various weapons were mobilized to the Void Dragon. Zahedek, the crown general of the Sotek dynasty who took the order from the Storm King Imhotep and was in charge of commanding this war, was in another dimension. He rarely remained normal at this time, facing the sudden strong enemy seriously and calmly. "Please let me challenge it." Von Tarkin picked up his shield and spear, and put his personal weapon used to hunt the Star God after the war in heaven into his pocket space. "I know you really want to challenge a Star God, and you have never lacked courage, but you can't do it for the time being." Zahedek rejected his subordinate's request. Whenever he looked at Von Tarkin, he was glad that he didn't let it leave this dimension to lead the army in person. Otherwise Von Tarkin would rush up to challenge the Star God alone and disrupt his plan. Von Tarkin's courage is not the cold contempt for death brought by an undead body. When it was still a flesh and blood creature, it really challenged a Star God. It has courage, and it respects people who have the same courage. Zahedek feels that this subordinate is very similar to himself to some extent. Birds of a feather flock together. After a brief thought, Zahedek pointed to the three-dimensional image of the Void Dragon, encircle and annihilate it. The order of the Crown General was instantly transmitted to the forefront of the army. The various war machines that surrounded the Void Dragon and approached it opened fire at the same time. The Void Dragon deliberately slowed down the progress of the attack, giving the enemy time to prepare well, which resulted in the firepower it faced at this moment being enough to raise the entire southern hemisphere of Baron I to the ground. But the moment the various weapons were launched, it was as if time had stopped. There were not many live ammunition weapons in these attacks, but they still stopped suddenly. Even the light was stagnant around the Void Dragon, and the vision of the humans who tried to observe this battle appeared in a darkness that could not be penetrated by the eyes, but Zodek and other space Necrons could still see the Void Dragon. This was not the first battle between the Void Dragon and them. They were fully prepared, including perfect means of observation. The Necrons' neat bombing did not create much results. All the attacks were intercepted by the Void Dragon, and then dissipated out of thin air due to the Star God's ability to distort physics. Inside the obelisk, the tomb technician tried to track and analyze the firepower that had just attacked the Void Dragon, and then fine-tune the laws of reality that were distorted by the Void Dragon to restore the attack to reality. This was not a very necessary thing, but at this time they were facing a Star God, and a Void Dragon, which was quite representative among the Star Gods. Whether to restore the previous attack is not just a military matter. When the crypt technician challenged the god who once enslaved the entire race, it succeeded almost easily. It had faced the star god before, so it was easy to trace back and restore the physical rules distorted by the star god. But just when the crypt technician restored the concentrated fire attack that the void dragon had disappeared, the void dragon easily withstood all the attacks. It kept staring at the crypt technician in the obelisk, which made the technician realize that he had not defeated a god just now, but that he was just like a child who wanted to get more attention by being naughty in front of adults, and just attracted the attention of this god. When the crypt technician realized this, and soon realized what the void dragon might do next, and immediately reacted, everything collapsed. The material that made up the obelisk was like snow falling in reverse, detaching from the structure of this giant war machine and floating towards the sky. Then the obelisk and everything inside turned into dust drifting into the sky in a very short time. Not only the obelisk was gradually disintegrating, but also the body of the necromancer warrior, the underworld structure, and even the fighter planes flying in the sky. If humans were lucky enough to watch this battle, they would think that the void dragon was really a god, and could do many incredible things with just one thought. But in the eyes of the Necrons, every aspect of this battle was extremely complicated. When the grave technician and the obelisk where it was still existed, the void dragon invaded the physical firewall. The so-called physical firewall is an extremely ancient means of dealing with the star gods that has been passed down from the Sotek dynasty. It protects physics by setting up countermeasures on the physical rules. Its function is similar to the firewall in the cyber world, except that this firewall is used to protect the rules of the real universe. The void dragon easily invaded the physical firewall, so this thing that was originally useless became completely useless, and the grave technician was doomed. So the scene now happened. Everything was disintegrating, and everything turned into dust rolling in the sky after the disintegration. Those killing machines without any flesh and blood were like people digging out their flesh and biological tissues bit by bit, gradually becoming part of the dust rolling in the sky. The dead warriors could not escape the catastrophe either, and the rebirth agreement had no effect at this moment. The battlefield, which should have been filled with roaring artillery fire, was now terrifyingly quiet, so quiet that it was suffocating. In the center of the storm formed by countless dust particles in the air, the void dragon stood there, not worrying about the trouble of easily solving the mortal militia, which might cost countless lives. I know you are watching, Zodek. After the terrifying scene formed by the dust of all things dissipated, the void dragon finally spoke. The moment the voice sounded, Zodek also responded. The current scene is a bit like tens of millions of years ago, when we also had a duel like this. Duel? No, that's not really a duel. The void dragon said, that would just allow you, an ant, to gain a favor from me. You failed without a doubt, and you will suffer the same fate this time. What favor can you give me? Zahadek was a little confused. Rest in peace. The void dragon replied, let you die quickly without struggling. This is the favor I can give you. Time has changed. As a punishment for you daring to provoke me for the second time, these favors will no longer be given to you now, and a clean and neat death will be the thing you want most next time. The conversation with the star god went on very quickly. Zahadek felt like he was dreaming, and then he suddenly woke up. The voice in his head suddenly disappeared, and then he felt a sense of fear. Zahadek knew that this fear was not normal at all. It was just simulated by the mechanical body under the influence of the void dragon. But this sense of fear and oppression made Zahadek feel excited. It had not felt a sense of crisis for a long time. Chapter 1047. Many methods were used under Zahadek's orders. The necromancers washed over the void dragon like a flood, but it was useless. Countless huge war machines rushed up like free Gaussian beams, but it was useless. In this war to challenge the star god, every minute and every second, the Sotek dynasty paid a price that was nothing to the Sotek people themselves, but was an unforgivable waste in the eyes of other dynasties. Zahadek and Von Takin stared at the void dragon intently. These two crazy undead individuals had no clear understanding of the environment outside the battlefield at this time, and they all felt that they were still in the war in heaven. Von Tarkin raised his head, and found that his superior Zodek was not the cold metal appearance, but the appearance of an old and fearful person. We will open up a second battlefield on this planet behind the enemy's front line. We will tear the defense line of the ancient saints in the name of the Storm King and the Silent King. What's wrong with you? When Zodek's cold electronic voice entered Von Tarkin's sound collection device, everything in his eyes returned to normal. Nothing. Focus. The existence of the void dragon itself will have an impact on our iron race. Yes, General. Von Tarkin nodded in agreement, and then deployed an anti-star god force he had organized to the battlefield. This force was responsible for causing as much damage to the star god as possible in land battles. This army generally carried weapons made of psychic technology seized from the ancient saints, which were the same as the weapons von Tarkin collected himself to duel with gods. However, it is a single soldier weapon after all, and it is used against a transcendent existence like the star god. The so-called weapon that can fight against God is ultimately limited in effect. When the anti-star god troops arrived at the battlefield, they deployed various heavy firepower shooting points and hypercube mazes. The Void Dragon sensed the threat, and its muscular body flashed while floating in the air, and then instantly appeared about 20 kilometers in front of the hypercube maze being deployed. The Void Dragon raised the spear high, and green lighting mixed with information flow swirled rapidly around the spear. A kind of material disturbance force that was broken and difficult to describe spread around, and everyone could see that it was a light curtain formed by the convergence of green information flow. The hypercube labyrinth collapsed, the dead warriors turned into ashes, the war machines were deconstructed, and the situation like before appeared again. Then all the matter that was disintegrated by the information flow circled in the sky for a few times, and gathered together, turning into a thing that looked like a turret. Be careful. Zahedek suddenly turned his head, and looked at another old friend who had assisted him for many years, a tomb technician. The abnormal situation came at the same time as the last syllable Zahedek shouted. The turret created by the Void Dragon opened fire. No dead spirits on the battlefield that had been cleared by this star god alone could witness the result of the turret firing. In fact, there was no visible result after the firing. Just like an air cannon firing, how could anyone see the air fired by the air cannon clearly? But the turret did have an amazing effect. In many dimensions and spaces that were difficult for the naked eye and detectors to penetrate, including the pocket dimensions of these dimensions and spaces, everything disappeared instantly. The undead hiding in the dimension and transported to Baron number 1 disappeared along with the dimension. The same happened to the pocket universe used to store war materials. The only thing that was not affected was the extremely secret special dimensional space where Zahedek was located, which used a special powerful algorithm to resist direct deletion and modification by the material engine. The roar that Zahedek had just made was a reminder to the Cryptek of what the upcoming attack would be like. It had experienced this before. The Storm King is dispatching more troops for us. The Cryptek was repairing his head that had caught fire from the sudden large amount of calculations just now. We have to continue fighting. Zahedek had no intention of escaping at all, so even though most of his people were sent back to the Cryptek world to be resurrected when the Void Dragon was killing them, it had no intention of giving up. How can we deal with it? Von Tarkin pointed to the three-dimensional projection of the Void Dragon, using black stone, just like the arrogant overlord of the Quarren dynasty, using the subspace polarity of black stone to weaken the power of the star god. Is it feasible? It is feasible. Zahedek nodded without hesitation, then pointed at the Void Dragon. The increase in the degree of subspace influence will indeed greatly weaken the power of the star god, but the problem is that if we are not dealing with the Void Dragon, then the method you mentioned is very feasible, but we are dealing with the Void Dragon, which is good at playing with black stone. Von Tarkin's eyes fell back on the Void Dragon, thinking hard. The enemy sent the Void Dragon and the World Shaper together, which was obviously a result of careful consideration. Zahedek said, looking at the grave technician, by the way, do you know how I feel now? I feel like I am still in the war in heaven, but our roles have been reversed. We stand on the opposite side of the star god. We are like the old saints, and humans are like us who have completed the biological transformation at that time. The grave technician nodded. The existence of the Void Dragon itself will have an impact on us. This is an illusion. If you find yourself constantly traveling back and forth between tens of millions of years ago and now, then give me some time to repair your brain. Zahedek knocked on his head, imitating the trembling and deep tone of an aging old general. You really should repair my brain. Compared with making me isolated and crazy by other people in the dynasty, the influence of the Void Dragon is nothing. The Storm King is worried about you. The crypt technician simulated an old civil servant who was good at technology, and the old, cold, and slow voice said, including it asked you to deal with the Void Dragon, this is a hard job. Don't say that, old friend, don't say that. Zahedek stared at the Void Dragon. Loyalty is the duty of a warrior, and it is also a reward for a warrior. Von Tarkin and the crypt technician looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Let the star god deal with the star god. Zahedek pointed at the Void Dragon. Just like it is effective to deal with subspace creatures with psychic means, it is better to deal with the star god with physical means. Which fragment to release? The crypt technician picked up his scepter and prepared to release the star god fragment in the hypercube maze. No, not the fragment. Zahedek shook his head again and again. The fragment can't solve this guy, old friend. Deploy. Deploy the Supreme Star God. Chapter 1048. The extremely solid dimensional space tore an opening in the main dimension of the real universe. On Baron number 1, right in front of the Void Dragon, a hypercube maze slowly floated out. This hypercube maze is not the kind that is miniaturized to the size of a fist, but a very large one that looks like an obelisk. This means that what is locked in the hypercube maze is not an ordinary fragment of a star god. The Void Dragon stared at the hypercube maze in front of it, floating in place, watching silently. The hypercube maze stagnated after completely leaving another solid dimensional space, and all the parts around it that were so precise that the Imperial Mechanicus could spray oil began to operate actively. The shell of the huge hypercube maze opened step by step, revealing the star god bound by the energy field inside. A purple star god, who looked very strange, even the Void Dragon didn't know his name, appeared on the battlefield. It had the characteristics of the Burner's flames, and also the Burner's madness and rage. It has a sickle-shaped weapon that Nightbringers love to use, and its eyes reveal a terrifying coldness and ferocity. Its appearance even changes occasionally. It's a hodgepodge. The Void Dragon then remembered that there is such a star god among the Necrons, called the Supreme Star God. The so-called Supreme Star God does not refer to the king or ruler of the star god species, and the word supreme does not refer to an extremely noble existence. Because the internal organization and unity of the star god are not as good as those of the Hive Gang, under normal circumstances, unless there is an accident, they cannot have a boss or king. The Supreme Star God is just the name of an entity that is an integration of many star god fragments. Dozens or even hundreds of star god fragments become an entity composed of energy in the four-dimensional prison of the Hypercube Labyrinth, which is more powerful than the ordinary star god fragments released by the Necromancer in other wars. Save me. Go tell the caster, go tell it. It will come to help us. Oh! Delicious fellow. The Supreme Star God floated towards the Void Dragon, allowing the Void Dragon to perceive extremely complex communication information in a very short time. The hypercube maze behind it was affected by the Supreme Star God and began to collapse. Such a super combat unit will not distinguish between friend and foe. It will only attack all creatures it sees, whether it is a space Necron, a human, or another kind of creature. Igrania. The Void Dragon isolated the complicated information and sent a message to the World Shaper on another planet. This planet has no meaning to stick to it. Give up those humans and go to another planet. Whether the World Shaper obeyed this order, the Void Dragon did not know. However, as the distance between the Void Dragon and the Supreme Star God gradually shortened, Baron number 1 underwent earth-shaking changes. The entire planet was thickened by many layers. Around the Void Dragon and the Supreme Star God, endless mountains that towered into the atmosphere rose from the ground, forming a terrain environment that looked like a gladiatorial arena. The Supreme Star God took action. This strange-looking guy floated up, with a cunning smile on his face, his right arm stretched forward as far as possible, and his left arm raised to the level of his chin. The action that looked like a bodybuilder showing off his muscles reminded the Void Dragon of a damn star god, the trickster Murflan, who liked to pose like this. After posing, before the Void Dragon rushed up, the Supreme Star God's right arm suddenly raised. The core of the entire Baron number 1 planet was dragged out from the ground. Baron number 1 planet was dead. But the strange thing was that the planet itself did not collapse. It must be that the World Shaper created another core for the planet. When the Void Dragon came, it asked the World Shaper to provide a battlefield that would not be too large in scope and was extremely stable. The Supreme Star God absorbed all the energy of the Earth's core that he dragged out, although this did not make him much stronger, so the Void Dragon thought it was more like a show of force. You think you are very powerful? The Void Dragon floated towards the Supreme Star God, and green lightning surrounded its left palm, and then was released and projected towards the Supreme Star God. The flames were also released by the Supreme Star God to the Void Dragon. The battle between the two sides was not only intuitive, but also a game in various difficult to explore and figure out areas. The Void Dragon analyzed the composition of the fragments of the Supreme Star God, trying to use its own power to analyze the various techniques used by the undead on it, and finally disintegrated the Supreme Star God. It was not that it could not defeat the Supreme Star God, but the Void Dragon knew that the purpose of its coming was not to deal with a larger fragment of a more crazy star god that was mixed together. If the two sides broke out in a purely military conflict, not to mention the barren galaxy, even the entire star region would be affected by more than half. But the technique that the Void Dragon used on the undead on the Supreme Star God stimulated the Supreme Star God's own defense and resistance. During the long torture, it became its instinct to be vigilant and hostile to any external objects. And the Supreme Star God also had some intentions towards the Void Dragon itself. Perhaps it was influenced by the fragments of the Nightbringer, and it tried to devour this fellow. The two sides did not engage in a fist-to-flesh fight. Except for the energy dumping that looked like a test before the duel in the eyes of mortals, there was nothing else. But even so, the mortals who observed the battle understood that the battle between the two sides was not intense only on a visual level. The two star gods released energy just by existing, and the surging energy made the hair of the living humans on the planet stand up, as if they were in a strong electromagnetic field. The laws of physics became chaotic and unpredictable. Without the interference of a bird god in the subspace, people who were allocating war materials could also derive countless results from an extremely simple mathematical formula during the calculation process. Sometimes people found themselves walking on the ceiling, and sometimes they found themselves butterflies swimming in the hard rock layer under the planet. Any inexplicable physical phenomenon appeared in every corner of the planet, which could be put together into a children's book called 100,000 Unsolved Mysteries in Tens of Thousands of Years. And this collateral effect is only the slightest and most insignificant one brought about by the battle between the star gods. With hatred for the dead spirits, after the World Shaper did what it should do, it felt that it should help the Void Dragon, even if it was just a little help. It was better than staying in a safe place and watching those traitors gritting their teeth. When the World Shaper appeared, the Supreme Star God was throwing a meteor at the location of the Void Dragon on Barren Eye. A satellite appeared out of thin air around Barren Eye, and its completely anti-astronomical speed made it easy to intercept the meteor. Chapter 1049. Why are you here? Seeing the World Shaper appear, the Void Dragon asked in surprise and anger. Are you worried that I can't protect myself? Don't worry, I'm not that weak. The World Shaper said nonchalantly, and then analyzed the space where the Supreme Star God was. Worried about you? I'm worried about our mission, idiot. The Void Dragon pointed his spear at the World Shaper. I asked you to protect this galaxy from being affected by the war, and completely disintegrated, but you came here to join the battle. I did what I should do. The World Shaper sent a message to let the Void Dragon know what happened when it fought with the Supreme Star God. The entire Barren Eye was not abandoned, as the Void Dragon said. The environment of the planet was greatly changed. The hive city that had stood on the surface for countless years disappeared in an instant, replaced by mountains. Each mountain range is like a naturally formed fortress and military building, which is a preparation for the war between mortals and mortals. All the people on the planet were sent to the extremely deep underground space to prevent those fragile humans from dying when the star god accidentally yawned or did something. The most important thing is to protect humans. If Chinemo was here, he would definitely praise the World Shaper as a loving star god. But as a member of the star god group, the Void Dragon naturally knows his own kind better than Chinemo. Why do you protect humans on purpose? The Void Dragon stabilized the Supreme Star God. Do you want to eat their souls? Of course. The World Shaper admitted without hesitation. Perhaps after the war they will use a sacrifice to let me taste the delicious soul. I will only eat a little. If the Void Dragon could make expressions, then it would smile coldly when hearing this sentence. If the World Shaper really ate the human soul, then this bastard would be in big trouble. At that time, there will be another fun to watch that is no less than the remnants of the judgment of the Skin Flayer, Langiger. However, after thinking for a while, the Void Dragon's smile. It disappeared again. It realized that the World Shaper came with it. If it ate the human soul and violated the rules set by the Forger, then the World Shaper would obviously not be the only one who would be unlucky. You are here to perform a mission, not to eat. The Void Dragon freed its hand from the Supreme Star God and released lightning at the World Shaper. Don't you want to taste the soul? The World Shaper raised a rock layer to block the lightning. We are not good people, so don't pretend to be good gods with the Forger. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. The Void Dragon released lightning again. At this time, the Supreme Star God suddenly trembled. It had lost the upper hand in the game with the Void Dragon and the World Shaper just now, and even its composition was completely analyzed, so it chose a more direct and extreme way to retaliate for its brief defeat just now. A beam of energy spread to the entire planet with the Supreme Star God as the center. This environment is not as bad as other hive worlds. After being ravaged by the majestic energy, the environment of Barren Number 1 can compete with that of Ball. The energy released by the Supreme Star God instantly burned the entire planet. If humans were not hidden underground by the World Shaper, then this attack would be enough to kill all humans on the entire planet. The Void Dragon no longer fought with the World Shaper, and it focused on dealing with the Supreme Star God. At this time, the World Shaper had a better way. With just a thought, the land plate on the surface of Baron Number 1 was pulled out of the planet and pressed towards the Supreme Star God. The Void Dragon used a lightning bolt to repel the Supreme Star God, who tried to break free, and then more and more geological environments wrapped the Supreme Star God, gradually forming a new planet the size of a satellite on the surface of Baron Number 1. The physical rules of the environment were distorted by the World Shaper, so even if the Supreme Star God was bound by a satellite-sized Earth ball, no matter how close to the surface, it would not interfere with Baron Number 1 itself, and there would not be a situation where a large warship approached the planet and caused the planet itself to have gravity anomalies. The satellite prison that bound the Star God floated up from Baron Number 1 and flew into the void. At this time, the entire satellite prison sometimes looked like a fireball, and sometimes began to break and disintegrate. But under the influence of the World Shaper's ability to shape planets out of thin air, the entire satellite prison became larger and larger, until it completely broke away from the satellite volume, and became a planetary body that was gradually sent into the orbit of the star. The Void Dragon raised his hand, and the satellite made by the World Shaper. The planetary prison began to mutate, the surface of the planet began to metallize, and countless high-tech devices were naturally generated and played a corresponding role. This turned the planetary prison from a shaped celestial body into a facility that could play a special role. The energy of the Supreme Star God began to be drained. The burner was not here, and the Void Dragon, which could not interfere too deeply with the energy, could not let the energy extracted from the Supreme Star God dissipate in the air, so it directed the energy to the star. Until the Supreme Star God finally calmed down, the star was catalyzed by too much energy. Look at this. The Void Dragon took out a red and white sphere from its infinite dimensional space. It was a mini hypercube maze made by Chin-Mo. If you eat the soul while following me, we will all have to roll in here to accompany the Deceiver and the Night Holder. When the World Shaper tried to persuade the Void Dragon to eat souls with him, the Void Dragon took out the soul crystal from the dimension and stuffed it into the World Shaper. The soul crystal, refined by the demons composed of souls and extreme emotions in the subspace, is far more delicious than human souls. The World Shaper pretended that he had never thought of eating human souls, stored the soul crystal in his own dimension composed of countless celestial bodies, and dealt with what happened next as if nothing had happened. The planetary prison collapsed under the control of the World Shaper. The Void Dragon threw the hypercube labyrinth out. The Supreme Star God, whose energy was exhausted to the limit, was taken into the labyrinth just as he was about to rush to the star to replenish energy. The hypercube labyrinth created by Chin-Mo is a space integrated in a higher dimension, interconnected, like a huge concentration camp. The Supreme Star God was automatically decomposed into independent Star God fragments, and saw the same kind who would accompany them in the future in that higher dimensional space. The scream shook the entire dimension. The Nightbringer and the Deceiver stood weakly, trembling from time to time and howling like ghosts and wolves, which was the manifestation of the celestial engine extracting their energy. The Deceiver was already used to it. It walked towards the hundreds of new Star God fragments, trying to win over these people in a very graceful manner. But when the celestial engine extracted energy again, the graceful and smiling Deceiver suddenly knelt on the ground, holding his head and screaming, "Ah!" Hundreds of Star God fragments that were decomposed from the Supreme Star God looked at the miserable state of their fellows without any sympathy. No matter which Star God they were once part of, they all behaved in a surprisingly consistent manner at this time. That is sarcasm, laughter. You have come to this day, Murphland. Look at this idiot. He looks just like the mortal body we once tortured. Only when they discriminate and ridicule each other can the Star Gods reach a consensus. The laughter filled the entire hypercube maze. The energy system of the celestial engine extracts and distributes the energy evenly. The laughter stopped abruptly in the next second. Hundreds of Star God fragments knelt on the ground at the same time, shaking violently and screaming. Ah! Chapter 1050. Solved. The World Shaper and the Void Dragon could no longer sense the existence of the Supreme Star God in the main dimension, which meant that they had undoubtedly been thrown into the hypercube maze. The Void Dragon turned to look at the World Shaper, wanting to tell it something. But the World Shaper was lost in thought, and after a long time, he spoke to the Void Dragon. "I feel that there are fragments of me in the guy we just dealt with. When we finish what we should do and go back, you and your fragments will be fused together." The Void Dragon clenched his palms, and the green lightning and information flow spread further, just like me. "I'm not worried about not being able to merge, but..." The World Shaper hesitated. "It's just exchanging essence for completeness. I don't know if this deal is worth it." Hearing this guy's doubts about the importance of completeness and essence, the Void Dragon thought for a moment, pointed at the World Shaper and said, "Of course, completeness is more important. Just like you didn't have this kind of personality before, but because you became a fragment, you forgot a lot of things, even your true self, and you don't even realize the importance of completeness. We have to make a choice, whether we like it or not, just like we have to choose the less rotten one from 2 rotten souls to eat. When you are more complete, you will know what is really important." Hearing what the Void Dragon said, the World Shaper simply responded, "Anyway, I have handed over my essence, I just want to hear your opinion." The Void Dragon didn't want to say more, and turned around to look at the mine on the planet. That's where the dimensional rift opened by the Necrons is. Now that the Supreme Star God has been defeated, there is nothing to worry about the remaining enemies. But the Sotek dynasty has mastered a method to tear open a more stable dimensional rift, and it uses the characteristics of the real universe itself. This dimensional rift will not exist forever after it is opened, but will only last for about a few months. This is a disadvantage, and the advantage is that unless this dimensional rift is naturally healed after it is opened, even the opener himself cannot close it. This planet obviously still needs garrison forces. Fortunately, the mortal army is rushing here. As long as the army is deployed on this planet that has been made into a perfect natural fortress world by the World Shaper, the Necrons will no longer have the possibility of occupying the barren system. "What's going on now?" the World Shaper said, as the Void Dragon was thinking about business. "Is the Forger a leader? The Star Gods have always fought on their own, except for the extremely weak ones, but now in addition to the Nightbringer, you and the Burner, the 2 former strongest ones, are also serving under it. Times have really changed. If we could have united together at the beginning, we would not have been defeated one by the Necronter." The Void Dragon said seriously, "We should learn from our mistakes, but our group still has no moral and credit concepts. To unite us, we need some cruel methods, such as using our essence as a means of threatening us, but this is obviously as it should be. What the Forger is doing is to prevent the Star Gods from being crushed by the Necronter again." "Necromancer?" the World Shaper asked. "Do those iron skeletons still think of themselves as that fragile, short-lived race?" The Forger once met and talked with Zolok. When introducing the past history, Zolok said that the Necronter had been extinct. The Void Dragon said, "Those traitors with flesh and blood were just replaced with iron shells. I can name these ants whatever I want. The key is I want, not I should. But we were crushed by the ants you mentioned." "Yes, so I said, we should cooperate and unite, otherwise it's only a matter of time before we are crushed by those ants. Think about it, if you don't join us, and you wander in the universe, what will be your fate? Do you think you have the skills of Saranoga to make the Necronter dare not look for you or something? Don't say these useless things. It's an established fact that you and I have handed over our essences. I feel like you and the Forger are in the same boat." When the 2 Star Gods began to argue, the World Shaper bluntly stated his suspicions. "You were in the same boat tens of millions of years ago, and you are still in the same boat now. It's hard for me not to suspect that you gave the Forger the idea of threading the essence. You have been used as a slave by the Necronter for too long. You know nothing, Igrania." The Void Dragon said, "The Forger is not the same Forger as before, he is now in human form. Didn't you notice? You like to be suspicious. Why don't you guess why the Forger always looks like a human?" The World Shaper wanted to argue, but the next sentence of the Void Dragon blocked its mouth. "I was broken by the Forger." The Void Dragon already knew the truth after it became complete. It recalled the time when it had fought with Saranoga, and Saranoga obviously knew about this, but deceived itself, and it was inevitably angry. "What?" The World Shaper was very surprised. "It was broken in front of the Void Dragon, so it didn't know about this. I don't need to deceive you." The Void Dragon said, "After I became complete, I didn't seek revenge on the Forger, because my essence was strangled by it, and I was forced to calm down and think on a desolate planet. In the war to close the warp rift, the Forger refused to deploy us anywhere that might be affected by the warp. It was undoubtedly for our sake, and it was very friendly. If I want you to do something, Igrania, I will force you. This is our inertial thinking. We are not aware of the concept of cooperation. In the minds of most of us Star Gods, there is only slavery and being enslaved, coercion and being coerced, and threats and being threatened. This may sometimes lead to us standing together, but there is no lack of mutual harm and suspicion between each other. When our species, the spoiled children of the real universe, were crushed one by one, I realized that although we are powerful, our thoughts are not even as good as those of the flesh and blood in the pre-civilization stage. At least 2 upright apes will really leave their backs to each other." The words of the Void Dragon made the World Shaper fall into deep thought. Cooperation, This is a very new concept for the World Shaper. It thought that the star gods around the Forger were all enslaved by it, including itself. Igrania. My former enemy. If we are still giants in strength and ants in thought, we will continue to trap ourselves in endless greed, and be defeated again and again by the ants we despise in mutual suspicion and infighting. The Void Dragon said. The World Shaper thought about it again and nodded slowly. The Void Dragon no longer instilled his own ideas. One persuasion can't change too many things. The important thing is that the World Shaper has been recruited. Handing over part of his essence means that he has chosen the latter between being locked in the maze as an energy user and accepting the new rules. Chapter 1051. A transport ship left the barren system and sailed along the safe route drawn by the Talon Ship Navigation Department behind the frontline combat zone against the Necrons. The transport ship gradually left the war zone drawn by the Imperial Regent and the quasi-war zone where the Necrons would intervene in the most extreme case, when the human front collapsed. The ship gradually came to the vicinity of another large subspace rift in the galaxy, the Great Vortex. Vanessa was in this ship, standing on the bridge, sitting in her command position. The huge portholes, modeled after the bridge windows of the Tyrone Navy flagship of the Glory Humanity, directly displayed everything in the cold void in front of Vanessa, and she saw the vortex-shaped subspace rift. When the Eye of Terror was closed, the subspace influence in the real universe was greatly weakened. Even though the Great Whirlpool was not closed, it was gradually shrinking. Recently, several sporadic demon worlds have broken away from the Great Whirlpool and entered the real universe, causing some astronomical troubles. The transport ship entered a key route leading to the interior of the Great Vortex. This route is composed of black stone structures of the size of each planet in the galaxy along the way. These black stone structures are like milestones on the road, dividing the Great Vortex into two. The black stone structures are numbered one by one. When the ship sails near the 44th black stone structure at superluminal speed, it will reach the end of the journey. The 44th black stone structure floats in the core of the galaxy. Huge void facilities, and the iconic giant starport of Talon, are built around the black stone structure. The ships coming and going along the key route look like straight lines extending from the starport to all directions from a distance. The ship Vanessa was on was pulled into the berth by the tractor beam of the starport, and then began to go through the process. This is the employee of the 44th Maelstrom Starport Berth Department, Transport Ship Number 13. I need to verify your identity. The ship certification and crew identity documents have been issued. Please receive them. I have verified your identity. Terra Biotech, welcome to the cesspool. The tractor beam that bound the ship was released, and the berth released a connection port to connect the ship to the starport. A large number of transport planes that had been prepared long ago took off from the ship hangar and flew into the interior of the starport along the connection port. Vanessa also took a transport plane, but the transport plane she took did not fly to the warehouse of the starport, but to a man-made city-like facility at the bottom of the starport. This special transport plane passed through the energy curtain that isolated the void and entered the apron of the facility. When the hatch was raised, Vanessa, who came out with her luggage, saw a team of soldiers lined up solemnly outside the apron, and a guard leading them. Yaolin's Royal Guard. Vanessa walked out of the apron and greeted enthusiastically, hanging her luggage on Yaolin's arm naturally. Long time no see. Less than 70 years. Yaolin turned around and led Vanessa. I heard that the skeletons attacked the barren galaxy. Yes. Vanessa nodded. Then Yaolin was told about what happened on the front line. Soon after the Void Dragon and the World Shaper defeated the Supreme Star God, support arrived at the barren galaxy. A small team of Talon Navy ships stayed in the barren galaxy to defend, and the mortal army moved into Barren Number 1, which was transformed into a perfect fortress world by the World Shaper. The Tyrone Orbital Company took over the construction of void facilities, and began to build orbital facilities on the barren I orbit that could directly strike the surface. If the Necrons still wanted to use the stable dimensional rift on the other side of the mine to invade, they would only suffer meaningless losses when humans were fully prepared. Mortal soldiers still needed to be stationed on Barren I. The Chronicler came to replace the World Shaper and the Void Dragon, responsible for being the top combat unit to deal with all emergencies after the dimensional rift closed naturally. It's good that the situation is stable. Jan walked and looked back at the transport plane carrying Vanessa. I saw the logo of Terra Biological Company printed on the door of the transport plane. You are not controlling others and sneaking in again, just like when you came to Talon by Klein's merchant ship. I don't need to sneak in now. Vanessa shook her head. I founded Terra Biological Company. They have the authority and business to come to the Great Vortex, so I can follow them naturally. Terra creatures. No wonder. Yaoan nodded thoughtfully. Vanessa looked around. What are you doing in the maelstrom? I was just told to come here, and I don't know what's here. This is a research base. Yaoan pointed to the atomic pattern sign on the starport road. It was built near the number 44 black stone structure 35 years ago. Its purpose is very simple, to study everything about the subspace here. The researchers are basically soulless, except for those company employees who come here to contract construction and supply business. Why don't the Red Pirates come here to cause trouble? Vanessa asked. The Great Whirlpool is the territory of the black-hearted King Huron, who is known as the Lord of the Great Whirlpool, or at least it used to be. The Red Pirates are entrenched in the Great Whirlpool, and after the Golden Expedition ended and the Eye of Terror was closed, many Chaos Space Marines who had been hiding in the Eye of Terror chose to defect to Huron. Vanessa thought there was still a big battle to be fought here, but she never thought that when she came here, she found that the Great Whirlpool was torn apart. The Red Pirates have been repelled long ago. The Great Whirlpool fleet of the Tyrone Navy will work with the Imperial fleet in the New Badab Star Zone to regularly sweep the Red Pirates. Now they can't cause trouble for us, so we can only cause trouble for them. Yaoan introduced indifferently. In order to cooperate with experimental research, sometimes we will weaken the real impact of the Black Stone construct. At that time, there will be demon invasions, but I am here to deal with this matter. There is a soulless army of 100,000 people stationed here. Demons are not a problem, and the Red Pirates are naturally a small matter. Vanessa nodded. She saw that the Talons had already taken the lead and absolute advantage in the Great Vortex, but the Great Vortex was still not sewn up. It was obvious that extremely important research and experiments were being carried out here that could not be carried out in other small subspace rifts. Lord Tyrone is not here, right? Vanessa asked again. Yes and no. Yaoan said, the living metal body used in the Cadia battle is in the Maelstrom research base. Lord Tyrone occasionally controls this body. After all, the front line also needs Lord Tyrone, and he can't come here in person. He is here to assist in experimental research. What is he doing? Vanessa asked again. Yaoan was silent for a while, considering that Lord Tyrone had told Vanessa to let her know what happened here if she ran over, so he gave an answer. The technology to repair the curtain and the reality membrane. And the technology to create the curtain and the reality membrane. Chapter 1052. Yaoan took Vanessa to the deepest part of the research base, sent her to the Lord of Tyrone, who was remotely controlling the living metal body, and then went to do his own thing. With golden light in her eyes, Vanessa noticed that there was not only the living metal body of the Lord of Tyrone, but also another person. He was wearing the gorgeous clothes of the Eldar Prophet, and had a handsome face. It was the old prophet of the Uswi Ark world, the crystal ancestor plunderer Eldred Uslan, Lord of Mankind. Uslan saluted the human part of the Emperor first. The Emperor, who hated the aliens, did not have any bad attitude towards Uslan at this time. He nodded slightly as a return gesture. It was not the first time that the two met, but it was indeed the first time that Uslan and the Emperor met in such an occasion that was not particularly urgent and needed to discuss business. During the Horus Heresy, you made contributions to humanity, the Emperor said. The fate of our two races has been tied together. I realized this at that time, so it should be. Uslan smiled and nodded gracefully. Sheen Imo, who was standing by, knew why the Emperor was friendly to Uslan. During the Horus Heresy 10,000 years ago, Uslan had found Fulgrim to persuade him not to work with Horus because it was futile, but by then Fulgrim had been corrupted by Slaanesh. Uslan tried to kill Fulgrim again, but of course failed. If it were any other Eldar, they would begin to hate humans at this time, believing that it was the corruption of the super freaks created by humans that caused the galaxy to experience another tragedy. However, Uslan has stronger foresight and a broader perspective than other Eldar. He intervened in human affairs and persuaded a secret agent who believed that the Horus Heresy could only destroy chaos, saying that the secret cult's goal was impossible to achieve, and the existence of the human race was the key to fighting chaos. Uslan once teleported the Harlequin troop into the palace, wanting to convey to the Emperor about the beasts of the green-skin race. In short, Uslan helped humans several times. Sheen Imo and Uslan had a deeper friendship, so when encountering some problems that needed to be solved by psychic power, Sheen Imo found Uslan through Guilliman and the leader of the Death Army, Evelyn, and then asked Uslan to come to the Maelstrom to help. In Sheen Mo's opinion, Uslan's shortcomings are nothing more than being a Riddler and giving people a very pretentious feeling. Uslan knew that the Emperor came from the front line, so he asked about the situation of the dead. The Emperor also told Uslan what Vanessa told Yaoan. After listening to the things on the front line, Uslan suddenly sighed. Our war with the extinct race is gradually weakening the real universe itself. As a race born in the cradle of reality, we cannot unite to fight against the enemies of the real universe. This has to be said to be a regrettable thing. Shin-Emo looked at Uslan, recalling what happened in the savage Eldar world. Uslan ate a fruit that could see ideals, and Uslan's ideal was that all races in the real universe would unite to deal with chaos. The Order Camp united? So it was not unexpected for Uslan, a generally reclusive Eldar, to sigh like this. Even the various negative emotions generated in the great human expedition that I led would bring nourishment to chaos. The subspace affects the real universe, and we can't find a way to have the best of both worlds. Humans cannot be killed by skeletons, so they must resist. The war of resistance will bring negative emotions, and there is no other way, the Emperor said. Indeed? Uslan nodded. After the two talked, they started to talk about business. In the room at the deepest part of the research base, there is a cabinet full of books. Before the Emperor arrived, Shin-Emo and Uslan were looking through these books. And the Emperor noticed that all the words written in those books were written in the language of the Eldar. Were these books obtained from the Black Library? Asked the Emperor. Yes. Uslan admitted, I got one or two of them, but the rest were sent by the God of Laughter, who commanded his Veil Walker named Halandri. The gods of the Eldar are never reliable, except for the God of Laughter, Zalego. Shin-Emo held a book and read it with an automatic translator. The Emperor also picked up a book, and a tiny sphere with automatic translation function floated near him, and translated the Eldar language on the book into human language. After flipping through several books, the Emperor discovered that all of them were about star gods. The recorder recorded all the star gods, but it did not do too much research on the star gods themselves. The Eldar were different. They not only recorded the abilities of the star gods, but also analyzed the characteristics of the star gods from the perspective of the Eldar, and wrote about the extremely profound things discovered in wars, or research that even the star gods themselves could hardly perceive. How does this help with the research of repairing, or even replicating the curtain? The Emperor put down the book. It's very helpful. Shin-Emo pointed at the book in his hand. During my research, I found that if we want to repair the curtain, in addition to waiting for the real universe to slowly repair itself, there is another idea, which is to use the power of the star god to interfere with the curtain and the reality membrane. But the star gods I know don't have this ability, but a star god I haven't discovered may have such an ability. For example, the star god named Star Scroll recorded in this book likes to create. It can use reality itself to create something beautiful. This is not to generate some material that it can use to create out of thin air, but to directly use reality itself. For example, the beautiful nebulae in the Milky Way and other amazing astronomical wonders in the real universe are its creations. Hearing this, the Emperor was surprised. Nebulae are created by it. Shin-Emo nodded. Who else would have nothing to do but doodle everywhere in the universe? If we find this star god, can we achieve the purpose of creating the curtain? The Emperor asked again. Not necessarily. Shin-Emo shook his head. To be honest, I have no idea about this, but now that I have found a possibility, I have to try it. Where is this star god called Star Scroll? I'm looking for it too. After the Insight engine was established, the information of the entire galaxy can be detected. It has detected several strange astronomical phenomena. I have sent people to pursue these clues. The Star Scroll can directly interfere with reality itself, and it will also use reality to hide itself. The Insight engine can't find it, so we can only try our luck. Shin-Emo flipped through other books. Anyway, the matter about the Star Scroll is just an idea. Maybe there are other star gods who can directly interfere with themselves, instead of distorting things that extend from reality like other star gods. The research we are conducting now is unlikely to produce results in a short time. Until now, it is not ruled out that it is impossible to copy the curtain and reality membrane at all. The Emperor thought about it and suddenly said, as you said, if it is possible, we have to try. I will also look for this star god called Star Scroll. If it can directly interfere with reality and hide itself, then only psychic means can find it. That's a way. Uslan agreed. Chapter 1053. My name is Terran Talon, captain of the number 21232 transport ship of the number 2412 military material transport team of the Talon Navy. 20 years ago, I received a mission to test the latest emergency escape device, which is a device used to instantly jump out of the battlefield to avoid ship damage when in an extremely disadvantageous position and avoid battle. After my transport ship used this device, the entire ship jumped to a space we didn't know where it was. We were attacked by unknown creatures, and we all used escape pods to escape. Captain Terran, sitting in front of the recorder, dug into his brain to find out everything that had happened in the past. He forced himself to remember every detail, not just to record something, but to fight against something. Terran could feel that there was something around him, and he was fighting against it at the level of will. In his past experiences, Terran concluded that the way he could avoid losing his memory and reason was to use thinking to force himself to be rational, to force himself to recall who he was and what he had experienced. And everything in those 4 sentences was all he could recall now. We, transport ship. When Terran tried to recall more, he couldn't say a word, and finally he could only reach out and turn off the recorder. Terran was in an escape pod, which had only one room inside, about 15 square meters, and the rest of the space outside the room was filled with all kinds of supplies, leaving no place to step. Having lived in this narrow little room for 20 years, Terran had learned how to adapt to solving everything in his life in this place. As usual, after recording his words, he picked up the recorder, stood up and walked to the exit of the escape pod, opened the gate without wearing any protective equipment, and walked out. The escape pod was flying rapidly in the universe. The fuel of the superluminal engine had long been used up, but the escape pod was still not drifting slowly, because the device around the pod that could be used to collect solar energy and accumulate energy was still operating normally. What kind of star can allow the inefficient solar energy absorption device to supply the superluminal engine with energy that allows it to continue to fly at superluminal speed? The memory of this incident has been lost, but every time Talon opens the gate in a daze, he knows why. It is probably still the real universe outside, because the auspicious instrument imported from Ultramar shows that this is not the subspace. But this real universe does not look so real. The entire space is centered on the escape pod. Countless stars are closely arranged in a circle around the escape pod, and the planets are also closely arranged in a circle around the escape pod, just like this, repeating and extending to the endless journey ahead, a circle of stars and a circle of planets, looking like a kaleidoscope. The light energy released by numerous stars allows the superluminal engine to fly continuously at superluminal speeds, with only the solar energy absorption device. However, the continuous flight of the escape pod in this kaleidoscope for 20 years is impossible to fly to the end. When he was young, Tarun still had the hope that the escape pod would be able to fly out of here one day, but now he doesn't think so. Standing in the void, Tarun looked at the recorder in his hand, and then threw the recorder hard into the distance. This is a way to survive. Throw the recorder out. The salvage ship will search for the signal of the recorder, and then follow the signal to salvage the escape pod. However, Terran, who has been doing this for 20 years, just mechanically repeats throwing the recorder. He knows that there is no ship to salvage it, but he still does it. After repeating the behavior that has been repeated countless times, Terran turned back to the escape pod and closed the gate. After taking out a tube of toothpaste from the warehouse, Terran sat in the corner of the small room, put the outlet of the toothpaste tube into his mouth and sucked hard. A kind of food that tasted like chewing wax slid down his esophagus into his stomach, and a feeling of fullness appeared immediately. Eating is like a recorder, a repetitive task that must be done every day. After eating, Terran stood up and walked to the other corner of the room, rolled up the liquid food container that looked like a toothpaste tube, and woven the food container into a hanger made of the same food container, just like weaving a basket made of plants in his hometown agricultural world. Then, he took the Tyrone Navy uniform from the hanger and put it on, walked to the corner where he ate, and looked at the Tyrone logo engraved on the wall by a sharp weapon, and the Naval Academy poster pasted above the logo. On the poster, the flagship of the Tyrone Navy and the First Fleet with outstanding military achievements are at the bottom, and the image of the Lord of Tyrone is at the top of the fleet. He raised his chainsaw sword and pointed it forward, as if pointing out the enemy to the fleet, and the direction of the fleet below was the direction of the sword. For the Lord of Tyrone, for Tyrone, Talon said, and he began to repeat this sentence over and over again, until a voice sounded behind Talon. That's just a poster in the dormitory of the Naval Academy. You have never seen the Lord of Tyrone, but you keep saying it's for him. We all do the same. Tarun turned back angrily, and saw the crew members, who hid in the escape pod like him. I am different from you. Tarun didn't want to say bad things to the old guys, who had been trapped here with him for 20 years. I really met the Lord of Tyrone. It was when I first entered the Tyrone Naval Academy, late at night. I went for a walk in the park because I failed the assessment. I suddenly saw him who was giving a speech in the hall during the day, and he asked me, "Why are you in the park so late? You can't sleep?" I nodded, and we sat down. He asked me where I was from, what my hometown was like, and why I wanted to join the Navy. I answered him. I said my hometown used to be a world full of hunger and barrenness, and then everything changed from the moment the Talon Navy's fleet appeared in the galaxy. The governor of my hometown believed that the people here should do something to repay the favor of Lord Talon, so he selected 1,000 of the smartest children as gifts. I am one of them. If I have to find a reason, this is it for Lord Tyrone. Terran was surprised to find that he remembered everything about that encounter clearly. Lord Tyrone asked about my grades again, and I told him in detail. Then he checked my file, and said that my grades were not very good, but my willpower in the psychological test was very high. This feature will be an important assessment feature that will affect my final assessment results when I graduate. I may become a member of the Tyrone Navy. Then I served on the Autumn Wind, and then promoted to a weapons officer. After being injured, I was transferred to the Transport Supply Fleet to lead you. Chapter 1054. Great story. But we are different from you. If we hadn't joined the Tyrone Navy, we wouldn't be trapped here. We just want to get out of this hellhole now. A crew member expressed his dissatisfaction. At least we are still alive. Terran scolded angrily. If you are afraid of the void, if you are afraid of the terrible truth in this universe, why did you join the Tyrone Navy, and why did you enter the Naval Academy? You who participated in the Golden Expedition are so cowardly. Terran's anger was met with only a sarcastic response. All the crew members were laughing at him, and when they seemed to have laughed enough, they all said at the same time, "Funny ants." Terran wanted to continue scolding, but the room suddenly fell into darkness, and the entire escape pod shook violently. The captain immediately became alert, like an old soldier who encountered the enemy in battle, with a cold and fierce face. This abnormal situation was not the first time in the past 20 years. It happened almost every day. Terran knew what would happen after the escape pod went wrong. In order to deal with what was about to happen, he sat cross-legged facing the posters and logos, forcing himself to calm down. Then the entire escape pod suddenly became translucent, and the strange universe outside the escape pod also became translucent. The kaleidoscope was still there, but Terran could see the world outside the circles of stars and planets when he was in the escape pod. Outside was a nebula. The colorful nebula swirled over, and they gradually gathered into one thing. The thing formed by the nebula was something that Terran could not describe. It was clearly visible, but its shape could not be described. Just a glimpse of a corner made Terran feel a severe mental shock. Terran did not close his eyes. He stared at the thing and imprinted its appearance in his brain, so that if he could be found one day, Terran's researchers could at least trace back what he had seen from his body and deal with it. But this thing was too huge, and he could only peek at a corner. That thing began to circle around the escape pod. Tarun was fighting against the mental shock at the same time. In his own feelings, he felt as if his brain was being boiled in a hot pot and facing the enemy's attack. All he could do was to build a line of defense to resist the attack. This was the behavior of humans, as real creatures, to visualize abstract feelings. And the way to build a line of defense is not to really set up a circle of positions next to the brain, but to let the brain work and think about things. Tarun began to recall his past. In the Naval Academy, on the ship, at the end of the Golden Expedition. Mission, responsibility. It's not that Talon doesn't want to think about his happy time on his home planet, his parents whom he never saw again after being sent out by the governor, and the girl next door in his childhood, but these beautiful things will only make people relax. He needs the most exciting and impulsive things to consolidate his defense line. The thing made of the nebula circled the escape pod for 2 seconds as if watching, and then left. The power supply of the escape pod was restored, and everything was no longer translucent. But the 2 seconds of confrontation seemed as long as 1,000 years to Tarun. When he realized that the burden on his mind had been lifted, his clothes were already wet with sweat, and the sound of tinnitus lingered around him. Fatigue surged into his brain, and Tarun could no longer support himself and fell to the ground and fell asleep. It was not until an unknown amount of time later that Tarun woke up, and he subconsciously went to look for the recorder. It was a new day again. Somewhere in the galaxy, the fleet of Silent King Zolok is sailing in the void. This place is far away from the front line of the war between humans and Necrons, but the powerful fleet of the Silent King did not go to the front line to support the Storm King, but sailed here, like a patrol fleet running around in an insignificant place. And at the end of the Silent King's fleet, in an unknown space, a human ship is following far behind. The clone Primarchs are in the human ship. The entire ship is highly intelligent, and they're the only ones on the ship. What's the point of following the Necromancer fleet like this? But this is the solution given by the Chronicler. If we don't follow them, do we have to search for a needle in the galaxy? The clone Primarchs discuss the current situation. After a discussion, Horus, who had been listening to his brother's opinions in silence, turned his head and looked at a man wearing heavy black stone armor. That man was Lorgar Aurelian. During the Golden Crusade, Lorgar was seriously injured by Quorix himself, and then was automatically teleported away. After being healed, he came back. Now the clone Primarchs were sent out by Qin Mo to find the Star Scroll. Luo Jia came here as the agent of the Recorder, the main source of information. Among all the clone Primarchs, he was considered a consultant. When Horus's eyes fell on him, Luo Jia knew that he should express his opinion. "We should follow Zolok's fleet," Luo Jia said calmly. Then he repeated his reasons again. That is, the Recorder helped this operation. It told everything about the Star Scroll, and also told the way that might help the clone Primarchs find the Star Scroll. The method is to follow Zolok's fleet. The reason is that during the war in heaven, the Star Gods and the Necrons wanted to disintegrate the defense line of the ancient saints that spanned the galaxy, but no matter how the Storm King Imhotep tried, any action would be detected by the ancient saints. It seems that the only way to disintegrate the defense line of the ancient saints is to attack violently. The Void Dragon proposed a method, which is to use the Star God named Star Scroll. This Star God can use reality to hide the troops sent by Imhotep, but it is not easy to find the Star Scroll. At this time, a weak Star God named Seeker found the Void Dragon and helped the Void Dragon find the Star Scroll in exchange for obtaining protection. The Void Dragon asked Seeker to find Zolok to convey his order to find the Star Scroll, and asked Seeker to help Zolok find it. There are only two people in the Milky Way who can find the Star Scroll. One is Seeker, whose current location is unknown, and the other is Zolok, who has found the Star Scroll. This is the reason for following Zolok's fleet, which has been mentioned countless times by Lorgar during this period of time. After hearing this reason again, Guilliman repeated his doubts. Will Zarek definitely go to find the Star Scroll? If it doesn't, then wouldn't it be in vain for us to follow it? Then follow it. Lorgar said, otherwise, what can we do on the front line? Can we break into the atmosphere alone and sweep away thousands of enemies? Or can we sneak in the world of the Necromancer's tomb with technological predictions and unimaginable detection methods, just like you did on the Iron Ring of the Iron Warriors? This time Lorgar gave a fairly convincing rebuttal. Chapter 1055. Follow them. Horus made the final decision and decided to continue to follow Zolok's fleet. The clone Primarchs were silent. The ships continued to hide in the narrator's dimension and followed Zolok's fleet. The most powerful fleet of the Necrons was still wandering aimlessly in the void, and the ships where the clone Primarchs were still wandering around. However, when the clone Primarchs kept taking turns to observe the Necrons' fleet, they found that although the Necrons' fleet seemed to be wandering aimlessly, they actually went to places with strange astronomical phenomena. They would send out exploration fleets after arriving at a certain location. The exploration fleet would directly copy a nebula or some strange astronomical phenomenon one-to-one and throw it into the open space rift. This behavior lasted for more than a month, and the sudden situation caused the clone Primarchs to gather in the bridge again. The sudden situation was not that the Necromancers discovered them, but that a star god appeared directly near the Necromancer fleet. The detection results of the ship's detector showed that it was a complete star god. It was just that it was particularly weak, more than twice as weak as star gods such as Recorders and Mimics. How can a star god meet a Necromancer? Guilliman looked at the scene outside the Recorder's dimension in surprise. Everyone was silent. Because in their understanding, Necromancers and star gods were absolute mortal enemies. A huge Necromancer fleet and a complete star god, these two things could not exist at the same time. The Seeker. Lorgar spoke after a moment of silence, his eyes falling on Horus. That's the Seeker. I've seen the appearance of this star god in the Recorder, a planet full of eyes. Horus was slightly surprised, and then delighted. The star god with eyes on his planet stayed near Zolok's fleet. Both sides did not seem to do anything, but they should have had some kind of communication. Then the tracker came to the front of the dead fleet. The tomb gate in the dead fleet opened a webway entrance, and the entire fleet quickly entered the webway and disappeared. Follow, Horus ordered. The webway gate on the ship, which had been improved by the current burner for several generations, immediately located the dead fleet and opened a webway parallel to the webway where the dead fleet was located. The ship jumped into it and continued to follow the enemy. The two sides traveled through the webway for a while. When the Necron fleet and the Seeker opened the exit, the ships where the clone Primarchs were also flown out together, and immediately entered the dimensional space of the Recorder after leaving the webway. This dimensional space is like a one-way peephole. You can see anywhere in the outside world, but people outside cannot detect the existence of this dimensional space. Horus stared out of the porthole. This place is full of various strange astronomical phenomena, which is simply the real universe version of the Eye of Terror. The Necromancer fleet and the Seeker arrived here first, and right in front of them was a huge nebula. The Seeker slowly floated forward and faced the nebula. The two sides had some kind of communication that only the Star God could understand, and then the Seeker slowly retreated, and the Necromancer fleet moved forward, and the huge weapon on one of the huge ships opened fire. This was not a weapon based on real technology, but based on psychic energy. When this giant weapon opened fire, Magnus was even knocked unconscious by the strong psychic shock. The psychic attack formed an energy field near the nebula, and then the entire nebula was bound and sucked into the ship carrying the psychic weapon. The Necromancer fleet seemed to have completed the mission. They and the Seekers sailed at superluminal speeds, and gradually left the site of the clone Primarchs. God-killing weapons. Lorgar was shocked. Fortunately, the recorder didn't come with us, otherwise he would have been captured. Is the captured Star God the Star Scroll? Or did the Necromancer just run out of batteries, and capture one at random? Gilliman asked Lorgar. I'm not sure either. Lorgar shook his head. Horus was silent, thinking about something more long-term. He first assumed that the object captured by the Necromancer fleet was the Star Scroll, then thought of what Lorgar said about the Star Scroll during the war in heaven, and then thought that Zalek might want to use the power of the Star Scroll to disintegrate the human defense line and gain an advantage in the war. But something that looks like a nebula is not necessarily what he is looking for. After thinking about it, Horus decided to report the situation first. Scan this place. Lorga, go tell the recorder what happened here. If possible, ask it to come here to check and see if there are any traces that can correspond to the things it recorded about the Star Scroll. Lorga immediately left the bridge. The ship also left the dimensional space and scanned in the void. There was indeed something that was scanned, and then the ship automatically transmitted that thing to the bridge. The clone Primarchs gathered around to observe. It was something that looked like a glass bottle, and inside it was a strange landscape of circles of stars and planets, and surrounded by stars and planets was a man-made object. The escape pod used by the Tyrone Navy? The escape pod used by the Tyrone Navy? Horus looked at the strange thing and asked such a question. He knew what the escape pod used by the Tyrone Navy looked like, and it was not uncommon to see an escape pod, but it was surprising that an escape pod appeared in this thing. The entire ship was dragged into the dimensional space of the recorder. A huge book entered the bridge and came to the side of the clone Primarchs, watching the strange object salvage with them. Seeing the recorder coming, Horus made way for the recorder to see more clearly. And the recorder said, "No, I can float, so I can still see this strange object clearly." So Horus nodded and stood back to where he was just now. The clone Primarchs were puzzled. The smallest escape pod of the Tyrone Navy should be as big as the bridge of the ship they were on. Although the internal living space is narrow, the engines, various devices, and supply warehouses cannot be placed in this strange object with a side length of less than 10 meters. The narrator floated around and analyzed the object. It looks like a completely standard square with a side length of less than 10 meters. After analysis, the narrator found that this was not manufactured, but was originally part of the real universe. Obviously, someone stripped a part of the real universe and created this landscape for fun. If there is something that can directly strip a small piece of the real universe to make something. After thinking about it, the narrator believes that there is only one answer. Star Scroll. Chapter 1056. Is it really the Star Scroll that was captured by the undead? Horus frowned and asked, "It's just floating there. Why can't the inside engine scan it there?" Because the Star Scroll is like a part of the real universe. The detection device can detect a planet, but will it summarize the planet as a certain star god into the scan results? The recorder answered like this. Horus thought for a moment and asked again, "The Star Scroll can directly control the real universe, so it can't be so weak that it was captured by the undead fleet in less than 10 minutes. Controlling the real universe is the characteristic of the Star Scroll, just like other star gods have their own characteristics. It can take a part of the real universe and make it into the strange landscape we see. Because of this characteristic, it will also be detected as a part of the real universe, but what else can it do?" The recorder paused and continued. Star gods can generally forcibly distort reality, except for the Star Scroll. The Star Scroll cannot distort reality into an impossible shape because of its characteristics. All it can do is to mold the clay called the real universe, like kneading clay, while strictly following the rules. Hearing this, Horus nodded, thinking that the Star God thing was really weird. The recorder stared at the strange thing left by the Star Scroll, the square with a side length of 10 meters formed by a part of the real universe, and the escape pod inside. There is a story in it. The recorder said, projecting the ability to distort reality onto this square strange thing, and this thing began to decompose, and the escape pod inside was pulled out. As the recorder manipulated the strange thing, all the stars and planets inside were released and transferred to the void outside through the recorder's dimension. When they were released, they returned to their normal size, including the escape pod, of course. The escape pod overlapped with the bridge directly under the distortion of the recorder, without any physical collision with the bridge. Then the gate of the bridge was opened, and a dazed-looking Talon Navy personnel staggered out of the escape pod. Gilliman looked at the person, who came out in surprise. He thought that this escape pod was placed in an independent part of the universe by the Star Scroll and appreciated as a landscape potted plant, but there was actually someone inside. Talon looked around in disbelief. His eyes swept over the clone Primarchs and the recorder. Then he rushed to the porthole and saw the void outside. The moment his eyes touched the normal void, Terran's will, which had been tense all the time, collapsed at this moment. He knelt on the ground, holding the porthole and crying. When Horus wanted to go over and ask the Talon Navy personnel what happened, the recorder had already floated to his side. Terran turned around and looked at the recorder. He had seen this star god at the end of the Golden Expedition. The recorder's huge book body turned a page, and it automatically recorded Terran's experience. "Can you tell me what happened?" After going through everything, Terran himself still felt dazed. He didn't know where he had been, and he had a lot of questions in his mind. "I don't want to satisfy the curiosity of an ant," the recorder said contemptuously. However, the recorder was satisfied with the experience of this human named Terran, and finally it decided to show some mercy and respond to Terran, whose eyes were full of curiosity. "The emergency escape device you are responsible for testing will randomly teleport your ship to any location. This experiment was originally safe, but the Star Scroll attacked your ship. Everyone on the ship except you went crazy when they saw the Star Scroll, and the Star Scroll took you and an escape pod from your ship. You were sent into the miniature universe it created, and you traveled alone in the escape pod for 20 years. During this period, the Star Scroll would watch the miniature landscape it created every day, which is why you saw the nebula in the escape pod." Listening to the narrator's story, many feelings and emotions filled Terran's brain. Finally, the captain uttered, "No, it's not just me, there are other crew members." "There are no other crew members," the narrator said. "Although you are not crazy, you are also facing the situation of your sanity collapsing. Those crew members are all hallucinations you have, and there are also mental illusions created when the Star Scroll plays tricks on you." Terran listened to all this, and a smile mixed with pain gradually appeared on his face. "Are all the others dead?" "No. The Star Scroll just wanted to find something to entertain itself, just like pulling an interesting little ant out of an ant nest and taking it away. It didn't come for killing, so your crew members were all taken away by the salvage ship that arrived later," the recorder replied. Terran nodded and sat down under the porthole in a state of exhaustion. The recorder no longer looked into the past of the person he saw. Its body closed and said, "Your experience is quite interesting in my opinion. Don't be so sad. Be happy. You are the first creature in this universe to adventure in the microcosm. You left a whole page of stories called Adventures in the Microcosm on the pages of the recorder's book. This is a legend." Hearing this, Terran raised his head, took a deep breath, then lowered his head and said, "Get lost." The narrator couldn't understand why this little creature was in so much pain. In its opinion, this kind of cool adventure was enough to make a mortal proud. It no longer paid attention to Talon and turned to look at the other clone Primarchs. "We now at least know the trace of the Star Scroll, and we also know that the Bastard Seeker is still traveling with the undead. Next, we just need to find a way to catch the Star Scroll that was taken away by the undead, but this is something that the caster needs to think about, and it has nothing to do with you." Horus took a deep breath. The clone Primarchs had completed their assigned tasks. If the Star Scroll could be captured, it would be a feat that might change the future of the real universe. "You can go now," the narrator continued. "I will warn the caster and the large upright ape leading your Imperial army that a danger is about to appear." Horus subconsciously asked, "What danger?" "The Seeker can find anything it wants in the universe, and the Star Scroll can help the dead souls hide and conduct military operations like they did during the war in heaven. The answer is obvious. The dead souls will most likely use them to remove our greatest advantage, the Star Gods. The Star Scroll will not be the only one to be captured." Chapter 1057. It seems that this war has entered a stalemate stage. The undead have not launched any large-scale military operations so far. This situation is much better than I thought. I thought it would take a long time for this war to reach a stalemate. In the Bridge of the Glory Human, Ryan told Chin Mo's main body about the battle situation. At this time, Chin Mo, whose consciousness was not controlling the living metal body in the vortex, focused on the front line. He was very happy after listening to Ryan's explanation. "You proved yourself, Ryan," Chin Mo said. "You are the proud offspring of the Emperor. You are not weaker than the Storm King Imitek, who fought in the War of Heaven. You are a qualified military commander. Even in the Golden Crusade, you proved yourself to be an absolutely suitable warlord. But now I still have to say that you have proved yourself to be a suitable candidate for the warlord again." Hearing this, the corners of Ryan's mouth moved slightly upwards. After this imperceptible change in expression, he placed his serious and steady eyes on the tactical table, and then raised his head to ask Chin Mo, "Did the Emperor say that I am his proud offspring?" "He won't say this to your face, but I can guarantee that after this war, he will possess Vanessa and whisper this to me." Chin Mo smiled. Ryan nodded calmly, and continued to focus on the tactical table. He wanted to thoroughly perfect his strategy. The Kasa dynasty and the alien reinforcements had already joined the war. The Kasa dynasty was really not good at fighting, and Chin Mo asked Ryan to plan and arrange the affairs they needed to undertake in the war, and then convey them to the Kasa dynasty in his own name. If someone can solve the strategic deployment problem, then the Kasa dynasty will be truly invincible. They can put a set of world engines into each battle zone on the front line. Whenever Imitek wants to attack a battle zone again, the Kasa dynasty will rush out from their dimension like a swarm of bees, and defend together with the local human defenders. They shout words like "forging gods," and use their absolute advantage in numbers to drive the invaders into pieces. The battle situation is very optimistic. Just when the situation was good, a green meteor surrounded by lightning flew towards the fleet and rushed directly into the flagship of the invincible fleet. The Void Dragon suddenly entered the flagship bridge. When Chin Mo frowned and wanted to ask why this guy didn't go with the World Shaper to support the war zone facing the attack on the front line, the Void Dragon raised his hand to Ryan. This happened too suddenly. Ryan felt something strangled his throat, and his whole body was dragged up. The Primarch didn't need to breathe, but the force was enough to crush his neck. But this state did not last long. When Chin Mo's eyes were fixed on the Void Dragon, the power that bound Ryan was released, and the Void Dragon let go. "What are you crazy about?" Chin Mo questioned the Void Dragon. "Your integrity is already very high. Could you still be intermittently crazy like a fragment? Give you an explanation for your attack on your allies. Zolok's fleet is in the war zone where the World Shaper and I are rushing to." The Void Dragon pointed at Ryan. "When you were away, he asked us to support the war zone that was attacked in your name, and then the intelligence he gave said that the war zone where Zolok's fleet was stationed was just an ordinary battlefield that was attacked. This is impossible." Lien stared at the Void Dragon angrily. "If there is a problem with the intelligence, you should find trouble with the inside engine. Why are you looking for me?" After that, Ryan turned around to check the scan results of the inside engine. The fleet of Zolok mentioned by the Void Dragon did not exist at the front line at all. Even after suffering huge losses, Imitek's fleet did not appear often. "Go to the Tesseract Labyrinth of the Necronter and explain to the World Shaper." The Void Dragon refuted. Chin Mo looked at Ryan. Ryan lowered his head and checked on the tactical table. Then he looked at Chin Mo with certainty. "In the past, present and future, the inside engine has captured Zolok's fleet." Chin Mo lowered his head and pondered. At this time, the voice of the recorder echoed in his brain. "We found the Star Scroll." Chin Mo was not very happy to hear the news from the recorder, because his joy about this matter was instantly dispersed by the current situation. When the recorder continued to tell more things, Chin Mo finally understood why the Void Dragon was so angry and wanted to trouble Ryan. The Star Scroll had been taken away by Zolok's fleet, so the answer was obvious. That was the Star Scroll that allowed Zolok's fleet to avoid detection and directly appear in the frontline war zone, running into the Void Dragon and the World Shaper, who came to support them. They used a god-killing weapon, which is a weapon among many god-killing weapons that will not directly disperse the star gods, but directly contain them. The Void Dragon raised his hand and pointed to the galaxy hundreds of light years away where it encountered the Zolok fleet. "I can protect myself, but the World Shaper cannot. It is not complete enough and was dragged into the hypercube maze by the god-killing weapon I mentioned." After hearing this, although Ryan had not figured out everything, he had realized that the enemy had used something that could avoid being found by the inside engine. Maybe it was technology, maybe it was an ancient creation. In any case, the information collection system needed to be adjusted now. Ryan issued orders to the Imperial Army one after another, and then proposed a solution to Tyrone's command, which was to deploy ships in every star system in the frontline war zone. When the star system was suddenly attacked by an undetectable large-scale hostile fleet, these ships would immediately transmit information about the attack. Go and gather all the star gods. Chinemo said to the Void Dragon after thinking, no matter where they are, let them come here. The Void Dragon left the bridge. Chapter 1058. Inside the solar engine. In the structure similar to the interior of a star, which is formed by the vast energy extracted from the fragments of the star god, there is a building. The materials used in this building itself cannot be obtained through normal channels in the real universe. Such a building connects the star god's own dimensional space. It is the abode of the gods in non-wartime. When the Void Dragon conveyed Qin Mo's order, the star gods scattered in various places in the frontline war zone immediately rushed back to the solar engine. It seems that Qin Mo wanted to let the star god understand what cooperation is. A grand hall for discussing affairs was built in the huge abode of the gods inside the solar engine, but this building has never been used until now. There are various seats in the hall, which fully meet the volume and comfort requirements of the living metal body of each star god. These seats are connected together to form a huge circle, which is hundreds of kilometers away from the center of the hall visually, but only about 1 or 2 meters away from the center in terms of space. This huge seat was prepared for many star gods, but now only some of them are seated. Mimic, Saranoga, Burner, Chronicler, Void Dragon. These 5 are the 5 giants of the new era star gods in human language. But there are not only these 5 star gods present. All the fragments contained in the supreme star gods that the Necrons had previously deployed for war, those hundreds of star gods were extracted from the Hypercube Labyrinth by the Star God Forge, then differentiated, and then refused into independent individuals. Several fragmented star gods formed by the fusion of all the fragments of the Supreme Star God sat opposite the 5 giants of the new era star god. These star gods appeared here not because the Void Dragon understood the order to summon all the star gods as gathering all the existing star gods here. Every star god here surrendered his essence. Qin Mo would be surprised to come here, because he did not talk to these star gods one by one, and then persuade them, as he did before. It was other star gods, who forced these star gods to obey. The Burner and Saranoga threatened every star god fragment, not out of a desire to share someone's worries, but simply because they thought that if I fell into the water, you couldn't stand on the shore. Although this behavior was only out of malice, it had a good effect, and the star god fragments chose to join. As for the other 4 complete star gods besides the Recorder, who had been devoured by Saranoga, they would not choose to hand over their essence without suffering. They were shattered by the Burner, and placed in the Hypercube Labyrinth as batteries. After calming down for a while, they might change their minds. The gods waited in the hall of this abode for a while. The person who summoned them never came. In order to save time, the Void Dragon took the initiative to explain the situation to the gods. Igrania has been captured. Those hateful traitors took advantage of the characteristics of the star scroll, and suddenly appeared in the star system where Igrania and I were without being detected. Then, they captured Igrania with a god-killing weapon, and I escaped unscathed. When the Void Dragon said these things, except for the Recorder, who had known these things for a long time, and the Mimic, who had long realized the importance of cooperation, the other star gods had only one reaction. Laughing. The Burner laughed the happiest. It felt that Igrania had just regained his freedom, and then was captured again. This matter itself was a funny thing. The laughter of the gods shook the solar engine humming, and the mortals of the entire artificial celestial system could hear their majestic laughter that was not completely filtered out by the cognitive filter. That guy is really unlucky, isn't he? The Burner said to the Void Dragon, I don't know why Igrania always ends up in jail. During the war in heaven, it was also captured by the cold-blooded reptiles. This is not funny. The Void Dragon shook his head. Do you realize the seriousness of the matter? Igrania will not be the first to be captured. The Seeker has now become Zolek's lackey. Its characteristics and the characteristics of the Star Scroll are combined, which is equivalent to being caught by a sudden attack when you leave here, and others don't even know what happened. I won't be caught by those traitors. Why should I realize the seriousness of the matter? The Burner asked the Void Dragon. I hope that we, the fragments with less integrity than you, will not become the next joke. A star god named Endless Swarm said to the gods. Silence. The Void Dragon raised his spear, and the pressure it released made the star god fragments shut their mouths instantly. They shut their mouths, just like the fear of animals in the jungle when they encounter a predator that is more ferocious than themselves, not because they realize the seriousness of what the Void Dragon said. We have to bring back Igrania. The Void Dragon glanced at the gods. If one of us is the next to be captured, the rest of us have to go and save him. The Burner objected nonchalantly. What's the point? It's nothing more than knowing what the enemy is capable of now, so we just have to be careful. Is Agrania something indispensable, let alone if it's captured? Even if it dies, what does it have to do with us? It doesn't have eyes. After saying this, the burner was unaware of the Void Dragon's anger. Besides, rescuing is something that only fragile ants would do to each other, because they are too weak to survive without each other. The Void Dragon wanted to argue, but Saranoga spoke before him. The outer one was not as contemptuous as the burner, but it also did not agree to rescue the World Shaper Agrania. The World Shaper is neither complete nor powerful enough, and it also lacks functionality. The real universe lacks everything except celestial bodies. So I don't agree to take the risk to rescue Agrania. Short-sighted? The Void Dragon stuck his spear into the ground, pointed at Saranoga and said, "We worked together during the war in heaven, and I rescued you. During the war in heaven, we had to cooperate, that's another matter." Saranoga faced the accusation calmly. "Besides, why did you save me? Aren't you using me to spread the mind virus and disintegrate the so-called strongest defense line of the reptiles and their hybrids?" The Void Dragon was speechless for a moment. It had no reason to refute what Saranoga said, because when it helped Saranoga in the past, it had confronted Saranoga directly. As for Saranoga's mistaken cannibalism under the deception of the Laughing God, the Void Dragon didn't even look at Saranoga, who asked for help, and directly threw the galaxy out of Saranoga to prevent this madman from getting in the way. Chapter 1059. Magladros is right. We have to go and bring back Agrania. A voice echoed in the hall, and Chi Nemo appeared in front of the gods. "Is this your order?" the burner asked. "Yes." Chi Nemo nodded without hesitation. "Then we should go." The burner stood up. Chi Nemo did not rush to take the burner with him. He stood there and stared at the flaming killer, questioning it. "You do not agree with me and Magladros, but out of consideration similar to being coerced, you have to obey, just like you once gave orders to the star god you enslaved, right?" The burner was somewhat bewildered. It nodded without even thinking. Otherwise, what should I think? Chi Nemo knew too well what the burner had been thinking all along. The star god was too barbaric, and it was not difficult to guess what he was thinking. In Chi Nemo's opinion, the burner had been working with him as a slave since it found him after the Battle of Baal. Of course, the star gods had emotions, and they would not fail to feel something like friendship. The burner certainly had such emotions in the process of working with him, but there was generally no such thing as friendship in the minds of the star gods. The burner would only regard this as charity from the slave owner. Just like when it ruled the Necroner who believed in it, it did not always burn the believers to death, but also brought some benefits to the believers, such as the tomb door and the like. Most of you are despicable, cunning, and cruel. Chi Nemo's cold eyes swept over the burner, Saranoga, and those star god fragments. He did not really think that it was very important to let the star gods understand what cooperation was. It was just that the reason for restraining these star gods from killing the Talons was the deterrence from the force level and the coercion after controlling their essence. This state can be maintained for a long time, but Chi Nemo must pay attention to the star gods all the time. If he relaxes a little and shows even the slightest neglect for mortals, except for the star gods such as Mimic and Recorder, who are forced to evolve a sense of cooperation at the level of thinking because of their weakness, other star gods will treat mortals, who are low-level slaves in their eyes, with a mentality of "I am a high-level slave." Without a sense of cooperation, there is no sense of rules, and the rules will not be followed. If the star gods would not bring terrible consequences to the real universe after being killed, and if they could be killed directly if they made a mistake, then Chi Nemo would say to the star gods without hesitation, "Come on, slaves, let's go get my other slave back. Most of you are despicable, cunning, and cruel beings." Chi Nemo repeated this sentence. "You are star gods, you claim to be higher beings, but you generally do not have the advantages of mortals, and you have all the shortcomings of mortals. So that some of you are so evil, like Nitrozasa, who sets fire to others just to set fire to others." Hearing this, the burner was a little confused. It didn't understand why its hobby of arson and killing was so difficult for Chi Nemo to understand. Agrania is nothing special. It is not strong and its functionality is not enough. Chi Nemo continued, "But it is one of us. It put its essence in my hands in exchange for protection and becoming more complete, so I have to take responsibility for it. When it is incomplete, I will help it become complete, just like mimicking them. When it is caught, I will bring it back to save it from the pain of being trapped. Not because it is so special, nor because this equally cruel and despicable star god is so indispensable, but because it gave me its most precious thing, and a cooperative relationship was established between us. It's that simple." When Chi Nemo said this, the Void Dragon nodded. This was its idea, and it was far more profound than what the star gods present could understand. It knew how important the prototype of this kind of cooperative relationship between mortal bodies in the pre-civilization stage was. If you follow me to bring back Agrania, you will not just bring back an idiot named Agrania who always stays in the maze. When you are captured like it, I and other gods will pull you out, just like I brought Mimic out of the Hypercube Labyrinth, and the threat of the Nightbringer when my strength was not fully restored. This kind of cooperation is very important. Qin Mo's eyes fell on the burner, and raised his voice. It is so important that if you guys don't continue to be hostile to each other like beasts, and you are betrayed by others, fail, get unlucky, and then get captured, you don't have to stay in the Hypercube Labyrinth and be pumped by the energy extraction device for thousands of years. You can wait for others to take you out of the Hypercube Labyrinth that cannot be destroyed from the inside. If you know how to cooperate, not only with each other, but also with the flesh and blood, you guys wouldn't abuse your own believers, thinking that these believers are weak and can be bullied, but in fact the believers are secretly making weapons to kill gods, waiting to blow you up one by one in the future. You will also have believers, like the Kasa dynasty, who are still loyal to their gods after thousands of years. Speaking of this, Qin Mo had nothing else to say, just staring at the gods. The hall was silent. Every star god was thinking. Although they didn't often do this conscious activity, fortunately, they were not the unconscious nebula-like matter that once parasitized on the stars. They could still think. A moment later, Qin Mo turned around and walked towards the exit of the god's abode. Whether you understand or not, no matter what you think, you must participate in the next operation to rescue Agrania. If anyone is absent, go into the maze, and sit at the table of the Night Owner and the Deceiver. The star gods looked at each other and followed. Qin Mo did not expect, nor did he think that he could make these star gods understand clearly with his great principles. In his opinion, the star gods still did not quite understand what he wanted to express. The reason for following was probably just to realize that helping Agrania would also be beneficial to him in the future. At least Qin Mo did what he said. He would lend a hand if he said he would, and whoever was caught in the future would be rescued. But in Qin Mo's opinion, it didn't matter. The formation of a group often starts when the individuals in the group realize that the group can bring benefits to themselves. This is true for humans. This is even more true for the giants in power, and ants in thinking like the star gods. Chapter 1060. Have the World Shaper and the Star Scroll been captured? Yes. Where's Lao Qin? He's mobilizing a large force to organize a rescue. Lien was communicating with Gilliman over a long distance in his room. When Gilliman continued to ask about Qin Mo's deployment, Ryan told Gilliman everything he knew. The Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet and all the new Thunder Warriors, who were not deployed to the frontline war zone, participated in the war as the main force besides the Star God. Even the Savage Eldar from the Savage Eldar world in the Talon sector, as well as some of the elite of the Kasa dynasty, were taken away together. Then, there were several war bands that had already belonged to the Talon sector, the Burning Falcons, the Sons of Antaeus, and of course, the mixed company composed of the loyalists of the former Traitor Legion. The star gods naturally joined in. In addition, there was Uslan, who was suddenly teleported from the Great Vortex and appeared directly at the time when the human emotions resonated the most, weakening the veil and the reality membrane to the greatest extent possible. Uslan and several of his apprentices joined the war as a psychic advisory group. Are all the star gods going together? Gilliman was a little surprised. During the Golden Crusade, they were scattered in various fleets, but now they are all out together. If I didn't know they were going to carry out a rescue operation, I would have thought that the old saints were resurrected. Anyway, that's the situation. Lion shrugged. What do you think? Gilliman asked him. I'm not on the front line. You are the representative of the Empire. What do you think about this matter? Lion was stunned by the question. After a few seconds, he answered Gilliman. What do I need to do? You asked such a nonsense that I thought you had met the World Shaper and signed an alliance. Hearing this, Gilliman frowned, thought for a second and said, let Quarn lead the Solar System Navy to follow the Talons to join the war, and your Dark Angels Legion, draw as many troops as possible to let Azrael lead, and I will send Calgar to lead 30,000 Ultramarines to join Azrael and participate in this operation as the Empire's combat force. Why don't you let me just ignore those skeletons, and move all the troops to where the Talons are going? Lien stared into Gilliman's eyes. I'm not the regent of the Empire, I'm the War Master. I only consider war, and not diplomacy. Take your hand of diplomacy away from me. I'm considering your war. Gilliman said, if you don't consider war, I will let you take Azrael and Calga with you. Lien refused, of course. It's not that I don't consider your affairs, but if so many troops are withdrawn, What if Imitek plays tricks to surprise me again? What can I use to deal with it? War masters cannot only think about war, Gilliman said. What else can you think about if not war? Lion asked. Gilliman looked at his brother, and was silent for a moment. Then he said, I understand why my father did not let you be the war master. Your best friend personally admitted that I am the most qualified war master. Lion was like fuel ignited by the flames, but he still suppressed his anger and spoke as calmly as possible. In the absence of Horus, it is true. Gilliman nodded. The bed that was thrown towards his projection responded to Gilliman. To be honest, Lion didn't like talking to Gilliman, because this guy could always directly ignite his anger. What's wrong with me? Facing Imitek, the enemy who fought the War of Heaven, wasn't my response good enough? The only strategic mistake was also the responsibility of Admiral Talon. Horus is more suitable than me, so suitable that he led his men all the way to Terra and fixed the support time of you, a bastard, to 9 hours forever? Facing this question, Gilliman gave a very calm answer. You are very strong, Lion. I am taller than you now, but you can still take me down without any effort. You are very good at command and strategy and tactics. I always think too much, but you can always seize fleeting opportunities. But you can fight? There are people who can fight better than you. You can command? There are people who can command better than you. The Star God can fight, and the Talonian simulated lion can command. So why are you the War Master? Was Horus several times stronger than you back then, or could he treat you like a child in terms of strategy and tactics? Gilliman made Lion fall into deep thought after 3 sentences. Gilliman thought it was good that Lion could still think about it at this time. He was indeed old and stable. If it were 10,000 years ago, he would probably run directly to Terra to beat himself up. I know you are also considering the overall situation. You have your reasons, and I understand you. Gilliman continued, but I must say these words now, otherwise you will not realize where your problem is. Lion looked at Gilliman, and after a brief silence, he raised his hand and closed the communication. Gilliman's projection disappeared in the room, leaving only Lion. After thinking for a few seconds, Lion pressed the button on the desk. Ezekiel pushed the door open. Ezekiel, who was teleported from a far distance on the Glory Human, was very surprised to see the overturned bed in the room. He didn't know what happened to the father of Jeans. Go tell Ezrael to transfer the 2nd Regiment out as well. Also, tell him to wait for Calgar to find him. After the Great Gathering, the personnel and ships preparing to carry out the rescue operation gathered at the starport behind the Orpheus sector. This is the giant starport that Ryan proposed to set up for the future counterattack. The starport is not in any galaxy, but in a place where there is nothing. Otherwise, the gathering of a huge fleet and a giant void war machine will cause a disaster in a galaxy. While the fleet was waiting for the official start of the action, mortals gathered in front of the portholes of their ships to watch the star gods floating in the void. The 5 star gods, including Mimic, were old faces, but the 6 new star gods were never seen before. A total of 11 star gods were carrying out a military operation at the same time. This was indeed a rare thing. After Ryan transferred to the Invincible Truth and stayed in Orpheus, Gene Mo discussed things with the senior officers of all the armies participating in this war, and the Psychic Advisory Group headed by Uslan in the Bridge of the Glory of Humanity. Get the Celestial Engine ready. Gene Mo ordered Adam. Once Uslan and the others divine the location of Zalek's fleet, we will teleport there immediately. Adam saluted and accepted the order. Gene Mo did not want to simply carry out a rescue operation. Whether it is to rescue Agrania or to seize the Star Scroll, a large-scale void battle must be carried out with the fleet of the Silent King. Bringing enough troops can expand the results of the battle. Vanessa also came with Uslan. The Emperor of Humanity did not come to join in the fun, because he felt that he had nothing to do after learning that the trace of the Star Scroll was found. He also received guidance from other wills in the Cold Sun in the subspace. This time the Cold Sun suddenly reached a consensus. After waiting for a while, Uslan opened his eyes, and used psychic energy to point to a location on the navigation star map. Gene Mo nodded, and turned to face the porthole. Let's go. Chapter 1061. Since Zalek's fleet used the characteristics of the Star Scroll, it was not easy to find them even with psychic power. The location Uslan pointed out on the star map was the first place he thought there was a trace. When the fleet began to travel at superliminal speed to the location Uslan pointed out, the Eldar Prophet closed his eyes again. The thread of fate attached to the curtain between reality and the subspace was clearly visible in Uslan's eyes. During the fleet preparation period, he had read the brain of a human named Terran and saw part of the Star Scroll. This sight gave Uslan a sense of déjà vu. He could not use déjà vu to directly find the location of the Star Scroll, but he could browse through the numerous threads of fate in an instant and find the impact of the star scroll in reality in the huge network composed of these intersecting or changing threads of fate. The star scroll and the Zolok fleet that used it were not subspace creatures. Their existence would have an impact. This was inevitable in reality. Some threads of fate were affected by the appearance of the star scroll, such as the fate of a soldier, the fate of an army, the fate of a galaxy. Among these destinies, Aslan was like a tailor who was sorting out the thread balls. He sorted out the threads of fate on the curtain and achieved his own goals. After the superliminal voyage, the huge fleet arrived in an uninhabited galaxy. There was nothing here. Chi Nemo looked back at Aslan and wanted to ask him, but after seeing the state of the prophet, he decided not to disturb him. Aslan was trembling all over, and it was obvious that using all his psychic power had brought him a lot of burden. The human part of the Emperor stood beside Aslan, seemingly doing nothing, but in fact he was also sorting out any part of the thread of fate that was suspected to be affected by the star scroll with Aslan. 3 locations. Aslan opened his eyes again and pointed to 3 locations on the star map. Chi Nemo turned to look at Adam. Continue. The fleet entered the superliminal navigation state again. At this time, the solar system Admiral Quarn was in the bridge in the form of projection. He stood in the corner, pondered for a while, and suddenly said to Chi Nemo, "I have an idea. We may not be efficient enough if we search one by one. What if the enemy runs away when we search one by one and the places guided by this alien prophet? Then we have to wait for it to predict a few more places before running over. Your suggestion is that you leave the solar system fleet to separate from our Tyrone Navy and jointly search for the 3 places pointed out by the Eldar prophet?" Adam interrupted Quarren's proposal. "Yes." Quarren nodded in agreement. Adam narrowed his eyes and stared at Quarren. Chi Nemo's eyes were still fixed on the porthole. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Quarren looked at everyone present with some concern. In the eyes of the Admiral of the Solar System Fleet, the Necrons took away a fragment of the Star God, and then the Lord of Tyrone led everyone to rush to rescue. This matter seemed like a trap. The Necrons are probably setting a trap. But the Telonians are also powerful. They are not stupid. They must have considered that this might be a conspiracy, but they still came. It is the Force that gives them the confidence. This is a celestial engine and a star god. Once the fight starts, it is not bad if the Imperial Navy, which is not dominant in all aspects, cannot keep up with the pace of the Talon Navy. If both sides throw various weapons that are incomprehensible and unavoidable and are affected, it will be bad. After thinking about it, Quarren proposed to leave the Solar System Fleet to search for one of the 3 most likely locations for enemies pointed out by Aslan. The Necrons want to deal with Talon the most. Zolok's fleet should not let the Imperial Navy collide head-on. This is what Quarren thought. And what he said was just a nice way to say what he thought, which was not obscure. Adopt Admiral Quarren's opinion, and split the troops into 2 groups. Chi Nemo understood Quarren's intention and responded, "But we are dealing with a fleet directly under Zolok, so you Solar System Fleet must be careful. Although the Solar System Fleet is not as good as the Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet, it is also the elite of the Imperial Navy's elite, with nearly 10,000 ships and hundreds of millions of personnel. If we collide with the enemy head-on, it will just delay them until the Tyrone Navy arrives, and this battle can be settled," Quarren said. The Admiral was very confident and calm on the surface, but he was relieved in his heart and wiped his sweat. Quarren thanked Chi Nemo in his heart, and what he said was also a tactful way to express the difficulties. If you put it simply and directly, it is, you people of Tylon are not short of our Solar System Fleet, but the Solar System Fleet is already a large fleet in the Imperial Navy, and the reason why the Solar System Fleet came here is that the Regent and the War Master, as allies of the Empire, want to show something. Our Solar System Fleet is not much more, and we are not much less, but if the Solar System Fleet collides with the Tyrone Navy and hits the Zolok Fleet, it is inevitable that tragic casualties will be suffered, and the consequences will be unbearable for the Imperial Navy." The conversation between Quarren and Chi Nemo was just a few words, but Quarren had expressed a lot of information. After saying this, the Imperial Navy left the superliminal state, took some time to adjust, and then sailed towards one of the 3 locations pointed out by Aslan. On the flagship of the Solar System Navy. When Quarren ended the long-distance communication with the Bridge of the Glory Humanity, he focused on the command deck of his own flagship. Lord Tyrone is compassionate to his subordinates, reasonable and considerate. No wonder the Tyrone people admire him so much. Quarren smiled and looked at his subordinates on the command deck. Just now, Quarren's projection was on the flagship of the Tyrone Navy, but he himself was still in the flagship of the Solar System Fleet, so everyone else heard what he said. Some people agree with Quarren, some don't. Quarren can't help but be questioned. What if we run into those skeletons first? A captain asked in a deep voice. The skeletons' target is the Tyrone people. We won't run into them. Quarren said, even if we run into them, it won't be an entire ace fleet that belongs to the top rulers of their alien civilization. Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Why would they leave the Tyrone Navy alone and choose to come and destroy us? As he spoke, Quarren paced back and forth, continuing to think. We still have to participate in this void war, but we can't jump over to join the battle as soon as the Tyrone Navy is attacked. Otherwise, when both sides are throwing weapons at each other, we can't jump over to repair the ship for the Tyrone Navy or serve as a shield for them. The Lord of Tyrone also knows what I'm thinking. Quarren looked up at the new navigator sent by the Mechanicus to connect the brain and the star map device. Wait until they start fighting, and you wait for the Tyrone Navy to send a communication. They will let us jump over to help after the most intense stage of the battle is over. You must keep an eye on it. Chapter 1062. Although the solar system fleet was suspected of avoiding war, it still had to do what needed to be done. Quarren still drove the entire fleet to one of the 3 locations predicted by Uslan, and conducted the same detailed search activities as the Talons. The entire navigator family, whose frontal lobes had been removed, was bound in a unique cabin in the flagship of the solar system fleet. The patriarch of the state church held the state church version of the holy word in one hand, and the miniaturized bolt pistol used by mortals in the other, staring fiercely at the hundreds of navigator slaves. The navigator family, which consisted of hundreds of navigators, was captured after Gilliman issued an order to clear out the navigators. Their frontal lobes were removed, and their eyes and mouths were sewn with silk thread soaked in the corpse oil produced by the deceased priests of the Church of Christ. These navigators were connected to a cylindrical device 100 meters high, standing there like zombies, and exerting psychic power for a common goal. Begin psychic divination. The patriarch of the Church of Christ shouted out the order from the admiral himself from the command deck, and then those who were responsible for operating the navigators and the equipment began to act. The command was passed down layer by layer. The navigators were controlled to supply psychic energy to the cylindrical device, and after the psychic energy in the device was extremely abundant, the slaves around the lowest part of the device began to operate. All these slaves were former vassals of the navigator family, or family members, who did not open the third eye or whose degree of mutation was not as high as that of the three-eyed freak. The slaves were forced to stand up by the lightning released by the servo-skeleton, dragging the chains directly connected to their bodies, and then pulling the entire device to operate normally. The psychic divination covering the entire galaxy began. On the command deck, standing next to the tactical table, Quarren stared at all the changes after the psychic divination began. As the navigator centers and slaves moved, all the conditions in the galaxy were presented on the tactical table. The Insight engine always shared the detection results with friendly forces, but only when the psychic divination was in operation could the solar system fleet see the future. The future was that the solar system fleet collided with the Necron ships. But as Quarren imagined, they did not run into the huge fleet of the supreme ruler of the Necrons, but only 3 ships. Admiral Quarren. The psychic consultant on the command deck stepped forward. This place is far away from the Great Vortex or any other warp rifts. Our psychic divination should not predict so clearly, which means... Quarren raised his hand to interrupt the psychic consultant's report. Without the consultant saying more, Quarren could figure out the reason. The reality membrane and curtain in the galaxy are not so strong anymore. Considering that they are now dealing with the Necrons, the reason why the reality membrane is weakened is obvious. That is, the enemy has repeatedly returned to the past in the future. Quarren's experience made him guess the purpose of the multiple space-time manipulations. That is, there should have been a huge fleet of Zolok in this galaxy, but he was not so lucky to run into them. In order to avoid being dragged down, the Necrons chose to go back to the past to choose the best time to start a war and directly deal with the Talon Navy. However, Quarren couldn't understand why the psychic divination showed that there would be 3 dead ships in this galaxy in the future. The solar fleet was not small in size, and the fleet directly under the supreme ruler of the dead could not deal with it. The solar fleet was not afraid of a small number of ships. What was the meaning of these 3 ships appearing in this galaxy? While Quarren was thinking about this, a circular light curtain suddenly appeared on the command deck, and then an Inquisitor walked out of the light curtain holding a rose festival. Admiral Quarren, you must take your fleet away from this galaxy immediately. The Inquisitor gave a very serious warning. Quarren looked at the rose festival in the Inquisitor's hand. This rose festival was a little special. It was a rose festival specially made by the time chamber of the Inquisition for this war. Then another person walked out of the light curtain. He was a Tyrone wearing power armor. The Inquisitor is right. Leave this galaxy and jump to the Tyrone Navy fleet in 3 hours. At that time, the two sides will be in a stalemate. Your solar system fleet will not be affected by the first round of the most fierce attacks from both sides. Quarren looked at the two people who appeared inexplicably. He knew that these two people were probably a cooperative team of the Talon Intelligence Department and the Inquisition Time Chamber. They had been fighting the Necromancers in the past and future timelines. Quarren couldn't understand why 3 Necromancer ships could make these two people come to warn him, but he was very clear about one thing, that is, he should listen to professionals. Fleet evacuation. Quarren gave the order. The solar system fleet immediately formed an evacuation formation, alternating to cover each other, and sailing out of the galaxy. The flagship turned on the FTL force field, but then the force field was turned off again. 3 ships suddenly entered the galaxy, and sailed towards the solar fleet. These 3 ships looked like Necromancer ships, but they looked extremely old. Necromancer things were very old, and these 3 ships were the oldest of the old. Facing the solar fleet that was 1,000 times larger than their own, the 3 ships sailed straight past. Quarren did not underestimate the enemy. Seeing that the FTL engine inexplicably did not work, he issued another order. Send a communication to the Tyrone Navy and ask them to use the celestial engine to pull us out. After giving the order, Quarren looked at the Inquisitor of the Court of Time. What are the capabilities of these 3 ships? Will my fleet be severely damaged in the future? I don't know the outcome of your fleet. The Inquisitor said bluntly, we can come to this time point because Zolek's fleet took the initiative to fight with the Tyrone Navy and exposed itself. Otherwise, we would not be able to find them in the future. But we know one thing, that is, these 3 ships are not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Quarren turned his head to look out the porthole, concentrating on thinking about countermeasures. The human ships have also turned into battle formations. The 3 Necromancer ships are still sailing straight forward, with a loose formation. These 3 ships do not look powerful. They do not even have common Gauss weapons, only a small energy beam turret, and the things carried in other weapon positions do not look like weapons. They are like 3 lunatics, just looking for death. After thinking it over, Quarren decided to take the initiative to attack them. A fleet of cruisers sailed forward, and when the 3 Necromancer ships slowly sailed over, they lined up, pointed their broadsides at the Necromancers, and fired their macro cannons and light spears. The macro cannon shells did not hit the target. Although the fire control system is now installed, this zero hit is not too unexpected at a long distance. But the light spears did not hit the target either, and the strange situation made humans stunned. The light spears were still in the void, motionless. Chapter 1063. The light spears stopped in the void. The place where the dense light spears were located was dark, and even the situation of the light spears' attack was not seen by people with the naked eye, but the result of psychic divination. When the 3 loosely formed Necromancer ships adjusted their positions, the light spears stopped being still and passed by them. The Necromancer ships continued to sail and attack. The small beam weapons on the 3 small ships opened fire. The beam slowed down significantly when it hit a human cruiser, passed through the void shield, and then penetrated the cruiser at normal speed. This small penetration damage is not fatal to large ships, but the crew who rushed to repair the ship's breach found that the part of the ship that was damaged by the penetration was burning rapidly. The fine gold seemed to have turned into hard cotton, and the flame spread rapidly throughout the ship at an unimaginable speed. Finally, in an explosion that stung Quarren's eyes, the entire cruiser that was hit turned into burning dust. The other warships in the cruiser formation rushed towards the Necromancer ship, trying to use ramming to deal with the enemy at full speed. But when the small beam weapons on the 3 Necromancer ships fired at the same time and swept around, the remaining ships in the cruiser formation instantly burned and exploded. This is unreasonable, Quarren exclaimed. They adjusted a lot of physical rules. The Mechanicus advisor said coldly, these 3 ships use physical rules as weapons. Our numerical advantage cannot make up for the technological gap. Our entire fleet will be destroyed by them. The consultant was not exaggerating. The beams released by these 3 Necromancer ships were unattenuated. If they wanted, they could directly sweep the entire solar fleet with beams, and then distort the physical properties of the adamantium, so that the entire solar fleet would only be penetrated by the beams, and then burned to ashes by the collateral damage. Quarren realized that if he wanted to fight the enemy in the void in a common-sense way, the only way was to use psychic power. They obviously could not modify the attack or defense methods that were not based on the rules of physics. But the problem is that the solar fleet, whether it is the naval bureaucracy or the station starport, is under the feet of the regent. The impact of the destruction of the Navigator family and the astropaths directly affects the solar fleet, and the impact will even be magnified. Even the psychic-based equipment will be dismantled on a large scale. The only psychics in the fleet are those fairly stable and controllable divination puppets. Why don't they just destroy us? A senior fleet official asked the Mechanicus consultant. The advisor was silent. Those 3 ships could destroy the solar fleet in an instant, but they didn't do so. It was like an extremely vicious torture method. Humanity was facing the threat of annihilation at any time. The threat existed, but no one knew when it would come. Everyone could only wait anxiously. The 3 necromancer ships were still approaching. After a moment, the small beam weapons on their ships released dazzling light at the same time. 3 beams shot to the 2 sides of the human fleet and then swept to the middle. But the situation that Quaron was most worried about did not happen, and the beams were all blocked by the void shield. Then the entire solar system fleet suddenly entered the superluminal state, was pulled out of the galaxy, and was rescued from the threat of the 3 strange ships. Apparently, the Talon people immediately used the celestial engine to rescue after receiving the communication. But when the superluminal state ended and Quaron saw everything outside, he felt like he had escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's den. This is where the Talon Navy is, and here is an extremely fierce void battle. The 3 strange ships that the solar system fleet had seen earlier were everywhere here, and the Necromancer fleet, which was no less in size than the Tyrone Navy, was here. The visible signs on the ships of this Necromancer fleet were not the unique signs of a certain dynasty, but the honorary signs given to this fleet by the 3 holy councils, the highest ruling body of the Necromancers, and the supreme ruler, the King of Silence. The solar system fleet was placed in the artificial celestial system of the celestial engine, which was relatively safe. The Necromancers did not use the tactic of adjusting the physical rules just now, because the star gods had a much deeper control over the physical rules than these ships. The fleet composed of ships that could adjust the physical rules was more about repairing the physical rules distorted by the star gods as much as possible. The only reason why the Necrons could still fight against so many star gods was that they used the characteristics of the Black Stone to bring the influence of the subspace to the real universe, so that their ships would not become useless scrap metal. Due to various factors, plus the fact that the fleets of both sides were too large, the entire Void War became a plain bombardment. The only tactic used by the Necrons was to use a very large fleet to cover all the ships equipped with weapons that killed the gods. The Tyrone Navy was under the full command of Adam. When the ships of the undead carrying the god-killing weapons came out from the core of their fleet, Chin-Mo led all the star gods to deal with the most threatening thing. The star gods were scattered in the void, and as the human fleet approached the god-killing weapons, they naturally became the first target of the god-killing weapons. At this time, Uslan detached from the glory humanity and flew in the void on a transport plane full of crystal prophets. The Eldar prophet gave Chin-Mo a promise before he left the glory humanity that he would help the star gods get closer to those god-killing weapons at all costs. A moment later, all the god-killing weapons opened fire on the star gods. Those subspace energy torrents even penetrated the large Necron ships that had no time to dodge. Uslan raised his hands, white flames burning in his eyes. A subspace energy torrent was intercepted halfway, and under Uslan's control, it turned into a small subspace rift, and then most of the subspace torrents were absorbed by the rift and deflected into the subspace, and the remaining few god-killing attacks were avoided by the star gods. The power of the crystal prophet was borrowed by Uslan, and coupled with his own powerful psychic power, his soul was like a shining beacon in the warp, even though it was protected by something that hid the soul projection. Those warp creatures were attracted by the lighthouse, and approached Uslan's soul projection. Uslan had to do 3 things at once. On the one hand, he was preparing to defend against the next attack of the god-killing weapon. On the other hand, he used psychic power near the rift he opened to block the invasion of the warp creatures, and he also had to pay attention to his own soul. His body seemed to be burning. When the Necromancer's god-killing weapon fired again, Uslan subconsciously intercepted the attack of the god-killing weapon, and the defense he had applied near the soul projection in the warp was much looser, and countless warp creatures approached his soul. At this time, a cold sun appeared near Uslan's soul. Those warp creatures were either dispersed by the light or fled wailing. Uslan looked at reality with one eye and the warp with the other. He saw the cold sun suspended above his soul. He was surprised, and then he stopped paying attention to his soul and focused on the battle in the real universe. At this moment, the cold sun in the warp protected an alien soul. There are still warp creatures entering reality through the rift opened by Uslan. But on the battlefields inside ships that were boarded by the Necromancers or boarded onto Necromancers, what humans witnessed were not demons, but Space Marines burning with fire. Chapter 1064. While Uslan was trying his best to resist the attack of the god-killing weapons, Qin Mo led the gods to rush straight towards the ships carrying the god-killing weapons under the cover of the fleet. Qin Mo flew rapidly in the void, flying 1 light year ahead. All the landscapes in the void on both sides fell backwards at an astonishing speed, and he was getting closer and closer to the undead fleet in front. Qin Mo couldn't see clearly how many god-killing weapons there were, and how many ships carrying god-killing weapons there were. An unknown technology obscured his vision, but he could clearly feel where the extremely threatening weapons were. Uslan's psychic power even distorted the nearby void, and those stars seemed to be pointing in a direction. With the guidance of psychic power, Qin Mo was able to find the target he was going to deal with. Ahead was the forefront of the battle between the Necron ships and the human fleet. The dense beams of red or green light were as numerous as the ships of both sides, and they were impossible to count. A large number of ships of the Necron fleet gathered to block the necessary path, like a small part of a group of black ants. The ships of the Tyrone Navy briefly exceeded the speed of light to the vicinity, and engaged in the most dangerous close-range firefight with the separated part of the undead ships. In the microscopic corner of the Grand Void War, this local void war between the two sides was just for interception and counter-interception, just like the close-range pistol exchange between the infantry of both sides in the army. It doesn't look very intense, but a blink of an eye can result in the death or serious injury of a person. These fleets that exceeded the speed of light to Qin Mo's side in a short period of time are the battle formations of the Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet. They are called Fearless, and their current actions are worthy of the title of Fearless. While passing through the two sides fighting at close range, Qin Mo flew past the left side of a battleship. The people in the bridge saw several shooting stars passing by quickly, which were the light traces left by the star gods when they moved at high speed. And passing around the battleship were not only the star gods and the Lord of Talon, but also the Gaussian beam shot from the space necromancer ships just a few feet away. Time seemed to freeze after 2 seconds. Qin Mo saw the energy shield penetrated by the huge amount of Gaussian beams, and saw the captain of the bridge staring at his subordinates in the burning fire, pointing his finger at the many necromancer ships in front. He also saw the weapons officer, who was sitting in his seat with a determined and fierce look, shouting for the Lord of Tyrone, and suddenly hitting the self-destruct button. Time seemed to flow again, and the explosion of the battleship created a singularity vortex in the void, and the undead ships that tried to intercept the star gods were dragged to the center by the singularity. But in an instant, a large number of undead ships rushed towards the star gods in groups, and then the Tyrone Navy fleet completely ignored the fierce artillery fire in front, and once again sailed at superluminal speed for a short time to rush near Qin Mo, and then what Qin Mo saw was repeated again. This cycle repeats itself. The only difference is that Qin Mo is getting closer and closer to the god-killing weapons. I don't know who gave the order. The god-killing weapons fired collectively again, and various forms of subspace energy with various effects attacked head-on. Then all the beams of the god-killing weapons were deflected into the subspace. Qin Mo still kept moving forward, just looking back at where Uslan was. There was no transport plane there, only a white energy sphere that shone to the extreme. Qin Mo retracted his gaze, and he and the star gods crashed straight into the first ship carrying the god-killing weapon. This ship was so huge that it looked like a void facility. In order to prevent the star gods from fundamentally disintegrating the weapon and the ship carrying it, a large number of black stone arrays that amplified the influence of the subspace were installed on the ship. The dead souls hated psychic energy and the subspace, but it was a pipe dream to use the real universe technology to smash the star god into pieces. Qin Mo and the star gods split into several paths, and the explosions and flames continued in the huge ship until the entire ship was finally disintegrated. The star gods gathered with Qin Mo again, like dozens of meteors shining with dazzling light. However, the black stone constructs that were scattered into the void after the explosion of the ships carrying the god-killing weapons still exist. The fragment of the star god called the Endless Swarm exerted its power. It looked like a fog-like entity formed by tiny particles. Its entity was dispersed to the point where it could not be detected by the naked eye. Then all the nearby necromancer ships lost the control of their owners. These large numbers of ships have become the Endless Swarm itself. The Endless Swarm controlled the ships to invade the black stone constructs, shut down its subspace amplification ability, and finally controlled the ships to destroy all these black stone constructs. The Endless Swarm tried to use the ships it controlled to cover other star gods, but those ships were annihilated by the concentrated fire of the undead fleet the next second, leaving only countless particles that were imperceptible to the naked eye and gathered together to form a star god that looked like mist. If I am even close to being complete, I can completely control the fleet of the traitor Chief Zolok. The endless swarm roared unwillingly behind Chi Nemo. Even the burner who liked to fight against God the most did not question it at this time, or ridicule it with the endless swarm's past embarrassments, because it also knew that the endless swarm could indeed do it, but the premise was that it was complete. The attack of the god-killing weapon arrived again, and was deflected away by the subspace rift in the galaxy again. Chi Nemo wanted to check on Uslin's condition, but he couldn't see it within the range of the black stone that amplified the subspace, and he couldn't see it because the current situation was too urgent. There was only one thing he and the star gods could do, and that was to destroy the god-killing weapons one by one, before Uslin could no longer hold on. And Adam, the admiral of the Tyrone Navy, issued the most ruthless and correct order at this moment. The main force of the Navy began to follow the footsteps of the star gods regardless of the situation, to intercept any ordinary dead spirit ships that might delay the star gods for even a second to deal with. Adam did not explain this order, but the well-educated captains knew that although the god-killing weapons were called god-killing, they were not just god-killing. Once the target of those god-killing weapons changed from star gods to them, then everyone would have no choice but to die. Fortunately, the existence of the giant celestial engine made it possible for the fleet to not lose its footing no matter how aggressive it was, and the world engines of the Casa dynasty also fought around the artificial celestial system of the celestial engine, but the casualties, after the war, would be ugly. But Adam no longer cared whether he would be court-martialed because of the casualties after the war, and he didn't care whether he, the respected naval marshal, would lose his integrity in his later years. He teleported from the huge but slow flagship of the Glory Humanity to a battleship at the forefront of the exchange of fire. Chapter 1065. The Casa dynasty was one of the participating forces, and the AI using the necromancer shells commanded these craftsmen who knew nothing about fighting. Although the huge but extremely heavy void war machines and ships of the Casa dynasty could not accompany their gods to charge as they strongly hoped, they were an excellent defensive force. When the human fleet was too far forward, the Casa dynasty's fleet could defend every distance between the celestial engine and the human fleet. However, the clumsy tactics and combat habits that even AI could not change caused huge losses in the war for the Casa dynasty. Almost every second, many ships exploded into living metal fragments in the void. The Forging Council of the Casa dynasty came up with a strategy that even AI could hardly not adopt. The combat craftsmen of the Casa dynasty lined up in a long queue on the world engine. The production facilities similar to starports that were brought out immediately started to build ships. Whenever a ship was built and left the port, the combat craftsmen were teleported to it. With this method, the losses were compensated as much as the losses, and the emperors and overlords under Zolok, who were no less strategic and tactical than Imhotep, could not find any flaws to tear open the fleet of the Casa dynasty. The battle was going smoothly, but when the star gods fought their way to the next god-killing weapon, the star god named Seeker appeared and blocked them. The Seeker looked like a slender and elegant humanoid creature. Chi Nemo flew past this star god at a high speed, and the Seeker could not stop him, nor could he stop the remaining star gods that flew past it at a high speed. In an instant, Chi Nemo had already arranged to deal with the star god Recorder, who was the Seeker. The Recorder released antimatter meteors when it slowed down, and the Seeker responded with the same attack method. The antimatter meteors of the two collided with each other, triggering an unimaginable energy diffusion. If the subspace influence had not been amplified within the range of the void battle, the fleets of both sides would have stopped for a few minutes at this moment. The Seeker, who was also a complete star god, had plenty of time to entangle with the Recorder. It did not rush to fight with its own kind, but turned to attack nearby human ships. The Recorder just floated in the void and stared at the Seeker. The huge book shape opened, and the pages turned quickly like a strong wind. The Recorder and the Seeker appeared in an uninhabited galaxy, and two gods descended on a desolate planet. The power based on the Recorder's characteristics flowed from the pages to the Seeker. The powerful star god was enough to turn what the Recorder recorded into a meaningless whisper, but the Seeker and the Recorder were only half a caddy and 8 tails. The next second, the two star gods instantly appeared on a desolate planet in the nearest uninhabited galaxy. The Seeker still maintained the posture of rushing towards the human ship. When it found that its position had changed, it slowly turned around, and its slender and elegant body floated up, looking down at the huge book in front of it. "Why do you stand on the side of the traitors?" the Recorder questioned the Seeker angrily. The Seeker is a star god, and it is equally cold and cruel. The Seeker raised his hand and released dimensional lightning, which collided with the attack of the Recorder, who also released lightning. The surface of the planet that was not facing the star was instantly as bright as day. If you really want to get to the bottom of it, it's just that when you treated Zalek's father as a large slave to manage slaves, I, a weakling, had a few words with him. The Seeker added a hand and released intersecting lightning. I am still a worshipped god, and I still have my own believers, not a weak individual who is treated as a large ant in the despicable group of star gods. After saying that, the Seeker was blasted to the satellite by the recorder's lightning. But this little damage is nothing to a star god. The Seeker stood up from the crater on the satellite and dusted himself off. I am like you, the Mimic, the Caster, and the 7 gods you trust each other. At this point, the Seeker felt the doubts of the recorder and continued, weakness really changes a lot of things, doesn't it? It was hard for the recorder to disagree with this statement. Weakness does change a lot of things. Because of their weakness, Mimic, Recorder, Caster, and other star gods, who are now unknown, were able to develop a mutually supportive relationship. This is a huge leap in the thinking of the star gods, and its importance is no less than that of the savages with flesh and blood learning to start fires. The 7 recluses are a thing of the past. The pages of the recorder's book turned, and it paused, then continued. The Caster became the guide for the evolution of our species in thought, standing on our side. We are no longer oppressed by our powerful peers, and we no longer have to hide everywhere like weak beasts encountering powerful beasts in the jungle. Heh. The Seeker just smiled. The so-called evolution of thought and joining you are just coercion to give up the essence in exchange for protection, and the Forger does not really want to establish a civilized star god population. It stands on the side of humans. It just wants you to understand cooperation, and then understand the importance of the basic rules of cooperation. But I have to say, it is indeed on your side, because it has developed feelings for you in its interactions with you, and it regards you as friends. Friends? Unfortunately, it doesn't know that this word used by ants to address each other is very new to the ears of the star gods. The Seeker is not a hound among the star gods. To some extent, it is closer to the truth of many things in the past and future than the Recorder, dissecting the root of the problem and tracing the source. This is the Seeker's hobby, and also its strength. As you said, it has considerations at the level of interests, and also emotional considerations. The Recorder calmly faced the Seeker's revelation. Intelligent life is a complex multivariate function. This is what I have realized from my endless observation and recording of intelligent creatures. Shut up. The Seeker waved his hand. Let's fight. Either you get beaten to the point where you have to eat stars to replenish your strength, and I go back to intercept your companions, or you beat me to the point where I have to eat stars to replenish my strength. There's no other choice. We've helped each other, the Recorder said. Hearing this, the Seeker lowered his head, then raised it again, with a resolute expression on his statue-like face. I have to be responsible for my believers. I have to be responsible for Zalek, who I watched grow up, and was entrusted to me by his father, and who went against all odds just to keep me. Fight me! Recorder. Fight me! Izar Renlo. Chapter 1066. When the second god-killing weapon was destroyed, Uslan's consciousness briefly dissipated. When the strong willpower drove Uslan to regain his soul and body, he opened his eyes, and saw a white, holy place completely wrapped in light. That might be the light released by psychic energy. This place was still the cabin, and there were crystal prophets everywhere. Uslan raised his hand again, and focused his attention on the outside. You almost died. A cold voice came. Uslan looked in the direction of the voice, and was startled. He saw a war machine with 2 colors interlaced, which was driven by Thrall and his beloved. In human terms, it was a Titan. Uslan heard that Thrall had been looking for revenge on him after the Golden Crusade. In this situation, he had to deal with the attack of the god-killing weapon on the one hand, and stay awake on the other. If Thrall wanted to avenge his twin sister at this time, it would be a matter of a Titan kick. But Uslan is too familiar with Thrall. Worried, but not completely worried. You won't kill me. Uslan sneered at the Titan. You won't. You fought with the wild Eldar called the Gnostics to support the truly respectable people, you always said. You won't trample me to death now, and let your respectable people be killed by the God-Slayer weapon. You will even save me. The more Uslan spoke, the crazier his smile became. You said I almost died, then it must be you who used the power of Mother Elsa in the white part of this Titan to pull me back from the brink of death. If I hadn't valued this point, and guessed that even if I trapped your sister in the Soul Stone, you would drive the Nether Knight to fight instead of seeking revenge on me, I wouldn't have deliberately let you perform a mission that would lead to your death, so that the Death Army would have one more Nether Knight, but you ran away in the end. In Thrall's eyes, Uslan was despicable and shameless, and would do anything to achieve his goal. Although the Eldar war machines were in stock, but no one was driving them, it was not uncommon for commanders to deliberately kill some people to make them drivers. But Uslan proved that he was unscrupulous enough by stealing the crystal prophet. In a craft world, at the moment of life and death, a brave prophet stepped forward, sacrificed himself to protect others, and finally turned into crystal. Uslan wanted to take advantage of the spiritual totem of such a noble person. No wonder you were driven out of the Usvi craft world, Thrall said. Hearing this, Uslan stared at Thrall, while maintaining defense against the god-killing weapon. Only a few people know that Uslan did not join the Death Army without hesitation. In fact, Uslan's reputation is as bad as the Death Army's reputation. The Death Army was once like a rat crossing the street. Most people in the Eldar thought they were crazy, but they actually wanted to awaken the death. If the prophecy of the Eldar's demise and the awakening of the death really came true, wouldn't it make the Eldar who were still surviving die suddenly? Uslan was similar. In the eyes of other prophets in the Uswi Ark world, he was crazy, unscrupulous, and dangerous, so he was collectively voted out of the Uswi Ark world by the prophets. You once agreed with my ideas, Thrall. After saying this, Uslan was silent for a while. He had to help the star gods block the attack when destroying the third god-killing weapon. Then he continued, If you think I need to apologize for what I did, then Thrall. I, Eldred Uslan. Everything I did was for the Eldar race, for the humans who share wheel, and woe with the Eldar race, for the real universe, and to fight against the damn power of chaos. I made no mistakes, only the cruel decisions I had to make when fighting against chaos, a despicable and all-pervasive enemy. No one can judge me, not even the Usvi Ark world. I just left on my own? Even the living mother goddess Aisha can't. No one can say that I am guilty, let alone you, the unlucky kid. Uslan shouted angrily. You are still young, you can enjoy the shade under the big tree that our predecessors have watered after their sacrifices. You can freely judge my merits and demerits, because you don't have to tremble in fear and the threats of the enemy. Sar faced everything Uslan said with an extremely calm attitude. He turned his head, and the Titan's head turned with him. I don't want to argue with you, Sar said. I came here to warn you on behalf of Mother Elsa. If you don't stop, your soul and body will collapse, and she will be powerless at that time. Your fate will be worse than my sister. At least she can still live in the Soul Stone. Me? Uslan lowered his head and patted his body, which had never been exercised but was born as strong as a human transformed warrior because of the outstanding creation of the Father of Species. I am a prophet. I will live longer than you. Let that woman and the humanity of the Lord of Humanity replace you. Sar said again. What can they do? Uslan asked. Even though the curtain and reality membrane here are so fragile, it can still isolate the cold sun. The Lord of Humanity can do nothing except let the Cursed Legion come, and the human part is even weaker. He can't support the defense against the god-killing weapon like me. Uslan lowered his head and continued. If Vanessa lets the more powerful Lord of Humanity come, at the cost of burning her soul in exchange for its short-term coming, it is possible. But she has other missions, she can't die yet. She restrained the humanity of the unprecedentedly powerful psychic. If Uslan did not continue to speak. He raised his head and scolded Thrall. Either kill me or get out of here. I need to concentrate on dealing with attacks. Thrall stared at Uslan, silent for a moment, and said softly, I really want to crush you into a pulp, but I have to admit it. Uslan, you are a true prophet. The next second, Thrall disappeared. The white curtain gradually dissipated. Uslan passed through the misty psychic energy, and then he saw the inside of the cabin and himself. He was shocked by what he saw. Uslan knelt on the floor of the cabin, extracting the psychic energy contained in the crystal prophet. His clothes and body were torn, and the psychic energy burned his body like a flame in the cabin that had cooled to the extreme. His 2 eyes had been burned into holes, and he was kneeling on the ground with his mouth wide open, roaring in pain. The psychic energy was released from his 7 orifices in the form of strong white light, illuminating everything within 0.5 light years, like a small star. The next second, Uslan, who saw himself, felt that he was pulled into the broken body by something, and pain and suffering followed. His consciousness recondensed after a brief dissipation. Chapter 1067. The scenes in the real universe and the subspace exist simultaneously in Uslan's vision. The cold sun always stands near his soul projection. He can hear curses, sarcasm, anger, and words filled with a lot of racial hatred from the cold sun. But the cold sun is still there. It protects Uslan's soul from being hunted by subspace creatures. At this time, some terrifying subspace creatures full of blood rushed over in groups, and they were attracted by the fragile reality membrane and curtain. Countless warp creatures rushed towards the reality membrane and curtain, and the figure on the brass throne appeared not far away, and it started to fight against the cold sun. The warp creatures rushed towards reality, but although the influence of the warp had greatly weakened part of the reality membrane and curtain, the cold sun could still spare some energy to deal with them even though it had to fight against the brass throne, and they still found it difficult to get through. In the end, these countless warp creatures changed places. Not far from the void battlefield, but where the sun doesn't shine. The subspace creatures rushed towards that part of reality, and finally only a big demon named Skarbrand managed to squeeze in. Skarbrand was killed by Chin Mo, but what Chin Mo killed was just the name of a tiny part of Korn's power, not even the real name. As long as Korn wants, it can create Skarbrand number 1, number 2, number 3, until number 88888888. Skarbrand. In short, this Skarbrand entered the real universe, alone. Uslan, who was struggling in endless torment, could still spare some energy to deal with it. The Prophet diverted the beam released by a god-killing weapon, and instantly blew Skarbrand out of the real universe. I am the Prophet Uslan. Uslan thought intermittently in his mind. Even in this state, he could still spare some energy to deal with a demon that had entered the real universe. At this time, another god-killing weapon was destroyed. But Uslan could still feel that there were still several god-killing weapons on the battlefield, but he was really exhausted at the physiological level after holding on until now. Soon, Uslan found himself falling to the ground. He saw himself fall down with his own eyes. The broken body was burned to a skin bag. Then Uslan realized that he was holding on in the state of soul, relying on his powerful spiritual power to resist the traction of entering the Sea of Souls. But the state of death still appeared in Uslan's soul. He saw his past, purpose, actions, ideals. He saw the moment of peace he and Chin Mo enjoyed on the wild Eldar world called Pandora after the Battle of Comoros. He saw his ideals that he showed to Chin Mo after eating the fruit of the Gnostic's relatives, which was the confrontation between real creatures and chaos, and between order and disorder. To be honest, it was hard for Uslan not to admit that he had acted at the time, including finding an opportunity to get Chin Mo and himself alone on Pandora. To put it bluntly, it's a bet. Uslan didn't expect that from then until now. It wasn't a long time, and the real universe has changed so much that even the Eye of Terror has been closed. That's why he put all his chips on Chin Mo, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to compete with the god-killing weapon that can smash the star god into pieces, even though using psychic energy to fight psychic energy has a great advantage. But the chips are obviously not enough. You are burning your soul, child. The warm light descended, and Uslan saw Aisha. He couldn't be sure whether what he saw was an illusion or a psychic projection. He had fallen into a trance. I have to persist, Mother Goddess. Uslan said, if I give up now, he may not be shattered by the god-killing weapon. After all, he will dodge, but there is a chance that he will be shattered. Even if the probability is extremely small, I dare not gamble on this matter. I can't accept it. I can't accept even a 10% probability that a person who can prevent the destruction of the real universe will die in the civil war in reality. Aisha listened to these words, nodded, and said, have you thought about it? Your soul will burn out like your body, and then you will disappear completely. Even the prophet of the god of death, Evelyn, cannot resurrect you, because you have voluntarily given up your own existence. In reality, and the Sea of Souls, there is no trace of your existence except the ripples caused by your psychic power. Hearing this, Uslan hesitated. He actually still had a fluke in his heart, that is, maybe Evelyn could use the power of the god of death, Anad, to pull him back. After pondering for a long time, and weighing the pros and cons, Uslan spoke. Then let my soul burn out. Uslan's current state is like a person who has staked his entire fortune, and finally found that there is nothing else to bet except himself. He put himself on the gambling table. Aisha nodded. Uslan's psychic power instantly reached its peak. He had been allowing the cold sun to project psychic power to the real universe through himself as a transfer point, plus his own psychic power. After gradually losing perception and memory, relying only on instinct to maintain the release of psychic power, and finally completely losing the ability to use psychic power, Uslan dissipated. Chapter 1068. The Eldar prophet exchanged his soul for the Necron's god-killing weapons, which became useless in this war. Uslan's psychic energy left a psychic rift in the galaxy that lasted until after the war, and also formed an astronomical phenomenon in the real universe after the reality membrane and curtain were slowly repaired after the war. Dense nebulae gathered in the starry sky to form a white eye. This astronomical phenomenon is called the Eye of Uslan. The last roar of Uslan when his soul burned out, which carried resentment, unwillingness, hope, and tragic roar, set off a huge subspace storm that lasted for thousands of years and affected dozens of star regions. These are all things that happened later. Chi Nemo, who was in the middle of the war, did not know that Uslan had completely perished. He only knew that all the attacks of the god-killing weapons had been deflected. He and the star gods had destroyed several god-killing weapons in succession, leaving only the last one. The burner destroyed the huge fleet in one go, and returned to Chi Nemo like a flaming meteor, pointing to one of the many world engines in the distance. I go pull Agrania back. The burner was the fastest and most aggressive. With just one thought, it can make the material that makes up the world engine highly flammable. It doesn't even need to rush into the world engine to rescue Agrania. It only needs to reach a certain range to make the prison outside the world engine burn. No, you stay. Chi Nemo denied the burner self-recommendation and turned to look at the Void Dragon. You go. The Void Dragon thought about it first, and then realized that this was a deeper meaning. Now on the battlefield, it's not good to waste time. The Void Dragon turned around and flew to the world engine, where the world maker Agrania was. Go find the Star Scroll. Chi Nemo looked at the burner again. At this point in the war, it was still unknown where the Star Scroll was imprisoned, or whether it was imprisoned or on the side of the undead like the Seeker. If it were any other star god, wherever they were, they could be sensed as long as they wanted, but the Star Scroll could not be sensed directly due to its characteristics. But when the fastest burner wanted to search the undead's extremely large fleet for the Star Scroll, the stars in the void suddenly changed. These stars gathered into a finger, pointing to a location. The location of the last god-killing weapon was also the location of the Star Scroll itself. I was wondering why I couldn't sense the location of the god-killing weapon. Chi Nemo muttered to himself, turned his head and looked at the gods. I will release the Star Scroll myself. You will fight with the mortals, and today we must make Zolek's fleet sink here. After saying that, Chi Nemo turned around and ran straight to the god-killing weapon pointed out by the Star Scroll without waiting for the gods to react. The reason why he didn't bring the gods with him was because the gods' destructive power was too strong. If the Star Scroll was in the Hypercube Labyrinth, and the god-killing weapon and the Hypercube Labyrinth were destroyed together, many consequences would occur, one of which was spatial chaos, and the imprisoned objects might escape. When he tested the improved version of the Hypercube Labyrinth he developed, he almost accidentally let go of the Nightbringer fragments when destroying the failed test product. If the Star Scroll was placed in a corner of reality in the spatial chaos, everything would have to start all over again. With the determination to take down the Star God Scroll and destroy the possibility of the undead god-killing, Chi Nemo increased his speed to the fastest. The hull of the ship carrying the god-killing weapon could not stop Chi Nemo. It was easily penetrated like tofu pierced by a sharp knife. The undead warriors in the ship, who tried to come to counterattack and help, were turned into powder by a lightning. Those tomb technicians had just released various underworld structures they made to try to defend the center of the god-killing weapon, but they were burned clean by the flames along with their own creations. In an instant, no one on the entire ship could stop the destruction of the god-killing weapon. Before Chi Nemo came to the center, he took out the crone sword from his own dimension and inserted it into it. This crone sword was made from the finger bones of one of the gods of the Eldar race. It possessed unimaginable power and could awaken the god of death. Of course, it also absolutely conformed to the law that using psychic energy to deal with psychic energy had special effects. In Chi Nemo's perception, the psychic energy gathered by the god-killing weapon was like a giant, and the crone sword was deeply embedded in the giant's neck. The psychic energy it possessed turned into meridians and gradually controlled the giant. Chi Nemo suddenly had an idea and controlled the god-killing weapon to aim at the gathering place of the large group of undead fleets in front. With just one thought, the god-killing weapon suddenly opened fire. The surging ether torrent formed by the subspace energy instantly wiped out the large fleets, leaving only the void where the temperature dropped to the extreme and the subspace energy overflowed. Then the god-killing weapon collapsed immediately with Chi Nemo's destructive thoughts. It is not known whether Zolek still has the god-killing weapon in his hand, but at present, all the god-killing weapons on this void battlefield have been destroyed. After solving the most urgent matter at the moment, Chi Nemo turned around and walked slowly towards the location of the Hypercube maze. For some reason, all the dead warriors and Zolek's generals encountered on the way did not rush over. Although these low-level combat units are just ants, they are not all ants with self-thinking. When facing the Great Demon, there are still brave people who roar and rush at the Great Demon for the Emperor, and the dead should not be afraid of fighting at this time. But all the enemies that Chi Nemo saw surrounded him, hiding and silent. After Chi Nemo walked for 2 minutes, all the undead suddenly knelt on one knee. Then a green light flashed in front of Chi Nemo's eyes, and Zolek appeared in the place where the green light flashed, guarded by the 3 holy guards. The King of Silence was not sitting on the throne now, nor did he bring the Grand Justice to speak for him. Only the 3 holy guards followed him. The undead that surrounded Chi-Nemo just now did not attack, which was obviously Zolek's order. Chi-Nemo even felt that if the 3 holy guards had not been written into the logic that the King of Silence must follow the 3 holy guards, Zolek would not even bring the 3 holy guards. The only thing that remained the same was Zolek, who was still silent. Its observer stared at Chi-Nemo, and the whole person was unusually calm. In addition to this sudden meeting, the explosion of the necromancer's ship was like the fireworks set off at the ceremony of commemorating the victims in the Tyrone Star Zone, very gorgeous and continuous. After a moment of silence, Zolek slowly stretched out his fist, turned his fist, opened his 5 fingers, and the hypercube maze appeared in his hand out of thin air. Among the many devices integrated on Zolek's body, the device that controls gravity controls the hypercube maze to float up from its palm and slowly move towards Chi-Nemo. Chi-Nemo smashed the scepter on the ground, and Zolek was instantly pulled in front of him, and he also stretched out his hand to take the hypercube maze floating on Zolek's palm. Chapter 1069. Chi-Nemo checked the hypercube maze. Yes, the scroll of stars was locked inside. Your goal is to obtain this star god. Zolek said, you are satisfied now. Chi-Nemo heard a hint of doubt from Zolek's cold voice that sounded like a mechanical device. And then, he was also confused. Why do you ask that? Chi-Nemo threw the hypercube maze into his own dimensional space and stared at Zolek. You are the one who trapped Agrania. Don't you want to promote the decisive battle we are having now? No, I haven't made much preparation for this. Zolek shook his head. Just because Agrania, who you don't have much friendship with, was captured, you brought your army to kill him? And for this star god named Star Scroll, is it worth it for you to go to war like this? Zolek's series of questions made Chi-Nemo realize that this was an unexpected decisive battle. Zolek didn't know what use the characteristics of the Star Scroll could make it for humans, and he obviously didn't expect that Agrania's capture would lead to this war. But Chi-Nemo couldn't rule out that Zolek was playing his imperial tricks again, pretending to be stupid at this time. So he just responded to Zolek with one sentence, even if this war is unexpected. There are many unexpected variables in this universe. In any case, the defeat of your fleet is a foregone conclusion. Even if you, the King of Silence, are killed on the spot by me, you can be resurrected by just going through the process, but you have lost your loyal followers and the guarantor of your royal power. You are nothing, you are just a skeleton called Zolek. You're right. Zolek admitted it frankly. It admitted it so quickly that Chi-Nemo was surprised, but it was reasonable. Zolek was not stupid, it understood everything, but the universe was too uncertain. I thought you were smart. Zolek took 2 steps back, raised his head, and looked at Chi-Nemo with contempt. You are so stupid. If this decisive battle broke out because of some variable, the biggest variable is your stupidity. You are the loser in this decisive battle. The loser shouting can't even save your face, let alone the fleet you have already lost. Chi-Nemo looked at Zolek with the same contempt, not moved by the sarcasm and contempt it showed. You disintegrated my power, and then Imhotep will replace me and the 3 Holy Council. Zolek said, my art of ruling has irreparable flaws, and I can't unite the entire race. Imhotep can do it with force and prestige. You created an enemy for yourself that will soon unite. You eliminated the biggest enemy of your biggest enemy, Imhotep. This is your stupidity. Chi-Nemo could understand what Zolek wanted to say. And according to Zolek's logic, Chi-Nemo even felt that it was right. Zolek was a king who mastered the art of compromise to perfection. And Imhotep was a general who despised the art of compromise. If these 2 people sat on opposite sides of the negotiation table, Zolek would obviously be the one who was easier to talk to. He met with them twice, which proved it. Now that Zolek has lost the military guarantee of his authority, Imhotep will have the upper hand in the internal struggle. Chi-Nemo has undoubtedly indirectly supported himself with the toughest, most uncompromising, most extreme, and most terrifying enemy. But this is Zolek's logic. Chi-Nemo turned around and waved his hand. The cold and dark walls of the warship dissipated, replaced by the void of the outside world. The necromancer fleet was retreating step by step. The star gods, no longer restrained by anything, swept through the army. At this moment, Star God was no longer a name given by mortals to transcendence, and Catan, the name used by the Necrunner to refer to transcendence, was no longer just a name. Their actions and powers proved that they were gods. In Zolek's view, this was a punishment. Chi-Nemo was letting it watch its fleet perish. But after the 2 stood in front of the void and looked at each other for a while, Chi-Nemo suddenly spoke. Weak but tenacious mortals are not my only warriors, there are also iron men. But they did not appear in this war. Zolek's body trembled, as if simulating the physical expression of his emotions when he was still a flesh and blood creature. I will not allow Imatek to have the opportunity to unify the undead after you are defeated, and I will not allow it to stay out of it after you are hit by me. It has its own troubles to solve. Chinemo said, just think about yourself now. You are guilty, Zalek. From the perspective of your race, you are guilty. Chinemo said, and from the perspective of humans and other flesh and blood creatures, Imatek is guilty. I will use the characteristics of the Star Scroll to repair and even open up the veil and reality membrane. Chinemo mentioned the use of the Star Scroll. As a species, whether some of them think they are a new race or they think they are just necrophiles who have turned into iron lumps, those who can coexist will continue to exist, because I don't want to continue this war in the real universe that can bring countless negative emotions to chaos. But Zalek, there will be no position for the Silent King and the Storm King in the future, and you will all become the past that will be judged by future generations. Chinemo spoke these words slowly and steadily. And Zalek realized that this was what Chinemo had imagined. If humans were the victors of the war, how to deal with the Necrons. In the eyes of the star gods, you are stupid. But I don't think so. You may be a cold-blooded ruler, but you do have some dignity and care about your people. Chinemo continued, but it doesn't matter what I think. I'm not sure how the future Necrons will evaluate you. Among my people, no one is qualified to evaluate me. Zalek said, I am the King of Silence, the head of the Three Holy Council. Except for the usurping madman Imatek, who has the courage and qualifications to evaluate my merits and demerits. Don't use your human thinking to look at the ancient and noble species born tens of millions of years ago. No, our two races actually have a lot in common. In you, I can even see the shadows of many emperors of my culture in extremely ancient times. Chinemo raised his hand. In my optimistic judgment, you have already lost. The triumvirate will be dissolved. As for you, maybe you will be treated preferentially because of your decision to cancel the Master Control Agreement, but that's all. I didn't cancel the Master Control Agreement to let this race overthrow me. Zalek said angrily, that's my remedy, that's my implicit apology with practical actions, not to let them betray me. Lightning annihilated Zalek and the triumvirate in the battleship. Chinemo glanced at the undead warriors and generals, and easily left the ship before these ants on the power tried to rush up to try to kill him. Chapter 1070. Inside the hypercube maze of the World Engine. The World Shaper has been drained of energy several times, and it has become extremely weak, but as long as the dead spirits are willing, it can still be squeezed out of endless energy. The lack of energy only brought pain and weakness in feeling, but it really would not drain this star god fragment to the point of being unable to move or even dying. The space dead spirits had a plan a long time ago, a very long-term plan. That is, how can the dead spirit species continue to exist after the heat death of the real universe? The answer is to use the energy of the star god. The star god has endless energy, and the Necrons will be able to survive smoothly after the extinction of the universe until the impossible demise of the star god fragments. As for how much pain and torture the star god fragments themselves are in, who cares? In each interval between extracting energy, the World Shaper will think about its tragic fate, and it is calculating a probability. This probability is the probability of having another chance to escape after being imprisoned for a long time. The answer is of course unknown. It was hard for the World Shaper not to admit that his escape had nothing to do with him, but was just the result of various coincidences. After being locked up for a while, the World Shaper accepted it, and simply stopped thinking about whether he could be free. Until it suddenly realized that from a certain moment, the World Engine no longer extracted its energy. Along with this abnormal situation, a gap opened in the hypercube maze. A floating figure surrounded by green lightning and information flow appeared outside the gap. The World Shaper showed no emotion about this unusual situation. It thought it was an experiment imposed on it by the necromancers. It had encountered this several times before. The necromancers would use the hypercube labyrinth and other star god fragments with the ability to bring illusions to fool the trapped fragments for entertainment. But this time was obviously different. The void dragon floated into the gap of the hypercube labyrinth, and it slowly stretched out its hand towards Igrania. I help you get out of trouble. Igrania followed in silence. Even if it was an illusion, it was happy to be fooled, because even a false escape was still an escape, which at least brought some comfort to the terrible and endless imprisonment in the hypercube maze. Until the World Shaper felt the intimacy brought by the real universe environment isolated by the hypercube maze, until it saw the fleets of both sides fighting, and its peers fighting back and forth in the void. It suddenly realized that this was real. Just like the last time, he escaped from the predicament. The Forger fulfilled its promise. The Void Dragon and the World Shaper calmly watched the amazing battle outside. You surrendered your essence in exchange for protection, and it is responsible for you. And now, it came here with its followers, just to help a fool who is always caught get out of trouble. At this point, the Void Dragon turned his gaze from the Void battle to the World Shaper. You are free again. Just like last time, I escaped with the help of the Forger, once again. The World Shaper's eyes slowly moved from the Void battle to the face of the Void Dragon, which looked cracked visually. Then it heard the Void Dragon speak again. Maybe there will be a next time, and it will be the same then. You will see me, the Forger, instead of staring at the wall in the Hypercube maze forever. This is the benefit of your wise choice. Not because you, a fool, have any use, nor because you can bring any benefits, but simply because the Forger has a responsibility to you. It's that simple. The remaining part of Zolek's fleet began to retreat. The side that had completely established victory began to pursue fiercely. The Void War was still going on, but the Star Gods and the high-level officials who participated in the war no longer needed to focus their energy on the Void War. Outside the bridge of the Glory Human, Chi Nemo quickly crashed into the bridge from the Void, but the hull was not damaged. He went straight through, dusty, and covered in gunpowder, and fell into the bridge. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention to himself. Pursue the remaining fleet of Zolek as much as possible. Chi Nemo looked at Adam, then activate the Superliminal Navigation Force Field. I have set the navigation target point in the Orpheus Star region, No, not the Orpheus Star region, but the Tomb World Mandala of the Sotek dynasty. When Chi Nemo gave this order, Adam looked at him in surprise, then calmed down and asked softly, Did the Iron Men succeed? Yes. Chi Nemo nodded. At the beginning of the fleet's voyage, the army required to participate in the war was so wide that it even included the savage Eldar, and the Iron Men were naturally among them. But the Iron Men did not appear in this war. They were going to perform another mission. The Iron Men, led by Heat Death and Scholars, as well as the Psychic Iron Men in the subspace, will directly raid the Sotek Dynasty World Mandala and open up a second battlefield there. This is why Chi Nemo said that Zarag would not be the only one who was unlucky, and Emitek would not be left behind. But if Ryan knew about this strategy, he would think it was a fantasy. Using psychic means, the Sotek Dynasty world has a soul-repelling dead zone formed by black stone structures, which is difficult to invade by subspace means. Using physical means, the Sotek Dynasty World Mandala is located in the center of many worlds belonging to the Sotek Dynasty. It is guarded by layers, and you can't just enter it if you want to. But there is really a way. You raided Mandala? The projection of Admiral Quarren of the Imperial Navy Solar System Fleet exclaimed, How did you do it? This is thanks to Office 44. Chi Nemo leaned over the tactical table and waved his hand to adjust the situation of the galaxy where Mandala was located. The Iron Men have already carved out a foothold in this galaxy. And Quarren was even more confused. As an admiral stationed in the solar system in the Imperial Navy, and often standing at the feet of the regent, he knew what Office 44 was. This was the name of the Talon Intelligence Department. The Talon Intelligence Department did not have a very formal name like the Inquisition. Their full name was Office 44, Floor 4, Building 13, World 1, Talon Capital Galaxy. They were not really in Office 44. It was just that during the Talon Unification War, the place responsible for battlefield reconnaissance and war information was set up in Office 44 of the Army Headquarters building. This became a tradition. But it was really surprising that an intelligence department could make the Lord of Tylong say that the raid on the capital of the Sotek dynasty was attributed to it. Chapter 1071. The Karnak Dynasty. They are the key. As the next war was about to begin, Chi Nemo explained it to Quarren, which was equivalent to explaining it to Ryan, the Imperial War Master. Ryan didn't need to know about this, because before receiving the latest intelligence from Iron Man, Chi Nemo was not sure whether this fantasy could succeed. Ryan didn't need to get involved, because he still had to stabilize Emitek on the front line, and he couldn't take out troops to go to Mandala. He just needs to know about this. As the representative of the Empire in this military operation, Quarren was equivalent to taking advantage of Ryan. Karnak Dynasty. This was a dynasty that was once part of the Sotek dynasty, but later separated from the Sotek dynasty and declared itself a dynasty. Emitek is superstitious about force because he was once just a general of the Sotek dynasty. He was also a crown general, just like Zodek, the crown general of the Sotek dynasty today. Later, he used force to gain status in the Sotek dynasty. The Karnak dynasty was forced to follow Emitek from that time. But this was not the key to the separation of the Karnak dynasty. The real reason was that the people of the Karnak dynasty found that they were not necrophiles at all, but AI data bound in a living metal body. So the people of the Karnak dynasty separated, declared to be a new dynasty, and went to war with other dynasties, committed to destroying other dynasties. The reason for devoting themselves to destroying other dynasties was very simple: to help their compatriots get rid of the curse imposed by the star god on the entire race, that is, the false immortality of living in a living metal body in the form of data after extinction. The existence of such a dynasty is as bizarre as the existence of the dynasty that still believes in the star god. The diversity of the Necrons is evident. Although it is a race that has died at the soul level, its internal diversity is far beyond the reach of the Eldar that split into the Arc Eldar, the Savage Eldar, and the Dark Eldar. Chi Nemo knew the existence of this dynasty, so he asked the intelligence department to contact and communicate with it. This matter has been carried out for such a long time, since the Golden Crusade and Gilliman's conversation about the threat of the Necrons. The people in charge of this matter have changed. It was only after Imatech of the Sotek dynasty planned to use war as an excuse to completely annex Karnak that results were achieved. The Karnak dynasty has adjusted the Black Stone construct to the amplified subspace. With the help of the Scholar's psychic power, the Iron Man and the Psychic Iron Man will directly cross the reality barriers and descend to the Sotek dynasty world mandala. Really? After hearing this reason, Quarren couldn't help but sigh. Just like humans, there are many factions and serious internal strife. This is nothing. There was a Necromancer dynasty that was stopped by the Imperial Guards. This Necromancer dynasty believed in a star god named Zul. They fought with the Imperial Guards by accident, and their purpose was to release the star god they believed in. Chi Nemo said, they are indeed the same as humans, with all kinds of weird things you can and can't imagine everywhere. If everything goes well, the Iron Men will build a Stargate, and then we will go directly through it to fight the next battle. Chi Nemo looked at Adam again. Adam nodded, saluted and accepted the order. Yes. Chi Nemo just lightly polished his lips, and there were extremely many things to prepare for one order. The fleet had to take part in the next battle and rest. The damaged ships had to either go directly back to the Star Zone for major repairs, or go to the Celestial Engine for simple repairs. However, these complicated matters should have been planned and solved by a dedicated person, so Chi Nemo didn't have to worry about it. He could do other things, and there were other things he had to do. Inside the Celestial Engine, the gap leading to the Hypercube maze has been opened. The Void Dragon, the Mimic, and the Recorder stood in front of the gradually expanding gap. They were going to enter this Hypercube maze and meet the star god named Star Scroll. Chi Nemo came soon and stood with the three of them waiting for the gap to expand enough for the living metal forms of the three star gods to enter. How is the Ida Prophet, who helped us intercept the god-killing weapon? Asked the Void Dragon. I just went to see it. Chi Nemo said, Uslan's apprentice told me that the Prophet couldn't see me yet and was recuperating. I saw that he looked strange. But he is Uslan's apprentice after all, so I can't question him. Uslan really needs to rest. The Void Dragon nodded. Has the World Shaper been released? Chi Nemo asked the Void Dragon. How did it react? It has been released. The Void Dragon thought for a moment and said, It's not that I'm grateful, but I guarantee that it understands the importance of cooperation. To some extent, the star gods don't have that much divinity. They are like humans and need to change slowly. It will understand, that's all. Chi Nemo nodded. He was not in a hurry. After talking about this, Chi Nemo looked at the Recorder again. You and the star god named Seeker. The Recorder told the story of the battle again. While the fleets of both sides were firing at each other, the two complete star gods, the Recorder and the Seeker, were fighting over there. The two star gods fought until the star went into a supernova explosion, and the stars and the Avenue were all wiped out. In the end, the Seeker just slipped away, while the Recorder wasn't paying attention. They were indeed evenly matched. Did you let the Seeker go on purpose, or was it really impossible to take it down on the spot? Chi Nemo asked. I really can't do it. The Recorder replied. I believe you. Chi Nemo nodded. It was indeed the case. The Recorder and the Seeker were only half as good as each other. Even the Seeker, who had not been eaten by Saranoga, had been learning and thinking over and over again how to deal with his own kind in order to protect his believers during the time when the Recorder existed in Saranoga's stomach. The Recorder really had no other choice. Chi Nemo did not blame him, because he felt that if the next raid on the Sotek Dynasty world did not have the same effect as the previous Void War, then when Imatech and Zolok completely broke off, the Seeker could serve as Zolok's force, making the fight between Zolok and Imatech even more intense. Star Scroll, and you do have a relationship, right? Chi Nemo looked at Mimicry. The reason why he asked Mimicry and Recorder to come together was because they had a relationship. When Mimicry was incomplete and could go crazy at any time, among the star gods that had mentioned being crushed by the caster, there was Star Scroll. Although the caster crushing the star god companions was the nonsense of Mimicry when it went crazy, the relationship between Star Scroll and them was real. Indeed. Mimicry nodded. It was one of the members of the 7 secluded gods, but later because the caster actively participated in the affairs of Megladros, Star Scroll felt that the war would sooner or later burn to the heads of the 6 star gods including me and the Recorder, so it left angrily. I am not sure what its attitude is now. Chapter 1072. The gap in the hypercube maze widens, and Chi Nemo and the gods enter it. The star gods were once unconscious nebulae parasitic on stars, and it was the living metal bodies that gave them thinking. Observing the behavior and thinking of many star gods, Chi Nemo has always felt that the star gods' inherent nature already exists. Perhaps it is the living metal bodies that can perceive the outside world that allow them to project their own nature on the perception of the outside world, thus forming their personalities. The Star Scroll proves Chi Nemo's guess. It has no living metal body, but it can still communicate normally and has nature. It can sense the outside world by nature and is born different. Just as its characteristic is to use reality, rather than distort reality like other star gods. When seeing the Recorder and Mimicry, the Star Scroll formed an intuitive and non-abstract appearance, which looked like the human-like appearance of most star gods. It instantly floated in front of the gods, looked at them one by one, and finally came to Chi Nemo. You are not a forger, right? Star Scroll asked. I feel something different from you. Yes. Chi Nemo nodded. I don't know why, but the energy that came with you tore it apart and devoured it. Star Scroll said, I can sense that the real universe is rejecting you. You are incompatible with reality. You are not even a person in this reality. Chi Nemo looked at Star Scroll in surprise. Star Scroll also simulated a surprised expression and looked at the Void Dragons. Are you not surprised that you follow a human? If he were still the same forger, our tribe would be finished. The Void Dragon raised its spear and pointed it at the Star Scroll. You don't think the former forger would come to save you, do you? Just because you and it and the other 5 star gods once shivered together and huddled together for warmth? Selfishness and cruelty are part of the nature of every star god. And weak star gods like mimics, although they appear kind because they are forced to evolve cooperative thinking, they actually have a hidden selfish and cruel side. Just like humans. Megladros is right. The mimic looked at the Star Scroll. The caster was complete, and in the Milky Way before he came, but he didn't come to help us. Oh! The Star Scroll responded faintly. The conversation between the gods fell into silence. Finally, the Star Scroll took the initiative to speak. Thank you. But can you let me go? I still want to continue to create in the universe. The magnificent and colorful astronomical phenomena in the real universe are all masterpieces of the Star Scroll. Without it, the real universe would be composed of cold celestial bodies. Just as the nature of the Recorder is to record, the nature of the Star Scroll is to create. But now, its nature has to be restrained. I need your help with something. Chi Nemo said, this is the condition for me to release you, you must help me. What is it? The Star Scroll did not refuse. This is what the Seeker said about the change that weakness would bring. It was unwilling, but it knew it was weak, so it had to compromise and be careful. I am conducting research on repairing and even manufacturing curtains and reality membranes. Chi Nemo said frankly, I think your ability may be able to help me. Whether this is possible or not, we have to try it. Hearing this, the Star Scroll changed into the appearance of the real universe and the subspace. A scene from an absolute god's perspective appeared in front of Chi Nemo and the gods. The curtain separates the real universe and the subspace. It doesn't have much power, but it can separate the spiritual world, and it is one way. Real creatures can easily break through it, but creatures in the subspace cannot easily enter the real world. This is a characteristic. You probably think that the curtain is an extension of the real universe, which is not too wrong, because the fate of all sentient beings in reality is entangled on the curtain in the form of silk threads. But the veil is an unreal reality that can isolate the subspace, which means it has an ether component. The reality membrane is similar to the veil, but it is a complete self-defense mechanism of the real universe. Of course, it can also be constructed and repaired, but only when these two things are combined can you achieve the ultimate goal of your research, which is to restore the real universe to the state where it was once isolated from the subspace. These are what I know. The landscape formed by the Star Scroll was miniaturized or enlarged with every word it said, and it was presented intuitively. Chi Nemo had many questions in his mind about this matter. Seeing the extension of the real universe at this time, he couldn't help but explore it more. Why are the chaos gods isolated in the subspace by the curtain? Chi Nemo asked. Why? The star scroll was puzzled. There is no reason. There is no reason. No matter how powerful the four gods are, they can't break through the curtain and enter reality. Only when the curtain and the reality membrane are weakened can their extensions enter, but the reason they can enter is because their extensions are not as powerful as they are. It doesn't make sense. Star Scroll repeated. Anything with some ether content is different from reality, and has no clear order. The four gods can't pass through the veil, so it can't. Hearing this, Chi Nemo nodded. He knew that the ether mentioned by Star Scroll was actually another name for psychic energy, just like the nicknames of the subspace, the Sea of Souls, the Eightfold Trial, and the Supreme Heaven. There is more than one universe like ours, right? Chi Nemo asked again. Without a doubt. The Star Scroll answered, the real universe is like a world wrapped in a bubble, and the subspace fills the gaps between them, just like connecting them. The erosion of the real universe by the four gods is not just in our bubble. Let's get back to the point. Although the curtain isolates chaos, as you can see, it is not completely insurmountable. It will be weakened and stripped away. And the result of the curtain of the real universe being completely stripped away is that the subspace and reality are mixed, and the ether energy is no longer blocked in reality. Hearing this, Chi Nemo nodded. The great demons are extremely powerful in the subspace, and many of them have even destroyed the universe, because the reality membrane and curtain of other universes have been completely broken. If the ancient saints were not psychic creatures, they would not study the subspace, and there would probably not be the extremely dark and hateful subspace now. The Void Dragon interrupted. In fact, it is not. The Star Scroll retorted, whether the ancient saints study the subspace or not, the subspace is there, and the emotions of creatures with souls will cause waves in the subspace. When you prey on the souls of the necrophiles who have no psychic talent will also cause waves in the subspace, because a race has been destroyed. This sin will eventually be born and taken responsibility by you, the star gods who covet souls. This is your fault. Star Scroll added, but it has nothing to do with me. I didn't share a meal when the Necron was devoured, and I didn't volunteer to participate in the war against the ancient saints. After clearing himself of all charges in a few words, Star Scroll ignored the dissatisfied Void Dragon and looked at Chi Nemo. I'm not sure, but I think the reality membrane and the curtain can interfere with its repair process and manufacturing. But I still have to say that this is impossible. You said it was possible, but you also said it was impossible. What do you mean? Chi Nemo asked. It is possible because it is theoretically feasible. The star gods are the extension of the real universe. They are like rivets that stabilize the real universe. This is why the destruction of the Skinners caused extremely terrible consequences. But in the Milky Way, the Necronter gave the star gods the ability to perceive the outside world. They suffered misfortune because of this, and the star gods paid the price for it. And I said it's not feasible. Because we, the extension of the real universe, are not enough to intervene in the repair of the curtain and the reality membrane, let alone create these two things. We need star gods who represent the basic elements and constituent conditions of reality, and we need star gods who represent certain concepts of reality that are extended from the concepts of basic elements and constituent conditions. It's easy for you to let me help you. Is it possible for you to let most star gods help you? Chapter 1073. Gather most of the star gods. That's not easy. The conversation with the Star Scroll gave Chi Nemo a roller coaster feeling. He felt hopeful and excited at first, and then sad. It's not easy to find most of the star gods, let alone let them assist in the reality membrane and the curtain. Although it is not ruled out that the Star Scroll is looking for an excuse to let Chi Nemo give up early, and then let it go, what it said does make sense to Chi Nemo, and is hard to refute. But just when Star Scroll thought Chi Nemo would realize the difficulty, he heard him say, no matter what, I can't give up. Do you think it's possible to get most of the star gods to help you? Star Scroll asked. No, of course not. Chi Nemo turned around, paced around, and pointed at his feet, because repairing the curtain and the reality membrane is the only way out for the real universe, or in other words, the only way out for the real universe we are in. If the four gods don't exist, there is nothing to worry about now that the influence of the subspace is getting smaller and smaller, but the problem is that the four gods exist, and they may carry out countless conspiracies to increase the influence of the subspace at any time in the past, and in the future. This may be difficult, but he may be able to achieve it. Even if the probability is extremely small, it is worth our effort. I have seen and done many difficult things. I have gone deep into the subspace to face the gods alone. Their power is so strong that it is astonishing. Compared with directly challenging and killing them, it is relatively simple and easy to unite the star gods. After hearing what Chin Mo said, the Star Scroll glanced at the Void Dragon and said, thoughtfully, "In my opinion, it is an extremely difficult thing for you to make it agree with your ideas. Not just me, but Saranoga as well." The Void Dragon said, "We didn't come to you because we suddenly saw something good, but because we think what we want to do is indeed feasible to a certain extent. The person you are facing has his own unique features, and Saranoga and I approve my point of view." After hearing that even Saranoga has joined this small group, the face of the Star Scroll simulated a surprised expression. Saranoga is a powerful star god, not as powerful as the Nightbringer, the Burner, and the Void Dragon, but its characteristics are at the level of thinking logic, so it is powerful. And the Burner. The narrator added, "Even that madman will be driven by it." The Star Scroll was even more surprised, and then asked Chin Mo, "What do you rely on? Violence? The power of the caster is not very strong, and you?" "I have my own talent in violence, not just relying on the characteristics of the caster and the innate power of the star god." Chin Mo replied, "But I don't like to use violence to solve problems unless I have to. If it's just violence, Magradros won't stand here to persuade you. He will go to you privately and tell you how hateful I am, similar to the relationship between a slave owner and a slave who is ready to revolt." "Yes." The Void Dragon echoed again. The Star Scroll nodded. "Come out." Chin Mo stretched out his hand. "Let's leave this damn place. From now on you must help me, but you also have freedom. You can freely create your favorite astronomical phenomena outside the scope of human activities as you did before." "What if I don't agree?" Star Scroll asked with interest. "Then I will find a way to make you agree." Chin Mo spoke softly, as if he was whispering a conspiracy, but his tone was very calm. "Kindness and moral principles alone can't solve any problems, and I can't get to this point today. What's important is whether you can accept the happy ending based on my rules." Star Scroll didn't want to refuse, but it had begun to be curious about this wonderful existence. The star god transformed into a humanoid creature, took Chin Mo's hand, and left the hypercube maze, like a lost child who met a kind person. The fleet still needs some time to prepare for the assault on the Mandala world. Chin Mo settled the Star Scroll in the habitat of the gods in the Sun Engine, and then returned to the bridge to use his power to handle some things that Adam needed to go through the process. But when dealing with affairs, Chin Mo always thought of Uslan and his apprentice. When he didn't need to participate in the void battle directly, he went to find Uslan, but was stopped by Uslan's apprentice, who claimed that the prophet needed to recuperate and couldn't see anyone for the time being. Chin Mo always felt that his apprentice was strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, Mimic was also on the bridge. When he saw it, Chin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Go into the webway and pick up Aisha." Mimic nodded, then asked, "Is it about the Eldar prophet? If I don't make it clear to Aisha, she will refuse to leave the webway." "Yes, without a doubt." Chin Mo nodded. "I always have a bad feeling in my heart. My premonitions and intuitions are never very accurate. Uslan has done a lot for us, and it is not appropriate to leave him aside. You go and bring Aisha. If Uslan is seriously injured, the Eldar Mother Goddess may be able to help him. If Uslan is not seriously injured, that's even better. We just need to find other ways to thank him." Mimic nodded and disappeared in the bridge. Chin Mo issued a ship repair document in the name of Lord Talon that bypassed the regular maintenance process, and then had time to observe the battle situation on the Iron Man's side. In the capital of the Sotek dynasty, a dynasty world called Mandala, the Iron Men have entered the galaxy where Mandala is located with the help of the Karnak dynasty. They have begun to attack several planets guarding Mandala, which are bound by the science and technology of the necromancers and surround Mandala, and have built countless anti-orbital weapons. On those worlds, there are meat-crushing wars, pure mass wars that the Iron Men are good at, and they are also helped by the psychic Iron Men. The Emperor's psychic energy is also projected on the Mandala galaxy, where the veil is severely weakened, forming a protective layer to isolate the demons. Only then did Chin Mo confirm that the cold sun in the subspace, as its human nature said, had been committed to protecting the real universe instead of shutting itself off under the condition of split will. But the holes, in reality, were too big and too many, and a cold sun could not fill them. Thinking of the human nature of the Emperor, Chin Mo remembered that he had not seen Vanessa after he came back, and he didn't know where the human will had gone to put out the fire, but he knew what he should do, and there was no need to worry. Just like in the incident behind the human and undead front, in the Dwelluan galaxy, which almost made Imitek's sneak attack plan succeed, the Emperor's humanity also appeared on time. Chapter 1074. Lord Tyrone, there are no people from the Uswe Ark world among our Eldar allies. While Chin Mo was staring at the tactical table and thinking, Gray came over with a virtual document. Except for the people from the Uswe Ark world who joined the Death God army, there are indeed no people. Chin Mo said casually, as one of the forces that has long been fighting against chaos, the Uswe Ark world is not willing to join us, even though some of them believe that the fate of humans and the Eldar is linked like Uslan. Obviously, there shouldn't be people from the Uswe Ark world on that fleet. Gray said, I received a report that a ship from the Uswe Ark world approached under the banner of the Death Army and was discovered by the Death Army's own people. Now the two sides are confronting each other in the transport plane that Uslan is on. Chin Mo raised his head. Gray shook his head helplessly. The information of the Death Army is not transparent to us, so... I know. Chin Mo immediately left the bridge and headed for the transport plane that Uslan was on. He didn't need to take a transportation vehicle, even though he didn't like butterflies swimming in the void, but sometimes he would encounter urgent matters that he was very concerned about. So this time, he went straight through the bridge and flew towards the transport plane he had just been to. He also went through the bulkhead of the transport plane and entered it. This way of going to a certain place was so simple and direct that when he appeared, even the people present hadn't reacted. In the large transport plane, the crystal prophet that Uslan had brought here earlier was gone, and outside his bedroom, his compatriots were divided into two positions and confronted each other. One side was obviously the Death God army. The other side was dressed in the style of the Uswe Ark world, with the iconic white armor and clothing. The apprentice, who had told Chin Mo that Uslan needed to rest, was with the Death God army. The prophet's things have been burned up along with the prophet's soul. We packed up his things, but he left nothing behind except the unimportant items he didn't bring with him. The apprentice said so. Chin Mo's eyes widened when he heard this. He was about to question when the people from the Uswe Ark world questioned the apprentice first. We know his soul is gone, but how could his belongings be burned up? A prophet from the Prophet Council of the Uswe Ark world asked. Seeing that the two sides were about to argue endlessly, Chin Mo interrupted and asked the apprentice, When did Uslan die? Why didn't you tell me directly? The apprentice then noticed the Lord of Tyrone, who came out of the shadows. Seeing that he could not hide it any longer, he answered hesitantly, After the prophet died, I will be responsible for sorting out his belongings and performing a simple ceremony. No aliens can be present during this period. Chin Mo listened, stared at the apprentice for half a minute, and then looked at the members of the Prophet Council of the Uswe Ark world. Are you here for the good stuff on Uslan? Chin Mo knew that Uslan had a lot of good stuff, and Uslan had said it when they were chatting privately. The prophet's staff, and objects that can conceal the soul, in short, there are a lot of them. No matter whether Uslan said it or not, if someone like him said that he didn't have a mountain of good stuff, no one would believe it. Yes. The prophet admitted it frankly, but the next sentence made Chin Mo feel that the prophet might not understand the simple Eldar language spoken by the translator. No matter what it is, we have to bring something back. According to the customs of the Uswe Ark world, Uslan is eligible to return to his hometown after his death. His soul is gone, so he has to bring clothes and supplies. Anyway, I came here for this matter, and I must bring something back. Chin Mo realized that this prophet might not be coveting Uslan's good things. Then he stopped talking and suddenly fell silent. Uslan was dead. Chin Mo was surprised, but not particularly surprised. He should have realized that the powerful spiritual energy was like a swan song before death. Chin Mo did not ask about the relationship between Uslan and his apprentice, nor did he understand it. This made him a little regretful. Because if Uslan evaluated his apprentice, and whether he had promised a legacy, then this problem would be very easy to solve now. Uslan was dead. Chin Mo suppressed the extremely complicated feelings and dealt with his affairs after his death. Did Uslan promise that if he died, all his things would be inherited by you, his apprentice? The apprentice was about to answer, but the prophet said, I'm watching you with my psychic power, don't lie. No. The apprentice answered simply and calmly. What did he leave behind? Chin Mo asked. Hearing this question, the apprentice realized that the human in front of him could solve Uslan's problem, and told the truth. Except for himself and his ordinary clothes, everything was left behind. The prophet of the Uswe Ark world glared at the apprentice, then looked at Chin Mo. We are not here for war, and we have no intention of provoking any conflict, but we must take away at least one of Uslan's things that he always carries with him. It's nothing but the prophet's staff and helmet. Chin Mo thought. But these two things are very precious. You can't just do whatever you want. Chin Mo stared at the prophet, his tone very calm. you may not realize that you pretended to be the Death Army to approach my fleet, which is already a provocation and offense. I am already showing you a special favor by not ordering you to be turned into space junk. Don't tell me what you want." The prophet was stunned for a moment, and then said no more. Qin Mo pondered for a moment, and looked at Uslin's apprentice. "Take all your master's relics, and take them back to the Death Army." He was expelled from the Usway Ark world, and belonged to the Death Army from his lifetime to his death. "I cannot dispose of his relics. Only your death prophet Evelyn can do it." The apprentice nodded. Although this decision was made in a straightforward and kind manner, Qin Mo did not forget to warn him. "I will mention this matter to the regent of the human empire, who has a friendship with the death prophet. You can leave with Uslin's relics now. You came here on a ship, and you will escort them later." Qin Mo looked at the prophet of the Usway Ark world. "I will blame the Usway Ark world for anything that happens on the way, and then I will retaliate against you like I retaliated against your dark relatives. Believe me, I will do this for an alien race." The prophet was inevitably dissatisfied. "Thank Uslin," Qin Mo said, "because of him, whether you are from the Usway Ark world or any other Ark world, your race will be able to continue, and have a place in the future." Hearing this, the prophet thought for a moment, and saluted in the spirit way. "Perhaps you may not believe it, but I came here just to help my dear friend return home. Lord Tylong, one of the leaders of mankind, perhaps you will not believe that we respect you, and we admire what you are doing." After that, the prophet turned around, and signaled Uslin's apprentice to follow him. Chapter 1075. In the residence of Lord Talon. Gilliman's projection held 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Qin Mo. The printing device in the room printed a glass of wine in Qin Mo's hand, but Qin Mo did not drink it. Qin Mo sat on a chair in the room, put the crone sword on his knees, admired the crone sword, but his mind was not on this weapon. Uslin is dead. Gilliman was a little surprised when he heard the news from Qin Mo, but he didn't care much about Uslin's life or death, but was thinking about what impact this incident would have on the covenant between humans and the Death God Army. Then he thought it had no impact, and began to think about Uslin's death. In the end, what the Imperial Regent Pre-March wanted to say condensed into a question: how do you evaluate Uslin? Gilliman liked to listen to Qin Mo's evaluation of something or someone, because he would analyze the advantages and disadvantages and merits and demerits of an event or a person from subjective and objective aspects. First of all, he is definitely not a good person in the strict sense. Qin Mo said, he ruined a kind Eldar family, and he often stole and robbed things. He is also a real man. But there is no doubt that he is a powerful person with a big picture view, a person who always acts as a riddler, but does not let himself guess the riddle. My feelings are very complicated, but I am grateful to him. At least from my point of view, he is an extremely important and very good like-minded person. Speaking of this, Qin Mo stroked the blade of the old woman's sword, paused, and continued. A real creature with powerful spiritual power, but his personality absolutely meets the standards of real creatures. Others would feel confused and obscure when hearing this last sentence, but Gilliman could understand it easily. Qin Mo meant that Uslin was very complicated. There were many contradictions in this person. As always, he could not be evaluated as good or bad, but this was the characteristic of a real living being, a wise life in the real universe. Complex, contradictory. Indeed. Gilliman exhaled a long breath from his nose, nodded, and then talked about Uslin's funeral. It was handled very wisely, my dear friend. Gilliman took a sip of wine and continued. I will tell Evelyn that Uslin left everything behind except his clothes and himself. When his apprentice returns to the Death God Army with his things, Evelyn will check to see if this apprentice, whose character we don't know, will embezzle his master's things. Qin Mo nodded. That's why he told the apprentice that he would tell Gilliman about this to warn him. The two were silent for a moment. Qin Mo mentioned the crone's sword, this sword that can resurrect the Death God. Did you test Evelyn? What did she say? We used to be on guard against each other, but now after several collaborations, she understands that we can trust each other. Gilliman said, she told me frankly that using the crone's sword to revive the god of death is an attempt, not that it can really revive an ad and kill Slaanesh. It is still unclear whether the crone's sword can revive an ad, just like some people in the Inquisition think that killing my father can bring him back to life. Qin Mo nodded and suddenly put the crone's sword back into the scabbard. This sword cannot be given to the Eldar. If it was an extreme or worse situation like before the Golden Crusade, resurrecting the god of death would be a worthwhile attempt, but it is not necessary now. The birth of an Eldar god will only make the real universe more deeply affected by the warp, and the attitude of this god of death towards us is still unknown, and it may destroy the existing cooperative relationship. Gilliman thought so too. This matter was considered to be over. Then Gilliman suddenly asked a question. Have you ever thought about the longer-term things, such as where people like us will go after everything is over? I have two plans for the longer-term future. Chi Nemo said, our universe is isolated from the threat of the subspace, and then I will enter the subspace and try to find a way to destroy the four gods. Gilliman just said one word, and then closed his mouth. He wanted to say that he wanted to leave the Empire. The human empire will not exist forever. It is just a tool used by the Emperor to advance his cause. All its designs are to better absorb resources and coordinate forces to invest in the war. Just as the wartime state will not last forever, this empire will not exist forever. At that time, he will leave the empire, no matter what his other brothers think. Gilliman will want to go to an agricultural world and take his descendants with him. If his descendants prefer to escape from the world rather than survive, as the backbone of the new future human society, then he will take Calgar and others with him, and work day after day, year after year in a place where no one can find them. Gilliman even thought about this long term, watching Calgar and others grow old and die over thousands of years, taking care of them and burying them, and finally using a few stones to build their tombstones. If future generations are interested in this big guy and come up to talk to him, he will tell the stories of the heroes who have devoted themselves to the great cause of every real universe and human species lying under those stones. But this ideal sounded sad and lonely, unlike Chi Nemo's passion to continue to fight against the four gods after the real universe was safe, so Gilliman swallowed his words. You are a natural strongman. Gilliman suddenly said this. Chi Nemo looked at Gilliman, a little puzzled. Gilliman had heard Chi Nemo talk about many past events, such as Chi Nemo's mother, who was like his adopted mother, Lady Uten, who taught others that strength and tenderness can exist at the same time. For example, Chi Nemo was once trapped by his superior and had nowhere to go. He chose to take revenge on the superior who had trapped him, and the superior of his superior. Without the force to destroy the celestial body in a snap, he killed them all with his physical fitness and brain, instead of venting his anger on people weaker than himself, because he adhered to a saying, the brave are angry and swing their swords at the stronger ones. The weak are angry and swing their swords at the weaker ones. People like you have great power, and will do what the strong want to do. Some born weaklings, even if they gain great power, will only do some rotten things like bullying, plundering and slaughtering. Gilliman said. Chi Nemo suddenly realized what Gilliman had just said, and he shook his head. In fact, you are more determined than me. If it were me, after I woke up and saw the current state of the empire, I would immediately run away and rebuild a new empire, instead of cleaning up the mess bit by bit. You want to farm, and I also have my own idea of comfort, but no matter you or me, we both chose the most difficult path when making a choice. Gilliman nodded in agreement. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Adam walked into the bedroom, took a look at Gilliman's projection, then saluted and reported, the fleet is ready, and the Iron Man has also built a Stargate. Chi Nemo nodded, put the old woman's sword on the ground, and stood up. Unlike the melancholy just now, he became resolute, just like the expression of the statue pointing the sword to the void next to the starport in the Tyrone capital galaxy. I go teach Imhotep a lesson. Chapter 1076. There was no time to mourn for Uslan immediately, as the huge fleet set sail for the next void battlefield. The huge Stargate temporarily built by the Tylong engineering team began to operate, and its door frame presented a distorted and rolling visual effect. The flagship of the Glory Humanity, and the many warships responsible for guarding the flagship entered the Stargate first. When this warship, the largest in the galaxy and representing the highest productivity, passed through the Stargate, it immediately arrived at the galaxy where the mandala was located. A war of astonishing scale is currently going on in the heartland of the Sotek dynasty. The Iron Men and the Undead Army are fighting a mass war on many worlds in the galaxy, without any tactics or strategy, only the purest exchange of combat units for combat units. In the void, the main fleet of the Sotek dynasty was affected by psychic energy, and a large number of psychic Iron Men appeared out of thin air in each ship, engaging in brutal boarding and anti-boarding operations. The flagship is deploying the superluminal beacon. The celestial engine has activated the superluminal force field. The Navy is expected to arrive within 10 seconds. The bridge was busy, and Chi Nemo was the only one who didn't need to intervene in those complicated affairs, standing quietly in front of the porthole. The Mandala Galaxy, the world of the Sotek dynasty, this place is far away from the front line, but not far from where the Zolok fleet appeared. After Chi Nemo stared at the void for 10 seconds, a large number of very blurry patterns quickly entered the galaxy, and gradually restored to the appearance of a normal ship on the visual level after the superluminal force field dissipated. The main fleet of tens of thousands of ships, plus the alien allies, plus the Iron Man void combat vehicles in the galaxy, it is no exaggeration to describe it as covering the sky and the sun. Invincible Fleet. When this name was submitted to Chin Mo for review, he felt that it was a bit of a flag, but in the end, he allowed Adam to use this name because he was very confident in this fleet. When the Invincible Fleet was just a prototype, its arrival was enough to make a cruel alien race crouch in fear in the sudden darkness on the side of the planet facing the star, looking at this fleet and shouting that the punishment of heaven had come, all lying on the ground in shit and urine waiting to die. The fleet of the Sotek dynasty is no less powerful than the Invincible Fleet of the Tyrone Navy. However, when the Invincible Fleet, which symbolizes the weapon of the Lord of Tyrone, and the artificial celestial system, which symbolizes the celestial engine of Tyrone, landed together in the capital of the Sotek dynasty, the victory or defeat of the next Void War has already been decided. The memory of the god-killing weapon, like the Master Control Agreement, was erased by Zolek. Without the god-killing weapon, there is no variable and no suspense. When all the fleets are out of the superluminal state, the entire fleet is arranged in a staggered manner, covering the stars. Admiral Adam of the Tyrone Navy moved his eyes away from the fleet status presented on the tactical table and looked at the Lord of Tyrone. "Attack," Chin Mo said. A light-sounding order slowly landed on the floor of the bridge, but the impact it brought was like a surging sea wave. Billions of Navy and Army drove the war machines they controlled and rushed towards the Sotek dynasty fleet that was fighting with the Iron Man and had no time to adjust its direction. Chin Mo's mouth just closed, and countless particle-light spears fired by the ship illuminated the entire galaxy. In every tomb world of the Mandala Galaxy, even if you lower your head, you can be rendered a touch of red light in your vision by the red lines passing through the sky. The huge blue beams released by the world engines of the Kasa dynasty only brought aurora to the back of every world in the galaxy when the plasma overflowed as it passed through the void. The Necrons are indeed powerful. If it were another race, just such a huge fleet landing in the galaxy would be enough to cause all the worlds in the galaxy to collapse due to gravity after a period of time. However, many worlds in this galaxy will soon be doomed to collapse, because a fleet has already rushed towards the gravity adjustment device in the galaxy. Chin Mo stood in front of the porthole and watched this plain and simple void battle. The huge floor-to-ceiling porthole was hundreds of meters high and wide. This virtual imaging porthole used a special visual technology that could directly display everything in the void in front of the spectators. When everything was working normally, Admiral Adam suddenly turned his head and looked at the porthole. The back of the Lord of Tyrone made Adam vaguely see the scene during the Tyrone Unification War. At that time, Tyrone was just the name of a galaxy. The Tyrone Navy also only has 3 warships, 1 cruiser, and 2 frigates. The Lord of Tyrone is just like now, and the years have not left any traces on him. The only thing that makes Adam break away from this vision is his feelings about his aging body. But Adam still feels like he has returned to his youth. He just left the Naval Academy graduation ceremony and had a chat with a former guard named Grote, then looked up at the sky, it was already dusk, and turned to walk towards the Naval Academy. At night, he was so excited that he could not rest at all because he would be able to join the ship soon. At that time, Adam, who was still a young man, would not think about his hundreds of years of naval career, nor would he think about the evolution of 3 warships into the current Tyrone Navy. Adam, who had been with Chin Mo for hundreds of years, and had now used life extension technology to extend his life as much as possible, could not help but feel worried when he saw the still young Chin Mo. The Lord of Tyrone always showed a strong face. Until now, there must be a lot of pain and worries about the future along the way that he could only digest alone at night. Adam, provide cover for the army landing on Tyrone 2. In a trance, Adam saw the young face of the Lord of Tyrone turn to look at him, and gave him such an order gently and calmly. Without thinking, he responded, yes. When his old voice reached his ears, Adam completely came back to his senses from the trance. The words of the Lord of Tyrone were not about the Order of Tyrone 2, but about Mandala. When there was something that the Admiral of the Navy needed to do personally, Adam became extremely sober and serious, and he began to work out a thorough battle plan with his admirals. The void power of the Sotek dynasty has been disintegrated, and the war has immediately entered the second step. Before the army officially began to deploy to Mandala, a tomb world that may have many hypercube mazes, Chin Mo's eyes moved away from the void outside the porthole. He took out his weapons, and instantly attached his armor. Chainsaw, sword, scepter, and the armor he had worn when he pacified the Gene Stealers on the Talon No. 1. These weapons and equipment are projected with too much hope, care, and gratitude of the Talon people. Their existence is the concrete entity of many positive concepts and emotions in the real universe. Deploy the star gods before deploying the army. Chi Nemo said, I will enter the mandala with the star gods, control them to obtain all the hypercube mazes that hold the star god fragments, and then destroy this tomb world with the army. Although Chi Nemo did not say it directly, Adam could still guess that the Lord of Talon did not want the tomb world to bring too many casualties to mortals. At present, the Zolok fleet is almost destroyed, and Imatek is fighting with Ryan at the forefront. At least in this galaxy, the battle situation has become a crushing sweep. Chi Nemo no longer needs to sit on the flagship. As always, he decided to use this time to do something. Chapter 1077. A large fleet of transport planes carrying the army tasked with opening landing points and deploying transmission beacons in complex combat environments flew toward the surface. The soldiers lined up in the transport planes had different shouts during the pre-war encouragement session. The Space Marines shouted for the Gene Father and the Emperor, the Talonians shouted for the Lord of Talon, the Death Army shouted for Anad, the soldiers of the savage Eldar world under Talon and Thrall who controlled the Titan shouted for Aisha, and the Kassid dynasty naturally shouted for the god of casting. Some of the creatures in the real universe united together to face a trouble at this time, which was also what Uslan had seen in the Golden Expedition. Before these mortals landed, more than a dozen meteors that left tracks in the void fell to the surface bombarded by dense, light spears. Those huge military fortresses and defensive weapons that were difficult to shake even with orbital bombardment, all kinds of things that the Sotek dynasty, a military dynasty, had and didn't have in other people's minds strengthened the defense of the capital tomb world Mandala. The defensive weapons that were enough to annihilate any enemy invading the surface in a short period of time could not intercept the star gods. The star gods broke into the gap on the planet that should have been the atmosphere and landed in scattered groups. The power they released when landing alone was enough to bring an ecological disaster to the surface, but the premise was that Mandala, as the capital of the Sotek dynasty, still had such a thing as ecology. The fragments of the star gods were naturally deployed to deal with the invading star gods. Imatek did not and could not come back to support, so the task of staying in Mandala fell on the Crown General Zodek, who had previously failed to successfully break through the defense of the barren galaxy. Before the invasion officially began, Zodek easily expelled the Karnak dynasty that helped the enemy invade, but now facing a new invasion, Imatek did not give too many resources. Even if Zodek could play with strategies and tactics, he could not match the fleet swarming in and beating the old master to death. When the sound of breaking air came from outside the building above, Zodek simply gave up command. With a bang, Chi Nemo fell into the eyes of Zodek and others. He slowly stood up from the debris, and his eyes fell on Zodek. Although the two sides had not yet fired a single Gaussian beam or lightning, Zodek was already very clear that they had been beheaded. The undead on the Mandala would only have one fate, which was to be divided and defeated after losing their command. The undead warriors without their own will were not even as good as humans in terms of strategy and tactics. Zahedek. I have heard of the deeds of you, the Crown General. Chi Nemo walked slowly towards Zahedek under the vigilant gaze of Fong Takin and his personal guard named Oberon, and said this to him easily. On the way here, Chi Nemo had destroyed almost all the military facilities nearby, and Zahedek couldn't even give the order to drop destructive weapons on his head. Zahedek said nothing and slowly took off his crown according to the war etiquette of the Deathfarers. It had been beheaded, and standing in front of the enemy, as a crown general of the Sotek dynasty, was a humiliation to this title and the entire dynasty. I heard that you are a general who is always crazy, but when you command the war, your madness disappears. Chi Nemo walked to the tactical table and looked at the defenses arranged by Zodek. The Iron Man and the Karnak dynasty attacked together, and the Karnak dynasty was forced to retreat by Zodek in a defensive counterattack, which was enough to prove that Zodek was almost as good as Imatek in strategy and tactics. As for what Chi Nemo mentioned about Zodek's madness, the Crown General remained silent. It seems that you and your Emperor have some contradictions and vigilance, Chi Nemo said. You are not qualified to ask us to answer any questions. Oberon answered for the general. It is meaningless for a defeated general to be tough for a while, so it is better to be honest. Chi Nemo responded to Oberon, but he was looking at Zodek. Zodek seemed to think for a while, and then he answered. The Storm King once sat in the position of the Crown General of the Sotek dynasty. One sentence, but it expressed many things simply and directly, which was in line with Zodek's style of conversation as a general. Imatek is not the inherited king of law. He was once a crown general. He killed the royal family of the previous king of law of the Sotek dynasty, and then took the position of king of law. Crown General, this is a strange position in the Sotek dynasty. The former Crown General, the current king of law, and the current Crown General are on guard against each other. There is no need to say more. The Storm King did not even come back to help Mandala. Zodek took the initiative to say, "Do you think that just occupying or destroying the Sotek dynasty world can completely end the war? Of course not. You have plenty of resources and energy to waste with us, and I am not seeking to end the war in one fell swoop. I am not here to end the war." Chi Nemo answered frankly, "I just want to weaken the power of Imatek, all kinds of power." Zodek stared at Chi Nemo for a moment, and suddenly said, "You want to divide the Sotek dynasty, especially the relationship between me and the Storm King? This is impossible. You don't need to be divided. The Karnak dynasty was annexed by you and stabbed you in the back. Mandala was destroyed. They succeeded. This incident will make more Karnak dynasties pop up." Chi Nemo raised his scepter and pointed it at Zodek. "Just like the relationship between you and Imatek does not need to be divided, you are born to be impossible to deal with. But this is a matter for the future. Right now, I will destroy this galaxy, and pack up your rebirth agreement and take it away. Of course, this also includes you, the Crown General who thinks that the Sotek dynasty is an ironclad entity. If you don't act crazy and stupid like you think the Sotek dynasty is an ironclad entity, I will treat you according to the etiquette of the Necronter." Chapter 1078. 80% of Zolek's fleet was destroyed. The galaxy where Imatek's tomb world Mandala was located was completely destroyed. Everything in the galaxy was reconstructed to its original state by the World Shapers. They no longer have the Rebirth Protocol. Perhaps the reconstruction of the Rebirth Protocol does not take long, but at least for now, at least when dealing with the Sotek dynasty, their replenishment rate will slow down. Azrael's projection stood in front of Ryan, reporting on everything he had done with Lord Talon and the progress of these things. You didn't go to rescue people?" Lien was very surprised. He thought it was just a simple rescue operation. However, the rescue operation turned into an annihilation war and a surprise attack. Coincidence? Azrael only answered with 4 words. In the post-war review event attended by the commander of the Dark Angels, he found that the professional analysis department of the Talon people believed that Zolek did not want to have a decisive battle at all. Even though Admiral Quarn believed before the war that the capture of the World Shaper was a conspiracy and a trap designed by Zolek, it was most likely not the case. Due to various coincidences and misunderstandings, the fleet led by the Lord of Tyrone fought a decisive battle with the fleet of the King of Silence. By the way, because of the intelligence activities carried out by the Tyrone Intelligence Department against the Karnak dynasty, the premeditated plan of the Iron Man to raid Mandala was successful. Azrael planned to explain in detail to the father of Genes, after returning, that the superliminal communication used by his Legion commander had a time limit. However, without Azrael's explanation, Ryan could quickly figure out the truth behind it. Then Lion was not so surprised. For this warlike Primarch, accidents are common in war. No one dares to say that they can see everything, even those technological prophet warlocks, and the prophets of the Eldar, who are good at prophecy. The 4 lines of fate are entwined on the curtain of reality, intertwined. "We won 2 big victories." Azrael said, "I have a hope in my heart that this human catastrophe may end because of these 2 victories. Maybe we?" "Unlikely." Ryan shook his head. Zolek's fleet was not active at the front line, and Imatek did not withdraw from the front line to protect its dynasty world. Even if the Tyrone Navy won those 2 victories, those skeletons could still spend a long time with us on the front line. Ryan suddenly felt like he was thinking from another perspective. It was like the feeling of Abaddon, the leader of the Black Legion, who had invaded the Empire many times. The Empire was a behemoth. The first 12 Black expeditions were undoubtedly victories, but most of these so-called victories were actually based on the Empire's abandonment of interests that could be abandoned. This is the size, this is the foundation. Ryan also has this feeling of facing a behemoth. The Necrons are much stronger than the Empire. Their ordinary soldiers can be resurrected on the spot after death. Even if they are completely destroyed, they are just recycled and remade. So Ryan does not think like Azrael that the 2 victories will directly lead to the defeat of the Necrons and the victory of humans. Azrael is not stupid and naive, but he used to be a war leader, and he fought battles that turned the tide by taking down someone, a world, or a tactical key node. This kind of war between ethnic groups, he still needs some time to adapt and get used to it. Then our victory at the front of the skeletons doesn't seem to mean much. Azrael said. "No, it means a lot, and the meaning is in a place that you, a warrior can't see. Qin Mo's projection suddenly appeared beside Azrael, and he suddenly interrupted. We must have a clear understanding that the premise of completely destroying every skeleton by means of war is that we must have at least 10,000 years. But we don't have this time to fight a long war with another race that lasts for 10,000 years, regardless of how much trauma this war will cause to the real universe, and how much negative impact will be caused by the negative emotions in the war. Hearing what Qin Mo said, it was hard for Ryan not to agree. As a war master, it was hard for Ryan not to think about something that most people didn't think about during the war, that is, when would the war between humans and the Necrons end? He even calculated how long it would take to destroy another species. 10,000 years? Optimistic. Humans are not ancient saints, and this war is not evenly matched in terms of overall strength. Since it is not very feasible to completely destroy the other side through war, we can only think of other ways. Qin Mo continued, Zolok's fleet was destroyed, and Imatek's dynasty world was gone. These two things did not happen on the front line, and it seems that they have no impact on the war, but... Ryan suddenly took over. But the two of them will fight each other, causing instability in the enemy's rear. No, the two of them will be very quiet. Qin Mo shook his head. Zolok's fleet was destroyed by 80%, and Imatek's tomb world was destroyed, resulting in the Sotek dynasty not even having a rebirth agreement. Their assets are all pulled on my transport ship, so they will naturally be quieter, and they will tacitly avoid intensifying conflicts with each other. Ryan frowned. So you are helping the enemy? The two most powerful figures of the Necrons have suffered trauma. Zolok will rebuild a fleet of the Silent King no matter how long it takes, and the destroyed tomb world will be rebuilt no matter how long it takes. Qin Mo said, but their authority and power have been damaged in these events. Those who were suppressed by them will no longer remain dormant, and those who are loyal to them will doubt their choices. Ryan thought about it, and understood Qin Mo's idea. The Necrons are an iron-like race, but they are not Gestalt thinking, unlike the Iron Man forces in the Talon sector. Although the conflict between Zolok and Imatek will gradually subside, there are more than just the two of them in the Necrons race. Just like the War Master's unparalleled strategy and tactics caused Imatek to have to send additional military forces of the Sotek dynasty to the front line, which in turn led to the empty defense in the rear, and then the Emperor of the Karnak dynasty, who had always been disloyal after announcing the split and being annexed, made up his mind to turn against us completely. We can't attack Imatek's dynasty world Mandala. Qin Mo smiled. Such things, like the Karnak dynasty, will happen frequently in the future. Chapter 1079. Since the internal problems of those skeletons will become more and more serious, we could also find some way to catalyze them. I plan to plan a counterattack on the front line. Ryan mentioned what he had already prepared. Don't do it yet. Qin Mo shook his head slightly. I won't go back to the front line directly. The star gods also have their own tasks assigned by me to do. We'd better be steady first. Hearing this, Ryan, who was about to discuss the deployment of the star gods with Qin Mo, was stunned for a moment, but didn't say much. The star gods are going to look for other star gods, and now that I have obtained the star scroll, I will also do what I have always wanted to do. Qin Mo took the initiative to tell Ryan about his various arrangements for the star gods, and did not hide this from Ryan. Then let's put the counterattack plan aside for now. Ryan agreed very readily. Azrael was surprised at how quickly he agreed, but he always supported all the decisions of the father of genes, and considering his status and occasion, he naturally did not say much. The communication is over. Qin Mo stretched out his hand, and his projection disappeared. Ryan sat back in his chair, staring at the corner of the room, and the word calculation seemed to be written on his face. Azrael had not yet cancelled the communication, and he vaguely felt that the father of genes still wanted to say something to him. The Primarch was silent for a moment, and suddenly scratched his chin and said, to be honest, given our identity and position, and our responsibilities all along, we should be hostile to the Lord of Talon. Azrael became serious. He knew that the Primarch was talking about the Dark Angel's past responsibilities. Whether it was the Mechanicus or other Imperial institutions, the Dark Angels had their own plans and preparations to eradicate them when necessary. This was the duty of the First Legion, and it was also the inertia that had lasted for tens of thousands of years due to the various orders given by the Emperor to the first Primarch. I feel that Lord Talon and I can't get along very well. Lian continued, but I don't know why, I just can't hate him, but I can't be friends with him. Ryan always had a feeling that when he saw the Lord of Talon, he would have a vision of this young ruler leaning against a lion, stretching out his hand to scratch the lion's chin. Just like treating a cat. He is very good at giving in to his preferences. Ryan thought. Then do we still have to continue to shoulder the responsibilities and play the roles we once played? Azrael asked very seriously. Times have changed. Ryan shook his head. The reason why I say that we should have been hostile to the Lord of Talon is that the many orders given to me by the Emperor will always remind me of my responsibilities 10,000 years ago, but times have changed, and we all have to admit this. Azrael nodded. He understood that the Gene Father used a less strong word to deny the responsibilities and roles that the Dark Angels believed they should bear. After the return of the Primarch, many things he did deny this. After a moment of silence, Azrael asked about something very far away. We can unite against the current external enemies, but if one day, in the future humans no longer face terrible enemies, we can look to each other then. Azrael tried not to ask such a simple and direct question, especially when both sides were united to fight the enemy. But a descendant of Lion could not be so tactful no matter how tactful he was. Before Azrael finished speaking, Lion realized that what the descendant wanted to say was the possibility of a civil war among humans in the future. After resolving the external conflicts among humans, the people of Tyrone and the people of the Empire began to resolve the internal conflicts among humans, and finally went to war. This is something that both the people of the Empire and the people of Tyrone try not to think about, but it is a possible thing. What we should do at that time is to follow the true will of my father. Lien stared at Azrael. Suppose there is a civil war among humans one day in the future, we should not be the only ones thinking about the Talons, because we are not qualified to take charge of this matter. Why? Azrael was surprised. Qualification, these two words should not be put on the First Legion. If the Dark Angels are not qualified, other legions and war bands are even less qualified. How long do you think the First Legion can hold out on the front line against the Talons if a civil war breaks out? Ryan asked coldly. 10 days? Azrael thought for a moment and answered. Too optimistic. Ryan shook his head. Imagine this. If you and I lead the First Legion to attack the Talonians, and a complete Star God is deployed in front of us, how long we can hold out depends on how long it takes for this Star God to slaughter us. And how long does it take to pinch a black hole? They won't deploy Star Gods against us. Azrael shook his head. This is a matter for humans. I don't believe that the Lord of Talon will. Yes, yes. Lien nodded. We can only hope for their morality and conscience. Azrael lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Lien stood up, walked to the projection, and put his hand on his offspring's shoulder. But it is precisely because we all have morality and conscience that we can avoid war. We must seek common ground while reserving differences, just as Lord Talon and I can never have a true friendship, but at least we can flatter and trust each other on the surface, and then you and Lord Talon's people will not kill each other. That's why I told you that times have changed. Don't always think about the dark things. We are now fighting for the survival of mankind. What we are doing is extremely noble by the moral standards of the Talonians. You and my other descendants are bleeding and sacrificing for mankind. Times have changed. The First Legion no longer needs to bear the same responsibilities as before. The only thing that can drive us to extremes is that we still think we are in the same situation as 10,000 years ago. The words of the Gene Father made Azrael understand instantly. It was like he had been wandering in a maze for a long time, then turned around and climbed up the wall of a dead end, and found that there was no need to wander in the maze at all, and he could just climb out. Will there be a place for us in the new world after the war? Azrael asked after thinking. We can't live a normal life like ordinary people. We are born to be weapons for war. This is something that Lord Talon and my brother need to consider. Ryan said, but believe me, I have planned everything. Even if we don't have to consider the morality and conscience of others, and put our future situation in the same situation as the Thunder Warrior, we can leave here and find a home where we can die quietly. Chapter 1080. Chin Imo woke up in his living metal body, and his consciousness instantly came from the fleet to the research base in the Maelstrom. The guard named Yao En was guarding here. Seeing Chin Mo's living metal body suddenly move, he turned around and saluted Chin Imo. What happened in the Maelstrom recently? Chin Imo stood up and asked. The Space Wolves Legion requested to come to the Maelstrom to cooperate with the Tyrone Navy to encircle and suppress the Red Pirates. Yao En replied, there is nothing else. The Maelstrom is relatively calm. Chin Imo did not comment on the Space Wolves not going to the front line, but coming to the Maelstrom. It was none of his business. Gilliman should be in charge of the Space Wolves, but these Space Werewolves have always been unruly and refused to be reorganized into a battle group, let alone any other orders. As long as Lehman Russ does not return, the Space Wolves are free in the Empire. Send my other body to the Death Army. Chin Imo said, when the Death Army warns Uslan, I will participate in the ceremony. It can be heard from this sentence that Uslan is dead. Yao and was not very upset, just nodded and accepted the order. For him, Uslan is not a person who is easy to get along with, let alone a friend, just an arrogant old Ida. After explaining the matter in a few words, Qin Mo let Yao In leave, and he continued his research. After the dimensional space was opened, the star scroll was released. The next research cannot do without the help of this star god. I have sent Magradros and others to find all the star gods in the galaxy. No matter if they are broken into pieces or not, they will be found and serve my cause. Qin Mo said to the star scroll that had drilled out of the dimensional space. They haven't arrived yet, so what can I do now? The star scroll asked. You can help me locate the location of other real universes. Qin Mo took out a device that he had made a long time ago, but had never used from the dimensional space. After circling around the device, Qin Mo said calmly to the star scroll, I have imagined many ways to retreat for real creatures, including leaving this universe, so I made a device that can penetrate the barrier of the real universe, but it didn't work because I found that I couldn't find the coordinates of other real universes. Star Scroll looked around the device and gave a rather pessimistic answer. Your idea is not feasible. There is no way out for the creatures in our real universe. Maybe? As long as you can help me locate other real universes. You said that real universes are like bubbles. They exist independently, but they do exist. As long as they exist, we can find a way to go to other real universes. Qin Mo said, I don't want to escape, but I must be more prepared and consider countless possibilities, because the fate of real creatures depends on my behavior. The Star Scroll understood, and it stopped procrastinating and infused its power into the equipment made by Qin Mo. This device, which looked like a huge sphere, was filled with energy in an instant, and all functions were functioning normally. While waiting for the equipment to operate, the Star Scroll did not forget to tell some important things. You may have misunderstood what I said before. Sorry, I am not very good at expressing what I know in human thinking and communication methods. The real universe can indeed be compared to bubbles, connected and isolated by subspace, but this does not mean that they are completely. Use your thinking to describe. Standardized, they are not. Some real universes are fragile and incomplete. Some real universes are strong and complete. Their timelines are also different. If you think there is such a universe, it is complete, has no owner, and is independent, then I can only say that this is impossible. You might as well consider allowing real creatures to live in your dimension. In this way, even if the real universe we are in is eroded by the subspace and rots, you who are not afraid of erosion can protect them. At this point, the Star Scroll suddenly stopped talking, and its power was withdrawn from the device. Qin Mo asked, What's wrong? Xingchen Huiwan thought for a moment. There's nothing wrong with your device. It's just that the range is not large. Qin Mo's ears stood up, and he became extremely serious. A long time ago, I could sense that there was a real universe near the real universe I was in, but later I didn't have this feeling. I thought I had changed. Xingchen Huiwan lowered his head and looked at what Qin Mo had created, but now I am sure that many realities have withered. There is only our real universe, right? Qin Mo asked in astonishment. That's not the case. The head of the humanoid creature in the Star Scroll, which seemed to be made of nebula, shook, but there are not many left. Qin Mo fell into deep thought. The Star Scroll continued to perceive. I saw a reality, and that reality had only one world. The intelligent creatures in it were fighting fiercely with the creatures in the subspace. They were fighting on the battlefield, but the whole world had fallen into the end, and destruction was a foregone conclusion. But I also saw hope in that world. They use cold weapons, don't they? Qin Mo asked. Xingchen Huiwan nodded. I thought Cardo was just bragging to me. Qin Mo was surprised. Qin Mo had met Cardo Diego, the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, during the time when he returned to the real universe after the Plague War. At that time, the two of them reminisced about the past and talked about Cardo's adventures. Cardo said that he had seen a creature with pointed ears that looked like an Ida, but that creature was green all over and looked like a plant spirit, obviously not an Ida. The creature claimed to be called Aleros. Then Cardo used psychic power to help this creature suspected to be an Eldar to enter the Garden of Nurgle to perform tasks, and then saw the creature record him like this. A giant human, he looks like a knight, his armor shines like silver, and he speaks a strange language. Wherever the knight raises his hand, blue sparks will burst out, and demons will fall to the ground. Now hearing what the Star Scroll said, Qin Mo is sure that Cardo really ran into the Wood Elves next door, and almost went to visit the medieval universe next door. Maybe we can go there to help in the future. Qin Mo said, Besides this real universe, have you sensed any other reality? Only one left. The Star Scroll nodded, but the situation there is even worse. The whole world is on the verge of destruction, and reality and subspace overlap. Chapter 1081. I want to go there. Shin-Emo put his hand on the equipment he built. Can I go? Others can't, but you can. Xingchen Huiwan nodded, because you are a traveler. Shin-Emo nodded, and he began to adjust the equipment, preparing to go to the reality mentioned by Xingchen Huiwan. He had many reasons to do this. Pity, salvation, or curiosity, or the hope to find the experience summed up by the universe after its failure to deal with chaos. Shin-Emo did so anyway. The device he turned on instantly tore apart a small part of the incomplete reality of the Great Vortex. The boundary between reality and subspace became completely blurred and chaotic, and here, the throne called the domination engine that Shin-Emo had obtained before could also play a role. An unrealistic channel composed of a part of the subspace appeared in front of Shin-Emo under the control of the domination engine. Shin-Emo took out his weapons and equipment from the dimensional space, replaced them with a body that was almost the same as his own, and then walked in. When entering the passage, Shin-Emo looked like his real body, a normal human being. No matter what situation you see in other real universes, whether optimistic or pessimistic, the voice of the Star Scroll followed Shin-Mo's footsteps, and finally made Shin-Emo stop in the passage controlled by the domination engine and look back at the Star Scroll. Please come back. The Star Scroll seemed to be begging, don't abandon this place. This is the most complete and solid reality, like the roots of a towering tree. Don't abandon this place. I just go to see other universes, learn from their failures, and then come back here to save this reality. It doesn't matter whether it is as strong and complete as you said, or just a branch, because here is what I care about most. After saying that, Shin-Emo turned around. The passage formed by the domination engine was then closed. When Shin-Emo walked to the end of the passage, he entered another real universe. As the Star Scroll said, the erosion of the subspace here has reached its peak, and reality has become blurred. Subspace creatures drifted in the void, stars stopped rotating, and celestial systems gathered into a group of terrifying and hideous creatures. Shin-Mo's power can still be exerted here. Like a star god, he passed through the chaotic void of reality and subspace and headed straight for the human residence. In a moment, he crossed thousands of light years, and the astronomical distance that made the mortal body sigh was easily crossed by him. Finally, Shin-Emo came to the home of mankind in the extremely ancient times. Earth. Terra. This is the cradle of a race. It is endowed with extremely important significance and involves many abstract concepts in the final subspace, so it exists. But Shin-Emo saw that Terra was dead. There were only corpses on this planet, and they were even rotting. Shin-Emo flew towards the surface of Terra, and in an instant, he saw this literally dead planet. Human buildings floated in the air with geological structures, like floating islands, and the earth was broken. There were only a few broken walls and ruins left in the palace on the other side of the Himalayas. At this time, Shin-Emo was ready to go back, because he could not find any real creatures still lingering here, nor could he find any traces of real creatures fighting against the subspace, and there was no way to talk about the lessons they learned after learning that they failed to fight against chaos. In this reality where even the veil does not exist, all traces have been erased by the subspace. Shin-Emo got nothing except the knowledge that if his goal fails, his real universe will become like this. But just as he was about to return to his own reality, he suddenly saw a flash of fire in the ruins of a floating island formed by the top of the Himalayas. Although it is not ruled out that this is a trap set by the dark gods for himself, Shin-Emo still pounced on it. He landed on the Sky Island, and in the ruins of the palace. In surprise, Shin-Emo saw the empty golden throne. The emperor on the throne had gone somewhere. Only a bonfire was left in front of the throne. Turn around and die, subspace creature. Shin-Emo heard a deep voice from behind, turned around, and saw a huge figure in a black robe. The power armor on his body made a mechanical sound, and Shin-Mo's body was exposed in front of the huge figure, allowing the other party to see at a glance that he was a human. Then, the huge figure put down the weapon that looked like a cannon. The hood was lifted, and a dark and strong face appeared in front of Shin-Emo. Are you human? Vulcan? Shin-Emo said the name in astonishment. Vulcan, Lord of Fire Dragon? The person in front of him was one of the Primarchs, the Primarch Vulcan who inherited the immortality of the Emperor. In the ruins of the throne, Shin-Emo and the huge Vulcan sat opposite each other in front of the campfire. Shin-Emo was silent, staring at the unquenchable flames lit by the Lord of Fire Dragon himself. The honest and friendly Vulcan was talking endlessly about the past of mankind. The two had never met. But in this reality, that was completely eroded and everything that was not immortal was pulverized, Meeting a fellow was enough for Vulcan to completely trust the other party and show kindness. From Vulcan's narration, Chi-Nemo knew the reason for the destruction of this real universe. The reason was unknown. Vulcan did not know why this real universe was destroyed. He also didn't know what happened here in the past. He only knew that after he returned, he only saw the traces of human beings in the real universe. During the Beast War, I returned and helped my compatriots and my descendants to kill the warlord named Beast. In the final battle, Beast and I fell into the energy device made by the greenskins. When I woke up, I found myself in a webway. I saw the creatures I hated the most, the Eldar. A handsome-looking prophet told me that humans still needed me, and he sent me out of the webway. Then I encountered an Imperial world attacked by demons, and I went down to help those people. Then the whole world was destroyed by the roar of demons, and I was sucked into the vortex of the warp. When I left the warp, I was now in who knows how many years later. Vulcan sat in front of the campfire, hugging his pillar-like legs, telling his own story. The universe is destroyed. I couldn't catch up. I can only stay in this ruin, guarding the last trace of humanity in the universe, as the great keeper of humanity. Vulcan raised his head and looked around, and added, with the last trace of my father, as the great keeper of my father. Chi-Nemo listened to all this in silence, and then he realized that Vulcan might not be the native of this universe. But he didn't know how to tell Vulcan. He was thinking in his mind. The Lord of Tyrone, who always pursued simple and direct communication, was now hesitating about how to tell Vulcan the truth. Chapter 1082. You came here after the Beast War. Chi-Nemo asked a question that the answer was yes. But Vulcan had a good temper. He thought Chi-Nemo just had a bad memory, so he repeated what he had just said. Yes, I came here after the Beast War. No, I came here now, many years later. You? Have you ever thought that maybe the subspace rolled you to another place? Chi-Nemo hesitated and said, maybe this is not your universe. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, suppose there are several real universes, they are all connected and wrapped by the subspace, and then you are rolled into this universe by the subspace. Vulcan listened in confusion, then shook his head. There is only one real universe, and the only thing that can happen is time travel. I have also encountered a situation where I came out of the subspace, and found myself many years later. As you can see, I came to this time node and everything was destroyed. Yeah. Chi-Nemo nodded. After Shagatai's return, Chi-Nemo and the human part of the Emperor talked about the pre-march. There was even a plan to locate the location of the pre-march by cloning the subspace connection between the pre-march and the original body. Just like no matter how extraordinary the awakened Korix's original body is in hiding, even the human part of the Emperor cannot sense his presence when he appears, but the clone Korix can sense the existence of the original body. But this plan is still considered impossible. It is completely feasible in theory, but it cannot be done. The reason why it is judged to be impossible is because of the first experiment of this plan. The first experiment is to find Vulcan's original body through the subspace connection between the clone Vulcan and the original body. Then, halfway through the experiment, the human part of the Emperor told Chi-Nemo not to try anymore. Although it was determined that the original body and the clone were connected, it was a fantasy to find the original body through this connection. Chi-Nemo asked, why? The Emperor replied, he was looking for the connection between the clone Vulcan and its original body in the experiment, and then he followed the clues and finally searched the entire real universe, but couldn't find it. Except for an experimental conclusion that confirmed that the cloned original body was still connected to the original body, there were no other results, and the plan naturally did not proceed. But at this moment, Chi-Nemo felt that the reason why the plan failed was that Vulcan's body was not in the real universe they were in. This pre-march, who fell into the Greenskin's energy device at the end of the Beast War, and disappeared was probably swept into the current destroyed universe by the subspace. Vulcan. Chi-Nemo said after thinking it over, I have to tell you a truth, that is, this is really not your home, and I am not a lucky survivor after the destruction of this universe. I came from another universe. Then Chi-Nemo told him what the Star Scroll had told him about the real universe. Bubbles, subspace connections, this and that. When Chi-Nemo was about to finish, Vulcan's face was still strong and resolute, but tears slid from the corners of his eyes, and dripped onto his robe, making the hot robe sizzle. Vulcan saw a hope that he had long thought was impossible. But this pre-march was like a person who had lived in the hive for too long, and after coming to the surface and seeing the sky and the sun, he cried while fearing the sun and the blue sky. He still couldn't believe it was true. Maybe I am from this universe, but I am not dead. Vulcan said, maybe the Vulcan in your universe has not been found yet. I can't replace him. I can't let another person named Vulcan have the same desperate situation as me. It may be Uslan who rescued you from the Greenskins' device. Chinmo speculated. When he worked with me, he mentioned the missing pre-march and wondered why he helped you, but you didn't return. But he just mentioned it. I thought he wanted to induce me, so I didn't take it seriously. This is the first evidence. Chinmo raised 2 fingers. The second piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is you, Vulcan. Ask yourself, if you find yourself still alive, if you find that humanity is facing a disaster of life and death, and you still have something to do, will you immediately return to the Empire and humanity, or will you continue to do your own thing? Hearing Chinmo's question, which sounded like an interrogation, Vulcan knew what choice he would make without even thinking about it. During the Beast War, humanity was facing a crisis of life and death. The High Lords were ready to negotiate peace with the green-skinned diplomats. The descendants of this brother Rogel Dorn were almost wiped out. The Adeptus Mechanicus began to prepare to disband and flee. At this time, only one pre-march returned to lead humanity to win the Beast War, and that was Vulcan. If Vulcan knew what the human race was facing, he would immediately give up everything else he wanted and needed to do, return to the human race, and then protect the human race with the determination to perish with the crisis itself. You should come back with me right now. Chinmo stood up from the campfire, because your father can't find you in that universe. Even if you are not Vulcan in my universe, you will not replace another self. You are Vulcan, and you should take on the responsibilities, and do the things you should do. Vulcan sat on the ground and looked at Chinmo. He was still a little hesitant, but this universe has been destroyed. What we should do now is to prevent the remaining universes from being destroyed. Chinmo stretched out his hand. Leave with me, we will go back now. You go back to humans, back to your descendants. Your brothers have almost returned, and humans are fighting a life and death war, and they all need you. Vulcan looked at Chinmo's outstretched hand, but finally did not take his hand. Because Vulcan really didn't want to pull Chinmo down, he still wanted to stand up by himself. But Chinmo floated behind Vulcan, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and lifted him up. Then, in Vulcan's extremely astonished eyes, Chinmo used the domination engine to open a passage back to another real universe. The two stepped into it. My army. No, my regiment, my descendants, how are they now? Vulcan asked. You can ask them yourself when you go back. Chinmo smiled and replied, I can only say that they have not betrayed your spirit. In this cold and cruel 40,000 years, they are still illuminating the darkness, like the descendants of Sanguinius called the Weepers. Chapter 1083. The front line of the war between humans and Necrons. Aeon I, the edge of the Across sector. A small fleet of Necrons is fighting with the Imperial Navy, and the two sides are fighting hard in the void. On the ground, the circular defense line set up by the Astra Militarum and the Astartes around the city is facing an overwhelming invasion of Necrons. The situation is not optimistic. Every time the Doomsday side fighter flies over the city at a high speed, several towering buildings will be blown into a pile of ruins blocking the main traffic arteries amid the screams of civilians. Some necromancers have broken through the ring defense and entered the city, fighting with the Astartes and Astra Militarum soldiers, who were protecting the civilians on the city streets. Scorpion-shaped underworld structures occasionally emerged from the ground, flew into the air in front of hundreds of civilians, and after a spin, they left corpses all over the ground before escaping. Even though the Astartes chapter master and Astra Militarum generals in the Ring Defense Command Center did not receive reports from other parts of the defense line, they could hear from the sounds coming from the city that the entire defense line was riddled with holes. But it still needs to exist. As long as part of it still exists, the necromancers that are spreading to the horizon along with a large number of underworld constructs will not focus their main target on the city. It's time to retreat. The Astra Militarum general looked at the Astartes, wearing green armor, and a scale cloak beside him. This line of defense won't last long. The Salamander's chapter captain named Tushan stood in place, staring at the tactical table, thinking for half a second, and then said calmly, We have to delay for a while, so that the remaining people of the first company can all go up. After the chapter master gave the order, the people who stayed in the command center of the first company immediately rushed out to execute the chapter master's order. The Salamanders had a special military system. The first company, as the most elite force in the chapter, did not have a company commander. The position of company commander was concurrently held by the chapter master. Therefore, Tushan's orders did not need to be passed through an Astartes officer. His own orders were the orders of the first company. After the last bit of troops on hand were sent out, Tushan still stood in the same place, stretched out his hand to take down the war hammer behind him, and held it in his hand. The Astra Militarum generals also took out their weapons. Miniaturized particle blasters, like the ones the Tyronians had equipped, could turn living metal into a pile of dust. We could only evacuate after the Navy's ships finish fighting the Void War, and send out transport planes. The Astra Militarum general removed the weapon safety, and looked at Tushan again. Maybe we can't evacuate at all. Even if everything goes well with the Imperial Navy, these skeletons won't watch us send all the civilians to the landing point. The Salamanders will send every mortal to the transport plane before the last Fire Dragon son is killed by the Gauss rifle. Tushan just replied coldly. But this sentence made every mortal general present feel relieved. Now the whole war is generally stable, but the macro situation is scaled down to the battlefield of a micro world, which seems not so smooth. The Necrons in the Across Star Zone launched an attack again, and the Necrons dynasty responsible for the attack was evaluated as weak by the military departments of Talon and the Empire. But the weakness in the macroscopic view is also a difficult enemy to deal with in the microscopic view. The defense line in the Star Zone did not last long, resulting in the invasion of the world still inhabited by humans and turning it into a battlefield. This situation has happened frequently in the past. The instructions given by the Imperial War Master are to retreat and shrink the troops as usual, wait for the arrival of reinforcements from other battlefields, and then counterattack. This is a strategy to minimize casualties in the war zone under attack. The shrinking defense line can also counterattack and gain a foothold after receiving the help of reinforcements, instead of being beaten to the brink of collapse in a life-saving battle, and the defense line of the entire frontline Star Zone is completely rotten. But Ryan didn't pay much attention to the microscopic situation, and he didn't consider that one of his brother's descendants would choose the former without hesitation when faced with the choice between fighting to the death with the enemy and abandoning a world and evacuating. Whether it was Tushan or the generals of the Star Army, they had already considered the most pessimistic situation in silence, rather than optimistically believing that reinforcements would arrive. The Weepers, all Terminators, were putting out fires everywhere on the front line, but there were also various more serious crises in other war zones, and the Ion Galaxy might not allow the Weepers to have time to visit. As the sound of gunfire got closer, Salamander's Captain Tushan stopped staying in the headquarters. He walked out, and the mortals followed him subconsciously. Standing outside the headquarters, Tushan looked up at the sky. The Imperial Navy and the undead fleet were still fighting hard. There were only 100 ships on both sides, but the fight was extremely fierce. The light spears emitted by the warships illuminated the sky below. Tushan lowered his head and looked forward. In the field of vision, outside the defense line, a silver figure had already appeared. Those undead had already leveled many obstacles on the road ahead and came to this place where they could completely disintegrate the circular defense line as long as they were taken down. After taking a look, Tushan became more pessimistic. Buzz! A horn-like sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Tushan looked up and suddenly found a patrol fleet of the Talon Navy entering the galaxy. It gradually became clear from a blur outside the sky, and then immediately engaged in battle with the Necromancer ships. A communication also came to Tushan through the public combat channel, and a tough-looking but smiling face appeared in the lower right corner of his helmet. Captain of the Salamanders, this is the captain of the 13th Company of the 72nd Regiment of the Thunder Warrior Legion. I came here with good news, but judging from your situation, you obviously need some military help. The Thunder Warrior captain said. Yes. Tushan only responded with 2 words. He always gave others the feeling of being less enthusiastic, like a microcosm of the entire Salamanders. After all, they are Astartes. They will not express too much verbally, and they think more about actions. I propose to abandon the defense line and fully cover the retreat of civilians. The captain of the Thunder Warrior said. Okay. Tushan nodded. Then the communication ended, and both sides gave their orders. Under the cover of orbital bombardment, the Astartes and mortal soldiers abandoned the circular defense line and retreated into the city, efficiently searching for the remaining civilians in different areas, and then gathered all the civilians to rush to the landing point. The Hades constructs and special undead combat units that had previously infiltrated the city naturally swarmed in to slaughter humans. The Astartes and mortal soldiers guarding the team, and the Thunder Warriors, who were teleported down, attacked these enemies, and covered the civilians as they approached the landing point. Chapter 1084. In addition to fighting, the Thunder Warriors also rushed into nearby buildings to look for anything that could be used. They decomposed electrical appliances, or some equipment, into raw materials, and then quickly manipulated these raw materials to form war machines. Iron men and chariots responsible for blocking the slow-moving necromancers were manufactured to cover the evacuation of civilians. The ships outside the world established a teleportation point in an open area not far from the people on the ground, building an area that can resist the anti-teleportation analysis of the necromancers. Anyone who entered this area instantly turned into a beam of light and rose into the sky. The salamanders quickly set up a temporary defense line nearby, relying on the buildings to fire at the invaders. The situation was a little chaotic, and the civilians lowered their bodies unnecessarily, walking towards the landing point under the fire of the salamanders. Tushan stood at the front of all the fighting brothers holding a bolt gun forged by the Lord of Fire Dragons, and each bolt was fired to block an enemy who tried to reach out to the mortals. The battle near the landing point lasted for dozens of minutes, and the vast civilian team was also teleported into the ships outside the world. Tushan saw the end of the civilian team. A woman dragged her child and ran wildly. "Leave here!" Tushan ordered the Star Army soldiers, and he approached while firing alone. His position even surpassed those Thunder Warriors. Just when Tushan was about to catch the mother and daughter, the ground trembled, and then a huge black scorpion drilled out from the ground. The simple action of this underworld structure alone stirred up smoke and dust. The mother and daughter, who were not far from where the scorpion jumped out, were affected by the impact and gravel. The mother stopped and looked down at the tender broken hand in her hand, then looked up at the smoke and dust behind her, and then cried out in powerlessness and pain. Tushan walked past the mother and just said, "Leave here." The girl's mother obviously trusted this Emperor Angel, who had protected them more than once. She ran towards the transmission area every 3 steps, but stopped when she was about to enter it. In the smoke and dust that blocked the vision, sparks flew, and the sound of blunt instruments colliding with metal was deafening. A few seconds later, Tushan's tall and strong body ran out of the smoke, holding a war hammer in one hand and protecting the girl with a broken hand with the other. The rest of the people began to teleport away. After the Thunder Warrior also entered the teleport area, Tushan followed closely and jumped in. The teleport area was closed, and the Tailong Navy patrol fleet repelled the Necromancer fleet and started to leave the war zone in the war zone of the Ion system at superlight speed. Inside the ship's cabin, the Tailong Navy medical staff began to check and treat everyone's injuries and distribute supplies. Tushan put the girl in his arms into the mother who rushed over, and then walked to the captain of the Thunder Warriors before the mother could say words of gratitude. Why did the defense line collapse so quickly? The enemy even attacked the world behind this war zone where civilians live normally. The situation in the Ion system is still good. The captain of the Thunder Warriors said, 10 days ago, every battlefield on the Star Zone defense line saw skeletons attacking under dark clouds and green lightning. Yes, the Sotek dynasty participated in the attack. Tushan's serious and solemn face was filled with doubts. He wondered why the Sotek dynasty did not fight in the Orpheus sector, but came to the Akros sector, which had never been visited by the powerful Necromancer dynasty. But they did come, otherwise the Necromancers would not have penetrated the sector's defense line in less than 10 days, and killed their way to the world behind the defense line, where people lived normally, and provided supplies to the defense line. Thank you. The Thunder Warrior captain suddenly said a thank you. Tushan tilted his head, and looked up at the 5-meter-tall giant, with a puzzled look in his eyes. You may not remember me, but I remember you. The company commander said, during the defense of Tyrone, your strike cruiser passed by Tyrone and rescued a ship of civilians kidnapped by the leader of the Great Whirlpool Pirates. I was one of them. You beat the Red Pirate Warrior into a pulp in front of the 7-year-old me. The kid named Jean, who was lying in shit and urine, and was almost scared to death. Tushan had a blank expression on his face. How could I recognize you? The captain smiled and shrugged. He was not here to reminisce about the past, nor was he here to help Tushan because of a past relationship. He and his company were originally squatting in the meat grinder with the Dark Angels in the Orpheus sector. The war zone where the salamanders were located was 700 light-years away from the Orpheus sector. The only reason the captain came here was to find someone in the Talon sector who had a relationship with the salamanders to convey a message. After all, it is easier to talk to someone familiar. Over at the Maelstrom, the Lord of Talon conducted an experiment to travel through the void. The captain talked about business. Lord Tyrone found someone in that experiment. Guess who it was? Tushan was silent. The captain was bored, so he said directly, Lord Fire Dragon, your genetic father. Tushan still had no expression on his face, but the pupils under his helmet suddenly dilated. The captain was looking forward to Tushan's reaction, and found that the son of the Fire Dragon had no reaction, so he was very surprised. He admired salamanders very much because of his experience when he was a child. His home was full of salamander warrior models produced by salamanders after they authorized their images to toy manufacturers for the operation funds of the war band. Naturally, he also knew a lot about the salamanders. He thought Tushan would be so excited that he would jump up, because salamanders did not believe that Jean Father would die during the Beast War, and believed that he would return only if all of Jean Father's things were collected. Since the Beast War, the great news that the previous Salamander's commander did not wait for was received by Tushan, so he should be happy. What arrangements does the Star Zone Defense Command have for salamanders? Tushan asked after a silence. Station a world, and my ship will take you there. The captain replied, the War Master of the Empire also knows about this. He sent a regiment of the White Scars here, but it will take some time. If you are eager, you can. We will guard that world until the White Scars take over our duties. Tushan said, and turned to walk back. The son of the Fire Dragon came to the girl he had saved before, squatted down, took out a green salamander warrior from his backpack, and put it into the girl's remaining hand. Thank you, the girl said, holding the toy. You really don't need to thank them for the toy. The Thunder Warrior captain said with a smile, this toy will be used as one of the psychological comfort materials, and will be accounted for by Tyrone. They can get an extra share from the manufacturer for each toy they give out. If I were you, I would ask for one with his autograph. Tushan rolled his eyes at the captain. It was not the first time for him to fight and get along with these Tyrone super warriors, but to be honest, he did not like every feature of these people. The silly smile on his face, which was always funny, and the inappropriate humor were all features that Tushan did not like in the Thunder Warriors. Chapter 1085. The Salamanders had been in the Across sector until the men sent by the White Scars took over their shifts. Tushan summoned the fastest ship among the many ships scattered in the sector. The duties of the Sons of the Fire Dragon had been taken over by the descendants of Kagras the Eagle. They all left the Across sector and headed straight for the navigation coordinates given by the Thunder Warrior captain. The mortal crew controlled the ship. For the first time in 10,000 years, the fearless warriors of the Salamanders were awakened in a non-combat state. The warriors in the regiment knelt in front of the statue of Vulcan, Lord of Fire Dragons, on the command deck, including Tushan. The Sons of Fire Dragons were silent, and the regiment leader did not speak. Everyone had different ideas. Tushan was questioning himself, whether he had adhered to the teachings left by the father of Jean's to the predecessors of the regiment in ancient times, and whether he had practiced the father of Jean's principles. Then Tushan answered himself, he believed that he still adhered to the teachings and practiced the principles, even if some places might not be satisfactory, but the image of the father of Jean's in mythology, and his will that could be interpreted were all implemented by the Salamanders. Then Tushan examined whether he was competent as the chapter master. Like the Space Wolves, the Salamanders did not thoroughly practice the Codex, and even more thoroughly than the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves had a chapter that was inexplicably destroyed not long after, but the Salamanders did not have a chapter at all when the Codex was promulgated. It was not because of any doubts or dissatisfaction with Gilliman, but because the Salamanders died so much after the Horus Heresy that they could not even have a chapter. And now there are only a few subchapters. If it were not for the addition of the Primaris, I am afraid that even the slow reorganization of the Legion would not be possible. Tushan and the previous chapter masters were appointed in times of crisis. He did not fight side by side with the Jean Father, even during the Beast Wars after the end of the Primarch's era. Putting all the current Astartes together, including the Primarch, the only one who can be considered old is Dante, the 1,000-year-old chapter master of the Blood Angels. If there is some discussion, Tushan thinks that he should call the Primarch the Jean ancestor. But the truth is this, the connection between the Primarch and the Astartes at the genetic and soul level. How could the Astartes, who have never seen the Primarch, feel that the Primarch is strange? If facing the question of the father of Jeans, Tushan could only answer that he had done his best, which was his own evaluation of his duties. While Tushan was thinking about this, the ship suddenly stopped. The star map projected from the command deck showed that they had not yet reached the destination. Abnormal space fluctuations caused us to stop, the captain reported to Tushan. As soon as the voice fell, a ship suddenly appeared near the star like a flying phantom. It was a ship so large that it could not be included in the field of vision even at a very far distance. The star pattern on it announced its ownership to everyone. Tushan had seen the ship during the Golden Expedition, the glorious human flagship of the Tyrone Navy. The tractor beam released from the Tyrone Navy flagship easily caught the ship where the Salamanders were, dragged the ship into the module at the bottom of the flagship that served as a starport, and the ship docked extremely quickly. When things got to this point, the Sons of Fire Dragon knew who they would soon meet. Get off the ship, kids. A dreadnought turned its huge body and roared out of the command deck, The Gene Father is waiting for us. The Astartes lined up neatly and followed the dreadnoughts off the command deck. The son of the Fire Dragon left the ship and entered the docking station of the flagship's inner starport. There were no starport staff coming and going here, not even a drone. The only person standing there was a tall figure in a black robe. Tushan's eyes fell on that figure. First of all, that figure was huge, extremely strong and heavy, definitely a Primarch. It was obvious who among the Primarchs had this body type. The dreadnoughts marched, the Astartes remained in formation, and the sons of the Fire Dragon walked towards the figure. The sturdy figure also took off his hood and walked towards him with a smile. There is always a wonderful connection between the Primarch and his descendants, but after all, the Astartes are a weapon used in war, organized as a legion rather than a family, so even if both sides are very excited, there will not be a situation where a large group of Astartes rush up to hug the Primarch. Military regulations. The sons of the Fire Dragon lined up and walked in front of Vulcan. Vulcan also slowed down when he approached them. They stopped when they were less than 2 meters apart. Tushan suddenly became nervous. He went over all the questions he had asked himself on the way here, and then waited for the father of genes to ask him about the duties of the chapter master, the duties of the chapter, and so on. But Vulcan didn't ask anything. His loud voice calmly roared in the ears of the Astartes. I heard that you just experienced a difficult battle a few days ago. Are you alright? We lost some people, but we completed our mission and duties. Tushan replied after a brief silence caused by the accident. We carried out your will. No, it is not our mission to protect a group of civilians after the friendly forces have withdrawn. The captain of the 3rd Company stood up and said, we were in danger of being destroyed in that battle. The 3rd Company of the Salamanders always seemed out of place among the good guys of the Sons of the Fire Dragon. They would not treat civilians coldly, but if civilians and missions were put in front of them, they would choose the latter. You have a negative attitude towards our battle on Ion 1? A dreadnought turned around and asked the captain of the 3rd Company. No. The captain saluted, but the mission is the mission, and the rescue is the rescue. I have never refused to perform a rescue without a mission that must be completed, but the two cannot be confused. When the dreadnought wanted to say something else, Vulcan interrupted gently. Yes, you are right, that is not your mission. Tushan raised his head and looked at the father of genes. But that is your duty. Vulcan looked at everyone. You are not a group of cold executioners or killing machines. If you and I were created just to be killing machines, my father would not have left us with compassion and humanity. The ancestors of mankind once lived in a dark environment, and then learned to use fire to keep warm and drive away wild beasts. Humans do not have to slowly learn how to use fire now, but the living environment of this race is still dark. My descendants, you must remember that we are a cluster of flames that dispel darkness and bring warmth, not hateful killing machines that treat mortals as ants. Chapter 1086. The teachings of the father of genes reached their ears, and the sons of the Fire Dragon all knelt on one knee and bowed their heads. Vulcan felt that he had spoken too harshly. After all, judging from the evaluation of the Lord of Tyrone who brought him back, his descendants always practiced his moral code and had a sense of responsibility. Even the 3rd Company, although a little cold, would not face the mortals driven by the enemy and burn them, and the enemy together, with the Prometheum flamethrower. I do not blame you, nor am I dissatisfied. On the contrary, I am moved by your deeds. My body trembles because of the compassion you have done, and the warm fire you have burned yourself to show to mortals. I bathe in the glory of mortals' gratitude with you. Vulcan sat on the ground. The sons of the Fire Dragon no longer knelt on one knee, but sat down in the same way. Even the fearless did the same. There is an ancient prophecy circulating in the war group, saying that as long as we gather all your creations, that will be the day of your return. Tushan said, but there are still 1 or 2 things that have not been collected yet. Tushan responded with Vulcan's head raised and laughter. The Lord of Fire Dragon laughed heartily for a moment, and shook his head slowly. I haven't decomposed the transmission device into all my creations. Even if you have collected all my things, how can you find out that I have returned at the moment of collection? It's just an ancient legend. If I am not tied up or dead, I will return to you immediately before you start collecting my creations, because this is my duty. I can't hide somewhere and watch you die. As he spoke, Vulcan felt a sense of sadness. The legends circulating in the regiment were ultimately the hopes of those who had once lived. Because they really didn't know where the Gene Father had gone after the Beast War, and they didn't want to think that the Gene Father was dead, and an eternal Primarch would never die. They could only place their hopes on a certain behavior, hoping that as long as they did it, the Gene Father would come back. In addition, Vulcan could still feel that there was still a gap between himself and these descendants. Time has passed, and 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It is impossible for an Astarte to live to be 10,000 years old. Even the most experienced dreadnought among the current Fire Dragon sons may have only heard the story of the Fire Dragon Lord. Vulcan realized that he had to eliminate this gap. And there is only one traditional way to eliminate the gap. Follow me. Vulcan stood up from the ground, and his descendants followed him. The group left the dock and entered the rest area reserved for the salamanders on the flagship. There are already piles of materials, and various ancient and advanced forging tools. Let's have a forging competition. Vulcan picked up his custom-made forging hammer, which was as tall and heavy as an Astartes. Let me see if you have preserved the tradition of the Legion period, that is, forging. Forging is Vulcan's hobby, and this hobby has become a tradition. Salamanders are not only users of weapons, but also manufacturers. The wealth of this warband is not because of the small number of people in the warband. The sons of the Fire Dragon immediately came to the forging table prepared for them, and picked up the tools. The rules are simple. See who can forge a power hammer in one day. Vulcan smiled and raised a finger. I don't know what you are capable of yet, but if some of you can use some unique skills. For example, sew the fine gold bars on the solid like needle and thread, change the properties of the metal, or mold a set of terminators like kneading mud. Such creation magic is not allowed in this forging competition. Tushan picked up the forging hammer and felt puzzled. The creation magic described by the father of Genes might not even be used by the think tanks, and how could the other sons of the Fire Dragon use such skills? So Tushan just thought that the father of Genes was joking. When the clanging sound kept coming from the surroundings near the flagship starport, the Glory Humanity, carrying Vulcan and his descendants, sailed towards the Orpheus star region. Vulcan, who was picked up from the maelstrom by the Glory of Humanity, needed to see more than just his descendants. Orpheus sector. Invincible truth. Vulcan was wearing a black robe and sitting on the chair that belonged to Lion. The Lion King's chair looked small under this dark, tall and strong man. Gilliman, Jagatai, and Sanguinius's projections surrounded Vulcan. Where have you been all these years? Lion walked up to Vulcan with a glass of water, and put the glass in his brother's hands. In another reality, I will be the great keeper of the last trace of human beings in the universe. Vulcan took a sip of water, and said bluntly. Ryan looked at Vulcan and was silent. He and Vulcan's relationship was neither good nor bad. Vulcan was a simple and honest good man. No one would hate him except those who disliked him for no reason. You have changed, Ryan, Vulcan suddenly said. Ryan brushed his white hair and nodded slowly. Yes, now it seems that none of you are different from before, except me. The Lion King's eyes swept over the other brothers, and he couldn't help wondering, when only Robu returned, I thought that except for this kid sitting in the static force field, everyone else had become old, but now it seems that it is obviously not the case. You are all my descendants, you will not age. Someone suddenly interrupted. The Primarchs looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Vanessa and Jean Mo's real bodies entering the bridge at the same time. Jean Mo's consciousness temporarily turned from the vortex. He had told everything to the human part of the Emperor. Another thing he talked about was the restart of the Primarch search plan. Because the return of Vulcan, who was swept into another universe by the warp, proved that the original search plan, that was considered a failure in the first test, was completely feasible. She is our father, Gilliman said to Vulcan. Seeing a woman, who came with Lord Talon saying that the Primarchs were her descendants, Vulcan was surprised at first, but when he saw the golden light in his pupils, the Lord of Fire Dragons realized that his father was possessed by this woman without Gilliman's reminder. Vulcan stood up and half knelt on the ground. Father. Stand up. The Emperor gently lifted Vulcan from the ground, then looked at him with concern. You are still as strong and tall as before, and the years and sorrow have not left any traces on you. Yes. Vulcan nodded. He didn't know the Emperor's true situation yet, nor did he know how much emotion the human nature in front of him had. He still thought that the Emperor in front of him was still the same Emperor as before, so he would not express too much of his emotions to the cold father and waste his father's time. But the Emperor's humanity is extremely pure, without any other influence of will. He is sentimental. After hearing Jean Mo's story about Vulcan's experience in another universe, there was a lot of melancholy in his eyes. But even if he expressed concern in his heart, now that he saw Vulcan himself, he didn't know where to start. Is the Emperor of the universe, you were swept away to the end? Jean Mo asked Vulcan. Vulcan didn't know. If he knew, he would have spoken directly to Jean Mo just now. The Lord of the Fire Dragon didn't know the fate of the Emperor of another universe, but the Emperor himself knew. Chapter 1087. I think he may have been terminated, and then merged into the cold sun into subspace, becoming part of many wills. The Emperor himself said, in the past, I could feel the expansion of the cold sun. It's just 10,000 years of torture, so many of me are not all broken. While speaking, the Emperor seemed a little depressed. Is there not a single universe in which I have successfully completed my goal? There are not many universes, at least not many now. Qin Mo told the Emperor what the Star Scroll had told him. The reality we are in is the most solid, strong and complete. Maybe the universe that Vulcan was swept into is extremely fragile. I don't think that the failure of reality alone is enough to cause the subspace to overlap with a reality. The Emperor sighed, adjusted his mindset, and patted Vulcan on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. You finally returned, and now you have to face a lot of messes. When I was completely desperate in another reality, I found that I just regarded the place I was swept into as my original home, and my original home was still holding on, so I didn't feel any hardship. Vulcan placed his hand on the Emperor's hand on his shoulder. I am still able to contribute to the survival of the human species, and I still have the opportunity to contribute. This is a great happiness for me. The Emperor opened his mouth, but finally just nodded. Where is Russ? Vulcan looked at the other brothers, and Dorn and Korix. I thought they had returned. Speaking of Korix, Gilliman shook his head helplessly. Dorn, Russ, their whereabouts are still unknown, but I think we will find them soon. As for Korix, he has been found, but he may return to humanity, or he may not. At least now it seems more likely that he will not. What happened to Korix? Vulcan asked with concern. Gilliman recalled the appearance of Korix he saw during the Golden Crusade. He has changed a lot. When I saw him, I couldn't believe that this was Korix. He looked like a warped creature, but one thing has not changed, that is, he is still on the side of humanity, just like you and us. I don't understand why Korix hasn't come back yet. Vulcan shook his head. The appearance is not real. The inner is the most important. Korix is still fighting for humanity, so humanity can still accept him, and he can continue to fight all enemies for humanity and imperial truth. Hearing Vulcan suddenly mention imperial truth, Sanguinius remained silent. Gilliman sneered with a hint of anger. Lion turned his head away, and Chagatai grinned. This strange reaction made Vulcan puzzled. He returned during the Beast War, and I thought he knew what happened. Qin Mo smiled and shook his head. You should talk to Vulcan. In Vulcan's confused eyes, Gilliman used one sentence to make Vulcan understand all the changes. If Korix returns as decisively as you said, he will not face the enemy's artillery fire, but the hostility and fear from humans, not because of what he did, but just because of his appearance. Hearing this, Vulcan was stunned. What are you thinking? Lien patted Vulcan's head. You returned during the Beast War. How come you don't know what has changed in the Empire? Vulcan shook his head. He did return during the Beast War, but he didn't stay for long, let alone travel around to understand the current situation of the Empire. The situation was urgent at the time, and Vulcan almost immediately joined the war after returning, and then exchanged 1-for-1 with the Beast. But if there is something wrong, he did feel it, but he didn't know the details, so naturally he didn't know the reason. The imperial truth is a lie. Gilliman said. A bigger lie replaced it. The state religion was born, and humans have now completely abandoned science and reason. They worship our Father as a god, and then persecute those who do not worship him. If you were the Primarch, and you said you didn't think our Father was a god, the state religion would dare to argue with you for a few days. Although Vulcan is honest and kind, he is not dull or stupid. When Gilliman talked about the state religion and faith, Vulcan immediately thought of everything that might happen, and understood why Korix was unwilling to return. But Korix has his own considerations for not coming back. After all, even if the Empire cannot accommodate him in that state, he can go somewhere else. Gilliman looked back at Qin Mo. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows, and added, Vulcan returned in 546.M32, and the Pope of the State Church became the High Lord in 500.M32. Perhaps the State Church had not developed so fast at that time, so Vulcan did not see it. In short, the facts are as Gilliman said, everything has changed. Vulcan was now completely serious. He didn't particularly care about the state religion. After all, no matter what the human thought, he was still human. It would be wishful thinking if the Empire didn't suffer a heavy blow and human didn't change after the Horus heresy. In any case, as a warrior, he should do what he should do as a warrior. Humans will not become unnecessary to protect and defend because of the change of their thoughts. What really weighed on Vulcan was the current situation that he didn't understand yet. After being swept into another universe by the warp, Vulcan's experience as a gravekeeper for traces of humanity affected him. He was afraid of the terrible end that humanity would fall into. The war was going on, and Vulcan felt that the situation was imminent. What is the current situation of humanity? Vulcan spoke with difficulty, ready to take on the heavy crisis. Actually, it's okay. Gilliman counted on his fingers and told Vulcan, Abaddon, the captain of the Sons of Horus, died. We now have powerful allies. We fought a war to completely close the Eye of Terror. You should know that Horus died, Picholabo is missing, Fulgrim enjoys himself every day and doesn't care about anything, Magna Sol is not complete, and I defeated Mortarion without even lying down. Now we are facing a group of skeletons who want to exterminate humanity. Eye of Terror? Vulcan was puzzled. Cygnus Anomaly X is the abnormal astronomical phenomenon discovered by Picholabo, a crack that infuses the real universe with psychic energy, Gilliman explained. Vulcan lowered his head after listening and digested what he heard. Then his heart dropped with a thump. He raised his head and smiled. Seeing you so serious, I thought we were already surrounded by enemies. Either another orc warlord came to Terra or those traitors rushed out of Cygnus Anomaly X. But now the situation is pretty good. Humph. Lian crossed his arms over his chest and said in a deep voice, When you and your offspring are ready, I will immediately deploy you to the most difficult battle. I hope you will still be so optimistic when I see you next time. Just drive me. Vulcan smiled and nodded. Send me to the most difficult place where mortals need me the most, anywhere. Chapter 1088. Vulcan is still so responsible. It seems that his experience has not changed him much. The Emperor glanced at the Primarchs and showed a relieved expression. Shin Imo was curious. When using the domination engine to go to the defeated universe where Vulcan was sucked into the warp, he used the domination engine to explore Vulcan. After all, that universe has been completely defeated in the confrontation with the enemy of reality. The two originally mutually exclusive realms of reality and warp are mixed together like a paste in that universe. Vulcan has lived in that paste for a long time. Will he be affected by the warp? But Vulcan was not affected, even in that environment. This made Shin Imo curious about many hidden things behind the Primarch. He knew that each Primarch had his own subspace essence, and they were not real creatures. But even so, the unreasonable corrosion and influence of the dark gods would not have much effect on them. As a comparison, Groot was almost forcibly promoted to a demon by Khorne. Rogel Dorn was trapped and harassed by Khorne, but whether Khorne could get a new slave still depended on what Rogel Dorn thought. But the various details of the Primarchs, who have ascended to the devil, show that they have become part of the gods. Thinking carefully, if the Primarchs choose to throw themselves into the arms of the gods, they need to give up not only their responsibilities, their original appearance and their self, but also their essence in the warp that even the gods cannot forcibly interfere with. The plan to retrieve the other Primarchs was indeed feasible. When Shin Imo was thinking about the things behind the Primarchs, the Emperor looked at Vulcan and spoke meaningfully. It's a pity that I only tried it on Vulcan, and then gave up when I found it didn't work. How can you give up on an experiment after you have done it once and found it didn't work? If someone hadn't persuaded me to give up, Rogel Dorn and Russ might have been found in addition to Vulcan. Hearing this, Shin Imo glanced at the Emperor. I was only dragged into the plan to find the Primarch by you for less than 6 minutes. If I hadn't met Vulcan, I would have forgotten about this little thing. As a result, I have to take the blame for you now. If you had called Lao Qin by name and formally dragged me into the plan might have been carried out. As soon as the words fell, only half of the Emperor's face could remain calm. His previous words were ruthlessly exposed by Shin Imo, and the Emperor whispered, Vulcan has been guarding the tomb for so many years for no reason, but I haven't found him. You should give me some face. Vulcan stared at the Emperor while he was speaking, and then found that the Emperor was different now, not just in his body. But Vulcan could also understand what the human part was, although he didn't know all the details of the Emperor's current state in the warp. 10,000 years ago, the extremely cold and iron-fisted human leader actually still had some of this kind of humanity hidden in his heart. Although this part of humanity combined with other characteristics at that time would definitely not be as lovely as this part of humanity that acts alone, it is amazing that the Emperor still has humanity. If my father had been so talkative 10,000 years ago, many problems might have been solved. Vulcan suddenly sighed. No, believe me. Gilliman shook his head. Our father's humanity has been affected and changed. At the beginning, he would say nothing, and then watch you misunderstand his meaning, and would not express anything even if he was anxious. When Vulcan wanted to ask Gilliman what his father's humanity was like when they first met, the Emperor took the initiative to interrupt this topic he didn't want to talk about. Speed up the legionary reform of all chapters. We will find my other missing heirs. Lion looked at the Emperor with complicated eyes. He thought, no matter what the plan to find the Primarch is, it is time to start, But this matter should not be said so simply and bluntly on this occasion. After all, not all the people present are on the side of the Empire. To be honest, Lion thinks that the current and future situation does not require the Primarchs to return to humans so urgently, unlike before Guilliman awakened. The return of Rogel Dorn and others will only have one effect, that is, when humans solve external problems and turn their attention to internal problems, more Primarchs represent the strengthening of the Empire's power and more troubles for the Talons. As the leader of another force within humanity, how would Lord Talon view the Emperor's unnecessary promotion of the Primarch's return? This is a question. The reason why everyone can laugh here is simply because they are talking as individuals. For example, Guilliman values his close friends so much. When he thinks as the regent of the Empire, he will still consider the interests of the Empire and follow the opinions of the imperial institutions to make some decisions to limit Talon's influence. This is the Empire's business. Lian reminded the Emperor. Since the plan to retrieve the Primarch has been proven feasible by Vulcan's return, then we should let Dorn and Russ return. Qin Emo broke the silence. I will help. Seeing Qin Emo speak so readily, Chagatai couldn't help but ponder for a while. Then the Primarch, who has always been a synonym for a wise man, realized that the reason why Qin Emo agreed to retrieve more Primarchs was not related to his personal moral code, way of thinking, personal identity, etc., but was considered from the perspective of the Lord of Talon. In any case, Tyrone has the advantage. This is set in stone. When not facing the same race of forces that are coming to exterminate themselves, how much can the Empire's size advantage be used? This is a question. So the idea of Lord Tyrone is very simple. The return of all the Primarchs will not have much impact. No matter how strong the Primarchs are, they can still play with the Imperial Navy in their hands and beat up the invincible fleet. I have something to do with the Maelstrom, so I go back first. Qin Emo turned and left, ready to enter his body at the Maelstrom. What's the matter that's making you so anxious? The Emperor asked. Print an astronomical number of leaflets and post them in every corner of the galaxy. Qin Emo said, the leaflets will have Dorn and Russ printed on them, and below will say help the lost Primarchs return home. The Emperor rolled his eyes and turned to look at Vulcan. Look, after spending hundreds of years with this guy, even Dorn can tell bad jokes. Vulcan smiled innocently. Guilliman glanced at Lion. Lion noticed this look and realized that Guilliman was dissatisfied with his reminder to his father just now. Lion gave him a look that said, why are you looking at me? Since the conversation between the two before the rescue operation against the World Shaper, Lion has been deliberately thinking about things outside the battlefield, not just the war, but when he did so, Guilliman was looking for trouble again. Chapter 1089. We must now consider a problem in advance. After Qin Emo left, Guilliman spoke slowly. Everyone's eyes fell on him. 10,000 years ago, Guilliman's voice was not very strong, and he was vigilant and hostile because of some of his actions. But now, the complicated affairs of the Empire are on him. Even Lion will listen patiently when Guilliman mentions something. There are still many troubles in the galaxy, but these troubles are not a threat to survival. The star god named Star Scroll has been found, and the research on the reality veil can proceed normally. Assuming that nothing unexpected happens, and that the most intense internal struggle among the gods has not ended, the research is successful, and the real universe will no longer be easily eroded by the subspace. At that time, humans will no longer be closely united several times because of the crisis of survival like they are now. Many problems that have been hidden and suppressed will erupt in the future. Guilliman said it as implicitly as possible, and it was enough for everyone to just understand what he wanted to express. Are you worried about civil war? Lion sneered. You glanced at me just now because of my reminder to my father. Now you are also speculating like me. If your friend knew that you were speculating like this, how would he react? Guilliman was stunned for a moment. I am speculating about Lao Qin? How do you mean? Lion, this is not a matter between two people. This is a matter between two ruling entities. Just as our relationship has eased, the relationship between our two heirs is still extremely tense. Could it be that because you and I have a good relationship, Kaldar will not think about taking revenge on the Dark Angels for plotting against the Ultramarines in the previous operation on the Fallen Angels? Lian fell silent. It's not that he doesn't understand Guilliman, but he has thought about these things, but the result is negative. Tyrone is still a star zone in name, and its total size is not as large as the Empire. Sanguinius said, you seem to have put the Empire on the weak side from the beginning. The huge advantage is not comprehensive, brother. Guilliman looked at Sanguinius. Let's not talk about the productivity of a world of the Talonians. Let's just talk about taxation. A sum of money is paid from a world. If it is an imperial world, after being exploited by the governor and the world's institutions, It would be good to get 1% in my hands. This is still the good situation where we use the dimensional engine, and there is no loss in subspace transportation. But a sum of money or materials from the Talonians, I will requisition and transport as usual. In addition to the energy consumption of the AI carrier, and the fuel consumption during the transportation process, I can't think of anything else that will consume part of this money. You don't care about finances, but I do. I know why the Tyrone people paid taxes according to the standards of the richest star regions of the Empire, after they decided to improve their relations with the Empire hundreds of years ago. The taxes from a few worlds were enough to pay the tithes for several years. Sanguinius raised his eyebrows and nodded thoughtfully. I have calculated the output required to support their population. Lien was a little surprised. I thought that with the Tyrone people's military strength and the number of soldiers, they almost squeezed everyone dry to make up for it. Gilliman looked at Lien again, opened his mouth, and then closed it again. The conversation fell into silence. Now that the Necrons have not been dealt with, and the technology to repair the veil has not yet appeared in its infancy, it seems a little too early to start discussing future human affairs. But for people like the Primarch who are at the top of the Empire, some things are considered when they have to consider them, and it is already too late. Without foresight, neither military nor rule can be maintained. After a moment of silence, Jagatai said to Gilliman, "Everyone has more or less considered things in the extremely distant future. Just say what you want to say. Only your brother and father are present, no one else." Gilliman nodded. It is impossible to easily solve future problems with a few words, by relying on the good relationship between a few senior figures. The Empire and Talon do fight side by side, but the Imperials are prejudiced against the Talons, and the Talons are also prejudiced against the Imperials. If it really comes to the point of going to war, I personally will not fight for the survival of the Empire, and I will also try my best to prevent my descendants from fighting. After hearing what Gilliman said, the Emperor said, "I will also try my best to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Humans should not die or be injured in a war with another group of humans, so I think you are still thinking too much and too pessimistic." "You are our father?" Gilliman asked. "One of our father's wills, you think so? What about the other wills of the Cold Sun? Just like you treat me as your son, but your other wills call me a thief, a traitor, a tool, and a hope, each with its own ideas." Speaking of this, Gilliman looked at the other brothers again. "We are the same. To be honest, I have always been worried that the Dark Angels would provoke conflicts with the Lion, but the Lion has changed, and he can be persuaded. If it was Dorn, he was still the steward of Terra. During the meeting that made Tyrone and the Empire decide to ease relations, I think the Tyrone people would be blocked from Terra by him." Lion looked away and thought for a while. He felt that Gilliman wanted to express one thing, that is, in the future, stubborn people will make the Imperials make unnecessary sacrifices. And looking at Dorn from Gilliman's perspective, just thinking about this brother's stubbornness can make people predict his position before Dorn returns, knows everything and makes a decision, and then feels scalp tingling. "Speak directly. You still haven't said what you really want to say," Chagatai said. "Okay. All right." Gilliman waved his hand, turned around, and sat on the chair next to Vulcan, who was confused. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I suggest that if the other brothers can be found, we try to let Dorn return later, until the human race is completely calm." Jagatai, who had been urging Gilliman to speak directly, was finally satisfied at this time. But Lord Talon himself did not let Dorn come back later, Sanguinius said. "Then what else did he say?" Gilliman asked Sanguinius in return. "It doesn't matter whether Dorn comes back or not. In the most extreme case, in addition to the Phalanx and the Imperial Fist, there is only one Primarch, who will be destroyed by the attack of the Celestial Engine?" The conversation fell silent again. Finally, it was Vulcan who broke the silence. "We are too pessimistic. Robot is right. We can't make the entire Empire act completely according to our will, but we can influence the Empire. Besides, Dorn hasn't come back yet. We don't know how he will react after seeing everything now. We can't just assume that he will be so stubborn that he will be hostile to all forces other than the Empire that he thinks can't make humans better." Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. Chapter 1090. Shin Mo did not immediately transfer his consciousness to the vortex. He stayed in the Orpheus sector, where the Primarchs were located for a while. He was not studying anything, nor was he alone, but participating in a meeting. In the office area of the Glory Human, which was as big as a city, in the center of this huge area, in a space independent of the main dimension of the real universe, the top leaders of the entire sector gathered here. The warriors in Orpheus, the warriors who were not far from Orpheus and could rush over, and the projections of the few top leaders in the so-called Star Sector of Tyrone, and the guards, who came in person or projected to attend the meeting. With these people, with a discussion, a decision that determines the fate of mankind will be made and issued. Everyone present discussed one by one, while Chinemo remained silent and listened quietly. The discussion was about the future of the human race that can be foreseen and needs to be dealt with in advance. The relationship between the Lord of Tyrone and the regent of the Empire will have a 30% impact, and the remaining 70% is all the conflict between the Empire and Tyrone in terms of fundamental concepts, as well as a small number of variables. According to the AI's calculations, the probability of a conflict between us starting after the war with the Necrons ends is as high as over 70%. What I want to explain is that the reason why this calculated probability is so high is because the most intense internal struggle between the warp and the Chaos Gods has not ended, and from our point of view, they are relatively calm. And Rita's biochip retrieves reports from many computing departments within the star region. The computing department always calculates various aspects of things. With the help of transcendent mathematical theories and AI, they play an important role. The conclusions cannot be said to be 100% correct, but they are more than half correct. Whether it is the regulation of the galaxy economy, the collection and integration of many data such as population and material conditions, and providing powerful suggestions for future development. These are all the work of those computing departments. 70% of the so-called fundamental conflict between the Empire and Talon. Can you talk about this part in detail? Admiral Adams said, if I hadn't heard this data, I would have thought that we were on good terms with the Imperials. Well, according to the latest national psychological test results, there are more than 1,000 differences in the ideas of people under the mainstream ideology of Tyrone, and those under the mainstream ideology of the Empire. And Rita said, most of them are in living habits, and a small number, which are also the most powerful, are the most basic differences caused by the differences in state religion and humanistic thinking. You should all understand that the ideas of the Imperials under the influence of the state religion are completely different from ours. For example, they believe that those who do not believe in the Emperor should die. The Imperials who have dealt with us and have been influenced by our military and economy are not so extreme, but they generally do not particularly agree with our ideas. Not from a macro perspective, but from a micro perspective of the battlefield in the military operations of the military alliance formed by the Empire and Talon. Because of different ideas, the probability of conflict between our soldiers is not low. And Rita finished what he had to say. Immediately someone expressed his opinion. Leave these data to the calculation department for their own calculation and reference. I believe that most people here only want to get one answer, that is, after the integration of all the data, what is the result of the outbreak of human civil war between us and the Empire? 60 to 70%. And Rita was still waiting for the calculation result of this question, so the answer he gave was relatively vague. But this was the result calculated by his forbidden biological processor. According to experience, the result of the calculation department will not be very different from this result. Everyone was silent for a while until someone spoke up. If war is inevitable, I suggest that the Navy and the Army adjust their strategic deployment and replace the position and responsibilities of the Astra Militarum on the entire front as much as possible. Once this goal is achieved, they will immediately launch an attack on the Imperial Navy to block the void transportation routes of the Astra Militarum and the Astartes. Chinemo frowned. He had seen people tear down the roof to open the window, but it was rare to see someone who wanted to blow up the house without saying anything. Others also felt that this idea was a bit too much. But those who expressed their opinions also had their own reasons. The Primarchs are not much worse than us, not even much worse than AI. They should have foreseen what we are talking about, and thought it was a crisis. If they take the initiative, we will be passive. If we want to take the initiative, we should go all the way and start a war directly. Chinemo looked at the person who was speaking. He was not very dissatisfied, but more considerate. It was normal to take risks and consider the worst-case scenario when dealing with the affairs of the Empire and become extreme. The Talon Star Zone, conferred by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, this subordinate relationship was just a nominal false existence, thinner than window paper, and could be broken by a blow. The people who were participating in the negotiation had all experienced two crisis moments in Talon's history. One time, the ships of the Inquisition came to the Talon star system. When Chinemo made a plan with the worst-case scenario in mind, people in the galaxy were already mobilizing for war with the Empire. Another time, Lord Tyrone and the guards were invited to the meeting at Terra. According to the procedure, Gray said, who is in favor of a direct military assault? More than half of the people voted by raising their hands. Those who did not raise their hands were not all people who held peace-minded views on a single matter. Everyone looked at Lord Tyrone thoughtfully, quietly waiting for his decision. I don't agree with the plan of a military assault. Chinemo said lightly, I don't know what cards those skeletons have. It's not advisable to fight them while attacking the Imperials. It's not advisable to fight two huge opponents. But someone tried to persuade them. I have discussed with the Imperial Regent. I will know their thoughts and decisions on this matter. I know very well that we don't need to formulate a combat strategy against the Empire in this war against the dead. Chinemo raised his hand gently. Everyone was silent. The overly extreme strategy of striking first was finally rejected, but no matter how the decision is made, the necessary precautions and backup plans will not be lacking, but those present will not personally participate in the formulation. The matter was discussed. There is another matter. And Ruida handed over a document with both hands. Standard Industries registered an armed security company in Orpheus after obtaining the War Zone armed license. The business of this giant enterprise is too extensive and involves many star systems. AI has to deal with hundreds of antitrust lawsuits every day. Chinemo took the document and took a look. It was written on it, just as Enrita said, but in more detail, and also with a more complete corporate control strategy to seal all the loopholes that Standard Industries used when expanding. If Standard Industries was not so large, and the various strategies it used to circumvent antitrust rules were too amazing, Enrita would not have mentioned this matter specifically. But the recent war, planning, research, and the advanced discussion about the situation after the external crisis of mankind was resolved just now made Chinemo a little irritated, and he really didn't want to waste time. No matter how this problem is studied, there is only one way to deal with it. Split it. Chinemo closed the page and threw the document back to Enrita. Chapter 1091. After discussing what needed to be discussed, Chinemo entered his body on the other side of the maelstrom again, and continued his extremely important research. Not only the research on the veil, but also another research on the soul. Just as Chinemo said in the conversation with Gilliman about the possibility of ending the war, he would study ways to retrieve the souls for the Necrons, thereby indirectly achieving the goal of ending the war. The Talon Intelligence Department drew a picture of the thinking of the Necrons. As the supporters of the Star God among the Necrons, the Cassid dynasty is at the top of the pattern. The Karnak dynasty is located below the Cassid dynasty, and they are eager to regain their souls. And some relatively more bizarre dynasties are drawn around the Karnak dynasty. These bizarre dynasties include dynasties that are keen on playing the role of the Necronter, dynasties that think they are another race, but also want souls, dynasties that have no reason, but do not hate human flesh and blood creatures, and dynasties that are purely for fun and do not care about any situation. These dynasties were uniformly classified as those that can communicate. The dynasties at the bottom of the pattern, in contrast, are extremely martial dynasties headed by Imatek. The dynasties that do not consider themselves to be the continuation of the Necronter in the real universe, and fully accept their existence as iron-like life forms. The dynasties that have serious conflicts with humans. And the dynasties that want to kill all flesh and blood creatures for no reason, and are infected with the Skinner virus. The dynasties that think it is not important whether they are the continuation of the Necronter or not, and just exterminate humans for the sake of extermination. The factions of the dead spirits that have lost their biological form, but still have biological thinking are as complex as those of humans. This intuitive division contains the results of the investigation of the thinking of most dynasties within the dead spirits by the Tailong Intelligence Department, and Chinmo's strategy will be designed and carried out based on this information. For those dynasties that are thirsty for souls and can communicate, I will give them souls and turn them into creatures on the soul level again. And for those dynasties that cannot communicate, I will kill them all, erase the traces of their existence and their rebirth agreements, and make them disappear forever in this universe. Chinemo stood in the research room. The recorder floated opposite Chinemo. This star god who was good at, and liked to record knew the plan that Chinemo had only told Gilliman. The conversation and meeting in the Great Vortex, this time was not only because he wanted to get more information about the Necronter from the recorder, but also because the recorder and the mimic were the only ones Chinemo liked to communicate with among the star gods. But among the Necrons, the weird ones are always a minority. Those who are as tough as Imatek, and those who watch the fire from the other side of the river like the other two emperors of the Triumvirate are the majority. After listening to the caster's plan, the recorder couldn't help but think about it. It paused and continued. It doesn't seem to be a good idea to end the war in this way by satisfying the source of all the desires of a few dynasties, that is, the desire for souls, because they are not strong enough and their influence is not enough. If you really want to end this war that will bring trauma to the real universe, Perhaps only by persuading Zuluk or Imatek can you have a greater chance of success. Chin Mo listened to the narrator's doubts, and shook his head. How do you think I can implement my plan? Just give out souls, and wait for the dynasties whose thirst for souls has been satisfied to turn against us. No, even if these dynasties that can communicate and win over are weak, they are also part of the dead spirits. They can play a huge role in their race. For example, in the decisive battle between us and Imatek, just a few dynasties resisting Imatek's orders together can promote a decisive battle in the void that has a huge advantage for us. Oh, if we use those dynasties to gain war advantages, and thus achieve victory, that would be great. The narrator felt that it was feasible after receiving the explanation, but Chin Mo was not so sure. Taking importance of souls does not mean that they are willing to get souls from me. Perhaps the only one who can really act according to my wishes is the Karnak dynasty. But the reason why the Karnak dynasty agreed to help us attack the Sotek dynasty world is because they wanted to retrieve the souls from me and got a promise. Just for the Karnak dynasty, I have to continue this research. After the Zuluk fleet was on the verge of destruction and Imatek was severely weakened, the Karnak dynasty naturally could not stay with its own kind. But the reason they wanted to destroy their own kind was to free them from the shackles imposed by the star god. If other ways could achieve this goal, of course, they would do, such as regaining their souls. Chin Mo also considered the concerns mentioned by the recorder, but he still believed that he should carry out the soul plan. Even if the result was not good, it would be a gain if the Karnak dynasty did not participate in the attack on humans, which meant that Imatek would have one less force to mobilize. Can the souls eaten by the star god be vomited out? Chin Mo asked. Really not. This was not the first time that the recorder was asked this question. Tukamon, the high-level forging master of the Kasa dynasty, also approached the recorder in the name of serving the close friend of the god of forging, asking whether the souls of their kind could be recovered. The star god's stomach is not the subspace, and the soul will not exist in it. If it is eaten, it is really eaten. Chin Mo was not disappointed after getting the recorder's answer, but asked another question. Do the descendants of the Necronter still exist? The soul of each race has a characteristic. If I can find this characteristic, even if it is the characteristic of the descendants, I can find a way to create the soul of this race. Except for those dynasties that do not play the role of the Necronter, but believe that they are the descendants of the Necronter, there are no other descendants. The narrator answered very confidently. The Burning Ones once looked for the descendants of the Necronter to avenge them, but they did not find them. I thought the Tau civilization was the descendants of the Necronter. Chin Mo thought, after all, they all have no psychic talent. There are many psychic Muggle races. The psychic talent of humans in ancient times was not as strong as it is now, but humans are not descendants of the Necronter, let alone the Tau civilization. The recorder said. Psychic Muggle? Chin Mo noticed this word. Have you ever been with the Emperor? Otherwise, why would you use this word? The recorder flipped the pages of the book, and then admitted, yes. I recorded the number of times he called you a psychic Muggle publicly and privately. According to the keyword search, there are 400 times. Chapter 1092. Speaking of the Emperor, I remembered something. Chin Mo suddenly began to search around in the research room. In the storage box, he found one of the things that the Emperor could not carry with him, and left behind after coming to the maelstrom. A box. What is this? The recorder asked. Good question. Chin Mo took the box in his hand and weighed it. The Emperor prepared carrots for the Eldar. Carrots? The recorder flipped the pages. Is this a metaphor, a proverb, or a fable? Let me record it. Chin Mo then satisfied the recorder's desire to record. The box in his hand was the Emperor's masterpiece, and it contained the souls of the Eldar. When the flagship of the Battle of Comoros was destroyed, the Emperor proposed to collect the souls of all the dead Dark Eldars, and then tear them apart and decompose them. As long as this box exists, the souls of the Dark Eldar can be used and infused into a body, so that it can be reborn like a newborn and forget everything that happened to its soul before it was torn apart. The Emperor hopes to use this thing to help Guilliman consolidate the alliance between humans and the Death Army, and even to restrain the behavior of the Death Army. Because this thing will be like a carrot hung in front of a donkey by a fishing rod, tempting the donkey to move forward honestly. That's why it is called a carrot. Assuming that the alliance between humans and the Death Army is unstable, the Emperor will use this thing to threaten the Death Army. Either get a little bit of favor, get a little soul in the box to reshape the troops, or watch the box and the soul material destroyed together, and the Eldar completely lose the opportunity to recruit. But fortunately, the Covenant went smoothly, and the Emperor never used this thing. But of course, he didn't take this thing out as a gift to the Death Army. Even in the purely human part, hostility towards the alien still exists. This thing can absorb soul matter and reconstruct it into soul. Chin Mo threw the box in his hand up and caught it again. Maybe it can help us. Then why don't you use it directly? The recorder asked. If we don't want to produce subspace demons, like the ancient Saint Barracks we use as a canteen, then we have to collect soul matter accurately. I need the soul characteristics of the Necronter race. Chin Mo answered. Then why don't you look for the soul characteristics of the Necronter? Because the Necronter has no descendants. Realizing that the Q&A would enter an endless loop, Chin Mo took the initiative to end the Q&A. Now we are talking about business, don't joke. Ha ha. The narrator laughed twice mechanically, and then continued to talk about business. This thing should really be useful. Although the current Necronter no longer has a soul, the Necronter in the past did not. You mean time travel? Chin Mo asked. Yes. The narrator turned the pages of the book, and came to the description of the power of the star god. We can control time, let time flow and rewind at will, and we can go back to the eve of the War of Heaven. Hearing this, Chin Mo frowned and shook his head. It's not that he hasn't thought about the idea of time travel, but the cost is a bit high. The overall reversal and acceleration of the timeline will lead to a fatal problem, that is, the reality membrane will be weakened. Admittedly, there is no reality membrane in a place like the Maelstrom. No matter how bad the consequences of time travel are, they can't be that bad. Just like sending most of Comoros to the Eye of Terror, and then throwing it back to before the Big Bang, the consequences can be tolerated, but time travel has too many variables. And some things are really impossible. For example, traveling back to the past, and changing the fate of the Primarchs, who have already ascended to the devil, so that they don't ascend to the devil is not feasible, because things that are too related to the subspace will involve messy concepts and established facts. Although the Necronter has no psychic potential, the soul is still a soul after all. Why don't we give it a try? The narrator suggested, go back to before the war in heaven. Although we can't change the outcome of the war in heaven, nor the fate of a race, we can still do something in the past. Chin Mo still hesitated. Manipulating time will not only weaken the reality membrane of the current time manipulation area, but also the corresponding reality membrane weakening will occur in the past. I don't want to bring the current subspace creatures back to the past. It doesn't matter if we bring the current warp creatures back to the past. There is no time in the warp, which means that after the birth of the gods, the real creatures were fighting against the demons during the war in heaven. The narrator said, besides, aren't you curious about many things? Chin Mo listened. For example, the burner once captured several ancient saints to obtain the knowledge of the webway. Were those ancient saints released by it to fulfill its promise, or were they killed, or left behind? How the war was fought during the war in heaven. Sooner or later, the real creatures today will develop technology like that during the war in heaven. We have a ready-made example to learn from. And your friend Gilliman, he is still looking for his adoptive mother, whether she is alive or dead. These things did not happen at the same time node, but if we travel long distances on the timeline, we can go to the time nodes where these events occurred. We can also do what we want to do, and witness the soul of a Necronter. The recorder said a lot, but Chin Mo knew that the recorder also wanted to witness some things that it could not witness when it was in Saranogah's belly, but if it was just to satisfy the recorder's curiosity, Chin Mo would immediately deny this idea. Finally, after thinking for a long time, Chin Mo nodded. I decided to make a small-scale attempt. If it is really feasible, if we go back to the previous time node, the soul of the Necronter race still exists, then not only this benefit, we can also get more benefits. Chapter 1093. A plan was drawn up during the pleasant conversation between Chin Mo and the recorder. Chin Mo also wanted to ask the recorder about some things in the past to satisfy his curiosity, but Yao En suddenly entered the laboratory and interrupted this pleasant conversation. Orkin was captured by the Time Court and our people. Yao En reported the shocking things simply and directly as always. Chin Mo thought that Yao En was talking about only small things in the Great Whirlpool, such as the Red Pirate Huron was killed, and the wolf group that suddenly moved in a while ago won several victories. In any case, he could not have expected that Orekan would be captured. Astrologist Orikan. Chin Mo said this name, are you sure it's this Orikan, and not some red pirate warrior with the same name as Orikan, or some other insignificant birdman? Astrologist Orikan. Yao En nodded, the one who went with Trazyn to persuade Overlord Corrin during the Battle of Tyrone, and was beheaded together. Hearing Yao En's words, Chin Mo was extremely sure that the captured Orikan was the Orikan he knew. The reason why he focused on asking Yao En about Orikan was because even if he heard Yao En say it himself, he still couldn't believe that Orikan was really captured. This technological time sorcerer was very powerful, and Oricon's capture only meant that he wanted to be captured. As for why Oricon wanted to be captured, this guy was mysterious and came and went without a trace, and Chi Nemo couldn't figure out the reason. Bring it to me. Chi Nemo ordered Yao En. Yao En saluted and turned away. There are too many important things in the laboratory. Just in case, Chi Nemo cannot meet Oricon here. He activated a secret room built in the pocket dimension. The recorder didn't think he should accompany Chi Nemo to meet Oricon, but when it wanted to leave, Chi Nemo stopped it. You go with me to meet the time sorcerer. If it wants to ask me something by being caught, I will also ask it something. Chi Nemo's words immediately excited the recorder. Oricon woke up earlier, and he knew many things that the recorder could not record in detail when he was in Saranoga's belly. If Chi Nemo could ask about the past, it would be a great thing for the recorder. The recorder naturally agreed without hesitation. In a pocket dimension the size of a building, Oricon met the person he wanted to see. The astrologer of the Sotek dynasty was now tied up, and the time court and the Tyrone time combatants imposed many restrictions on Oricon. The device that can directly anchor it in a fixed timeline and space is all over its body, looking like a series of heavy shackles, binding Oricon like a dumpling. The people escorting the astrologer stopped outside the pocket dimension. During the meeting with the alien enemy who was fighting, there would be no guards beside the Lord of Talon, as always. It is not advisable to try to go back to the past to give us souls. The mechanical voice of the astrologer was very cold. Its body flashed a few times, like a phase weapon, and then all the restrictions on its body fell to the ground. Oricon, who had regained his freedom, continued to speak, and was very straightforward. I know you tried it in the future, so I came here now to dissuade you. You think my plan will disintegrate your race, and make you no longer united against the outside world, so you came here to stop me at all costs? Chi Nemo asked calmly. My race is not monolithic, and I often don't stand on the same side as my kind. Oricon was very straightforward. I'm here to persuade you for your own good. This is a very obvious gesture of goodwill. I want to get what I want from you, to get your favor by making you not do useless work, and then I can get what I want. Chi Nemo tilted his head. In his impression, Oricon was definitely not a person who spoke so simply and straightforwardly, but now it was like this. Its words were like its own purpose, as if it was a gesture of goodwill because it knew that he didn't like inefficient communication. No matter what Oricon wants to do, we have to listen to it. So Chi Nemo used his eyes to signal Oricon to continue what he wanted to say. I'm not saying that all your plans to go back to the past are not feasible. Controlling time is feasible, and you won't pay much for it, but you are destined to fail to achieve your greatest purpose of controlling time, which is to disintegrate my race that doesn't need others to disintegrate by giving it souls. To explain the reason, we have to start with the forger whose power you took away. The pages of the recorder's book turned quickly, and it was recording. The forger protected the souls of his believers in a way that is not difficult to replicate. Control time. My race was at its peak when the war in heaven ended tens of millions of years ago, so we don't need this technology. Technology involving the soul. After the war in heaven ended, we had some deals with the Eldar. As long as we asked, dozens of prophets would help us exchange for diplomatic bargaining chips, so we don't need this technology. But no matter how much some people in my race crave the soul of the Cassid dynasty, they have never tried to regain their souls like the Cassid dynasty. Do you know why? Oricon asked at this point. It's not that he deliberately kept it a secret, but if Chi Nemo knew the reason, he would just get to the point and skip the narration of these past events. I wonder too. Chi Nemo shook his head. Because except for the Cassid dynasty, the other Necrotters have been conceptually extinct. Oricon continued. The caster was able to let the people of the Cassid dynasty get away with it by relying on his own power. It was only the bodies of the Casa people that were sent to the biotransformation furnace. The members of this dynasty were killed by the caster himself, but their souls were not devoured and left the material world. The star god and the warp are incompatible. The caster cannot complete soul-related affairs. It can only ask others for help, such as the old saint prisoners of war, such as the Eldar. There are two schools of thought in the study of the past of the Cassid dynasty. One school believes that the caster is connected with the old saints and the Eldar, and the other school believes that the caster forced the old saints or the Eldar to serve it. Regardless of the truth, it only leads to one result. A soul-reclaiming ceremony was launched. The souls of the Casa people were forcibly reclaimed and reendowed. This ceremony even distorted the fact that the Necrotter was conceptually extinct. The old saints or the Eldar who organized this ceremony, like the Necrotter who had teased the Necrotter who yearned for eternal life, once again teased the Necrotter. Only the Cassid dynasty is the Necrotter. This is a fact anchored in the concept, which means that no matter what means are used in the future, the Necrunner other than the Casa people will never become the Necrunner again. Orkin said this and then remained silent, letting Chin Mo digest these things by himself. Chapter 1094. The Casa dynasty regained its soul. This process was not simple, and everything left in this process, whether it was technology, history, or rituals, all of these things were preserved. Chin Mo thought about these things. He knew that when the war against the Necrons began and the Casa dynasty officially joined the war, when the military was reorganized and the command was transferred, the scholars among the Iron Men once entered the Casa dynasty to find everything about the soul of this dynasty. This matter was later left unfinished. If the scholar could successfully replicate the soul re-endowment process, then Chin Mo himself would not need to make a plan that would go around in circles. But the scholar would not hide the fact that the only reason why what he did was left unfinished was that replicating soul re-endowment was impossible. How do you know so clearly? Chin Mo asked. Because when the forger re-endowed souls to its believers, it had formed an organization that included all the people it had found who could be of use. Orican paused, imitated an unnecessary deep breath, and then continued, and I am one of them. Chin Mo was slightly startled, and the recorder's record suddenly stopped. Impossible. If you were one of the plan, you would know how the plan was carried out, and who was involved. You would not be ambiguous about whether it was the ancient saints, or the Eldar, who helped the forger to implement the plan. Chin Mo said. Material-based immortality is imperfect. Orican knocked his iron head. Like my compatriots, I lost a lot of memory in the long sleep, and I have died several times. The rebirth protocol will not perfectly reproduce me. Every time I use the rebirth protocol, I will lack a part of self-awareness. Chin Mo looked at Orican, not knowing how to refute. The overall strength of the undead was weakened after hibernation, not to mention the individual memory. As for the rebirth protocol, the undead warriors have no self-awareness and can be reborn as many times as they want, but the high-level undead will still deliberately avoid death because the rebirth protocol does bring terrible negative effects. But it cannot be denied that Orican deliberately concealed the truth, but he deliberately concealed who participated in the soul-giving plan with him. It seemed that concealing this matter was meaningless to him. At that time, my responsibility was to control time, and to use my experience to eliminate all major effects caused by interfering with time. Orican continued, when I found that the reptiles or their hybrids tried to use rituals to cut off the possibility of the necrophiles getting souls again, I tried my best to stop them, but at the individual strength level, there was a huge gap in military strength between my race and the ancient saints or the Eldar. There was no fluctuation in Orican's voice, but Chin Mo could tell that it was definitely a story that could be written into a story similar to the Stargazer and the Endless, starting from the two hostile races during the War of Heaven joining forces, cooperating with each other, and then betraying each other. What did the forger promise you that you would help it? As far as I know, you are from the Sotek dynasty. I dare not imagine how impulsive Imhotep was in the affairs of the Star God after the War of Heaven ended. Chin Mo asked. Time has passed so long that many things have changed. I once had responsibility and loyalty to the dynasty and the race, but I gradually abandoned them. Orkin explained slowly, I abandoned my loyalty to the dynasty after the biological transformation incident. But at that time, I still had loyalty to the race. It is undeniable that I cooperated with the caster because it promised me a very tempting condition, but more importantly, it was for the lofty sense of responsibility of the entire race that drove me to do that. Chin Mo nodded. As for the conditions that the forger promised me, Orkin shook his head, I forgot. Okay, I understand what you mean, Orican. Chin Mo said, you mean, I can never create the souls of the Necrunner again and give them to the dynasty I think I can give them, and use them to reverse the war, but those of your kind who can communicate and cooperate do not necessarily need the original souls of the Necrunner. Even if they no longer become Necrunner, and become a new intelligent race, some of them are willing. Indeed? Orkin nodded. Since the soul of the Necrunner cannot be reproduced, it seems unnecessary to manipulate time to go back to the war in heaven, even if it is to give a brand new soul to some of your kind to become a new race. Chin Mo said. Not necessarily. Orkin shook his head. The Necrunner has collateral branches, and the conceptual extinction of the Necrunner except for those fixed by the Casa dynasty is an unchangeable fact. But if you are still willing to give souls, then you can start from the collateral branches of the Necrunner and reproduce the souls of the collateral relatives. Chin Mo thought about it, and then realized that the purpose of Orican's voluntary capture and meeting with him this time was becoming more and more unclear. Orican seemed to want to stop the manipulation of time, but now it sounded that this was not to stop the manipulation of time, but just to provide a reasonable suggestion to avoid taking a detour. Regardless of Oricon's purpose, Qin Mo's decision remained unchanged. Even if it is for the Karnak dynasty, I will go back to the past and collect the souls of the Necroner's relatives, as you said, and replicate them. The Karnak dynasty helped me attack the capital of the Imatek dynasty. I promised them that I would give them souls, and I will do it. Oricon's electronic observation device stared at Qin Mo, as if shooting out a ray of light. After a long time, the Time Sorcerer said coldly, "If the forger was like you, and not just to let its believers continue to be used by it, so he turned a blind eye to the small actions of the old saints or the Eldar in that plan, the Necroner race might still exist on a large scale. Your race is complex, astrologer. I am not doing what I want to do now in order to make your race survive on a large scale." Qin Mo stood up and said seriously, 50% of your race are butchers and executioners, and 20% of the remaining 50% are crazy. I will not let those butchers survive, let alone give them souls. Oricon was silent for a moment and shook his head gently. I don't care about others. As I said before, I came here for profit, and you benefited from my advice. Now I want to ask you for a kind of help. Words. Qin Mo nodded. You know what I am like, so don't worry, just say it. If it hadn't determined that Qin Mo would not default on his debt, Oricon would not have come here at all, so of course, it had no reason to hesitate. I have a plan. This plan requires a lot of energy, and only the Star God can provide it. Oricon said frankly, Ascension Plan. Chapter 1095. The astrologer frankly described every step of his plan. Qin Mo also listened carefully. This is a plan to allow a real creature to ascend to a higher existence, to become a star god, or a being similar to a star god. The astrologer described every detail, even every step he took. However, after listening to this, Qin Mo just replied, I have done research on similar plans before, but because it is too difficult and not urgent, I temporarily stopped it. If you think that enough energy to drive the device you make can make you ascend, then you are wrong. Experiments and research are always full of trial and error. Oricon responded very calmly, I just want to verify whether it is feasible. Even if it only ascends for a second, I will be satisfied enough. That should be possible. Qin Mo nodded. While thinking, Qin Mo realized that Oricon said that it forgot how the forger promised, which was a false lie. The forger may have promised something similar, but Oricon did not say directly that this was the promise of the forger, but changed the way to let Qin Mo promise again. This is a communication skill. After thinking for a while, Qin Mo spoke again. I don't know how much energy it takes to make you ascend even for 1 second. This is not an easy thing. You have to help me with another thing. Just tell me. Oricon agreed very happily. Tell me, in the future that you can predict, what have I done and what have I achieved? Qin Mo asked. Hearing this question, Oricon thought that you think too highly of me. The most powerful way for astrologers to control time is nothing more than using technology, and there are also star gods like mimicry who judge the future through calculation. Oricon couldn't understand why Qin Mo had to ask him. Experience, these are what other prophets don't have. Qin Mo said, even if you can't use prophecy technology to make a more long-term and detailed judgment of the future than the star god, you may have seen many strange things and people in your long life, and you have accumulated a lot of observation experience of the evolution of all things. I don't believe your prediction, but I want to listen to it. Then I can make a judgment. Oricon saluted, then sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating like a psychic who wants to use his metaphysical abilities. But Oricon is not meditating. He sits on the ground just because he needs to concentrate. The logic engine starts to work at full capacity, and all kinds of calculation formulas beyond the imagination of human mathematicians pass through his brain at a high speed. This behavior, which is equivalent to a computer running at full power, even makes Oricon release a lot of heat energy into the surrounding air. In the past experiences of walking alone, Oricon has experienced many things, many adventures, and met all kinds of people, from the future, from the past. Qin Mo looked at Oricon seriously, feeling awe. The narrator wanted to find out what kind of prophecy Oricon had made, but it found that its consciousness could not detect Oricon, and something blocked its detection. However, in Oricon's own subjective feelings, his calculations and prophecies, to be honest, were useless at this time, because they were too grand and too far away. Finally, Oricon's electronic observer lit up again, and it slowly stood up and said, You will become a bond between all races, and war will no longer be the only way to resolve conflicts. Your bond will bring long-term peace to the real universe, and without conflicts, negative emotions will not be born and accumulated in large quantities, and reality will become more stable. The dark gods, who must use mortals to call on the power in reality, can only sigh in despair. Ha ha ha. Chi Nemo laughed. He understood what Orican meant, and he also understood that Orican understood what he meant. Only the recorder was disdainful. The dark gods can only use their respective powers in the real world with their mortal bodies. The judges of the Imperial Inquisition have known this for a long time. Why do you have to repeat the same old tune? Ah. Orican sighed. Recorder, although you record everything, you don't know everything. If it were the Seeker, it would understand everything if it were here. The Seeker is my best friend. Only with it can I record everything and know everything. The recorder said it with a bit of sadness. Yeah. Anyway, you weak star gods are worthy of respect. Orican saluted. When the astrologer's eyes fell on Chi Nemo again, Chi Nemo stood up and went with it to fulfill his promise. Tomb worship. Chi Nemo entered Orican's messy laboratory. He gently placed his hand on a piece of equipment, and then he felt that the entire ship was actually composed of large equipment modules. This ship is like an altar for the ascension ceremony. Inject energy here. Orican stepped on his feet. Chi Nemo nodded. Not now. Orican turned around and walked quickly to a vast place that looked like a square. There was a circular pattern here, engraved with a huge amount of poems and epics from the culture of the Necronter race. This vast place was surrounded by huge patterns that condensed a history or a fable of the Necronter race. Chi Nemo took a quick look. Those patterns depicted the history of the entire Necronter race, just like what he saw when he met Zolok. Orican stood in the center of this place and slowly opened his arms. Two beetles flew over and used the extended mechanical arms to change its clothes, making it look extremely gorgeous and noble. Upgrading ceremony. Orican's voice echoed throughout the ship. Begin. Green flame suddenly ignited from the ground, forming a pattern that was the most noble and full of hope and importance in the Necronter culture, a triangular tomb. A large number of dead warriors suddenly teleported from another dimension to the interior of the ship. They lined up neatly like a guard of honor for a noble person. Intensive drum beats sounded, accompanied by loud chants calling for souls. The majestic drum beats shook Chi Nemo's heart. In this alien cultural atmosphere, he, as a human being, was also shocked. During this ceremony, Orican slowly sat in the center, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. This old ding is a bit second year. Chi Nemo complained in a low voice, and then asked, Can I inject energy now, Mr. Astrologer? Orican nodded gently. Chi Nemo raised his foot, and stepped lightly on the place where Orican had indicated for him to inject energy. The surging energy instantly poured into the ship's energy storage device, and the boundaries between multiple dimensions and spaces began to blur, and the power of the stars poured into the entire ship. Orican, who was at the center of the ceremony, got rid of the shackles of the shell. It ascended, although it was only temporary. Chapter 1096. Flash. Orican found himself in the void. He raised his hand and saw surging energy. Although he had left his original body and did not use so many wearable equipment, he could still feel the energy in his body. If the energy in his body was likened to light, then the light released by the sun was like the faint light of a firefly in front of him. But before Orican could notice too much about his changes, the surging hunger almost occupied all his perceptions. Hungry. Endless hunger. Orican subconsciously pounced on the star, greedily absorbing the star's energy. The hunger was relieved, but it was like a mortal tasting a tasteless food. This eating behavior could not bring any taste satisfaction at all. The feeling of eating just to relieve hunger was unbearable for Orican. But the hunger was relieved after all. Orican's strong willpower allowed it to adapt quickly, and in the boundless hunger, he used a trace of reason to do what he had planned to do long ago. This matter is about experience and feeling. Orican recalled many things. Star God, Necron. Then, without Orican noticing, his mind stood on the side of the Star God. Just thinking of the Necron, a race with souls, he felt a kind of hatred. He hated that the Necron had been extinct, and he could not taste the soul of that mortal race. Orican then thought that the Necron was just a race of ants. Why did they dare to crush the Star God? For such an ant race, being eaten by the Star God is already a supreme honor. Why can't they honestly accept the result of their soul offering? These damn ants. Orican wanted to kill Zolok and Emitek immediately, and completely destroy these two high-ranking slaves. It was not because he felt resentful of the resistance of the Necroner, an ant race, but because they died too early and Orican himself did not taste their souls, that's all. But when it thought of the large number of intelligent life forms that it could eat among the stars, it no longer hated the Necroner and the Star Gods, who tasted souls before it, and immediately flew to a nearby galaxy with intelligent life. What a great power! Even if most of the life forms in the galaxy got rid of the gravity that bound them, they could not get rid of the superliminal speed limit that bound them. There were too many races in the galaxy to count, but only a few races, including humans, undead, and the Eldar, had the ability to travel at superliminal speeds in the strict sense. But the Star God will not be bound. Whether it is the restrictions of natural laws or something else, nothing can stop the free thinking of a spoiled darling of the real universe. When Orican wants to fly at superliminal speed, it can. The harsh environment of the void cannot limit it at all. Those astronomical distances that even the coffin guards and the triumvirate of the holy guards have to take transport planes or use technology to cross, or the atmosphere that needs to be passed to reach the surface of the planet, are just obstacles that can be easily crossed with a thought. The natural laws that ants cannot modify, but can only use to their advantage, are nothing more than garbage that can be easily shaped, twisted, or completely smashed with just a thought, just like kneading mud. Too powerful. Too free. The only remaining trace of Orican's rationality can still make it feel so emotional, and can also make it remember that it was just a weak steel ant. But when the intelligent life in that galaxy did not know that it was about to encounter a catastrophe of destruction, and was completely unprepared, the catastrophe of destruction itself disappeared. Orican instantly left the Star God state. When it was separated, it missed its body so much that it moved its body in the ship into the void. Recalling the thoughts in the Star God state just now, Orican was shocked that he actually had such a thought. He actually thought that the Necrotter was just an ant who should sacrifice his soul to satisfy the desire of the greatest existence in the universe. The body froze in the void. Orican's consciousness was still active, but the whole person was drifting in the void. Its body was not strong, and even when it fought with Taraxin, it just pulled his head and hit him with a stick, so it had no ability to move in the void. Orican watched himself drifting farther and farther, until a man flew out of its ship, came to it, and dragged it back into the ship. It was Chin Mo. He flew unprotected in the void, grabbed the bulge on Orican's delicate head, and dragged it back to the ship where the Ascension research was being carried out. After returning to the ship, Orican lay motionless on the floor of the ship, looking up at the bottomless sky. Just like when he was drifting in the void just now. The feeling of falling from a god to a mortal troubled Orican. He didn't want to accept that he had become that weak iron ant, lying on the ground like a child, playing tricks for something that he could never get again. I told you, you can't ascend forever. Chin Mo walked to the top of Orican's head and looked down at him. Orican was lying. As the most powerful astrologer of the Necrons, and one of the noblest members of the nobility, the dignity of this identity prevented him from crying to a foreign barbarian. But after a long silence, Orican couldn't help asking, You are? How did you do it? Why can you stay in the state of Star God forever? I don't know either. Chin Mo told the truth. If I knew, I would let the human race ascend first. Orican raised his hand to cover his face. Degrading from a god to a mortal is not the most uncomfortable thing. After all, research can continue, and facts have proved that this research idea is indeed feasible. But Orican is still very clear-headed. It knows that it didn't stay in the state of Star God for a long time, not because the energy injected by Chin Mo was not strong enough or not durable enough, but because there are still many problems in its own research. The injection of energy alone cannot keep it in the state of Star God forever, even if Chin Mo injects energy into it 24 hours a day. This is the most uncomfortable thing, not knowing how long the road ahead is. Even if it weren't for the power of the Star God that can distort all material things, Orican didn't know whether he could achieve ascension in a short time with just enough energy. Do you also have a plan for ascension? Want to make the human species ascend to a higher level of existence? Orican put down his hand. Yes. Chin Mo nodded, but like you, I have encountered a problem that seems to have no solution at all. Orican was silent for a while, looking away. I wish I were a human. Chapter 1097. Chin Mo didn't know how to respond to Orican's words. Orican seemed to think that if he were a human, he could wait for the day when the ascension plan would be realized in the future. But Chin Mo himself had been researching for such a long time, from the birth of the new Thunder Warrior to the private conversation with the Emperor about ascension, but until now, there has been no results. When you started from humble beginnings, we followed the energy signal of the Forger and went to Talon. Orican suddenly spoke again. At that time, I had to stay with Zolek and serve him for a while because of some things. We arrived at Talon 1 and observed you. We destroyed a nest of Genestealers. The hybrid products of those Tyranid bugs were so weak that a death mark could go in and out of their most heavily defended places. Later, before the Battle of Talon, the overlord of the Koron dynasty used a time device to weaken the reality membrane of Talon. I called Trazyn to help introduce him to you, and finally met you and persuaded the Quran Overlord to do you a small favor. You must have wondered why I showed up and offered to help you. This is the reason. Because I hope to advance my research by observing you. Orkin said this frankly. Many questions that once puzzled Chin Imo and had to give up thinking about were also answered. For example, what was the source of the violent explosion that caused the Genestealers to withdraw suddenly in the battle against the Genestealers hundreds of years ago? For example, why did Orekin appear with Trazyn on the eve of the Battle of Tyrone? Orkin. Chin Imo squatted down. Although you and Trazyn were beheaded and sent back after you went down to persuade Overlord Korin, I am still very grateful to you. In return, I packed your head and Trazyn's head separately. Thank you. Hearing that his head and Trazyn's head were packed separately at that time, Orkin was really grateful from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. Chin Imo pulled Orkin up from the ground, then turned around and prepared to leave. I just hope you don't always make trouble on the timeline. I have something else to do. See you again if we are lucky. Orkin looked at Chin Imo's back, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Long-term time manipulation is affected by many factors. For example, how many people on this timeline want to go to the past, which will affect the stability of time retracing. Don't change the past drastically, and don't affect too many people, otherwise it will cause chaos in the web of fate on the curtain, and directly weaken the stability of the entire reality curtain. If you want to do something in the past or the future, think about what you want to do it quickly and immediately, and then come back, otherwise there will be terrible consequences. Don't think that if your actions were carried out secretly in the past, there would be no consequences. No, there will be a lot of variables, and there will be many impacts, even if you just kicked a stone over someone's head when you pass by. You have to anticipate and eliminate various impacts. Be careful and don't be careless, otherwise the smallest consequence I can think of is that your people may disappear after you make a mistake. Orkin talked about the problems that need to be paid attention to in long-term time manipulation, like a master of time manipulation. And it is. This is what Chin Imo said about experience. Experience is different from knowledge. If a person knows a lot of knowledge, but has no practical experience, he will always stumble when doing things. And if a person has experience even if he does not understand it very well, he can do many things just by experience. Anything else? Chin Imo stopped and looked back at Orika. There are many. Orika walked towards Chin Imo. You should know the basic theoretical knowledge about time by nature, so I will not elaborate on it. The key is various precautions, and things beyond theory. If you want to listen, I can talk about it for 10,000 years without repeating myself. Chin Imo raised his eyebrows. Orkin made a request naturally. I think you should take me with you instead of wasting time listening to my nagging. Besides, I guess you don't just want to go back to before the War of Heaven to collect the souls of the Necrunner branch. You also have various things you want to do. I'm here. Even if you want to go sightseeing during the War of Heaven, I can help you deal with the negative effects of various space-time manipulations. Hearing this, Chin Imo thought for a while. It would be a good thing if Orkin could come along. But Chin Imo had doubts. What do you want to gain from this time manipulation? What can I gain? This is your business. The energy required for long-term time manipulation is amazing. Only you and other star gods can take us to a certain critical time node. Orkin spread his hands. To put it bluntly, this is a gesture of goodwill. Orkin paused for 2 seconds, then said, when you can make humans ascend, take me with you. Do you trust me so much? Chin Imo was a little surprised. He felt Orkin's trust. Just now, Orkin actually believed that if he did a favor, he might be able to take him to ascend with him in the future. Orkin laughed twice mechanically, and then talked about something that seemed irrelevant at first. In the art of ruling in the culture of the Necrunner, a sentimental king is not good. Because such a king is bound by human feelings, he cannot be cold-blooded when he should, and he cannot abandon the people around him as rotten tools when he should. But such a king also has advantages, that is, he can easily gain the trust of others, and has many loyal servants and close friends. That's probably the reason. Just consider it as a prelude to the exchange of interests. The astrologer stopped and placed the scepter in his hand on the ground. I will lend you a hand. After listening to Orkin's words, Chin Imo thought about it, then nodded, agreeing. The fewer people who travel through time, the better. Orkin immediately took on the responsibility of time consultant. No one is qualified to protect your safety. You don't have to worry about your own safety. This is an advantage. So you don't need to bring guards like me. But the star god should still bring 1 or 2 trustworthy ones. It's better to bring a psychic to deal with psychic troubles. After listening to the suggestion, Chin Imo had a plan in mind and nodded. We prepare for a day, and then set off. Chapter 1098. It took only an hour for Qin and Mo to select the candidates who would participate in the time operation. The burner among the star gods. The human side of the Emperor. And of course, the astrologer Orican. This was already in accordance with Orican's suggestion to reduce the number of participants to the minimum possible, and it was also the result of careful consideration. But when the Emperor, who did not hesitate to suspend the pre-March recovery plan, came to the Maelstrom research base and saw the star god burner, who was going to participate in the time operation, he couldn't help but question Qin Mo's decision and choice. Where are the mimic and the chronicler? The Emperor glanced at the floating burner. Why bring this arsonist to such an important operation? Some things needed to solve. Qin and Mo responded lightly. The Emperor thought about it, and felt that the burner was probably selected as a force unit, but Qin and Mo had no shortage of force. In the eyes of the star gods, the power of the forger had inexplicably doubled after tens of millions of years. Even a complete Saranoga might not be able to defeat this forger, who had to compromise during the war in heaven. The burner is not complete yet, and it is impossible for it to be better than Qin and Mo on the physical level. Then its joining seems even more unnecessary. If you need military support, why not choose the Void Dragon? The Emperor said, I feel it is more reliable. It is indeed reliable, but because of this, when I am not here, the Void Dragon has a heavier responsibility. It is up to it, the Mimic and the Recorder, to restrain the gods. Qin and Mo replied. The Emperor turned his head helplessly and stared at the burner. It may do bad things. Remember this first. The burner floated in front of the Emperor. I am an intelligent being. Although I have my own personality, I can be communicated with. I know what I should and shouldn't do. The Emperor remained silent. Although he felt that it was not very reliable, since Qin and Mo chose the burner. Qin Mo was not an unstable person, he also had his reasons, so he could only work with the burner this time. About finding the pre-march. Qin and Mo mentioned the pre-march. Perhaps you can hand this over to Robot, so that both sides will not be delayed. Maybe when we come back, the lost Primarchs will all be back. The Emperor was a little surprised to hear Qin and Mo mention the pre-March recovery plan. The last time after Qin and Mo left, the Emperor discussed with other Primarchs about the internal conflicts that humans might face in the future. The meeting did not immediately come to a conclusion, and ended with Guilliman's opinion that the most stubborn Dorn should be allowed to return later. And the day after that, the Emperor agreed with Guilliman's opinion. But Qin Mo's words sounded like he hoped for the return of all the lost Primarchs. This was not unexpected. Thinking from the perspective of Lord Talon or Qin and Mo, the internal conflicts of humans in the future with more Primarchs would not cause any big troubles, and it would not be an unsolvable problem. That's what I meant. The Emperor nodded after a brief silence, and then began to contact Guilliman. Soon Guilliman's projection appeared in the research room. He already knew that his father was going to complete the operation of manipulating time with his best friend. I have something in the laboratory of the invincible truth in the Orpheus sector. Let Lion get it for you. The Emperor said, that thing is a modified auspicious instrument. It has already pointed out the coordinates of your remaining brothers. Send someone with the thing I made to find all your brothers. Yes. Guilliman hesitated for a microsecond, then nodded his head. Okay, the communication is over. The Emperor held out his hand. Wait. Guilliman suddenly called the Emperor and looked at his best friend. Qin and Mo and Guilliman looked at each other, but they did not start talking as usual. Guilliman seemed to be hesitating about something, and was silent for half a minute, which was quite long for the Primarch's thinking. Guilliman was thinking about this time operation. Now the Empire is gradually recovering from the hemiplegia caused by the death of several High Lords, but the regent of the Empire is absolutely not allowed to leave at this time, so it is impossible for him to participate in this time operation. But Guilliman wants to participate in the time operation, not because of curiosity, nor because he wants to relax in the past timeline, but because there is something he really cares about that can only be completed through this time operation. That is about his adoptive mother, Lady Uden. Qin. Guilliman opened his mouth slowly, and then immediately closed his mouth. How selfish. Guilliman scolded himself in his heart. His father and his best friend, they were about to do something that required extreme caution. And if this thing was accomplished, even if it could not completely end the war between humans and the Necrons, it would allow people to turn against the Necrons, and thus promote the progress of the war. Humans no longer need to continue to pay terrible numbers of sacrifices, and the real universe will no longer have negative consequences due to the huge amount of negative emotions born from this war. This is a great cause. But I want my father and best friend to do my own private affairs. Guilliman knows this in his heart, and he also scolds himself. As a master of balancing water, and an imperial regent who pursues fairness, Gilliman has always been impartial, but it is only in the matter of his adoptive mother, Lady Uden, that it is difficult not to have some selfish thoughts. If you have something to say, just say it. We are brothers who were punished to clean the toilet together. Remember? Chinemo said with a smile. Gilliman was silent for 2 seconds, and finally said only one sentence, "Be careful." Chinemo nodded. The Emperor raised his hand to close the communication. Everyone immediately prepared for the next action. The burner threw various devices he made into the dimension full of flames. Chinemo put on armor and picked up weapons, and handed over various auxiliary devices he made for Orikarn to Orikarn. Orikarn immediately began to make all preparations for the start of the time operation, searching for various stable time nodes on the timeline, and searching for stable time and space shuttle areas on the time nodes. This is a slow process. After all, Orikan does not rely on psychic energy to travel through time. It takes time. The Emperor looked at the alien, and wanted to take on all the work, and let the alien see the power of humans. So the Emperor communicated with the cold sun in the subspace, wanting to quickly and simply manipulate time directly through the subspace. The cold sun opened hundreds of millions of subspace channels leading to various time nodes in the subspace in an instant. Some let their human will save Malkador, and some persuaded not to care about Malkador, or it would cause the disorder of the thread of fate. It is better to go back 1,000,000 years ago to see their parents. Some persuaded the human will to go back to the Horus heresy, and naturally there were other wills that opposed it. Some wills even wanted to let the human will die. The Emperor's plan ended in silence, and Orikan still did not understand the power of humans. It takes a lot of time to prepare to return to the eve of the War of Heaven. While I am preparing, we can go to other time nodes for advanced testing. Orikan opened a time channel. Where to go first? You can test it first, right? The Emperor suddenly got excited. I tell you a coordinate, go there first. Orikan glanced at Chinemo, and seeing the latter nodded, he walked into the time channel first. The Emperor chased after him and told Orikan the coordinates. Chapter 1099. Time began to flow backwards. The subspace influence of the Great Vortex, which is a subspace rift, has reached its highest point. The black stone of the Great Vortex research base was still activated, and the entire Great Vortex was compressed to the limit. After several people who participated in the time operation left the current time node, the Tyrone Navy, the Nubadab Star Fleet, and the Space Wolves launched another round of sweeping and cleaning battles against the Red Pirates. Orikan used the device provided by Chinemo to borrow the power of the Star God to control the entire timeline. It was tuned to the time point that the Emperor wanted to go to. If the timeline of the real universe is a straight line, then the open time channel is like drawing an arc between 2 points on the line. The first destination has been reached. Chinemo looked around and found that this was the interior of the palace. When Tyrone and the Empire were negotiating to ease relations, he came to the palace as the leader of the Tyrone forces, but did not go to the throne because the Imperial Guards refused to let the Lord of Tyrone get close to the throne even half a step. But now Chinemo saw the throne. However, the person sitting on the golden throne was not the Emperor, but Malkador. Isolate this area, and don't let any creatures get close. Orikan said to the burner, I want to continue calculating, so this work is your responsibility. The burner didn't react at all. Just like a human can't hear the chirping of ants. Do as it says. Chinemo looked at the burner. The burner nodded and disappeared on the spot. The pure material force formed an invisible and undetectable barrier near the throne. No creature could get close, and no creature would get close. Outside the palace, the roar of the general cannon was deafening. Orikan also deliberately set the time node to the moment when the Imperial Guards went to listen to Valdor's orders, so no one would disturb them. Hero Malkador. The Emperor's expression was heavy and sad, and he said to Chinemo, This is the Malkador I mentioned. He sat on the golden throne for a while in my place, and then this immortal, a powerful psychic, died because of this heroic sacrifice. Chinemo nodded. Chinemo once told the Emperor that whether the Emperor believed it or not, he knew a lot about Malkador. Now that he has actually seen the Imperial Prime Minister named Malkador, and witnessed the moment when Malkador sacrificed himself to sit on the golden throne during the Horus heresy, he still feels excited and tragic. He is burning. Chinemo said, just like Uslan, he is burning, choosing to give up himself for a greater goal and join the game. Yes. The Emperor nodded slowly, and then said, I have always had a regret, that is, if I could say more to Malkador when I parted with him, it would be great. I suggest you don't say it. Orikan stopped calculating and reminded, I haven't seen what the thread of Malkador's fate looks like, but even a beetle can guess that his thread of fate is connected to the fate of all mankind because of his last action before his end. A little influence will lead to consequences that we cannot bear. The Emperor glanced back at the talkative Orican. He understood the consequences, otherwise he would have rushed up and pulled Malkador off the throne. I never want to say this, but I really feel from the bottom of my heart that you are too late. The Emperor looked at Chin Imo, his tone filled with endless regret and melancholy. If you could have appeared earlier. I know this sounds like criticism, but I really don't. I am extremely grateful that you could have stood up. But I still think so countless times, if you had appeared earlier, 10,000 years ago, maybe everything would have been different. Really maybe. At this time, Chin Imo couldn't help but want to have a heart-to-heart talk with this top human psychic named Emperor. But if I really appeared 10,000 years ago, when your human will had not yet been separated, and you were still the king who hid your humanity, I don't know how I could make you feel that I share the same goals with you. Maybe we would become enemies, or I would lead the humans of the old night era to become a force like Talon today in a corner of the galaxy, and then you might choose to compromise during the Great Crusade, and we would work together with suspicion, until we understood each other's intentions. Chin Mo's speculation was flawless. This person who had the greatest ideals and goals always used the most realistic thinking to infer something. The Emperor was silent for a moment, and said softly, as long as they spend some time with you, no one will think that you are a star god instead of a person who uses the power of a star god. That's what I think. Chin Mo looked at the throne, thought for a moment, and then looked at the Emperor again. Even if it goes smoothly as you said, it is a torture to work with you in your entirety. It's definitely for both of us. The Emperor had some emotions. You've tortured me with your telepathic communication, and now that I'm complete, you torture me even harder after knowing that I have this human part. Chin Imo nodded in agreement. The Imperial Guards are here. The burner floated over. Kill them? No, of course not. The Emperor shook his head vigorously, and said to Orican, take us away from here. After taking a last look at Malkador, the Emperor's vision was obscured by the material constructed by the power of the star god. I don't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment of disappearance, the Emperor seemed to see Malkador open his eyes with difficulty and look at him. Orican's calculation still needs some time, and everyone travels on the timeline to the next place where the Emperor wants Orican to open the time channel. This time, what appeared in Chin Mo's vision was not the throne and the palace, or even Terra. It was not the Terra in his impression, but a beautiful plain with lush grass and breeze. The perception of space made Chin Imo immediately realize that this was still Terra, Terra in the extremely ancient times. The location here is in Asia Minor, an area where the human race disappeared 30,000 years ago. On the plain, a boy who was grazing saw several strange people who suddenly appeared. The Emperor used psychic energy to weaken the barrier of the power of the star god, and he allowed himself to be seen by the grazing boy. My destiny is not on the curtain. The Emperor said to Chin Imo, who was about to dissuade him. In order to prevent others from finding my real name and prying into my destiny, I have already separated myself. There are even some things that we don't need to affect my past self. My past self knows that we don't need to be too careful about things about me. Like me, you have jumped out of the 3 realms and are no longer in the 5 elements. Chin Imo said. The Emperor smiled and turned his head to look at the grazing boy. Chapter 1100. The boy has wheat-colored skin, which is a characteristic of the people in this area. The boy has a delicate appearance and a thin body, but his body is clean, unlike other humans of this period who are covered in dirt. This is me in my childhood. The Emperor pointed at the boy. Chin Imo guessed it. Orican looked up from his calculations in surprise. The burner stared at the beautiful environment here, wondering what he was thinking. I have forgotten a lot of things. I have also changed a lot. But I still remember one thing, that is, I was born in Asia Minor on Earth, and my parents were an ordinary pair of shepherds. The Emperor looked at his young self with complicated eyes, stared at himself, and said these words in a whisper. Chin Imo was a little puzzled as to why the Emperor had to find a time point. If in the future, after all crises have subsided and everything has been resolved, we will become characters in history textbooks. The Emperor looked at Chin Imo very seriously, and said word by word, I hope that when the human children learn about me at that time, they will know that the guy sitting on the golden throne is a minor Asia born in Terra, and his parents are. That's what Tylon is teaching now. Chin Imo interrupted the Emperor's words, but I can't control what the Empire teaches. The Emperor didn't care. When you can control it, don't let the human descendants think that the guy on the throne is a subspace freak who came out of nowhere. While the two were talking, the burner was still looking around. Orican was looking at them. If Necrons had facial expressions, Orican would have tilted his head and raised his eyebrows to look at the two people. I am curious about my forgotten childhood. The Emperor looked at the boy again, I can't even remember that my uncle killed my father, and even the hatred is faded. You took revenge, you killed your uncle, so you can forget it, and so can I. Qin Mo suddenly spoke as if he had a deep understanding. If you can't kill him, you won't forget it. The emperor nodded in approval, raised his hand to the boy, waved his arms, and called in an ancient language, "Hey, the shepherd boy, come here." The boy was so curious about this group of people that he stood up from the sheep and walked towards the emperor and Qin Mo. The emperor took out a piece of candy produced in Tyrone from his pocket and put it in the boy's hand. The boy looked at this tall blonde sister with golden eyes, with a puzzled look on his face, but still took the thing, then he didn't know what it was. The emperor gently reached out his hand to remove the sugar coating and threw it aside. When the sugar coating disappeared in the air, he put the candy in the boy's mouth. The boy showed a surprised expression. No creature can resist sugar. The wonderful taste stimulates the brain to produce a sense of joy. That taste has become a feeling that the boy is destined to never forget. I hope there will be more beautiful things in my memory, the emperor said to Qin Mo, then looked at the boy and put a palm-sized box in the boy's hand. This is an antique. Hundreds of years before the original time node, when Talon was still just a galaxy, the Lord of Talon created such a thing as a gift for all the children in the Talon Hive No. 1. This palm-sized thing can print out sugar by absorbing all sugary substances. The candies will accumulate, and then be transported on a large scale to the bedside of every sleeping child. Qin Mo was wondering why this thing disappeared about 200 years ago, because it was not important, and no one went to find it. It turned out to be in the hands of the emperor. The emperor taught the boy how to use the device. The technological progress of mankind may be changed. Orkin reminded him seriously, according to the words of Lord Talon, you have jumped out of the 3 realms, but the human race has not, and neither have you done. No, this is a technological black box. The emperor shook his head, and it will not exist forever, just like the treasures that are so abundant in human history, disappearing in the long river of history. After that, the emperor looked at the boy's happy expression and added another sentence. When I think that this kind of thing will only make me weak, it will disappear. Qin Mo silently watched the emperor's concern for the boy, with a hint of coldness. You are probably a human. Orican said, if you are really a warp creature, how could you be interested in something like sugar? I think you may be like an individual named the most holy sage in the ancient race, who suddenly awakened powerful psychic power during the evolution process. You necronists can also be sweet-tongued? The emperor glanced at Orican. Orican nodded. The emperor looked at his younger self again. The boy fiddled with the device, and had already made the second candy. The breeze blew. The flowers and grass swayed. The most beautiful environment of Terra that existed in the memories of the emperor and Qin Mo made them feel relaxed and comfortable. The emperor couldn't help but think more. He found that he seemed to have embarked on a long and endless road after committing suicide with his uncle. On this endless road, betrayal, hostility, misunderstanding, worship, passion. Countless things were hidden in the darkness, ready to jump out and stab him or hug him. The emperor then realized that he had never paid attention to what he wanted and what he wanted to do. He couldn't help but start to wonder if Qin Mo was also a person who had existed in the primitive times of mankind, but lived in a place not particularly far away from Asia Minor, and no longer needed him to take on responsibilities. What would he do? Another gust of wind carrying the fragrance of green grass blew by. The emperor greedily breathed in the smell of the environment of Terra, which he had the most beautiful impression of. After thinking for a long time, he slowly spoke. What kind of person do you want to be when you grow up? When the boy heard this question, he suddenly became serious, not ignorant, but thoughtful. It can be seen that the emperor is different from ordinary people after all. He may have been thinking about many things when he was herding sheep. He also thought for a long time, and spoke slowly. The boy looked into the distance, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and said softly, a kind person. Hearing this voice, the emperor was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and shook his head gently. No, you will not be a kind person. You will be a tyrant and slave owner in the eyes of others, or a savior in God. In any case, you will not have the qualities you want in the eyes of others. The boy's face was calm, and he didn't feel any emotion because of this sentence. He seemed to know his fate. At this time, Orican suddenly walked over, half squatted down, stroked the boy's head with his iron hand, and asked softly, "What's your name?" The emperor, who would rather use the name of the emperor than let others know his real name, immediately raised his hand and pointed at the boy seriously. "Don't tell me." Orkin laughed coldly. It didn't expect to get an answer when it asked this question in front of the emperor. Then the emperor stood up and dragged Orican back to the time rift. After looking at his young self for a while, a road from the current time node to the next time node was opened. The astrologer has calculated the destination. The War in Heaven. Chapter 1101. The Necron's fleet is speeding towards a star system. The star gods are surrounding it. The world engine, which is made entirely of black stone, is protected by the fleet. It is running at full power to minimize the influence of the warp, but even if such a huge black stone structure has been operating to its limit, it can only ensure that there will be no warp influence near the fleet. In the star system targeted by the Necron's fleet, there is a tall tower on a planet that has been transformed to the most perfect state by human intervention. At the top of the tower, the Eldar stood beside the projected psychic star map, staring at the accurate position of the necromancer fleet on the star map, thinking. Next to this Eldar stood an orc as tall as the Primarch, wearing black power armor. Eldars came and went on the top of the tower. In this occasion, in addition to the Eldar and the two creatures like the orc general, there was another creature that was completely motionless. It was a creature that looked like a reptile, wearing gorgeous clothes. The creature was surrounded by psychic energy that was enough to tear a rift in the real universe. It closed its eyes, and the wrinkled skin of its face trembled slightly with every breath. It was the Old One named Zen. He was the creator-father of the ancient Eldar and ancient orcs. Among the few individuals of the father race, this creator-father was sent by the council to support and defend the sons of the Old Ones throughout the galaxy. The psychic defense line across the galaxy was collapsing. The threat was coming quietly. Except for the ancient Saint Zen, no one present could remain calm. After a moment, Zen slowly opened his eyes. The ancient spirit prophet standing in front of the psychic star map immediately turned back to look at the ancient saint. In an instant, the two completed the communication. The prophet interpreted the ancient saint's message to the orc beside him. Soon they learned that the interception of the dead fleet heading straight here at every time point in the past and future had failed. All the plans that had been drawn up thousands of times were useless. The prophet of the ancient elves knelt on one knee and bowed his head facing Zen. The orcs beside him did the same. They were ashamed that they had not drawn up a suitable strategic plan to intercept the dead fleet. The vertical eye of the ancient saint named Zen moved, and two spiritual energies gently helped the military leader of the subtribe in front of him up. There was no need for the ancient saint to remind him. Since every interception plan executed in the past and in the future had failed, and the ancient saint did not give any reminder, it meant that the fate of this galaxy was destined to be destroyed. We can only reduce the losses as much as possible before destruction. After realizing that he should do this, the ancient elf prophet turned to look at the orcs, who immediately left. The prophet looked back at Zen, lowered his head, and stretched out his hand. Zen nodded, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the prophet's helmet. The prophet immediately turned to look at the sky outside the tower, raised his hand, and raised the scepter. In an instant, all the galaxies within a distance of 70 light-years from the dead fleet to the current galaxy withered because of the prophet's thought. Stars are extinguished, planets are decomposed. This part of reality is further weakened by the disappearance of celestial bodies, laying the environmental foundation for the next battle plan. Outside the tower, the orc military leader, who had left earlier, came out and looked at the countless people who were still maintaining order to ensure that the Eldar could enter the webway gate and leave the galaxy as quickly as possible. The orc military leader was silent, but an order had been conveyed by him. Among the countless people, the 10 closest to him immediately ran towards him. The orc military leader waited. When the prophet extinguished all the celestial bodies along the way of the dead fleet, he opened a psychic portal for these allies. The 10 selected orcs walked into the portal and appeared outside the dead fleet the next second. Although they were in the void, they could walk as if they were walking on the surface. It was not because the armor of these 10 orcs was so powerful and versatile, but just because they wanted to do so. The 10 orcs were instantly burned to death by the flames that came out of nowhere. But inside each huge ship of the dead fleet, the dead warriors immediately came out of the warehouse in uniform, holding Gauss rifles, and scattered in every corner of the ship. In a dark corner of a ship in the huge fleet, green substances suddenly grew on the floor. The dead warriors who discovered this immediately fired at these substances, but then they were smashed to pieces by more tall green figures. That was the orcs. More and more orcs grew out from various places, and they easily dismantled the floor or any usable substances. Some of the orcs that grew out guarded the passage leading to the current location, and some of the orcs used the dismantled objects to create armor and weapons out of thin air. This is the situation of a ship. For now. A few seconds later, the same situation occurred in the entire undead fleet. In the flagship of the fleet, Imitek looked at everything outside the porthole and heard the report of the fleet's abnormal situation. Nyadrasa shouldn't have killed those reptile bastards directly. Imitek sat on the throne and said calmly, "It's like this every time. It randomly burns a few green-skinned bastards, and then the whole fleet starts to grow those green bastards everywhere. It seems that it doesn't know that those bastards will split. We shouldn't address the burning god by name." The justice reminded Imitek. "You shouldn't address those gods with honorifics in front of me." Imitek waved his hand disdainfully, as usual, used the standard cleaning process to clean up Nyadrasa. The green-skinned orcs in the fleet were quickly cleaned up. This was just a very standard small-scale assault, like a provocation, nothing special. But Imitek began to infer more things based on experience. This small-scale assault was just a precursor to the arrival of a large-scale greenskin sea. It was the habit of the greenskin general, who had fought against it twice, to send out a few greenskins to harass before the real assault. But now the Blackstone engine is in the center of the fleet, and the greenskins can still grow in, which can only mean one thing. The reality in which the fleet is located is already very weak, and the ancient saints should be using their psychic energy to erode the fleet. After thinking about it, Imitek stopped thinking about this matter. After all, the Blackstone engine exists, and the old ones will not crush the entire fleet, so the situation is not that serious. Just as Imitek was thinking this, the burner suddenly appeared in the bridge. All the Necrons knelt on the ground. Imitek stood up and looked at the burner. A flood of green skins had suddenly appeared on the route of the fleet. The burner gently stretched out his fingers, and the flames instantly burned the green skins to ashes. Imitek was very dissatisfied because more green skins would grow in the fleet next time than before. "We are just here to carry out an annihilation operation." The burner slowly looked at Imitek. "Use your military talents to deal with the situation where reptile hybrids grow inside the fleet next time, but don't use conventional means to deal with it. Try to show me some tricks. Otherwise I will be very bored." Chapter 1102. Fighting with the necromancers is inevitable, and the Eldar fleet has set sail. After the greenskins sweep the necromancer fleet like a torrent for a while, the Eldar will join the battle. After the warships of the Eldar fighters and the transport ships of the civilians went in the opposite direction, the ancient saint named Zen came to the Eldar flagship the next second. The ancient saint stretched out his hand to the stars outside. 30 stars were picked out from the star curtain. These 30 stars were as small as the light point seen by mortals in the distance, even in Zen's hands. Zen looked at the Eldar prophet beside him. The prophet bowed and responded with psychic energy. "The ritual is ready." Zen nodded, stretched out his claws and gently patted the prophet's shoulder, then released all the stars in his hand. The 30 stars returned to their original size and arranged in a strange way. This is a star sign, a ritual. The star sign released energy like a signal, and an Eldar god descended into the void with a flash of light, and then saluted the ancient saint. The ancient saint put away his hands, sat cross-legged, and did not close his eyes, just looking at the void outside the porthole. Once the necromancer fleet arrives, it will have to face the burner with the Eldar god. This is a difficult matter. Zen can no longer call more tribesmen and Eldar gods, because other battlefields are more difficult and important than the galaxy facing the mopping up operation, and his compatriots must stay in their respective positions. But fortunately, the star sign not only summoned the Eldar god, but also cursed the burner. Maybe it can't win, but at least it can delay a little time. While a corner of the local battlefield of the Battle of Heaven was fighting a war that was fierce enough in the eyes of later generations, the guests who came here from another time node quietly observed everything. "These reptiles must protect their bastards," Orkin said contemptuously. "At this time, the Eldar have gone from being immortal to being mortal. If we are allowed to slaughter civilians, the Eldar population, which is already small, will be even smaller." "Is this the time period after the Nightbringers imposed the concept of death on the Eldar?" Chi Nemo asked. "Yes." Orkin's head shook slightly. "Before that, the Eldar didn't know what death was. The damn reptiles made these pathetic and rotten things. They were disgusting and hateful. They were enjoying themselves without paying attention to safety until the Nightbringers gave them the concept of death. The burner rarely agreed with this traitor. If I hadn't branded them with the concept of energy, they wouldn't even need to consider energy and material conditions." Hearing this, Chi Nemo nodded and looked at Orikin. "You hate the old saints very much. If you came here by yourself, would you be eager to get involved in this war and help your compatriots win the war?" "There is no one among my compatriots who doesn't hate the old saints," Orikin said, "but it can't be called hatred, because the root cause of the short life of the Necronter is the star god. It seems that he gets along well with Chi Nemo, or that he has developed a strong interest in the research of this fusion of humans and star gods, or that he is a good teacher of an astrologer who has existed for tens of millions of years. In short, Ori can talk more about the Necroner and the Old Saints. My race has complicated feelings towards the Old Saints. On the one hand, the Necroner worship the abilities of the Old Saints. They are immortal, they can crush the stars with a raised hand, and calm the cosmic disaster with a lowered hand. Isn't this a perfect species? On the other hand, we hate them, hate their perfection, hate their hypocrisy, because we are a short-lived race. When those pointy-eared ones defeated us in the first war in heaven, they ridiculed Zolok's ancestors as short-lived. The worst thing is that it was right to curse. There were not many years between the first and second wars in heaven. Zolok's ancestors died for countless generations, but the pointy-eared bastard who cursed his ancestors is still alive. Hearing this, Chinemo asked, "Hypocrisy? Why do you say that? Didn't the Necroner start the war first, lost the first battle in heaven, and fought the second battle after encountering the star god and transforming into a living being?" Yes, hypocrisy. Orkin nodded repeatedly. What kind of race do you think the Old Saints are? The first White Lotus in the galaxy, Chinemo said. The result translated by Orkin's translation device made him think for a while before he understood what it meant, and then he answered, yes, most of them are so-called White Lotuses, but any intelligent race has individual deviations. The astrologer told an ancient story. When we discovered the existence of the Old Saints, we respectfully asked them to grant us eternal life. The diplomat among them agreed, and the diplomat came to the Necroner race and received the warmest welcome. We gave him our best things as gifts, and then he happily recorded the culture and history of the Necroner, and left a medicine before leaving. We produced that medicine, and gave it to every slave and minister of the Emperor, but it had no effect in the end. The Council of the Three Saints realized that they had been fooled. The Pope, who had always accompanied the diplomats of the ancient saints, said that it was no wonder that he saw the contempt and ridicule of the ancient saint when he left. Listening to what Orikin said, Chinemo frowned and thought. In his opinion, this matter was a typical big trouble caused by lack of communication. The ancient saints probably found that the short life of the Necroner was not without reason. It was the night bearers who parasitized on the Necroner's home planet that brought the shackles of life to this race. But when this ancient saint left, it at least said that it couldn't handle your problem, instead of leaving a placebo and leaving. Probably in the eyes of the ancient saints, the Necroner is similar to the countless weak races that have always existed in the history of the galaxy. But objectively speaking, the Necroner are not weak. They have developed their civilization to an interstellar scale despite the shackles of their lifespan, and can even mobilize the military forces to compete with the ancient saints, although they did lose the first battle in heaven. Thinking of this, Chinemo felt that his praise of the Necroner race after meeting Zolok was definitely not flattery. The Necroner and the star gods are the reasons why the universe has become so messed up in the future, but they are not useless. The tenacity of the Necroner race is admirable. They have such a short lifespan, but they can enter the era of interstellar civilization through their own tenacity and hard work. They killed gods twice. Gods look down on mortals. Orikin suddenly looked at the Emperor. Gods care about the whole, not the individual. Those reptiles have the same mentality. They are not gods, but they are no different from gods. They care about the peace and stability of the entire universe, not the life and death of a certain race among countless races. Why are you looking at me? The Emperor frowned. Orikin retracted his gaze, and continued to stare at everything outside. After 2 seconds of silence, the astrologer suddenly spoke again. A race with a god who cares about them. Just like the Old Saints and Ida, it's enviable. Chapter 1103. The Battle of Heaven tour is over. Orkin returned to the topic. Let's do what we really want to do. The time channel disappeared at the current time node. An arc was drawn between the current time node and the past time node, and everyone arrived at the location of the next time node again, the location carefully selected by Orkin. But before really doing the real work, Chinemo suddenly asked Orkin, "Can you provide a location for me to observe the Necroner race without interfering?" Why do you want to observe the Necroner? Orkin could hardly help but feel puzzled. Only the Kassid dynasty had a fixed number of Necroner. Apart from them, there could be no other Necroner. Necroner was a conceptual shackle branded by the Old Saints or the Eldar prophets. At this time, the first battle in heaven had just ended. Although the Necroner had not undergone biological transformation and had not even discovered the existence of the star god, they were still Necroner. Chinemo could not get what he wanted from them. "Please let me observe," Chinemo said. Orikin couldn't think of a reason to refuse, so he looked into this part of the timeline and found a world of the Necronter dynasty, not far from the star system, where the Necronter branch relatives were located. Looking at the entire race from the perspective of a dynasty, we can see a glimpse of the whole race. This is the Cassid dynasty. The encounter with the ancestors of the Cassid dynasty surprised Qin Mo. But Orican thought it was nothing. If it weren't for the Cassid dynasty, who would come to settle in the barbarian star zone, where the branch relatives, who were different from the evolution, were located. The Cassid dynasty was not ruled by the Craftsman's Council at this time, and it was no different from most Necronter dynasties. The Emperor, the Overlord. Warriors, the civilians. The Necronter had entered the interstellar age. I was curious. Qin Mo asked Orican, why did the Necronter still not enter the information age after entering the space age, that is, the ruling mode similar to the Emperor and ministers in the ancient times of Terra? Orican did not answer. Qin Mo continued, but after thinking about it, I understand that the lifespan of the death-fearing is too short. Anyone who presides over the reform cannot persist until the success of the cause he presides over. People are forgotten when they leave, which is a common situation for all intelligent creatures in the universe. Yes. Orican nodded. Our sociologists also think so. But this is not the only factor. There are other reasons, such as we must pay too much attention to the inheritance of knowledge and technology. As Orican said, this is the case with the Cassid dynasty. In the world of the Cassid dynasty, civilians support more not warriors, but a position called inheritors. Inheritors are a group of necrophiles who have shown talent through exams in their childhood. These individuals have only one task, which is to learn and record. They are just like monks of the necrophile race. Inheritors live in a gorgeous pyramid tomb. The vast knowledge from the entire race will be transmitted to this pyramid, and then the inheritors will integrate, archive, and classify, and record various scientific knowledge and dynasty history on a text carrier that will never disappear. The fate of the inheritors is to wither in the records. After they die, they fall asleep directly in the pyramid tombs where they have lived all their lives. An inheritor screamed and died in radiation sickness, and beetles flew up and dragged it away. Its colleagues had no other reaction except to look at it. The record continues. The inheritors record knowledge. The new population in the dynasty is examined and judged by a team led by the judicial officer, who determines what a child is good at, and then sends the child to do a lifelong career. For example, an engineer, when he is born, has to learn the engineering knowledge recorded by the inheritor in just a few years, then immediately put it into practice to accumulate experience, and then die at work. The same is true for other types of occupations. Before they die, they will be found by the dynasty's judicial officer, who will tell this person, who has dedicated his life, what he made, the technology he studied, the resources he mined, where they were used, and what kind of growth and changes they brought to the entire race. For example, a battleship. It took 60 years to build this battleship, and 2 generations of Necronter battleship workers spent their entire lives on it. The Necronter special language condenses the names of these workers into a short line of code, and this code is the name of the battleship. Qin Mo feels that these Necronter are like Zerg in terms of knowledge and manufacturing. They do not have the advantage of lifespan, and their individual lifespan is even shorter than that of the ancients in Terra's super-ancient period. They can only rely on their numbers, and devote their lives to special careers as much as possible to drive the development of the entire race. What a tenacious race. Qin Mo suddenly sighed. Orican raised his head. This is the Necronter. This is why the Necronter is just one of the countless weak races in the galaxy in the eyes of the ancient saints, but can develop to challenge their authority. After speaking, the astrologer paused for a few seconds and said, but what we see is also the last swan song of the Necronter race's technology and knowledge carrier. In other dynasties, they also developed to the interstellar era like this, but the prototype of AI has already appeared, and many things do not need to be recorded and passed on in this way. Without the dedication and preparation of our predecessors, the Necronter would not have been able to leave their home planet. Qin Mo said, although your race is generally the enemy of humans, it is still respectable. Orican nodded. You said that I might be the link between all the races in the galaxy in the future. Qin Mo spoke again. You can also become the link between the Necronter and humans who can coexist. We may not just work together this once. The Emperor on the side thought that Qin Mo had been laying the groundwork for a long time, and it turned out that he wanted to win over Orican. But Orican doesn't really care what others think of his race. If Qin Mo wants to win him over, he doesn't need to say good things about the Necronter. There is only one reason why he is willing to help and be friendly to Qin Mo. That is, after tasting the taste of becoming a god, living in the weak form of a steel ant is a torture. I have already bet on you. Of course, I will stand on your side. Orican nodded and agreed. I fought with you in time before, just because Imatech supported me with something, and I had to fulfill the contract with it. I can come to you because the contract has ended, and I am free again. Okay. Chinemo also nodded and turned around. Let's go to the Necronter's branch relatives. Chapter 1104. The Necronter's offshoots are creatures that look completely different from them. This creature became short due to the abnormal gravity of its home planet, but in the process of evolution, it was far away from the star that would bring strong radiation, and their appearance did not look sickly. But in any case, their lifespan was not much longer than that of the Necronter, and they were still short-lived. When Chinemo and his party arrived at the world where the Necronter's offshoots lived, they found that it was still a scene from the pre-space age. This is very abnormal. Although the Necronter's offshoots have parted ways, with the Necronter at the genetic level, they are still not far from the Cassid dynasty. It stands to reason that they should have some contact. But after thinking about it, Chinemo didn't think it was strange. Maybe this offshoot was restricted by the Necronter race, as a Sociology +3 research object. There is an ancient saint on this planet. The Emperor suddenly reminded everyone. Orican warned the Emperor, don't do anything with it with psychic power, otherwise it will definitely find us. The Emperor only heard the warning of a close will in the cold sun in the warp, so he did not release his psychic energy to explore the old saint, and naturally would not disturb him. Just as they did not interfere with anything during the future war in heaven, everyone ignored the old saint, and began to do the biggest thing in this time operation. When it comes to souls, the Emperor can take care of all the work. He took out the radish device he made for the future Eldar, and began to collect souls. The soul of a person who was dying of radiation disease was instantly sucked into the device made by the Emperor at the moment it left the body. The goal was achieved easily. But just when Chinemo was about to let Orican open a passage to the next time node, a spiritual energy suddenly rushed in and paused the time of the entire galaxy. When the Emperor subconsciously prepared to counterattack, the figure of a cold-blooded animal floating cross-legged flashed in front of Chinemo. Ancient Saint. And from the skin texture and clothing of this ancient saint, Chinemo recognized its identity. It was the ancient saint named Zen, who protected the civilians of the subtribe, and tried his best to intercept the Burner and Imatech in the future Second Battle of Heaven. Zen was not surprised by the arrival of the crowd. Everyone looked at the ancient saint with caution, especially the Burner. There was a genocide between the ancient saint and the star god. But Zen did not take action. He just opened his eyes and scanned every uninvited guest with his vertical eyes. If you want to say something that we can all hear, you have to use your mouth, the Emperor suddenly said to Zen. Zen's mouth opened and closed gently. Don't be nervous, I noticed you in the future, I didn't do anything to you, and you don't have to be hostile to me. Chinemo frowned, surprised at the power of this ancient saint. I know what you are here for. Chan continued, you want to repair the trauma of the real universe in the future, that's why I don't expose you. But I must give a kind reminder, don't go to other time nodes during the War of Heaven, not all of my kind are like me, if they find you, they might do something. Do you agree with our actions? Chinemo asked. Zen's head shook up and down, yes. Because no matter my race or other races, they are creatures in reality after all. If you are the demons of the dark gods, I will destroy you immediately. Chinemo was not surprised to hear the words demons of the warp. There is no time in the warp. Once the gods exist, they exist in the past, present and future at the same time. This shows that there are chaos gods in the War of Heaven. However, in this day and age, the ancient saints, the ancient elves, and the space-dead spirits, all kinds of monsters and demons are in this time period. Even the gods of the warp can hardly erode reality like in later generations. Every individual in my race knows what will happen in the future, and we have prepared a big plan to cooperate with the future. Zen said this casually, which shocked everyone. Chinemo understood what Zen wanted to say, but he couldn't believe it, so he asked, you mean, the entire race of the ancient saints knows what will happen in the future, and your race is prepared to cooperate with what may happen in the future? Yes, this is the big plan. Zen nodded. Then, the ancient saint said something even more shocking in a light-hearted way. We are waiting for the future real creatures to expel the influence of chaos, and completely fill the subspace rifts in the real universe. Then the grand plan will really begin. The gods in the subspace can no longer be erased, but we can make the past, present and future of the entire real universe stable at the same time. If the grand plan does not proceed, but only the future real universe becomes stable, then the gods still have a way to erode the future reality from the past and present. And in order to realize this grand plan, some people in my race try their best to resist the influence of the gods, so that they can't fully erode reality, and help the weak real creatures in the future to repair their real trauma at that time. Big plan. This word sounds familiar to Chinemo, and to others, it is indeed a very big plan. A plan that runs through the timeline of the past, present, and future. This is impossible. The burner refuted Zen. Suppose the grand plan of you reptiles is realized, then the timeline of the real universe will be affected, the facts that have become established facts will disappear, and the disorder of the fate of countless creatures will be enough to tear the entire curtain apart, and then the real universe will be mixed with the subspace. You want to destroy reality. You psychic reptiles don't care about the real universe at all. Don't listen to it. Zen looked at Chinemo and explained softly, it's hard for the burner not to have bad things to say about my race, and I have some problems with it as an individual. Chinemo looked puzzled. Zen continued to explain, I lost the battle at the last time you arrived. The burner killed the sub-tribe god who fought alongside me, and then trapped me to study the webway. Then it killed me. Chinemo recalled that the burner had said that it got its webway technology from the ancient saint it captured, and that ancient saint turned out to be Zen in front of him. Zen looked at the burner again. After the second war in heaven, I was willing to hand over the webway technology to you, not because I surrendered, but because I had to complete a task. But you did not keep your promise and let me complete what I should have done. You killed me and ate my soul, so at this moment, your words have no persuasiveness. Shut up. Chinemo looked at the burner. The burner was unable to explain, but he also shut up. Chapter 1105. But what the burner said does make sense. Zen continued. Directly changing the past, present, and future of the real universe will indeed cause terrible consequences, but there are ways to avoid it. The last step of the big plan is sacrifice. My race will firmly anchor the existing timeline of the real universe at the conceptual level, and anchor the fate of everyone in the same way. Everything will remain the same, except that the erosion of the gods will no longer exist in the future. After listening to Zen's story, Chinemo suddenly became very curious about this race. You all seem to be able to see into the future, into the extremely distant future, but you just can't see into the fate of your own race. Otherwise, why don't you change the fate of the extinction of the ancient saints? Is there any reason why the ancient saints must not be extinct, and must exist? Zen asked back. The emperor looked at Chinemo. Even though Chinemo was so eloquent, he was speechless at this moment because of Zen's light question. Even if we look at the problem from a selfish perspective, we really can't change the fate of the extinction of our race. This is the sadness of prophecy. You know what will happen, but no matter what you do, it is difficult to change it. Of course, in some small things, you only need to pay attention to something to change your future, but in big things, like the survival of the race, no matter how much effort is in vain. The fate of the ancient sage race's own destruction was expressed in Zen's understated speech. Zen looked at Chinemo. Speak in the language of your variable culture. Everything is fate, and it is not up to man at all. Chinemo remained silent, but he had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask the ancient saint in front of him. He couldn't believe that a race would so willingly accept its own demise. He couldn't believe that this powerful, godlike race didn't resist at all. Even though Zen couldn't use his psychic power to probe Chinemo's mind, he knew what Chinemo wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to explain. The fate of the necrophiles is fixed. At the moment when their entire race was conceptually annihilated, the waves in the Sea of Souls had already determined this matter. And the old saints, who are entangled in the fate of the Necronter, will also be anchored in their fate the moment they are devoured by the star god in the future. We can certainly change our own destiny, but we cannot make absolutely safe changes. The fact that the warp has become turbulent is an established fact. We have no way to calm it, nor can we use it as before to safely accomplish something. Using the already turbulent warp to do something with far-reaching impact, rather than using psychic combat, the serious consequences that may result from such an act are obviously easier to accept than the extinction of a race. Zen still spoke calmly about the survival of the race. After hearing this, Chinemo asked in astonishment, "Your perspective is too high. A little cold-blooded? My race is originally a cold-blooded animal." Zen said, "In the primitive period of my race, a predecessor with psychic talent enlightened us. It was called the Most Holy Sage." Chinemo recalled the history of the ancient saints. In this primitive era of the race, an individual with excellent psychic talent floated in front of his peers, spoke words of transcendence, and then enlightened his peers. We spent a long time thinking about what the meaning of our enlightenment is, and why the sage enlightened us. Then we came up with the answer. We are born different and extraordinary. We should take on responsibilities that other races cannot take on, just like the sage, enlightening other creatures in the real universe. When the life and death of the real universe itself is unknown, we should focus on the real universe itself, not the life and death of our race," Zen said. Raising his head, his deep eyes seemed to penetrate the stars. "For a race like us, the present is always insignificant compared to the past and the future. We don't care about the present. We don't care about the present time. We care more about the past and the future from a macro perspective. But because of this, we often ignore the present." Hearing this, the Emperor thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. "Will the things I lead humans to do in the future destroy your grand plan to some extent?" "Yes, that's true." The ancient saint nodded. The Great Crusade brought extremely strong negative emotions to the galaxy, and the Empire, as a temporary ruling tool, made your race suffer. The endless emotions feed the gods in the Sea of Souls, so that if you really face the crisis of destruction, the gods will protect humans. But everything you do is to the best of your ability, and it is a wise move made in a dilemma. If you don't unify the human race, then what you supply to the gods is not just negative emotions. The loose and chaotic human race may drag the entire real universe into the quagmire. After responding to the Emperor, Chan looked at Qin Emo again. "Leave here, and do what you want to do. You are the only variable. The gods cannot spy on you. If you hadn't appeared around me in the future, I wouldn't have noticed you. This is an advantage. Perhaps in the distant future, my race has perished and cannot provide you with substantial help, but in the past of the real universe timeline, the big plan will be carried out. When you complete your career, repair the curtain of the real universe and isolate the widespread influence of the gods, my race will complete the last step of the big plan and anchor the entire timeline with sacrifice." Qin Emo nodded, thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, "How will the sacrifice you mentioned be carried out?" Zen answered calmly, "We will turn the extinction of the ancient saint race into a ritual. The extinction of this race is a sacrifice. The extremely huge spiritual energy will anchor the timeline of the real universe, and what has happened, as I said, to prevent the collapse of reality." Qin Emo was stunned. "Or could open the passage to the next time node. Let's leave here." "Let's go!" Zen raised his claws and waved them gently. "You, the variable, have your own problems to face, and we, the constants, have our own problems to face. My own constant is to be killed by the burner in the future, but I can guess that in the more distant future, you will bring order awareness to the despicable existence of the star god. If you think we are noble, you don't need to do anything for us, nor do you need to be grateful to us. Your change of the thinking of the despicable existence of the star god is a commemoration of the sacrifice of the ancient saint race." Zen slowly floated and turned, walking towards the distance. Its race has its own future. And it has its own future. As a speaker, Zen's mission has ended. What it needs to face next is being caught by Emetech and the burner in the future. Chapter 1106. The passage opened at 2 different time points reappeared. Qin Emo left the time point after the first battle in heaven. This operation did not go wrong. All the participants were extremely cautious and experienced, so it was naturally quite smooth. Qin Mo's plan can continue to move forward as long as he returns to the time point where they left. The individuals who can coexist among the necrophiles will get souls, and the extreme existences that cannot coexist will be erased. And the curtain project can proceed normally. Or can. Qin Emo suddenly looked at the astrologer. "Let's not go back now. Time travel is most taboo to have unexpected events." Orkin reminded Qin Emo. "Yes, I know, but we still have one thing to do." Qin Emo said, "Go to Ultramar, the flagship of Macridge Glory, 30th millennium later, shortly after the Horus Heresy. I want to help my best friend who has never asked for it to fulfill his wish." Orkin stared at Qin Emo for a few seconds, and finally nodded, "Yes." Time node of the Horus Heresy. Flagship of Macridge Glory. In the storage room. The artillery fire of the traitor fleet has broken through the defense of the Void Shield, and the Ultramarines in the flagship are checking the damage. When the Ultramarines found that the room of the person most cherished by their gene father was blown to pieces by the shells, all the Ultramarines were numb from head to toe. The traitors are starting to board the ship. An ever-victorious soldier paced in front of all the soldiers, his chest heaving violently, and his voice was furious. "Dispatch people to where the wife of the general manager's room is, now." Nearly 100 Ultramarines ran at a very fast speed to execute the order. Although the ever-victorious army should not give them direct orders, it was difficult for even the Ultramarines to follow any rules and procedures when something like this happened. However, the person their gene father cherished most was not in the bombed room at this time, but in a storage room near the damaged flagship. The collateral damage caused by the bombardment of the traitor fleet caused the damaged area to catch fire, and thick smoke filled the entire corridor and poured into the storage room that was not well sealed. An Ultramarine sergeant named Amon protected a woman in a corner, with a wet cloth on his hand gently covering her mouth and nose. Sergeant Amon held a bolter in his other hand and pointed it at the door. Footsteps were heard outside, and those slow footsteps were obviously not the footsteps of the anxious brothers in battle. The traitors had boarded the ship, and they should be searching the rooms one by one and killing the crew. The sound of the bolter firing and the thick smoke poured into the storage room, followed by screams. Sergeant Amon stared at the door intently, ready to shoot the traitor who rushed in, but it was difficult for him not to think about one thing. It would be fine if he died, but if Lady Tereshah Yudin behind him died. Amon, Amon! Yudin gently patted Sergeant Amon's armor and pointed to an item behind him. After I die, you must give the Ring of Aldan to Luobao, remember, remember. Amon's face under the helmet had a complicated expression, but after all, it was Chief Steward Yudin who spoke, so he could only nod. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came to the door of the storage room. Amon immediately threw all his thoughts behind him and stared at the door. The door was kicked open and 4 traitors rushed in. Amon only had time to shoot the first traitor, and when he pulled the trigger, the rest of the traitors had already fired at him. But the next second, the first traitor targeted by Sergeant Amon had his head shattered by the explosive bomb, and the 3 traitors who fired at Amon had their heads shattered by the explosive bombs fired from their own grenade guns. At that moment, Amon only had time to turn his eyes instead of the gun. He saw the bullets fired by the 3 traitors shot straight at him, and then suddenly turned around and flew back. Amon will be shot through the chest by the first person, and then he will die with the remaining 3 enemies. We kill those 4 people, and take Amon away to minimize the impact. Okay. I didn't think so much when I took action just now. The conversation came into the storage room. Amon raised his bolter towards the door. But the wall behind him trembled, and 2 people penetrated the wall and entered the storage room. An ordinary man in armor, a skeleton. Just as Amon was about to shout the word alien, Orican moved his finger to close Amon's mouth, and made the Space Marine stop in place like a petrified person. Tereshah Yutuan struggled to raise a power sword, facing the uninvited guest who suddenly came in. Chin Imo walked forward, and as he approached Yutuan, the power sword in Yutuan's hand flowed and dissipated like water, and turned into a pistol. No time to explain, Madam Yudin. You must leave here with me, Chin Imo said, raising his hand. Yudin saw the right moment, and suddenly moved towards Chin Imo to try to get away, but she was soon fixed in place. Orkin moved his fingers, and the undead device took the 2 people who were frozen in individual time. Then Orican released another Yudin and Amon from his device. The released Yudin and Amon had cold and numb eyes. Amon picked up the grenade gun and shot it in the head. Yutuan picked up the pistol that was transformed from the power sword and shot himself in the head. Done. Chin Imo turned around and signaled Orican to open the time channel. The 2 met up with the burner and the Emperor and quickly left the current time node. After the uninvited guests at this time node left, there was a dead silence in the storage room. The traitors also cleared out the nearby loyalists and rushed to other parts of the flagship, until a cold voice broke the silence. Tereshah Yutuan. My good brother's foster mother. A tall figure with pale skin appeared outside the storage room. This was Kurz among the Primarchs. Kurz slowly walked into the storage room, and then suddenly stopped when he saw the tragic scene here. He saw the people he brought died here, and there were corpses of the Ultramarines who killed them on the ground. The Ultramarines and his enemy hugged each other, pointing 2 guns at each other, and it was obvious that they died together. And Yudin, she sat in the corner and shot herself in the head. This is not what I planned, Kurz said to himself. He originally thought of kidnapping Yudin and letting Yudin die alone in a deserted world, or Guilliman went through untold hardships, and then found his adopted mother by chance, or he had to choose between the affairs of the Empire and his personal affairs. In any case, this matter would be a punishment for Guilliman. But now things have developed to this point. Kurz frowned and looked at 4 of the 6 corpses on the ground, cursing these rubbish in his heart that they couldn't even do such a small thing. At this time, a roar suddenly came into Kurz's ears along the corridor. Kurz suspected that Guilliman had arrived with reinforcements. He looked at Yudin's body and felt a little scared. He rubbed his arms and disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 1107. Everything went well, man. We brought back what we wanted, and nothing unexpected happened during this period. Orican is indeed a master of time. The fact that no accidents happened after taking him with us is enough to prove his ability. It went very smoothly, very smoothly. Shin Mo's projection paced back and forth in the office, talking excitedly about the results of the time operation. Guilliman stood in front of the projection, listened, and nodded happily. It's good that it went smoothly. In my perception, You were still talking about time action in the last second, and you came back in the next second. Great. Of course. The excitement on Qin Mo's face gradually eased. I brought back someone you must meet. You can see that person as long as you return to your residence. Ancient saint? Gilliman asked with a smile. No, of course not an ancient saint. Qin Mo shook his head, but you must go see him. Who? Seeing his best friend so serious, Gilliman also became serious, guessing who they brought back. Guess? Qin Mo, who always pursued to speak plainly, turned into a real man at this time. Gilliman smiled and shook his head. No matter who it is, I will know after I finish the things at hand and meet him. I plan to split the legal department. You go to meet him now. Qin Mo said. Gilliman became more and more confused, but he sensed something, and his pupils slowly dilated. Before Gilliman asked again, Qin Mo had turned off the communication. Gilliman stood in front of the desk for a while, then put the documents in his hand on the table, looked at the landscape of Terra outside the window, and took a while. After all, he didn't dare to guess and speculate who Qin Mo brought back. This feeling is like being afraid of being disappointed because of hope that should not be had. But Gilliman still did as Qin Mo said, and now went back to his residence to meet people. On the way back to the residence, people kept chasing after the pre-march after seeing him, and told him about things that they needed to deal with urgently, including Calgar, who rushed back from the front line to report on his work. But Gilliman just agreed with a him, and walked forward with a blank expression, as if he had lost his soul. Finally, Gilliman arrived at the residence by himself. He subconsciously slowed down his pace and tiptoed. Because he was too nervous, Gilliman grabbed the hilt of the Emperor's sword with force. His eyes and footsteps passed through the marble corridor in the residence, through the hall, through the blue curtains, and finally came to the innermost room of the residence. An old lady stood in front of the window. Gilliman's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was stunned. He didn't make any sound along the way, but when he appeared behind the lady still noticed something and turned around to look at Gilliman. Mother! Gilliman crossed all the distance between him and Lady Yuden in one step, and then he was in a panic, wanting to hug his adoptive mother, but he was afraid that his armored body would hurt her. In the end, Gilliman just knelt down, making himself level with his adoptive mother's body, or even shorter than her. Yuden looked down at Gilliman's face. When Gilliman wanted to ask his adoptive mother what happened that year, and why she disappeared, the Primarch's words were interrupted by the words of his adoptive mother. How much have you been wronged, Luo Bao? Udon's old hand brushed back and forth on Gilliman's head, frowning at the white hair that should have been golden. It seems that those warriors don't worry about you at all, and they made you so busy. What have they been doing all these years? They have their duties. And I have something that only I can do. Gilliman choked up and answered. The Primarch still knelt in front of his adoptive mother, gently lifted her hand with one finger, and stared at her. What have you been through? What did you go through 10,000 years ago? Why can't I find you? Why even your... It's been 10,000 years. Udon looked up in a daze. The life and death moment between her and Sergeant Amon did not appear in her next words to her son. She just lowered her head and stroked Gilliman's face, saying softly, No matter what, I will die one day. I am immortal after all. Lu Bao, you are a born extraordinary person. Your heart should be as strong and firm as your own existence. Gilliman's tears dripped down and hit Yuden's hand. No. Gilliman shook his head. I will let Calgar take you to the Tyrone capital system, to the Tyvek medical world. They have the most advanced life extension technology, and if it doesn't work, they can also perform prosthetic surgery for you. They also have soul stabilization technology. Although it is expensive, but Ultramar can afford it, I will definitely accompany you for 1,000 years after another. Use Ultramar's money for personal matters. Yuden poked Gilliman's forehead with his finger. Should I give less pension to the sacrificed mortal soldiers? Or rebuild fewer buildings after the war? If I spend money that should have gone to ordinary people, I will feel even worse. Lord Talon is my friend. As long as I ask him, he should be able to improve your physical condition personally, Gilliman said again. After all, Yuden came back with Qin Mo, and he also listened to Qin Mo's explanation on the way, and knew why this strange man took him away. He's a very good guy, Udon said, but although you have a good relationship, you are both rulers. Your every move is not a private matter in the eyes of others, and the same is true for him. Udon is a kind person, a strong person, and a thoughtful person. Gilliman felt that he might have some talent in moral character and thinking, but he was definitely more influenced by his adoptive mother. Gilliman was silent, quietly enjoying the reunion with his adoptive mother, while also thinking about her. Talesa Udon and King Koner, They are not husband and wife. The former is the latter's steward, and the latter is the former's monarch. But for Gilliman, one of them is his adoptive mother, and the other is his adoptive father, and he has learned good character from them. In the countless late nights after waking up, Gilliman occasionally recalled the day when he returned to Terra, to the Golden Throne after waking up, and met the Emperor. Those cold words and curses always made him uncomfortable, but Gilliman also felt that the Emperor had some preference for him. As soon as he landed, his adoptive parents on Macridge were touched and adopted him. As for the hostility of his brothers 10,000 years ago, Gilliman could probably analyze some of the reasons. Onron landed not far from the future Ultramar sector, but his fate is needless to say. The same is true for Kurz. Now that he thinks about it, it is not without reason that Gilliman feels that he has a good relationship with Korix. Although Korix did not have adoptive parents who were touched and adopted him, he had miners who loved him. From those miners, who squeezed out a mouthful of food to feed him, he could also feel the glorious and beautiful part of human nature. Chapter 1108. The Karnak dynasty has obtained the soul. They officially announced their separation from the rule of the Three Holy Council a few days ago, and formed a military alliance with the Kassid dynasty. At the meeting of the Three Holy Council, the Grand Justice next to the King of Silence announced what had happened recently. All the emperors and overlords of the dynasties were silent. The King of Silence still said nothing. Imhotep still stood opposite the King of Silence. The destruction of the Tomb World Mandala, the capital of the Sotek dynasty, and the destruction of the Rebirth Protocol, these two major events did not allow Imhotep to leave the front line of the war with humans, but it came directly to participate in the meeting held today. The reason is simple, just because the things discussed today are too important. The entire race is facing the most terrible crisis, division. Is the soul that the Karnak dynasty got from the demigod the soul of our ancestors? A magistrate who did not think that the Necrons were still Necronter asked. It is not the soul of the Necronter. The judicial officer who did not think that the Necronter had any relationship with the Necronter said, it is a soul created by drawing characteristics from our side relatives tens of millions of years ago. It is not the soul of the Necronter. The individual endowed with such a soul is completely another race, and there is no inheritance relationship between them and the Necronter. This kind of thing, how could you know it so clearly? If I were the demigod, I would tell the people of the Karnak dynasty that this is the soul of the Necronter, and deceive them with lies, so that they would not have any grudges. You would do that. But the problem is that the demigod did not do that. He clearly told the Karnak dynasty that if they got the soul, it would not be the soul of the Necronter. How could this be? Isn't he trying to divide us? If he clearly told everyone that he could not give us the souls of our ancestors, the number of dynasties that he could win over would be greatly reduced, and only dynasties that did not think they had any inheritance relationship with our ancestors would stand on his side. But the soul was drawn from the relatives of the Necronter. In the eyes of some dynasties, it is better to have a soul than to be a robot. The Antico dynasty and the Karnak dynasty have a good relationship. I have met the Emperor of Karnak. After having a soul, it is really different. It really looks like an immortal intelligent creature, not a robot. Hearing what you said, it seems that the human demigod is not bad. He is not doing soul-related things completely for utilitarian purposes. The discussion among the mages and overlords became more and more off-topic, and finally they came to the conclusion that the Lord of Talon seemed to be a good one. This naturally made Imhotep extremely dissatisfied. I have to remind you. Imhotep paced in front of the mages and overlords, as if he was scolding them. Our souls have been swallowed and digested by the star god. Even if we have souls again, we can't go back to the past, and we can't be the same as when we were still soul species. In the past, other dynasties probably wouldn't refute Imhotep's words, even if they were dissatisfied or questioned. It should be refuted, and those who support the Silent King should follow suit after the Silent King speaks. But it is different now. Yes, Lord Storm King. Before the war with humans, Emperor Korin, who was beheaded in public by Imhotep, said, just like the Sotek dynasty, Sotek has lost the tomb world of the Mandala capital, even the rebirth agreement is gone, and the database storing the memory of the dynasty is also lost. Such Sotek can never be compared with the former Sotek dynasty. Watch your words. Imhotep pointed at Emperor Krone. Watch your words. Emperor Krone held his iron head high. My brother is right beside me. You don't have a rebirth agreement. If he kills you, you really die. I demand a duel. Imhotep angrily directed his anger at the three emperors of the Triumvirate, including the King of Silence. The King of Silence glanced at the Grand Justice. The Grand Justice spoke softly. We are now in a state of war. According to the regulations, we should at least maintain superficial unity, so We Necrotters are a martial race, and any regulations are based on the absolute force of the Triumvirate. A Fey Emperor questioned the Grand Justice. What does the Triumvirate rely on to ensure the operation of the regulations now? 10 patrol fleets. Hearing this, even Imatek, who always challenged Zolek's authority, was angry. The Storm King shifted his gaze from the Triumvirate to behind him, and then discovered something. This thing is that compared to the last meeting of the Triumvirate, the Fey Emperors and Overlords stood more dispersed, instead of either standing behind Zolek or behind themselves. The Hierophants and Overlords stood in groups of 3 or 5, scattered around. Those who stood together were often those who shared the same purpose and ideas. For example, the dynasties that did not approve of having souls again would stand together. For example, those who believed that the Necrotter were the ancestors of the Necrons, or that the Necrons were soulless Necrotter, would also stand together. But not all of them disagreed on the issue of souls. The dynasties that had always tried to challenge the authority of the Triarch Council also stood together. Even the dynasties that had a feud with the Sotek dynasty stood together. In such a large-scale meeting, the conflicts between dynasties would not be reflected in the form of positions on major issues related to race, and those individual conflicts would be temporarily ignored. But now, Your Excellency the Storm King. While Imatek was in a trance, a dynasty emperor wearing armor instead of a dress stood up. The emperor of the Samurai dynasty. Imatek was planning to settle accounts with this emperor after attending the meeting of the Three Holy Council. The Samurai dynasty and the Sotek dynasty are sworn enemies. How could the Karnak dynasty, a weak dynasty, turn against them whenever they want and immediately help the Iron Man of humanity to break into Mandala? That must be the secret help of the Samurai dynasty. And this dynasty firmly believes that they are the descendants of the Necrotter race. The Samurai dynasty will go to the front line to fight. The emperor said, assign a combat duty to my dynasty. You can command my generals and troops, just in time to replace your captured crown General Zodek. Will going to the front line make it easier for you to trade with the human demigod? Imatek asked. The Samurai Hierophant shook his head slightly. No matter what you think, this is not a request. The difference between your agreement and not is just whether the Samurai dynasty will follow your orders or fight alone after arriving at the front line. The Hierophant responded to the Storm King contemptuously, then glanced at everyone and turned away. All the other Hierophants and overlords of the dynasties, who believed that the Necrotter was their ancestor, also left together. Emperor Samurai said as he walked, there is nothing to discuss in this meeting. Next time, don't send the orders of the Triarchal Council directly to me, but to my Archon. Before the transformation of the biological body, the Samurai dynasty was the original dynasty on the home planet of the Deathfarers. Even after the transformation of the biological body, we will not lose this identity and self-awareness. You are either usurpers of power or lowly people who have forgotten their ancestors and bloodlines. I can't talk to you. Chapter 1109. When one of the emperors left, the other emperors also realized that the meeting could not continue. All the emperors and overlords left one after another, either politely resigning, or leaving directly, or even cursing before leaving. There was only one dynasty except the Sotek dynasty. Imatek watched coldly as everyone left one after another until only Zolek, himself, and the other two emperors of the Three Holy Council were left in the entire parliament. The two Hierophants were not of the same mind. In addition to Zolek, the remaining two Hierophants of the Triumvirate could represent two major trends of thought within the Necrons, but they were more moderate. The two Hierophants of the Triumvirate also resigned from Zolek one after another and left. In the end, only Imatek, Zolek, and the Grand Justice who was acting as a substitute were left. They didn't dare to do this before. Imatek turned around after hearing this. Zolek spoke himself. Indeed? Imatek nodded. At this moment, the two people who were at loggerheads in the internal conflicts of the Necrons could not help but have a brief illusion of standing on the same front in the face of the current situation. Imatek wanted Zolek's power, but he did not want a loose, collapsed Necrons. You should not have cancelled the Master Control Agreement in the first place. Imatek said, it is really stupid to tie yourself up in a cocoon. This is indeed a stupid act. Zolek leaned back on the throne and nodded, but I don't want my people to be just a group of cold puppets. As a king, I have obligations and responsibilities to them. I have caused the demise of the Necrotter, and I have to find a way to make up for it. After that, Zolek was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. I feel guilty, and I will make amends as appropriate, but this is not a reason for them to go to hell. They have no right to challenge my authority, nor do they have the right to question my rule, including you. The so-called gifts given to us by the Star God are always so simple, whether it is our bodies or the Master Control Agreement. If the master control agreement could be more detailed, it would just allow my people and slaves to obey my rule with individual thoughts. Listening to Zolek's sigh, Imitek couldn't say he agreed, but he didn't want to question it either. At this point, Zolek, the highest level of the dead spirit, could also analyze the reasons for the current situation. Most of my fleet was destroyed, and they have long been dissatisfied with me, so they dare to challenge my authority now. If my fleet hadn't been destroyed, whether it was the Samurai dynasty or some other messed up fool, they wouldn't dare to jump out. We are a martial race. Because of this, no matter what decisions I make or what mistakes I make, as long as I still have military power, no one will think that my rule is unqualified. Zolek first found his own problem. But Imitek thought it was wrong after thinking, I am just a dynasty whose capital tomb world was destroyed. My dynasty still has a large territory and a strong military force, but even the emperor of the Cologne dynasty dares to provoke me. This is unreasonable. There is nothing unreasonable. Zolek looked down at Imitek. I still have the means of both kindness and force, and your prestige is purely dependent on force. When you are no longer invincible, when your strategy has problems, and even the rebirth agreement and the dynasty world are destroyed, you can't say that you have any authority that is no less than mine. Imitek remained silent, but he obviously agreed with what Zolek said. Even now, we can't join hands to do anything to turn the tide. Zolek continued, you are still hiding things from me on the front line. For example, at least 200 Star God fragments have fallen into the hands of the enemy, and you didn't even mention this. Imitek remained silent. This is indeed the case, and there is no way to refute it. Now the front line has fallen into a stalemate. In the face-off between conventional combat units, humans managed to hold on. The courage and determination shown by those flesh-and-blood mortals made Imitek praise them privately. In the last exploratory offensive, the Sotek dynasty deployed a world harvester on the world where the Imperial Astra Militarum was stationed. With the world harvester and the black stone that amplified the influence of the warp, even the star gods would be greatly weakened and would have to fight the world harvester honestly. But humans destroyed the world harvester without the support of the star god. When the world harvester was teleported to the battlefield, the moment it appeared, humans simply threw away all weapons and protective equipment and only took up the decomposition bombs. Countless humans rushed out of the trenches all over the surface of the planet like insects and swarmed towards the world harvester. The engineering troops dug tunnels under the world harvester to cover more concealed suicide attacks. Every second was a million casualties. The roar of the Emperor shook the whole world. Humans are still intelligent creatures. Even if they die in a planned way. A large number of people act as targets to attract the attacks of the world harvesters, and a large number of people look for blind spots or sneak attacks on the weak parts of the world harvesters from the tunnels. Finally, after countless casualties, the Astra Militarum paralyzed the world harvesters. In addition to the competition between these basic combat units, there are also those star gods. Saranoga spread a logic virus. The infected tomb technicians will actively spread the location of the star god fragments, and then the star gods will rush to a certain dynasty to abduct the star god fragments. Up to now, even if the fragments of star god that have fallen into their hands are counted as individual star gods, there are probably 60 or 70 of them. Imitek did not convey these situations back to the rear. But Zolek does have means, and he cannot hide it. These strategic mistakes, as Zolek concluded, will damage Imitek's military authority. This race is facing the greatest crisis in history. Zolek sighed, no one can turn the tide. Imitek remained silent. You did not gain control of the Sotek dynasty through inheritance, which also made you accustomed to seizing everything. Zolek spoke again, am I right? Yes. Imitek admitted decisively. This is why he wanted to seize power from Zolek. Zolek slowly stood up from the throne, looked down at Imitek from a high place, and gave a sincere warning. You will rise with this, and you will fall with this. Chapter 11:10. Frontline. Celestial Engine. Inside the solar engine, the abode of God. The screams that were enough to drive the human fleet crew station near the celestial engine crazy were confined to the cognitive filter that wrapped around the solar engine. The void dragon waited at the entrance and exit of the abode of God, until a blue light penetrated the void and pierced into the solar engine, and when the light dissipated, the void dragon saw Chin Mo appearing in front of it. Well done. As soon as they met, Chin Mo gave a heartfelt compliment. Before the start of operation time, Chin Mo asked the gods to find other star gods, and now this matter has produced results. The actions led by the void dragon to plunder star gods from the Necrons have been successful, and now the number of star gods has greatly increased. Chin Mo thought that he still needed to worry about this matter, but the Void Dragon, one of the 3 giants of the ancient star gods, who was powerful but not as crazy as the Burner and the Night Bearer, was obviously able to perfectly handle such a small matter after the god-killing weapon was destroyed. I found that the Necronter were splitting up in one operation after another. The Void Dragon was not interested in gratitude and praise. It seems that your sole plan is indeed wise. Compared to the star gods, this is a trivial matter. Chinemo said it in passing. The Karnak dynasty has obtained a soul, and the waves caused by this incident have set off a new crisis within the Necrons. Thanks to the carrot that the Emperor originally created for the Eldar, it is indeed easy to use and give the soul. However, the recorder brought the carrot. Go find the Karnak dynasty, and give away the souls created by the radish. It's that simple. But whenever the radish that the Emperor originally created for the Eldar to threaten the Death Army is mentioned, Chinemo always thinks of the barracks of the ancient saints that was transformed into a canning factory by the Iron Man entity of the warp. The principles of the two seem to be the same. After the end of the time operation, and meeting the ancient saint named Zen, Chinemo couldn't help but speculate. Was this barracks of the ancient saints intentionally left behind by the past ancient saints to solve the star god's greed for souls? After all, the ancient saints did not lack soldiers after creating the Eldar and the Orcs. But Chinemo just thought about it, and immediately began to deal with a big matter that he had come to deal with after detaching from his living metal body on the other side of the vortex. About the big matter of the star god. A star god named Listener Alad Teo devoured the soul of a modified person of the Dark Angels during the war. That was an operation to attack the Lorad dynasty, and seize the fragments of the star god in cooperation with the Dark Angels. I captured the Listener, and promised Ryan in your name that the Listener would be punished. The Void Dragon told Chinemo everything about this matter. Chinemo was stunned for a moment. He had not heard of this matter, and he did not come here to deal with something he had not heard of. But this matter can be properly used. You did a good job. Chinemo was very satisfied. I thought you would wrestle with Ryan and beat him up, instead of guaranteeing that you would handle this matter properly. The Void Dragon was silent for 2 seconds and asked, then I will beat him up now, if it is in time. The Void Dragon was very serious. It didn't understand Chinemo's slightly modified words at all. Chinemo smiled and shook his head. No, I was just joking. Your behavior is very wise. It means that you not only consider the things between the star gods, but also consider our alliance with the Empire. Very wise. The head of the Void Dragon shook up and down. The two immediately turned around and flew deeper into the solar engine. The closer they got to the center of the solar engine, the louder the screams that shook the entire solar engine became. Finally, Chinemo and the Void Dragon came to the Grand Hall, where they had discussed whether to save the World Shaper. Here, all the individual star gods formed by the fusion of the star god fragments that were quickly saved by the Void Dragon and other star gods gathered here, about 60 in number. In the center of these star god fragments, 4 of the 5 giants of the New Age star god faced the fragments. Behind the 4 star gods was the star god fragment called the Listener. This guy also looked like a humanoid creature, but his head had no facial features, only ears. The burner is roasting the star god with flames. Nyadrasa. I used to follow you. In the gaps between screams, the Listener would also shout about old times. After listening to the shouts, the burner suddenly stopped releasing flames, gradually put down his hands, and fell into deep thought. After a while, the burner looked up and asked the Listener, will you still follow me now? Of course, of course. The Listener nodded repeatedly. Then I will also set you on fire for fun, just like you used to follow me. The burner raised his hand again. The flames on the Listener, and its screams continued. Stop burning. I won't follow you anymore. I won't show you any mercy now. I'm going to burn you even more. Ah. The flames of the burner cannot kill the Listener, so the punishment is naturally not very deterrent. But the burner itself has deterrent power. Even if it stands there and does nothing, the star gods will still be afraid of it. The soul crystals are not distributed. Why would the Listener eat human souls? Chinemo watched coldly, and asked the Void Dragon at the same time. Yes. When I found the Listener, it was already eating human souls. It said it couldn't replace the taste with soul crystals. The Void Dragon replied. This damn thing. Chinemo cursed, and then flew over the gods with the Void Dragon to the side of the Listener. The star gods had long heard from the Void Dragon about the caster who wanted to rescue them, so they were not unfamiliar with him, and they would not discriminate against a star god who looked very much like a mortal. Although this star god was very weak tens of millions of years ago. The Listener ate human souls, which violated the rules. Chinemo said to the gods, but although I can kill it, I can't do this, because the death of the star god will bring serious consequences. But the listener will certainly not be burned for a while to atone for his sins. I have created a new hypercube maze, which is more rigorous. As a punishment, the listener will be crushed by the star god forge until it can no longer be crushed, and then imprisoned in this hypercube maze. Chin-mo took out a purple and white sphere. The void dragon took out the star god forge that was temporarily stored in it to store the essence of the newly joined star god. The listener was put into the forge before he could scream. When he was released again, he had become a pile of individual fragments running all over the ground with a completeness of less than 1%. These individuals were collected in the purple and white hypercube maze. Recorder, open your dimension. Chin-mo ordered. The recorder did so. The hypercube maze was thrown into the recorder's dimension. Chapter 11:11. Witnessing the listener in trouble, the gods seemed to be standing there calmly, but in fact they were communicating with each other in the way that the star gods communicated with each other. This was definitely the most horrible punishment that the star gods could think of. First, they were broken into pieces, and then put into the hypercube maze. No matter how powerful the hypercube maze was, the star gods didn't live in this new maze anyway, and they didn't know what was going on inside. But throwing the hypercube maze into the recorder's dimension was very terrifying. Being imprisoned by the Necrons still has the hope of freedom. Maybe one day the Necrons will deploy them on the battlefield and throw them out, and then they can escape. Maybe one day they will be released by their own kind, just like what all the star gods present had experienced before. But if they are placed in another star god's dimension, then the probability of not being able to get out is really close to 100. How long will the listener be imprisoned? A star god with what looks like a huge pupil asked. Infinitely long as the infinite period after the heat death of the universe. As long as the recorder still exists, the listener will never be released. Chin-mo replied calmly, this is the punishment for devouring human souls and breaking the rules. The star gods were already discussing in astonishment. Chin-mo ignored the gods' discussion and swept his eyes over them one by one. I don't know if Magradros told you what the rules are, and whether you have learned and understood the rules. As long as you break them, no matter when, you will have the same fate. The rules of mortal bodies are not suitable for you transcendent higher beings. Of course, there will be no sentencing, and there will be no punishment based on the severity of the rules you violated. As long as you violate the rules, even if you only violate the rule that you are not allowed to eat soul crystals in the hall we are currently in, you will have the same fate as the listener. The gods were talking even louder. They were all found by the void dragon. As soon as they met, they were forced by other gods to hand over their essences. They handed it over, and then saw that the listener was punished by the burner just for eating a human soul. Now they know that other gods, even if they are not interested in human souls, may also end up as miserable as the listener because of breaking the rules. Not to mention highly independent individuals like star gods, even humans, who are imprisoned to death for urinating and defecating anywhere, will also be dissatisfied and question and resist. When the gods were about to quarrel, the burner's hands were swirling with flames, and he was about to show the gods a little color. Did he agree to the doubts raised by you big ants? Nyadrasa. When the burner was about to release the flames to punish the gods, Chin-mo pulled it back. The burner put down his hands angrily, thinking that Chin-mo would definitely use his lips to persuade the disobedient, and he thought that talking to these star gods was completely useless. Silence. Chin-mo turned his head to face the gods, and released lightning. The lightning spread out, and turned into electric current when it hit the first star god. The gods in front of him were electrocuted, and the voices of doubt stopped abruptly. Wise, the burner thought. When the gods recovered from the electric current, Chin-mo gently raised his hand, gently extended his index finger, and gently electrocuted the star gods, who stood up and lay down again. Chin-mo's behavior followed the principles he followed. Gilliman thought he was idealistic and realistic. Nothing can summarize Chin-mo, except the name complex and contradiction. This personality even affected Talon. Talon can tolerate the surrendered Dark Eldar, and can also provide shelter and help to the countless aliens in the galaxy who are lucky enough to encounter Talon. However, when facing aliens like the beast men that cannot coexist, what awaits them is not kind compromise and concession, and unlimited tolerance and gifts, but an extinction fleet that jumps into the galaxy and instantly blocks the light of the stars. The key is whether they can abide by and actively maintain order. For a group like the Star Gods that doesn't even have the most primitive order system, Chin-mo doesn't hesitate to use a cold way to make them understand the importance of order, because this is also good for them, and for all other creatures besides them. The rule that does not allow questioning and refutation of me has not been promulgated, so your punishment is just such a simple punishment, but I will establish this rule from now on. Chi Nemo turned his head and looked at the recorder. The recorder's pages turned quickly, and added another rule to the rules about the star gods. I am not as cruel and terrifying as the Burner and the Nightbringer. Chi Nemo calmed down and said to the gods, I liberated you, I protected you from the threat of the Necrons, and you don't have to live in fear of being found and captured at any time. I gave you the crystals made by your favorite souls to satisfy your desires. And if you are captured again, you will be liberated again like a Grania. This is the favor and right I give you. But correspondingly, you should assume the obligations and responsibilities to enjoy this right. After hearing what Chi Nemo said, a star god fragment stood up and asked, Why do you have to assume obligations and responsibilities to enjoy the benefits? What is the connection between the two? Good question. Chi Nemo nodded. The connection is? This is the rule here. The star god fragment that asked was called insight. It liked to observe the development of civilization, so it just wanted to ask, not to deliberately question or provoke. When it heard that this was the rule, it began to fear whether it had violated the rule, and would be punished like the unlucky listener. Igrania is not here, but you must have heard about it. I attacked Zolok's fleet with God Slayer weapons for it, even though the World Shaper is not powerful or important enough in the eyes of all of you. A few words will not make you fully understand what I want to express. For the time being, you just need to remember not to break the rules, and then slowly experience and understand what I say. Chi Nemo said no more, and turned to look at the Void Dragon beside him. Continue to advance the plan of finding the fragments of the Star God until all these Star Gods become complete. And if the fragments of a Star God are in the hands of a powerful enemy, such as the Burner fragments bound to the throne of Zolok, who is hiding, I will personally lead the battle to retrieve the fragments. Hearing this, the Void Dragon nodded. There is one more thing. Chi Nemo raised a finger. It is about the form of organization you will use to participate in the war between humans and the Necrons next. When it comes to things involving the Necrons, all the Star Gods become interested. Only on the matter of revenge can the Star Gods reach a consensus. Chapter 11:12. Next, every 3 Star Gods will form a combat team. For example, a Star God that is good at reconnaissance, such as the Insider, will form a reconnaissance combat team with other Star Gods, whose characteristics can be used for reconnaissance. Star Gods that are good at combat will also form a team of 3 to perform combat missions. From now on, Star Gods will no longer be deployed to the battlefield as individuals. Chi Nemo talked about his arrangements. In the past, Star Gods could only be used as strategic weapons. They did not follow strategic arrangements, nor would they follow the arrangements of human commanders. But now the Star Gods will no longer be deployed alone, which means that they have to perform combat missions on a regular basis, and of course they have to accept the strategic and tactical arrangements of higher-level Star Gods. This will make the Star Gods, as a top-level combat unit, more efficient to the extreme. Dutifulness is the only requirement. Chi Nemo then said to the Star Gods, You can't be late when the war is about to end after the deployment order is issued when you can obviously carry out superluminal operations that don't rely on anything. It is even more unacceptable to be afraid of fighting. Not to mention that the god-killing weapon has been destroyed now. Nothing can threaten you except the subspace. Even if something threatens you, you will not be killed, but captured. Someone will then free you from the hypercube maze. The 2 prohibitions I mentioned will violate the rules once you do them, and you will enter the hypercube maze and keep the monitor company. No, the new hypercube maze will make the things trapped in it have no one to keep them company. When these 2 prohibitions were mentioned, the Star Gods had no doubts in their hearts. After all, no one would be lazy and slack off in the attack on the god-killer tens of millions of years ago. But Chi Nemo still had to say what he had to say. Then he mentioned the last thing he came here for. The Void Dragon Meglodros will be the commander. It will allow you to participate in the war against the Necrons more actively, instead of going down to fight after the deployment request is sent as in the past. Naidrasa the Burner may be more willing to join the war, but in addition to joining the war, it has another responsibility, which is to supervise you. The recorder has the rules I set, and you can learn from it what kind of things will make you squat in the hypercube maze. The characteristics of Saranoga, the Outer, allow it to exist as a strategic weapon among the Star Gods. It does not need to assume other responsibilities, just need to appear when it is needed. Mimicry. It will reveal your behavior to me in real time. Having said this, Chi Nemo had nothing else to tell. He looked at the cheerful recorder, who was recording beside him. This guy obviously didn't do his job well. The Star Gods generally didn't know what the rules were that made them squat in the hypercube maze. Add one more rule. Chi Nemo pondered for a while, and spoke to the recorder. The recorder turned the page to the page about the rules. Star gods must understand what the rules are here when they join. Chi Nemo pretended to be cold and said, "Otherwise, you will be punished." The recorder hurriedly recorded it. The Void Dragon looked at the recorder with gloating. It was not that it had not reminded the recorder, but the recorder claimed to be senior. After all, he was one of the 7 gods who avoided real affairs tens of millions of years ago. In a sense, the recorder and the burner are actually the same. The burner does not accept any orders or suggestions from any other star gods except Chi Nemo's direct orders. Compared with the recorder and the burner, who are also senior, the mimic is more sensible and easier to get along with than the two. After all that needed to be said and done, Chi Nemo did not stay any longer because he had something else to do. "Goodbye, I hope that next time we meet, I will not send any of you to squat in the maze." Chi Nemo did not send his consciousness into the body on the other side of the vortex as usual, but took a warship to the vortex. What he was going to do next might bring risks, and dealing with risks requires its body rather than a body. Chi Nemo also took Gray away. He took this guard manager with him not to deal with anything, nor to deal with any crisis, but just because Chi Nemo wanted to take him with him. I don't know why, but Chi Nemo has been sentimental lately, and he wants to spend more time with his old acquaintances. Mimic, Adam, Groot and the others cannot be taken to the Great Whirlpool, so the only one who can be taken is Gray. Chi Nemo and the guard stood in front of a huge device. Gray watched Chi Nemo manipulate the materials to build this device, just like when he stood there in the bottom nest with Klein, who had rested more than a decade ago, and watched Chi Nemo build a fortress, but compared to that time, he was not surprised now. "What kind of device is this?" Gray asked with a smile, "Captain of the Legion." Hearing the title of Captain of the Legion, Chi Nemo suddenly turned his head, and was in a trance for a second, and then replied with a smile, "A device that can mend broken things, just like the logistics machinery I built to mend the Tyrone No. 1. So many years have passed, and I really haven't made any progress." Gray smiled bitterly with helplessness and some regret. "I still don't understand what you made, I am just a spectator." Chi Nemo recalled the several times he had met Gray, and found that he was always studying technology. But Gray had no scientific research skills at all, and the information downloaded from the Tyrone Science Department could only give Gray some understanding of the technology widely used by Tyrone. "It doesn't matter, we all have our own strengths and weaknesses." Chi Nemo smiled and shook his head, then continued to manipulate the materials. Both of them were silent for a while. Chi Nemo suddenly remembered Groot, whom he had just met at the end of the Golden Expedition. "What is Groot doing now? I went to the Tyrone Army Command ship, but I didn't see him." "He retired," Gray replied. "Oh." Chi Nemo still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were inevitably filled with loneliness and disappointment. Gray was silent for a moment, and continued to talk about Groot. "I went back to Tyrone No. 1 when I changed shifts. He is now assisting the university in the Tyrone Capital Galaxy with genetic research for free. His sister Maya's great-grandson is doing genetic research in that school, trying to find the genetic characteristics of the Groot family, and why the genes of this unique family exist. The research results show that the Groot family is the result of targeted genetic interference, and genetic tracing shows that they were once Terrans, but they were transformed as a warrior family. His ancestors should not know why they came to Tyrone No. 1 from Terra." Chapter 11:13. After listening to Gray's words, Chi Nemo turned his back to him, and was silent for a while. The material was not controlled to attach to the huge device. After a moment, Chi Nemo slowly spoke. "Groot retired, but he didn't even come to inform me and say goodbye. He actually went to find you when you were in the vortex, but the ship he was on was attacked by a red pirate ship that suddenly jumped out of the subspace. Although the civilian ship successfully escaped, the cabin where Groot was hit by the macro cannon." Gray said, "It's not his normal retirement time yet. If this hadn't happened, you could have found him at the Army Command ship just now." Chi Nemo pursed his lips, and sighed from his nose. After another silence, he spoke again. "It's a pity that I couldn't say goodbye to Klein before he died. He firmly supported me as the head of the regiment in the bottom nest, and was the first officer to support me, but when he died, I didn't even catch up to mourn. So no matter which of those old friends passed away, I would go and take a look. The Duncan, the leader of the armored regiment known as the Iron Fist of Tyrone, was the Duncan who had a good relationship with the man who was lured to the lair and killed by the Genestealer Bishop. When he left, I at least projected myself into his home. This old tough guy refused to make even a muffled groan before he died. After I said goodbye to him, he just shed tears and then rested. I closed his eyes myself. Hearing this, Gray immediately comforted. Klein concealed the fact that he could not hold on. He asked his family not to announce his death. The responsibility for this matter is his own. Chin-Imo nodded silently. Then he said, I plan to find a time to go to Talon to see Groot. I always think about this matter. Gray also nodded, thinking that he would help the old Legion commander keep an eye on Groot, so that Groot would not want to die quietly for some reason like Klein. Does Groot have any offspring? Chin-Imo asked again. If he doesn't have any offspring, I will make him a Nani Iron Man. I don't want him to be bullied because he is old and no one visits him. No offspring. Gray shook his head, but he's still alive and well. Tyrone, this old guy didn't die after being bombed, and he still went to participate in the boxing match at such an old age. That's good. Chin-Imo was relieved. I have to go see him after the important things are over. I've been thinking about him all the time, and it's really a pity that I didn't meet him when I returned to Orpheus this time. And Adam. Chin-Imo chattered while making the device. Adam has also aged to the point that even his soul is unstable, but at least he can still hold on, and he is younger than Groot and the others. Alas, even Yoan's daughter Diana is almost 100 years old. When I used her identity to register a game account, I had to wait for a year or two because she was underage. Before I knew it, the person who was calling Uncle Chin around my legs had grown up so much. At that time, I was thinking that in the future, Diana might open the game and look at her 1200 level account and many limited characters that were fully unlocked, including the leader of the Weepers, Foros, and fall into deep thought. As a result, when she grew up, she drove a Titan and was much more focused on her work than I was. It's really puzzling. After the life extension technology and soul stabilization technology came out, people are all looking for rest. Gray listened to Chin-Mo's words silently. He also looked at Chin-Imo. As a guard, Gray is increasingly concerned about macro-level issues, such as the stability and prosperity of the star region. And now, no matter how old other people are, Chin-Imo, like the guards who have undergone extreme prosthetic transformation, still looks young. Nothing is more reassuring than the fact that the Lord of Tyrone is still young and strong. A few days later, Chin-Imo walked into the laboratory with a serious face and calm eyes. The star scroll has turned the entire laboratory into a bubble floating in the gorgeous starry landscape. Found Chin-Imo walking into the laboratory, the star scroll condensed into a humanoid creature, tumbling and flying in front of Chin-Imo, watching Chin-Mo's reaction with non-existent eyes, but existing vision. Perfect, gorgeous, beautiful. Chin-Imo praised expressionlessly. Star Scroll was satisfied. Just when he was about to ask Chin-Imo about his insights and feelings about the star art, Chin-Imo opened the dimensional space and released the device he made, pointing at the device. Go into this thing. Hearing this, Star Scroll couldn't help but ask, what is this? A device that will make the most of your characteristics. Chin-Imo answered. The curtain technology was successful? Star Scroll's communication was full of surprise. Although Chin-Imo initially thought that the Star Scroll didn't care about his task of repairing the curtain, but was more interested in creating art in a corner, it turned out that he underestimated this star god. The Star Scroll does care about the real universe. From the persuasion of the Star Scroll before Chin-Imo entered the passage to another universe, it can be seen that it is worried about the safety of this real universe, and is afraid that Chin-Imo will never come back. Yes, it succeeded. Chin-Imo nodded. What bothered me is that I can't create the elements and special concepts that you mentioned before that make up the universe, but the Void Dragon solved this problem. Among the star gods it found, there are not very powerful star gods that can be used in this matter. The Star Scroll has quickly attached to the device. I thought you left the Great Whirlpool just to find the star god. No, I don't have to do everything myself. Sometimes choosing a trustworthy and suitable person is more effective. Chin-Imo came to the device to adjust it. This device is just a container and medium. It does not have particularly amazing functions. Just like a gun, it does not kill people by pulling the trigger, but requires bullets. The Star Scroll is the bullet. After adjusting the device, as Chin-Imo raised his hand, the structure of the entire device dispersed like a stream of water, revealing an empty cabin in the center. Chin-Imo walked into the interior of the device, placed the Star God Forge in it, and walked out again. As long as this thing works, can the curtain be repaired immediately? The Star Scroll asked excitedly. Yes, but not necessarily. Chin-Imo put his hand on the device and answered with a sense of relief. We are doing an experiment. If it succeeds, it will be better. If it fails, we can find another way. Are you ready? This is what the Star Scroll asked Chin-Imo. Chi Nemo did not answer, and directly started the device. Chapter 11:14. Most of the black stone structures in the maelstrom have been shut down. The entire maelstrom is in a state of excessive influence from the subspace. The Star Scroll suddenly felt that its power had been amplified. When it repaired the entire curtain with its own will, the essence in the Star God Forge was at its disposal. Somewhere in the maelstrom, a transparent substance suddenly appeared. This substance began to solidify gradually, and finally formed a circular reality area with a diameter of 1 light-year in the southeast direction of the maelstrom. The influence of the warp suddenly faded, and the demon world that had been entrenched there collapsed and disintegrated due to its strange and bizarre shape and barbaric growth that completely ignored the laws of physics. The wizards found that they could no longer sense the existence of gods, and the creatures of the warp were pushed to the place where the influence of the warp still existed by the insurmountable and invisible barrier as the transparent substance spread. However, the influence of reality is not just that small 1 light-year. Outside the suddenly appeared real area, many demon worlds have also been slightly affected, such as the reduction of psychic power and supernatural phenomena, and the existence of supernatural beings has also been affected by the influence of the radiation from reality. Successful? Chi Nemo sensed that a part of the real universe had strangely appeared inside the vortex, or more accurately, it had been restored. We did it. Star Scroll was surprisingly calm. Can you only repair that small piece of reality? Chi Nemo asked anxiously. Star Scroll responded, No, I deliberately controlled it, because I also wanted to try to see if it would work. I guess that if I try my best to repair reality, I can probably repair a circular area with a diameter of about 20 light-years. Why a circle? Because I like arcs. Well, that's not important. Chi Nemo was pleasantly surprised to perceive the part of reality that had been repaired. He was grateful for the help of the Star Scroll, and also grateful for himself who had insisted that this thing was feasible, and anyone else who had contributed to this matter that could affect the real universe. It doesn't matter how large an area is repaired at a time. Even if you can only repair a circular area with a side length of 1 meter in diameter, we only need to slowly repair the wounds of reality, and one day, we will be able to completely isolate the influence of the subspace from reality. This device is still too manual. I have an idea to automate it. We can put it on the most powerful warship and slowly repair the wounds of the entire real universe. Its effect is much more powerful than black stone. Chi Nemo excitedly narrated until he found that the Star Scroll was not as excited as he expected. The Star Scroll was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, I found that when I repaired that part of reality just now, something left my body. What? Chi Nemo became serious. I don't know. If I were a human, it would be like something took away a bit of my muscle. Star Scroll tried to describe his feelings as much as possible. Chi Nemo pondered. He recalled the device he made, and every repair step he had just taken, looking for where the problem was. We can try to shape the curtain directly in the subspace. Star Scroll interrupted Chi Nemo's thinking. Maybe it's feasible. Maybe we can find a way to fight the creatures of the subspace with the rules of reality in the subspace. Try it. Chi Nemo agreed. You should concentrate on feeling the state when using this device again, and see if the feeling of being sucked away will appear again. The Star Scroll used the device again. This time it was not to repair the curtain, but to try to create the curtain. The Star Scroll created a sphere with a diameter of about 1 light-year in the subspace, and the curtain completely wrapped the center of the sphere. Chi Nemo sat down on the domination engine, sensing the changes that the Star Scroll brought to the subspace, and saw the sphere made of the curtain. Time appeared in the center of the sphere after it was created, but there was nothing inside it, only nothingness. But this test once again achieved a satisfactory result. It really created a small piece of reality. Similarly, its effect was better than the false reality created by the domination engine, which was composed of psychic energy and obeyed Chi Nemo's subconscious. But before Chi Nemo had time to observe and collect data, this piece of reality began to shrink gradually under the influence of the subspace until it was completely annihilated. It lasted less than 10 minutes in total. There was nothingness there, and I couldn't use my abilities accurately. I might be able to expand that small piece of reality, or I might shrink it, I'm not sure. Star Scroll said. It doesn't matter, this is already good. Chi Nemo stood up from the domination engine and asked, What did you feel just now? Do you still feel like you've been pulled away a little bit? No. The Star Scroll answered decisively. Chi Nemo breathed a sigh of relief. But he was not completely relieved, and was thinking secretly. The Star Scroll didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly asked, We don't actually need to create reality in the subspace, right? Because you can enter the subspace, And you don't necessarily need help. I didn't need help in the first 2 one-day trips to the subspace because I didn't encounter a god who was good at war. If I go to the demon realm of Korn to deal with it, I might need it. Chinemo thought about the gods he had branded with a measurable mark. The demons of Slaanesh are also very strong, but their strength is very different from that of Korn. If a person who does not suffer from the disadvantages of skills and speed fights against the demons of Slaanesh, it will be relatively easy. This is not the case with Korn. But what the Star Scroll said is not without reason. Chinemo really does not have no solution unless he creates a temporary reality in the subspace. After all, there is still a cold sun in the subspace. Maybe one day the condition of this sun will improve, and they can fight side by side. In addition to the cold sun, there are also the Iron Man entity and Piccolo. Anyway, start with repairing reality. Chinemo said, if you have difficulties, I don't have to create reality in the subspace. I just made an attempt. I have never prepared more than one solution for myself. Chapter 11:15. The Star Scroll can repair reality. Our goal will succeed. Even if we cannot immediately eliminate the enemies of the real universe, we can at least ensure that those real creatures will no longer be disturbed by the subspace creatures. Chinemo happily said the good news, and at the same time drew a route on a star map. From the Great Whirlpool to several other subspace rifts, a route was designed. That will be the route for the Star Scroll to gradually repair the entire real universe curtain. Behind Chinemo, the projections of the Emperor and Ryan were also delighted. The success of the great cause of 10,000 years ago seemed to be just around the corner. As long as everyone did what they should do step by step and did their best, the real universe and the human race would no longer have to endure the threat of the subspace and the pain they brought. But after a brief excitement, Ryan frowned and pondered for a while, and suddenly found a problem. The real universe also had a curtain, but it was torn open later. The curtain we are creating now may also be torn open in the future. It can't be said that it is completely impossible. Chinemo looked at the star map and thought with his back to Ryan, but we will easily avoid the situation you mentioned. After the influence of the subspace completely disappears in the real universe, except for the powerful psychics with extraordinary talents and powerful psychic races like the ancient saints, real creatures with weak psychic talents will permanently lose the ability to use psychic power. The occurrence of supernatural phenomena will drop to the lowest point in the history of the universe. Mortals will be able to understand the knowledge about the subspace without being affected. They will learn our current history and realize the threat of the subspace. The Inquisition understood the limitations of the dark gods before the warped knowledge scholars on the Talon Eye, that is, they must exert their power in the real universe through the creatures in the real universe, and after the veil is completely repaired, they can't even whisper to mortals. In addition, the Star Scroll will not die. It is a star god. Even if the veil is damaged again due to some things, it can be repaired again. The Emperor nodded in agreement. Lien still felt that this matter was still not safe. This veil sounds much more powerful than the Black Stone, but hasn't it been broken through? The Black Stone is a double-edged sword, but the curtain is not. It is a one-way shield. Chinemo continued to explain to Ryan, besides, when we repaired the curtain, it was not just a simple matter of the previously damaged curtain reappearing and the subspace cracks being sewn up. For example, just like when we closed the Eye of Terror, the greatly weakened subspace influence would even cause other subspace cracks such as the Great Whirlpool to gradually shrink at an extremely slow speed. After the curtain was repaired, it was equivalent to the overall strength of the real universe being increased several times. At this point, Ryan still seemed to understand. Chinemo did not say more. He knew Ryan was not stupid, even in science. The only reason Ryan did not understand was that he did not want to understand. Chinemo did not want to popularize the real universe to Ryan. He just said a few words to Ryan. The real purpose was to let the human part of the Emperor know the current situation and progress. How is the civil war of the dark gods? Chinemo asked. It continues and becomes more and more intense. The Emperor replied, the creatures of the warp call this battle the greatest game in history. When the powerful Tzeentch is besieged by other gods, this great game is destined to never end. Chinemo leaned on the table, stroking his chin and thinking. Ryan asked the question he was most concerned about. Now that you have repaired a curtain, they have not come out to obstruct. Does this mean that they have no time to care about us? No. Chinemo shook his head. Your father once told me that Tzeentch has become stronger than ever before. Although it is facing the attack of 3 brothers and sisters, it does not seem to be so embarrassed that it has no time to take care of us, so... The Emperor nodded again. He did tell Chinemo about Tzeentch. So this is another big plan? Ryan looked helpless and tired. Not necessarily. Now things have not seen the results. On the bright side, maybe the ancient saints have obstructed the four gods' interference in reality to a certain extent, and they are playing the so-called most massive game in history. Qin Imo recalled the conversation with Zen that day. Zen's implication was that the ancient race was trying their best to stop the four gods. It was not clear how much effect they could have. Then let the star scroll repair the curtain first. Ryan suggested, Lord Tyrone, can you return to Orpheus first and join me, the Imperial War Master, in counterattacking the skeleton? Qin Imo looked at Ryan in confusion. In his impression, the front line of the battle between humans and the dead was still deadlocked. A sufficient number of star gods changed the situation of the war. The Emperor explained for Ryan, when they participate in the war as part of the war, to formulate strategies and tactics, instead of participating in the war like thugs called in before, their efficiency is shocking. How efficient? Qin Imo was a little surprised. He just changed the combat deployment form of the star gods. It's so efficient that we can counterattack those skeletons now. Ryan stepped forward. Not only did the star gods speed up the progress of the war, but your strategy also caused several dynasties on the front line of the war with us to turn against us. The enemy's internal situation is becoming more and more chaotic. We can end this war without paying millions of casualties every day. Hearing this, Qin Imo lowered his head and thought, then raised his head after a second and shook his head. You want me to return to Orpheus to participate in the command, but you are worried that the star gods will not cooperate with you to counterattack. Ryan was stunned by what he said. He suspected that Qin Imo had the ability to read minds. They will cooperate. Qin Imo did not say what actions he would take against those star gods, nor did he say what he thought, but just said 5 words lightly. In that case, I am relieved. Ryan took a step back and stopped talking. You are a trustworthy person, Lion. Qin Imo said, I doubted the existence of your pre-march a long time ago, but after working with you for a few times, I understood why you were created. Because most of you are reliable, and you can be assured of many things with your participation, instead of the Emperor doing everything himself 10,000 years ago. For example, now, with you and Sanguinius on the front line, I can be completely assured and do more important things. Lion was a little confused. More importantly, I will enter the subspace and put a memorable mark on Cornin's cinch. Chapter 11:16. We still need to go to the warp. Hearing what Qin Imo said, Ryan shouted. Qin Imo really confused Ryan. If the threat of the warp had a great impact on reality now, Ryan would even take the initiative to cancel the plan to counterattack the Necrons to support the fight against the enemies in the warp. But now that the Golden Crusade is over and the curtain is about to be repaired, we still need to go to the warp at this time. Ryan wondered. The Emperor and Qin Imo looked at each other. Ryan then heard his father say, he should go, and must go, and I will go with him. Why? Ryan's eyes swept back and forth between his father's human side and Qin Imo. I feel that you have all changed after a time travel, as if you came from another universe that was almost destroyed by the warp, and even now you are planning to cause trouble in the warp. Qin Imo still looked at the Emperor, but spoke to Ryan. I will go to the warp to add fuel to the fight between the four gods, or attract their hostility to me alone, and then it can be expected that the process of the star scroll repairing the reality curtain will not be too seriously obstructed. Yes. The Emperor nodded. By the way, let's measure the four gods together. Lien looked at his father, and Qin Imo, with a complicated expression. He originally thought that all this would end after the curtain of reality was repaired. So, when facing Azrael's question about the future of the Dark Angels, Lion would answer that if a civil war broke out between the Empire and Talon, and if Talon could not tolerate the existence of the Pre-March and the Space Marines, he would take his descendants away. He thought that everyone, including the Emperor and Qin Imo, thought so. I don't understand why we have to measure the Dark Gods. If we measure them, and know how powerful they are, can we kill them? Lien spread his hands. Perhaps we should isolate them, and be careful to guard against them. At least we can strive for a period of peace. This doesn't sound like what my eldest son would say. The Emperor scolded Ryan. Lien stared at his father, and the eyes of the woman, who was boarded by his father. I just can accept the cruel truth better than anyone else. If the four gods are unbeatable, then I won't think about defeating them. Of course, if you give me an order, that's another matter. As long as you ask me to fight the four gods alone, I will go, because this is my instinct and habit under your training. The Emperor also stared at Ryan and slowly said the real thoughts in his eldest son's heart. You don't think the four gods are unbeatable, nor are you afraid of the four gods. You think I shouldn't enter the subspace to cause trouble for the four gods. Ryan's expression changed several times in an instant. Finally, he turned around, but turned back and admitted, yes, that's what I think. Lord Talon entered the warp twice and measured a god once. He is the real variable that cannot be observed and perceived. He has experience and characteristics. Father, and you, what do you have? When you went to the barren galaxy to try to save the galaxy from the attack of the dead spirits, you couldn't even directly intervene with the powerful psychic power you had 10,000 years ago. You couldn't even let the Cursed Legion come at the beginning of the war. I really don't want to remind you. I really don't want to, but after you made the decision just now, I must say that you are no longer the you of 10,000 years ago. You are my father, or a part of him, but you are not powerful. Faced with Ryan's heartfelt persuasion and Ryan's frank words, the Emperor just narrowed his eyes and said two words lightly, "Shut up." Qin Mo's hand subconsciously reached out to the Emperor, trying to dissuade the Emperor from treating Ryan coldly. From Ryan's confession just now, Qin Mo could see that Ryan attached great importance to the human part of the Emperor, because this human part was really like a father, not just a cold king. Relatively speaking, relatively like a father. Stop talking nonsense. The Emperor pointed to the door. Cut off the communication yourself, and then do what you need to do. What ability do you know better than myself? Father. Ryan still wanted to continue persuading, but seeing the Emperor's already impatient expression, he closed his mouth, only looked at the Emperor for the last time, turned off the communication, and went to command his counterattack. When you were herding sheep in Asia Minor, was your father also like you, who had things to say but couldn't speak frankly? Qin Mo asked, why can't you tell Lion that you negotiated with all the wills in the cold sun and gained half of their control? Hearing this, the Emperor was slightly surprised. How did you know? Lion and I communicated with you not to accompany him to talk about the counterattack. I haven't told you yet, how did you? The scholar told me. Qin Mo responded, it said that you entered the subspace to find the original body, but in fact you entered the cold sun, and it seemed that you negotiated with other wills of the Emperor, and then when you left, the scholar sensed that you could control half of the power of the cold sun. Yes. The Emperor nodded his head. I don't want to be so cruel to Ryan, but this guy irritated me. I paid a price to get half of the power of the cold sun, just to achieve a goal, but Ryan thought I was useless. Just like an old thing in his twilight years, just lingering on useless. That's not what Ryan meant. Qin Mo shook his head. He is just as good as you in expression. He doesn't even know how to describe what he wants to say. When Ryan was mentioned again, the Emperor remained silent. Qin Mo waved his hands repeatedly, and took the initiative to end the topic about Ryan. The two were silent. Until the Emperor's projection walked to Qin Mo's side, and leaned on the table like him. I know what you are planning. The Emperor's golden eyes stared at Qin Mo, repairing the curtain and even measuring the four gods are just one step in your plan. When the real universe is stable, you will enter the subspace to find a way to kill the gods. Qin Mo nodded. I will do it. The gods and their lackeys have left scars on reality, and brought countless hatreds. They can't just be blocked outside this universe, and be done with it. Then how do you want to kill the gods? The Emperor asked. Well, the ancient saints have no way to deal with them. The only way I can think of is that I enter the subspace, and kill them one by one. They can't sense my existence. I will hide myself before I have the ability to challenge the four gods. In addition, I can increase my strength by devouring demons, maybe. When Qin Mo was halfway through his words, the Emperor suddenly interrupted. No matter how you plan to kill the gods, the premise must be that the four gods are marked with the mark of measurement by you. The warlike corn, the most powerful cinch now. When you measure them, I will help you, and the cold sun in the warp will help you. Chapter 11:17. When I was almost a god, I directed Cinch's powerful psychic energy into Korn's domain. This means that I don't need to go into the warp, like I did the last 2 times to find out where the gods' respective domains are. As long as I want, I can enter the warp and appear in Korn's domain with the domination engine, or even directly in front of Korn. The Emperor was very determined to support Qin Mo, so Qin Mo accepted this kindness and help and began to plan for the next trip to the warp. I will appear directly in the demon realm of Korn, release a signal, and guide the psychic Iron Men of the warp Iron Man entity into the demon realm. And half of the cold sun that can be driven by you. And the professional anti-psychic force I have prepared for a long time. Hearing Qin Mo talk about the professional anti-psychic force, the Emperor could figure out with his toes that the anti-psychic force must not be composed of some transcendent existence, but mortals. As a branch of human evolution, the soulless grew and developed in the Talon star zone. They live in a whole galaxy full of soulless people. Qin Mo had previously revealed that he wanted to use them to form an anti-psychic force. Mortals. The Emperor spread his hands, very seriously. Don't even think about it. Mortals can't stay in the warp, And neither can the soulless, unless you can find psychers to form the professional anti-psychic force you mentioned, and this anti-psychic force must be like the Grey Knights per capita, and maybe they can stay in the warp for as long as Cardair did. Qin Mo understood what the Emperor was worried about. Mortals are not very strong in both physical fitness and mental toughness. Even if they are not eroded by the subspace itself, they may go crazy because of the bizarre and strange scenes in the subspace. But Qin Mo also considered this problem, otherwise he would not have the idea of bringing anti-psychic troops. The curtain projected by the star scroll can exist briefly in the subspace. Hearing this, the Emperor still shook his head. We haven't conducted any experiments yet. I don't know whether the curtain that can only exist for a short time can protect humans. Before he finished speaking, the Emperor suddenly realized that the guy in front of him knew the real universe better than he did. If he thought it was feasible, then it must be feasible. Believe me. Qin Mo put his hands on Vanessa's shoulders and looked down at the golden pupils. You only need to tell me one thing, that is, if all my preparations fail, you and the half of the cold solar energy can't be used as a backup plan to send me to Korn. The human part of the Emperor living in Vanessa smiled lightly. It is my human nature that is weak. That cold sun is not a backup. You can actually use it to kill Korn directly. With your promise, I have nothing to worry about. Qin Mo said and exhaled. The Emperor is the most powerful psychic in the human race, and I am afraid he is also the most powerful psychic in the universe. Compared with the cold sun in the warp, the psychic power of the individual old saints is like a firefly in the moonlight. But the power of the old saints lies in the fact that their entire race is a powerful psychic, and there is only one emperor in the human race. But at this stage, Qin Mo believed that even if only the cold sun stood behind him, he could still kill Korn. However, even the human part of the emperor can only control half of the cold sun now, and it is still unknown whether it is stable in spirit and behavior. Suppressing his worries, Qin Mo began to prepare for entering the subspace. Korn Demon Realm. Boiling lava, smoke and dust all over the sky, and copper water flowing in the cracks on the surface like a river, these are the most common in Korn Demon Realm. Of course, there are also countless skulls, piled up like mountains. Whenever someone in the real universe kills in the name of the Blood God, the skulls cut off in the battle will appear in the Blood God's Demon Realm. The Blood God will reward or punish according to the number of these skulls, and the performance of his believers in the battle. The Blood God sits high on the brass throne. At his feet are overwhelming demons and bloodletters. As if preparing for an upcoming war, the Blood God temporarily withdrew from the great game between the gods, and deployed his attention and servants in the demon realm. In front of the Blood God, there are countless celestial bodies and stars in the real universe. They do not belong to just one universe, but to many universes, at least they used to belong to them. These celestial bodies and stars are like the skulls in the Korn Demon Realm, used to show off the power of the Blood God, and become the spoils of the Blood God after his victory in the great game between the gods and the game of invading reality. A new game is about to begin. The Blood God's blue brother has warned it. The Blood God sits on the brass throne, and its servants pile up in its demon realm, waiting with their master. It is the future, the past, and the present. In this place without a timeline, the mark left by the power of Tsinch that was projected and suddenly started to work. The servants of the Blood God sensed this abominable power, and the war cries rose one after another. When the mark of Tsinch was completely activated, the power of this dark god, who was now far more powerful than the Blood God, surged in the Korn Demon Realm. The majestic psychic energy surged like the sea, forming a subspace phenomenon named the Ether Flood by mortals. Then the hateful spiritual energy dissipated, and a black throne suddenly appeared in the demon realm. Only one person sat on the throne. Countless demons and bloodletters immediately rushed to the throne, but were then repelled by the spiritual energy released by the black throne. If you are really the god of blood and bravery, then don't avoid my challenge. Qin Mo stood up from the throne, raised the chainsaw sword and pointed it at the Blood God, who was so far away that he couldn't see. I look forward to your challenge, but you have to prove that you are qualified to challenge me first. The Blood God's voice roared in the demon realm, the molten brass surged like a tsunami, the lava erupted, and the flame spread to the entire demon realm. All the demons were impulsive because of the Blood God's anger. Bloodthirsty demons, bloodletting vampires. Not in the real universe, not weakened by the curtain, they almost filled the entire demon realm, and swept over like a tsunami. This scene was enough to make all the Grey Knights have only the idea of going to die generously in their hearts, because if all these demons descended into reality, they would be enough to easily destroy all creatures in reality, and smash the entire universe with an axe. Fortunately, They could not descend into the real universe in such a large number. Chapter 11:18. Faced with the overwhelming demons, Qin Mo did not use the tricks that could kill demons on a large scale like he did in the past when he entered the subspace. He just stood there. Then a bubble suddenly expanded around Qin Mo, gradually forming a semi-reality with a diameter of about 1 light year and wrapped in a curtain. The blood god on the brass throne suddenly clenched his fists. All the demons in the semi-reality were weakened to varying degrees. Many rules in the blood god demon realm no longer work in that semi-reality. But a curtain alone is only part of Qin Mo's plan. Dimensional rifts appeared in the semi-reality wrapped by the curtain, and huge warships emerged from it. Even the size of the bloodthirsty demons seemed small compared to those warships. All the warships brought a strong sense of discomfort to the demons when they appeared, and they immediately realized that all the ships were soulless. When the warships gradually gathered together to form a battle formation, dense orbital bombardment fell around Qin Mo. The corn demons weakened by the semi-reality, and the soulless no longer had the property of reducing damage from long-range weapons, and were blown to pieces. The blood god on the brass throne witnessed all of this. The semi-reality that tainted his demonic domain. Those abominable and filthy soulless. And the challenge. The blood god was furious, and immediately stood up from the brass throne. He gathered a brass giant axe and swung it forward. The entire demonic domain trembled and roared because of this terrifying blow. Countless celestial bodies above the demon realm were instantly split in two. Even the omnipresent psychic energy in the subspace was cut, pierced by the giant axe's attack like a sea, and then isolated outside the demon realm. Qin Mo watched the countless stars that Korn had taken as trophies instantly disintegrate and shatter after a flash of cold light. That terrifying attack had the power to annihilate everything. Thousands of stars were nothing but shattered and scattered dust in front of the blood god's personal attack. Then Korn's attack came into the semi-reality. The violent force hit the ship at the head of the soulless fleet, and the energy shield flashed twice. The entire ship crashed uncontrollably into the ship behind it. Thanks to the protection of the energy shield, the two ships that collided with each other did not suffer much damage and quickly adjusted their situation. The army in the soulless fleet began to airborne. Yao En personally led the army to land beside Qin Mo. Then many cracks appeared, and the reinforcements sent by the Iron Man entity in the subspace poured out from the cracks. It was Piccolo who led those psychic Iron Men to arrive. The next semi-reality wrapped in a curtain was projected, and all the participants followed Qin Mo, cleaning up the blood god's servants while approaching the brass throne. The blood god's servants seemed endless. First, endless bloodthirsty vampires squeezed close to each other, and then the momentum of the bloodthirsty vampires gradually slackened. Just when everyone thought that the Korn army was exhausted, more bloodthirsty demons than bloodthirsty vampires came to kill. In the subspace, the uninvited guests who arrived at the Korn domain had a feeling that this place was worthy of being the home of the subspace creatures. The number of bloodthirsty demons rushing towards them in the battle felt as endless as the war beasts of the Tyranids. If it weren't for the weakening of these demons by the semi-realities and the soulless, I'm afraid that among all the people who came here, only Qin Mo could fight. The arrival of the reinforcements accelerated the progress of this war, but it was not fast enough. Qin Mo slaughtered those individuals among the demons who were named and difficult for others to deal with, and looked at the top of the Korn demon realm from time to time, looking forward to the appearance of the cold sun. After a while, the cold sun really appeared in Qin Mo's vision. A sun that visually emitted a strong light, but felt without any light or heat, suddenly descended directly above the Korn demon realm. As soon as it appeared, the bloodletting vampires in the demon realm were burned by its light, and screamed and dispersed. A golden figure fell from the sky into the demon army, like a flame flying out of the sun. A golden flash flashed in everyone's vision, and a large number of bloodthirsty demons were instantly burned to ashes. In the ashes, Qin Mo saw the human side of the Emperor. It was not the one that possessed Vanessa, but the original image of the Emperor. "We keep our word," the human part of the Emperor said, looking up at the sun. Qin Mo was about to say something when a scarbrand of unknown size jumped over his head. He didn't have time to say anything. The battle continued. The blood god on the brass throne seemed to want to see a large-scale war. When the cold sun also descended, its location no longer retreated, but existed in a fixed position, unlike a mirage that could be seen, but not touched. But this war was not fierce enough. The blood god was not satisfied. He commanded more bloodthirsty demons to pounce on the uninvited guests, and at the same time, he attacked the cold sun. The terrifying axe of annihilation fell on the cold sun from an infinite distance. The blazing golden flames burned many concepts involved in Korn. The two giants in the subspace seemed to hold a part of the subspace, and launched an attack on each other that seemed extremely pure and simple to them. When in battle, the human side of the Emperor gives orders, the will of half of the Emperor in the cold sun responds collectively. Ah! The scream of pain reached the demon realm. The bloodthirsty demons who were fighting fiercely heard the scream, and seemed to be frightened by something. Chi Nemo pulled the chainsaw sword out of the neck of Skarbrand, who he had killed again, and looked up at the sun. A face appeared on the cold sun. A painful, twisted face. As the screams reached their climax, the golden flash that even hurt Chi Nemo's eyes enveloped half of the demon realm. Everything was quiet in an instant. The bloodthirsty demon disappeared. All the participants' vision was left with only a golden expanse. Even the horrifying landscapes in the Corn Demon realm were replaced by endless gold. The humans present felt like they were in the sun, and they actually felt peace and warmth in this war that invaded the Corn Demon realm. The cry and attack of the cold sun wiped out more than half of the Blood God's servants, but the Blood God was unharmed. It sat on the brass throne, in half of the demon realm, looking at everything in front of it covered by the golden light, and the servants who were afraid to act outside the golden light, it was angry. The Blood God left the brass throne, and fought with the cold sun. Chapter 11:19. That is the realm where all the pain we have endured so far, and the long-cherished wish for revenge converge. The human part of the Emperor suddenly spoke to Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo looked around, and the entire area covered by light seemed holy and warm. But the Emperor said in person that this is the realm where pain and the long-cherished wish for revenge converge. If the two armies do not fight fiercely and cruelly enough, the Blood God will not face you. The Emperor added, we can only make this war as huge and cruel as possible, because neither you nor I can force the Blood God to do anything for the time being. We will not only help you personally, but also provide you with reinforcements. The Emperor said, turning around and walking forward with a blank expression. He walked towards the place where the Blood God's brass throne was. He walked towards the road that left the golden light and entered the half of the Blood God's demon realm. The soulless people and the psychic iron men were still staying beside Chi Nemo. Around these people, golden light appeared in this area bit by bit, and then turned into a person who looked like a soldier, walking forward blankly and dully like the Emperor. Among those people, there are mortal soldiers. There are space warriors. They are either formed by the gathering of light or the gathering of fire. These soldiers are the reinforcements mentioned by the Emperor. They appeared here, rushing to the half of the Blood God demon realm, and making the whole war more massive and fierce. Creator Bick, who led the psychic iron men, came to Chi Nemo's side, and looked around. This is a part of the cold sun. Or, it is an extended part, but it does not seem to be a spiritual realm formed by pain and revenge, otherwise it should be very cruel and terrifying. The existence named Emperor on the golden throne is not just enduring pain and carrying revenge. Chi Nemo looked at Piccolo. He also carries the hope and beauty expressed by humans in countless prayers over the past 10,000 years. In Chi Nemo's view, the Emperor's domain is not terrifying, even if it is filled with anger, pain, and hatred. This just shows how deeply human beliefs have distorted the Emperor. And this sacred domain is the embodiment of the part of human hope and beautiful vision carried by the Emperor. After all, in these 10,000 years, the followers of the state religion would not just tell the Emperor how much pain he suffered and how much he hated the aliens in prayer. More prayers were actually wishes for a better future and hopes for protection. So even if this place is a part of the cold sun, it will have light and heat. Let's leave here and continue fighting. Chi Nemo led everyone forward. The warships in the sky also moved forward, and the light of the Emperor replaced the semi-reality created by the curtain to protect these warships. The warship was also corroded, and the double-headed eagle logo appeared on both sides of the warship, making the entire warship look more and more like a church. The soulless crew members were unable to use their talents to restrain this corrosion, which was enough to show how strong the influence of the Emperor in the subspace could be when his will was relatively unified. More and more golden light spots gathered into soldiers. These zombie-like warriors walked loosely on both sides of Chi Nemo and his men. Among these warriors, there were humans and human subspecies. Even the failed products produced by the Iron Warrior Demon's fuel sac, those things called skinless, were among them. Perhaps it was because Chi Nemo wanted to. Perhaps it was because the domination engine was still working. Chi Nemo suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yusaka E. Creed. Creed, the former Supreme Lord of Cadia, walked forward in a daze, moving slowly in the light. Beside him, his deputy named Kyle held a battle flag emitting golden light and followed Creed. Cred. Chi Nemo called out the name of an old acquaintance. Creed heard it, turned his head blankly to look at Chin Mo, then turned his head, and continued to move forward slowly. Everyone gradually left the domain of the sun, broke away from the warm golden light, and entered the remaining half of the corn demon realm in an instant. Those soldiers who were originally like zombies suddenly became energetic. The mortal soldiers formed a core at a very fast speed, holding glowing engineer shovels, and they were able to open up a qualified land trench in the magma and copper water all over the corn demon realm. The space marines formed battle teams at a faster speed. No matter which Primarch's offspring they looked like, they united with each other and participated in the battle in the form of mixed battle teams. The opposite side was an army composed of vampires and bloodthirsty demons. The two sides fought, and the sound of artillery fire was endless, shaking the entire corn demon realm. Creed returned to normal. Chin Mo jumped up and crossed a long distance to land beside Creed, just like the Battle of Bloom in the Golden Expedition. Even the enemies they dealt with were similar. Cred? You didn't enter the Soul's Abode? Chin Mo looked at the Golden Creed. You left with the Golden Throne? Chin Mo had heard of such a rumor. When humans die, they will face another choice. One is to enter the Soul's Abode, the home of human souls created by the Emperor and Chin Mo. The other is to leave with the Golden Throne, but this is unique to soldiers who died heroically. Creed obviously followed the Golden Throne when faced with a choice. I still have to fight, my dear friend. Cred was no longer as confused and dumb as before. He held a cigar shining with golden light and turned to Chin Mo and said softly, "For the Emperor, for humanity." Kyle on the side interrupted. Now it was Chin Mo's turn to be a little confused. He had always thought that Creed had rested in peace. At this time, a skull fell beside Chin Mo, and Creed, Kyle, and several nearby soldiers, who looked like Cadia assault troops, were blown to pieces. But Creed and the others were obviously not dead. They were already part of the Emperor, so of course they would not die. Chin Mo's power armor remained intact under the bombardment of the skull. This armor represented the gratitude and desire of the Telonians for shelter. The skulls of the Corn Demon army could not leave even a scratch on the armor. Looking at the golden light that Creed and Kyle turned into, and the countless dead souls and blood plasma produced by the skull explosion, Chin Mo was a little dazed. He turned around, holding the old woman's sword in one hand and the chainsaw sword in the other, and jumped into the demon army in front. He also slaughtered the blood god's servants. Every time he killed a demon, he chopped off its skull and threw it behind him. In the sky, the cold sun was still fighting the blood god from a distance. The war was getting louder and louder, like a huge battle that both sides had prepared for a long time, rather than a sudden attack and decapitation. Chapter 11:20. Cabana, Skarbrand. Killing weapons. Some familiar faces always appear in front of Chin Mo, and then their heads are chopped off by the chainsaw sword or the crone sword, their souls devoured, and then they become one of the many skulls floating behind Chin Mo. Chin Mo even turned his head back when he was slaughtering the crazy demons, and then found that there were indeed a few duplicates among the increasing number of skulls. Korn resurrected the demons that he had killed with his own hands many times in appearance. Just like the Death Guard Captain Typhons, who was called the Plague Vanguard. Typhons also lived several times afterwards, and many people witnessed his resurrection, and even more than one Typhons was witnessed at the same time. These so-called resurrected demons and important figures were not even considered the ship of Theseus. They were just another crazy demon or gods chosen with names, like Typhons, Skarbrand, and Cabana. These names, that were not even real names, were even cheaper and more despicable than a code name. But being able to mold something that has completely disappeared into a new one that is exactly the same is also a skill. While thinking, Chin Mo killed Skarbrand again. In the screams of this timid Skarbrand, Chin Mo grabbed its fangs with both hands, broke its fangs, and inserted them into its head, killing this Skarbrand for who knows how many times. In the past, Chin Mo would feel that this was meaningless. Just like Cardo Diego caused a great uproar in the subspace, even destroying the demon realm of Cinch, but in the end everything would reappear. But Chin Mo doesn't think so now. He no longer hopes to find a way to easily kill the four gods, especially after discovering that the ancient saints are helpless against the gods. He is ready to slaughter the demons that are part of the four gods, devour them, and increase his own strength until one day he can completely annihilate the last part of the essence of the four gods, or win the battle with the four gods. This is a more grand and longer cause, and now it is just the first step. Chin Mo took a step forward, and two swords flew out of his hands and spun to kill the demons, and the demon in front of him was grabbed by his eye socket. Under the constraints of semi-reality and Chin Mo's innate characteristics, the demon's eye sockets, which could not be physical in the subspace, really existed. Even when Qin and Mo grabbed the demon's eye sockets, the demon screamed heartbreakingly. The next second, a tearing sound was heard, and a bloodthirsty demon's head was torn open. The chainsaw sword that fell back into Qin Mo's hand flashed with a cold light, and the demon's head fell to the ground, rolling to the pile of skulls of many bloodthirsty demons behind him, floating and following Qin and Mo to kill in the demon army. The artillery fire of the Star Army that came out of the cold sun fell on the top of the demon army, and Qin and Mo was blown up together. Just like the skull could not hurt Qin and Mo before, the artillery fire of the Star Army could not hurt him either. It was just that the artillery fire of the Star Army that came out of the cold sun seemed to have a mysterious power. A few shells actually blew away the bloodthirsty demons, which was incredibly powerful. Everything that had happened so far was completely in line with the Blood God's wishes. Everything. The Blood God noticed the warrior, who was surrounded by the demon army, and slaughtered his slaves. It blocked the attack launched by the Emperor, and observed the warrior. The Blood God knew the identity of this warrior, and heard about this abominable human from his brother named Nurgle, and his brothers and sisters named Slaanesh. The Blood God did not hate this human, but was looking forward to it and excited. The appearance of this human meant that the stagnant warp finally had variables and waves. Yes, the warp is a stagnant pool of water, and the Blood God himself thought so. No matter how strong Cinch is now, the warp will balance the power gap between the 8 trials by itself, unless Cinch can get something during this period of rising power and consolidate his own power. The great game between the gods is called a game because this internal struggle that lasts for countless hours will not have any results, but will continue forever. And the dark gods will not kill each other. Even for the cold sun, this is a very absolute thing. It can't kill the 4 gods, and the 4 gods can't kill it. Just when these dead fish were tumbling in the dead water, a variable appeared. This variable marked the brothers and sisters, who were immeasurable in the eyes of the Blood God, with the mark of measurement. The Blood God can directly feel the power of Nurgle and Slaanesh, their vitality. Being measured means being challenged, not immortal. The Blood God likes challenges, likes to see courage, and likes to defeat the strong with the weak. And if that warrior comes to challenge himself, the Blood God cannot allow himself to ignore this challenge. It's just that for the longer-term future, for the more intense battle in the long-term future, it is necessary to give this warrior a little warning and hint. The Blood God, who has made up his mind, got rid of the restraint of the cold sun, and fell towards his own magic domain and brass throne. Qin and Mo has already killed himself under the throne alone. All the skulls behind him instantly dissipated. These skulls were originally the skulls of bloodthirsty demons that were forcibly materialized. Strictly speaking, they were part of Khorne, so these dissipated skulls immediately created an extension of Khorne's power under Qin Mo's feet. The symbol of the Blood God was suspended above Qin Mo's head. The entire brass throne stood not far away. Under the throne was a huge arena. Qin and Mo was in the center of this arena, in the extension of the Blood God's power. The souls of various creatures were sitting in the audience seats around the arena. These creatures were dragged into the demon realm by the Blood God after death. They were not necessarily followers of the Blood God, but because they were targeted by the Blood God, they were forced to be brought here to fight in a never-ending arena to provide fun for the Blood God. The Blood God was not on the brass throne. The master of this demon realm, one of the dark gods of the subspace, now became an entity in the center of the arena. In Qin Mo's eyes, the Blood God looked like a ball of mist shrouded in heavy black and red armor. Under the helmet with 2 horns, scarlet eyes floated in the mist. The Blood God personally joined the fight. In the entire Khorne realm, the cheers of the demons gathered above the arena. The demons who were fighting the Soulless, the Psychic Iron Man, and the soldiers who walked out of the cold sun all looked towards the direction of the arena, cheering like an excited audience.